Run. in, gets the liquidation on his help. It's so close to a move, and swaps out.
So that's another KO here.
And he's going to go ahead and scoop the game. Does he find it? Escape rope. Switching card. There's the switching card.
There we go. Good morning, Pokemon trainers. We are here in Peoria, Illinois for the 2024 Peoria Regional Championships. I am Stephanie Christine, also known as DeFi 250, and I am so happy this morning to be joined by the one and only Will Dunphy.
Oh, you're too kind, DeFi. It's really exciting to be back here in Peoria, Illinois. We're bringing the noise to Illinois here in our Championship Series tournament. I cannot wait to get into this action, but DeFi, this is just the latest stop along our 2024 Regional Championship schedule across North America.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at that roadmap. We are early. We are in the early routes. We've just had Pittsburgh here in North America. Now we're in Peoria, Illinois. We have lots of great events coming up. We have Sacramento, Toronto, leading up to the Latin America Internationals, and so many more events leading up to Honolulu, Hawaii later this summer.
Yeah, if you see a regional championship near you, I definitely encourage you to check out the website, get registered, sign up, and have a great time with your fellow trainers. Each trip is unique, but it all leads to Honolulu, Hawaii, and the World Championships. And speaking of getting to Worlds, we've got our new championship point system in full effect here, DeFi. For the US and Canada, you need 500 points to qualify for Worlds. For Europe, 400. Latin America and Oceania are 300 apiece. And then the Middle East and South Africa, only 200 championship points.
Exactly. So there are lots of different ways to get those points and to earn your ticket to Worlds in Hawaii this year. You can do the Go Challenges, the Go Cups at the local level, and also these regional tournaments. Speaking of regionals, let's go ahead and take a look at the most recent regional tournament that we had in Pittsburgh. We have our first regional champion coming from Pittsburgh in Wdage. So Wdage, we are going to go ahead and take a look at his tournament run. Let's go ahead and take a look at that video.
Hello Pokemon trainers, this is 2O Butters here to take you through the 2023 Pokemon Go Regional Championship in Pittsburgh. 1 week after the Adventures Abound update, a new popular flying type appeared in the meta. Gligar skyrocketed to top 5 in usage, replacing Noctowl and Altaria. This helped create a dynamic meta full of counterplay, which produced an opportunity for surprise picks like Superior and Shadow Dragonite. A lot of things changed, but some things stayed the same. Medicham, Registeel, Lickitung, Lantern, and Wdage continued to dominate the competition in Day 1. In Day 2, Wdage and Hot Pocket were the frontrunners on the winner's side of the bracket. Hot Pocket had the most unique team and utilized the energy reduction on Aerial Ace with Superior and Mantine. But it was Lyle's Jeff who stifled his momentum, defeating him twice. Lyle's Jeff pushed Wdage to the limit in the winners finals. He led 2-0, but Wdage was able to reverse sweep in the winners finals, win 5 games straight versus Lyle's Jeff, and eventually win his 3rd straight North American competition. His North American reign can't last forever though. There is a trainer out there that has what it takes to defeat Wdage. It could even be you. Be sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete to follow or join in on the action.
Congratulations again to Wdage for being our first North American regional champion in Pittsburgh. Let's go ahead and take a look at those teams that our top 3 was using. We have Wdage earning that Dragonite and that Dugong, very different. We had Lyle's Jeff with the Shadow Venusaur, the Umbreon, and then Hot Pocket. What a unique team with the Mantine, Superior, Diggersby, Shadow Charizard. Very, very unique and interesting picks coming from Hot Pocket.
Yeah, Mantine Diggersby was an interesting core to watch, and Wdage also a very proficient trainer with his picks, right? He's used only 2 Pokemon on his past 3 championship teams, those being Lantern and Dugong. Everything else is unique, which is honestly really impressive by itself.
It is, and I'm really curious who is going to be joining him as the impressive regional champions. I'm very excited to see who's going to be joining Wdage. We have champions that'll be coming in from Peoria, Sacramento, Toronto, all the way down to Los Angeles later in the season. We might see Wdage's name up there a couple times. He said, can't stop, won't stop. He wants to keep going to these regional tournaments and competing.
I heard he wants the most championship points of anyone. I heard that was his goal. We'll find out, right? As this bracket fills out, I'm really excited to see these champions take their place and then qualify for Worlds. Speaking of qualifying for Worlds, this is our leaderboard for the North American region. 252 points. The current leader is already halfway to qualifying for Worlds in Honolulu, Defai.
Yes, and we have so many other great trainers who have already started their journey to getting that 500 championship points here in North America. However, North America isn't the only place we're having these regional championships. We might be a little biased. We love North America. This is where we live. But we have some great trainers as well in Barcelona. We had a fantastic event where Jangles took the regional championship there with the Shadow Venusaur, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, I believe running Powder Snow, which is very different than the typical Shadow Claw that we see from that Pokemon. Also Patomon and Tomahawk UK. Tomahawk UK running a very similar team to the third place in Pittsburgh.
I was going to say, there might be a third place kind of trend going on here, but we also see on Jangles' team the Pelipper. We're going to talk more about that in a few minutes, but Jangles very impressively reset that grand finals bracket and then took home the victory at that Barcelona special event. Then we have some future regional champions from France to Poland to Germany, all across the European region here, Defai.
We do, but I want to stop a moment and talk a little bit more about that Pelipper that you mentioned. Pelipper, we are looking for a 3-peat this weekend. One with Jangles, one in the past. I want to see, is Pelipper going to make a third winning team?
Yeah, that's a really good question. You would think that it was kind of unfriendly skies for Pelipper. So many Lantern in the meta, so many Registeel, but somehow that water and flying type Pokemon has made waves across the meta, appearing on all those regional champion teams already. Maybe these trainers know something that we don't.
Exactly. Hoping to see that. But another Pokemon to watch out is one of my personal favorites in Froslass. I have been saying for seasons, for years, you give Froslass a 2 Powder Snow energy advantage. You bring in it as the safe swap. Maybe your opponent doesn't expect it, and it will decimate. It will bring the ice. It will freeze out the opponent's teams.
Can confirm. Defai does love to talk about Froslass, and for good reason. If you look at a lot of these common meta Pokemon like Medicham, like Superior, Gligar, what do all three of those Pokemon have in common? They lose to Froslass. Speaking of common Pokemon, there's a core that's almost unbreakable. It's on all these teams across regions, across the world. Medicham and Lickitung, the troublesome two, the dynamic duo. I don't know what you want to call them, but they are so strong and so sturdy. Defai, how can we break this core up?
It is going to be tough. Medicham and Lickitung are so bulky. In order to use them for competitive play, you're going to want ones that are using a lot of that XL candy. So these dedicated trainers are taking their time, making them best buddy, taking them on lots of walks, feeding them lots of berries, and these Pokemon have the bulk to show it. It's going to take a very powerful Pokemon, or maybe a tag team effort with a few different Pokemon to really break that core up.
Yeah, I would love to see everybody comment in the chat which Pokemon you think can break up that core, which Pokemon you think will get a huge spotlight here in Peoria, Illinois this weekend. And speaking of spotlights and getting involved, Defai, there's so many ways to do that. You can go ahead and engage on social media, x.com, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, wherever you want to watch, follow, or post. We'll be there for it.
We will. Be sure to let us know about the hashtag play Pokemon. We have it especially on X. I want to know, which trainers are you watching out for? Which Pokemon are you predicting are going to do well? Speaking of predictions, I would really love to talk about the caster predictions really quickly here. Caster predictions most likely to succeed. You know I got to have that Froslass on my team, Will.
Hey, look at us. We actually had the same pick there in our first slot with the Froslass. But if you look at these Pokemon like Froslass, like Tapu Fini, Defense Form Deoxys, even the grass types like Superior, what do they all lose to? Shadow, Drapion. I think that Pokemon could see a comeback here. So far, it's only seen Fringe play, but I think it's got a lot of flexibility. I see some Pelipper picks here. I see even a Charge-a-Bug on this board, DeFi.
We do. The Kofagrigus, I'm really interested to see from Mr. Caleb Pang over on the desk. Speaking of which, we are hyping up this tournament. I am excited. I am ready to go. I want to know who is going to be our Peoria Regional Champion. Be sure you let us know on those socials, and let's go ahead. Butters and Caleb, take it away.
Thank you so much, DeFi and Speediest. My name is Tuo Butters, joined by Caleb Pang, and what a fantastic time for Pokemon Go PvP right now. We're double the size we were last year in Peoria. We have a ton of new competitors making their first appearance in Peoria, so a warm welcome to all those trainers. And if you want to learn more about how these trainers will be competing all weekend, check out the format. This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for booster packs, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Matches are best of 3. Except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a bring 6, pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Thank you, Butters, for the fantastic breakdown on our format for this season. And, you know, it's a new season, and the meta is super new as well. I mean, we talked about the predictions there. You know, I got to give you credit, Butters, right? When I submitted those predictions, I didn't realize how strong Charge-a-Bug is. And Charge-a-Bug is actually really, really strong, especially after its most recent Community Day move, which now has Volt Switch. So I think you might be onto something, Butters. You know, I'd like to, you know, give you a little trouble for your electric picks, but I think this one might be it.
Well, you know, 2 straight tournaments were won by Pelipper, which is double weak to electric, but the big thing is Grass is back. Let's look at the usage for Peoria today, because it is confirmed. Grass is back because Superior is actually top 5 in usage. That shocked me, and what also shocked me is Gligar is number 3.
Yeah, Gligar, I mean, it's just so safe too, right? There's a lot of ice types, mainly the Alolan Sandslash and water types, but it's just so strong, especially with the buffs to Aerial Ace and Dig. And Superior, I feel like the first trainer we saw bring this in competition was Hot Pocket, or maybe Out of Pocket, this season. And we all thought, man, that's just like a weird pick, right? It's a spicy pick, but no, it is now meta. Harjeffi, the winner of Curitiba, the most recent regional, brought that Superior to win the entire tournament, not losing a single battle. And obviously, Pocket did great in Pittsburgh, making top 3 with it. And now it is straight meta.
And if you're watching the Curitiba Championship, it was a ton of Superior and Umbreon core. Both of the trainers were heavily relying on that core. And then if you look at North America in Pittsburgh, 2 of the top 3 trainers were running a grass type, Shadow Venusaur, and then Superior for Out of Pocket. And then even in the European regional, we had Zweilous with the Shadow Venusaur, and then also Tomahawk had a grass type as well. So out of the top 3, at least 2 trainers in every single regional so far have been using the grass type. So I was surprised that Gligar is back, but it kind of does make sense because Gligar is fantastic in some of those grass types.
Yeah, Gligar is going to be pretty strong into your Charge-a-Bug pick, but we're going to have to see how that one plays out. But I agree. I think it's still very, very strong, and it's great to see Superior being a lot bulkier than that Shadow Venusaur. So it has a lot more flexibility. I don't know if you played it before, but anytime I use Shadow Venusaur, I feel like I need 10 shields, right? Superior is able to just tank so much of that damage, and throwing neutral back to the top flyer Gligar gives it so much value.
No, absolutely. That's why I thought it was so strong, because it's able to hard farm down a Lantern and then unleash that momentum with the Frenzy Plant, with the Aerial Ace, and some trainers trying to get some momentum here in day number 1. We have our first 2 competitors ready live on the stage, so let's head down over there. I believe it's going to be Rise to Occasion versus Jangles 21 to start us off here.
Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic matchup too. Rise to Occasion, no stranger on the stage, has a whole list of accomplishments, being the champion of Milwaukee, the runner-up at North America International Championships, 2-time Worlds qualified competitor. So Jangles definitely has his work cut out for himself, but he also has been to plenty of these regionals, making top cut at Hartford Regional, so he definitely has experience, and he is running that Superior. But let's not forget, you know, we talked about Gligar being the premier flyer, but Shadow Charizard still can pack a huge punch into almost everything, pretty much everything on Jangles' team except for that Lantern.
No, absolutely. And the fact that Grass is back is really good for Charizard, right? Not just because you can target a lot of grass types, it's because there might not be as many water types in the meta, or it might be more risky to bring them, like a Lantern, like an Azumarill, a Swampert even. And I had Swampert on my list. I had Mandibuzz on my list as well, because Mandibuzz, I think, is one of the most underrated Pokemon right now in the regional series, because it's so bulky. It's like the Umbreon, but you can do so well against the grass types. It's so much better against grass than Umbreon. I think otherwise you'd rather be Umbreon, but specifically against the grass types, you would much rather be the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, I personally thought that Mandibuzz was going to be a huge pick for this season, mainly because it has play and can pretty much beat all the other flying type Pokemon, maybe except for Altaria, but no one really runs Altaria anymore. It's a weird Pokemon, so it looks almost like a core breaker for the Medicham and the Lickitung. But Medicham actually does really good into Mandibuzz, especially with shields up. It pretty much beats Medicham in that 1 and 2 shield situation if that Mandibuzz is not running, if it's not running Air Slash, I should say. Most are running Snarl, but we're gonna have to wait and see what the moveset is on Jangles' side. So I'm personally still a little mixed on Mandibuzz. I've tried using it myself, and it doesn't really pack much of a punch.
No, it doesn't. And sometimes the games take a long time. I believe Zardy went to a timeout in Curitiba. So it is super bulky. You can manipulate the switch timer, but against Rise to Occasion's team, I don't think it's going to be very strong, because Rise to Occasion is one of the few trainers that are playing a Shadow Alolan Ninetales right now. We don't know if it's Charm or Powder Snow. I feel like I've seen him stream before, and he usually uses Powder Snow. So my guess, it is going to be that Powder Snow Shadow Alolan Ninetales, which is really good against the grass types. I mean, we saw how strong it was in previous iterations of the meta versus something like a Trevenant, but how does it specifically match up against Jangles' team? I mean, it's fantastic against the Superior, the Mandibuzz. It's good against Medicham, but there is that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, which might be the steel type of choice in the meta these days. And then, of course, there is that Lantern as well that's strong against it.
Yeah, Shadow Alolan Sandslash too. A lot of people have been running with Powder Snow. And before we get into it, let's get into these battles. And we're kicking it off here. It is going to be a Medicham versus Medicham mirror matchup. We have to see the moveset, and it looks like Jangles is actually running the Dynamic Punch moveset, whereas Rise to Occasion is running Psychic, which is going to be more favorable in this head-to-head.
And remember, Rise to Occasion was absolutely on fire with Shadow Charizard at NAIC last year. We remember Wdage, but Rise was so strong with it as well. As he wins that charge attack priority, and this is just the bait out of Jangles, trying to pick up that early Protect Shield, but doesn't do so, so that's huge. You actually know you lose charge attack, right? So here comes the pivot into the Lickitung, met by the Registeel, but at least you bait out that Registeel, so Mandibuzz has better matchups in the back line.
Yeah, you free up that for the Mandibuzz is a huge call there too. So this is going to be interesting, and Jangles just really wants to chip down this Registeel as much as possible, but Registeel is not going to go down easy in this matchup. I love this place from Rise to Occasion. You're not throwing the super super effective move, but for those that don't know in this matchup, you want to throw the Zap Cannon first into a full health Lickitung because you need to throw 2 charge moves anyway to try to get debuff, but there is no debuff, so actually that unfortunately was a little bit waste of energy on Rise Occasion's end, but I still think it's a great call.
And I'm fairly positive that this Lickitung reaches a breakpoint that it is doing more damage with its Lick than a high stat product Lickitung. So this Registeel matchup is not terrible at this point. Yes, it is going to be able to win the matchup, no problem, but this Registeel is quite low. You're going to be able to counter down with the Medicham, get that energy back, and then have that Mandibuzz with 2 Protect Shields in the back, but there is going to be 2 Protect Shields from Shadow Charizard for Rise to Occasion.
Yeah, that's going to be a bait festival there too. We are going to get Jangles to try to counter down before the Froslass reach. That's going to be huge for Jangles, not really sacrificing much health for that. And here comes the Charizard. I actually like this play from Jangles. Chip down this Charizard so they could potentially go straight Aerial Ace. Does Rise Occasion shield and chooses not to shield. So this really sets up Jangles. And here he comes in with that bulky Mandibuzz, and it is going to be the Snarl variant with Dark Pulse.
What a call. Did Rise think that the Medicham was Dynamic Punch? A correction from earlier. I thought Jangles actually baited on that Ice Punch, but he's running Dynamic Punch Medicham just like you did, Caleb, and maybe Rise knew it was Dynamic Punch, so he no Protect Shielded the Ice Punch here. Now he has enough health. You're not going to snarl down a Shadow Charizard, so unfortunately you're actually Protect Shielded Aerial Ace, which maybe it would have been better to Protect Shielded Ice Punch, but you're going to be able to get to Blast Burn soon enough here. Can you get to double Blast Burn, or can you successfully bait one time onto this Mandibuzz? Can you get it? And the second Protect Shield by Jangles.
Yeah, Jangles does not love that, but Mandibuzz is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Great League. I think it can actually tank this Blast Burn just barely though, but Jangles needs a lot of health on this because you need a way to take out that Medicham in the back for Rise, and Rise Occasion is going to get to Blast Burn, but look at him!
Oh no! He overfarmed, and Jangles is able to get the Aerial Ace. Maybe he was afraid of what you thought. Maybe he thought the Blast Burn wouldn't be enough, and now he's going to get knocked out. Suddenly, the Mandibuzz turned the tides. He's going to get to an Aerial Ace against the Medicham.
Rise Occasion getting a little too greedy there, and Jangles is going to reap the spoils, and here comes the bulky Mandibuzz. I know I said I wasn't sure about Mandibuzz, but in this situation, Mandibuzz is looking fantastic, and then here comes Jangles even catching the energy on the Medicham. Just the nail in the coffin in this matchup.
And this will just about knock out the Medicham, but Mandibuzz, this is fitting, is going to be able to get the sweep on the back line there. And how about Mandibuzz? Aerial Ace is 40 energy now, Caleb. So if Rise was used to that 45 energy counts with Mandibuzz, Mandibuzz is a Pokemon that you don't see super often. You do see it in Go Battle League, but you don't really see it in the regional circuit here. So miscounting a little bit, if we're being honest. He thought that the Mandibuzz was not at an attack yet, or that Jangles was going to throw at a different turn timing, and he just got knocked out by the Aerial Ace, wasted a Blast Burn of energy. I think he had a fantastic chance to win that game. You said it might not have been enough, but it would have been so close.
Yes, yeah, that was definitely the game. That was definitely a game for Rise Occasion to win, but unfortunately, a little miscount there to really open up the victory for Jangles. Yes, we talked about how, you know, Gligar is so good in this meta because Aerial Ace got buffed, but let's not forget Mandibuzz also got buffed because of that Aerial Ace reduction in energy costs, and so that's going to be so huge. And you know, you're making me eat my own words, Butters, but Mandibuzz is looking actually pretty good now all of a sudden. I mean, if you look at it,
well, big thanks to Rise for that one.
Yeah, that's true. It's a tag team effort, I guess. Yeah, I mean, looking at how Mandibuzz looks against the team for Rise to Occasion, I mean, it's actually not that, it's actually pretty good, right? You have decent matchups against the Swampert and the Medicham. You win against the Lickitung, and you go kind of neutral into the Charizard. You really only have to worry about the Alolan Ninetales and the Registeel. So you have a, you know, like a 4 out of 6 chance that you're going to be in a good spot with that Mandibuzz. And now that you showed it in game number 1, you're really scaring Rise, and maybe Rise is going to maybe overcorrect and bring that Alolan Ninetales and that Registeel to find a way to deal with this bulky flying type.
Yeah, exactly right. Was Jangles trying to bait out that Alolan Ninetales having that Mandibuzz in the back? There was already the Registeel in the back for Rise. Does he adjust? Does he bring that Shadow Alolan Ninetales into Jangles' game number 2? I thought Rise had a fantastic line. I think he just didn't throw that Blast Burn when he needed to. He made the call on the Ice Punch. He had a really good chance of winning that game, so he doesn't necessarily need to make a ton of over adjustments for the Mandibuzz. We're getting to game number 2, but there is the adjustment right there. It's the Shadow Alolan Ninetales, and Jangles called it with the Lantern in the lead, and this Lantern is going to be Spark.
Yeah, we didn't even see the fast move on that low 9 tails. I was trying to peek what the charge was, but I might have missed it. I think it is probably the Powder Snow variant. I love this play from Rise, though. Looking at Jangles' team, he doesn't really have a great check to Medicham Safe Swap, or really Medicham at all. So Jangles is going to throw a Surf just to chip it down. Let's see how Jangles plays it out. Maybe he decides to stay in here, or, you know, not, but he's going to have to make a shield decision and does let the Psychic go.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I was thinking the same thing. It's not that he doesn't have an answer on this team of 3. He literally doesn't have an answer on his entire team of 6 to Safe Swap Medicham. There's no clear answer unless you want to bring in the Mandibuzz, but up energy, a Medicham could do fine against the Mandibuzz here. And now this Medicham could just get the alignment here, and if you get the alignment, that's going to be pretty crucial because you're going to be able to match up Registeel into Lickitung, and you just got alignment for Rise to Occasion. So now you have Registeel into Lickitung, you have the Shadow Alolan Ninetales into Medicham. Now, Medicham is probably going to be the most important Pokemon for Jangles because remember, it has Dynamic Punch.
Yeah, this is actually huge too. This is a really good read from Jangles because here's the thing. If that's a Powder Snow Alolan Ninetales, this Dynamic Punch Medicham is actually going to go off on that Alolan Ninetales, and the Registeel is going to do no damage into that Medicham. And here comes the Medicham, and what is Rise Occasion going to do? Maybe you're going to throw a Zapcan versus a debuff, but this puts him in such a tough position because the Dynamic Punch is getting closer and closer. Jangles already knows the Alolan Ninetales is sitting in the back. Do you shield Zapcan? I love this play because Zapcan is going to do so much damage, and it's really Dazzling Gleam that's going to do more, and that is, yeah, it is going to be a Powder Snow Alolan Ninetales. That's going to be huge, but Rise does get the debuff on that Medicham.
That was crucial for Rise. He needed to get to that Zap Cannon before the Dynamic Punch was available, and he did, and he secured the debuff here. And will a debuff Dynamic Punch be able to knock out the Shadow Alolan Ninetales? Does it have the reach? We're going to find out. I don't think this is going to be enough, and I don't think you can even counter down. Dynamic Punch is a fantastic attack, but you are one stage attack dropped, and it's not nearly enough.
Oh, and this is so disastrous to Rise Occasion. I think you need to go Weather Ball. No, going for straight for the Dazzling Gleam. Do you get the shield from Jangles?
Oh, and he tries to call
the
it!
Shield. This is a lose condition for Jangles, and here he landing the huge Dazzling Gleam. Lickitung has a lot of work to do.
You have to throw the Weather Ball. Oh, he threw the Weather Ball last second here, but actually it doesn't really matter because it's not like you're going to lock on down. You need to get the 2 charge attacks. Like I said before, Jangles Lickitung hits a breakpoint, I believe, on these licks, so he's doing more lick damage. He has to do a ton of lick damage, but his Registeel is pretty healthy at this point. This is stressful for Rise to Occasion, trying to stay on the winner side of the bracket. This tournament just started. It's round number 2. Can Registeel pull it off to tie up the series?
I don't think so. I mean, typically speaking, you want to be the Registeel in the situation, but Jangles still has a shield remaining, and this lick and Bison damage is such a nuisance. Look at it chip it out. Look at how far Rise Occasion is, not only to the first Focus Blast, he needs another one on top of that, and I think he knows here too, because look at like the lock-on damage, 1 damage apiece, and Lickitung one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Great League. There's just no way you could lock this thing down, and you can see Rise Occasion smiling a bit, recognizing that, yeah, this one's going to be over. And Jangles, a huge upset right off the start in Peoria, earning himself a chance to continue on through the winner's bracket and sending Rise Occasion early down into that loser's bracket.
A demoralizing victory for Rise there, just sitting there with the Registeel, pretty healthy, but that is the clunkiness of Registeel. When you don't have any Protect Shields, there's 1 Protect Shield remaining, and Lickitung has one of the highest health pools in Pokemon Go for Great League, so it's only taking 1 damage per lock-on, so look how many lock-ons it was able to absorb there in that extremely low health. Lickitung was able to lick through, body slam its way, and Jangles with the clean 2-0 victories in winners round 2 to move on in this tournament. Tough break from Rise to Occasion. He probably wants that game number 1 back, but outstanding play from Jangles to take it 2-0.
Yeah, really great team reading and decision making from Jangles. You know, I thought it was kind of over when that Dazzling Gleam landed, but he stayed calm. He said, you know what, I can tank that Weather Ball. I know my win condition is this Lickitung, because if he shielded a Weather Ball against a Alolan Ninetales, that might have been a different situation for Jangles, and he might have found his lose condition. And that Dynamic Punch Medicham, you said it too, I used it before, and me personally, I love that Dynamic Punch Medicham. It packs a huge punch, and it makes that Registeel, the Lickitung, and those Umbreon matchups much better for that Medicham, especially with Psychic doing less damage than it did before after this recent season updates. It's actually, Psychic's not even that good anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's so strong against the steel types because really, you lose the Registeel and Lickitung in a lot of scenarios. You have to give up a Protect Shield to maintain alignment if you are running Psychic Ice Punch. It doesn't feel like Medicham is a counter to Lickitung or Registeel if you have Psychic and Ice Punch, but you are absolutely a counter to Registeel and Lickitung if you are running Dynamic Punch. Actually, interestingly enough, Registeel is the Pokemon that just plummeted in usage. It was number 3 in Pittsburgh, and I believe it's number 7, at least number 7 or 8 here in Peoria, because I think Shadow, Alolan Sandslash is actually the most used Steel type, and then Registeel right after it. So, I mean, you still will obviously have that target because Lickitung's coming in at number 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Gligar effect, I think. You know, Gligar really being strong into that Registeel, and so Alolan Sandslash being the check to it. And, you know, you say that it's good into Lickitung, but we just saw Lickitung beat Registeel there too. And a lot of these Alolan Sandslash are running Powder Snow, which makes that matchup against Lickitung much more favorable for that other Steel type, which, again, dropping Registeel's usage down for sure.
Yeah, that Lickitung beating that healthy Registeel was kind of like a work of art, Caleb. It was just beautiful. And speaking of art, we have an art contest, so check this out.
For our artists out there or our aspiring artists, it's a really cool competition. We could draw some of these fan favorite Pokemons like Pikachu or Charizard, or even the newer Pokemon like Koraidon to be featured. And, you know, I love seeing the art too myself. I'm not great at drawing, so I personally won't enter in this contest, but I think it's a really cool one if you want to, you know, put your skills to the test and maybe have a showcase somewhere down the road.
And I got some more information for you guys, so just bear with me for a second. The Pokemon Company International and Creatures Inc. have announced the Pokemon Trading Card Game Illustration Contest 2024 is back for another year and are inviting participants to submit their best creative artwork. Capturing the theme of this year's contest, magical Pokemon moments. The contest is simple. Choose one of 10 Pokemon like Charizard, Pikachu, Charjabug is I would probably pick, because I feel like I could probably draw a Charjabug and draw an illustration that captures the Pokemon enjoying a moment in its day, or draw an illustration that shows the Pokemon looking cool or dynamic to capture the magical Pokemon moments, like that Lickitung licking down that Registeel. The contest is open to applicants 18 and over in the US, Japan, in addition, UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand regions for the first time. Entry opens October 12th and runs until January 31st, 2024 at 5:59 a.m. PST. For more information, including full details, eligibility, and pricing, please visit the link www.ptcgiccr.com/2024/EN.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to see some of that artwork in the coming months from people, so be sure to submit your own if you think you got what it takes. And speaking of if people got what it takes, let's see what these trainers have what it takes to win all of Peoria. We had an incredible first round of battles, and we are down on the stage for another set here. And you know, some of the trainers look kind of familiar here. I know Crimson K19, a lot of people know, but Existing Monkey too, a trainer that definitely has made leaderboards in Go Battle League and is going to be a foe to be worried about.
Not only is Grass back, Whimsicott is back. Flimsy Whimsy for Crimson K19. You saw him use it so well at NAIC last season. He did extremely well making it to that day number 2 and backing it up with that Shadow Charizard, Umbreon, Lantern, Medicham, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and then Caleb, a Pelipper team, our first one of the day here in Peoria.
Yeah, let's look at how this Pelipper looks. Honestly, it's not going to do great into Umbreon because it typically loses to the bulk of Umbreon. Going to do absolutely terrible into that Lantern, but against the Medicham, Charizard, and the Whimsicott, it's going to do great, and it's pretty neutral into that Alolan Sandslash. It outpaces the Alolan Sandslash to those Ice Punch with its own Weather Balls, so that's going to be a huge factor in that matchup. I think Pelipper looks actually pretty good, and honestly, even if you're stuck against Umbreon, it's not the end of the world. You really just want to avoid that Lantern. But here we go. We're wasting no time here, and it is going to be a Shadow Gligar to kick it off into the Flimsy Whimsy here.
And this is not what Whimsicott wants to see. You can't do neutral charm damage when you're just taking so much damage from that super effect wing attack, trying to swap on the aerial ace, baiting out the Medicham, but once again, another dynamic punch Medicham here in Peoria.
That's the way, Butters, I'm telling you, and I'm glad people are picking up on it because it makes a lot of these common safe swaps like Registeel, like Umbreon so hard to use, and here's why, because this is going to be a lot of damage. Existing Monkey recognizing that Dynamic Punch will almost knock out this Umbreon, so we're going to charge up a little extra energy so that he can have the Ice Punch ready for that Whimsicott in the back too.
And there's no way that Crimson is expecting the Dynamic Punch in. So much energy for Existing right now. It's going to be able to throw the Dynamic Punch instantly, no Protect Shield. And let's see if Crimson is shocked by this Dynamic Punch. He doesn't love to see that because now you can't come in with the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. You're going to come in and soak this Ice Punch, but it's going to be Shadow Alolan Sandslash against the world. The only chance for Crimson K19 here is if he's running that new. If he's running the Powder Snow Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back, he'll have a better matchup against that Umbreon.
I mean, I get you, Butters. New or old. I mean, I think the Umbreon still is usually going to take it, but let's not forget, there's so much energy on this Whimsicott as well. And
forcing a Protect Shield,
yeah,
though.
Forcing Protect Shield. The Existing Monkey has a lot of energy too. It can definitely force a shield back from that Alolan Sandslash, and Crimson is going to swap straight into it. It is actually the Shadow Claw variant, so not the new, unfortunately, Butters. It is going to be very unfortunate for Crimson K19 because here comes that Umbreon. Oh no, Existing Monkey charging up a little extra energy before leaving, and I like that play, saving that aerial ace for the back.
Yeah, it's pretty much impossible here because your Shadow Claws are resisted by that Umbreon, and plus you needed that Powder Snow double super effective damage to even get through the Gligar without throwing a charged attack. So this is just, he told me to say this is tremendously embarrassing if this happened to Crimson. He told me to say this at North American International Championships. So, but yeah, this is just tough for him in the back line for the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Whimsicott had that terrible matchup. Just Existing Monkey just was able to align perfectly against all three Pokemon, and then exciting to see once again the thing that I think you made popular, that Dynamic Punch Medicham.
Yeah, I mean, Existing Monkey really recognizing the potential line from Crimson K19, completely reading that line perfectly, having pretty much every counter you can ask for in that matchup. You know, you could have maybe thrown a Alolan Sandslash in the front if you really wanted to hard counter the Whimsicott. And you see Crimson K19 catching a foul play. Really great call there too, but how do you get through this Umbreon at this point?
I love this though, because you want to bring that momentum into the next game. Yes, you lost this game. You lost this game badly, but you can still play out the rest of the game, still try to make the proper movements, still try to get that practice in, get a little momentum, show that you're not out of this series yet. Bring that into game number 2. Existing Monkey takes a pretty clean game number 1 victory though.
Yeah, you know, staying warmed up here too for this game, but Existing Monkey is going to play really well there. Let's see how Crimson K19 is going to make that adjustment. Now that we know that it's a Dynamic Punch Medicham, if you look at the team of Crimson K19 Butters, what is safe for you to safe swap at this point, right? Because typically it's going to be that Umbreon, right? Or maybe sometimes it's the Medicham, but I think it's really only Medicham that has any safe avenue at this point.
No, you're completely right. That is the strength of Umbreon because it's so safe in the meta. You can just pivot into it. You can bait out the Medicham, but you bait out the Medicham, but it's just really bad for you in that scenario because you get Dynamic Punch, and then also you're almost at another Dynamic Punch worth of energy. You're still healthy enough to get an Ice Punch, get more charge attacks, so that completely eliminates the pivot of Umbreon. So you're right. There's not anything else that you can easily pivot to because also the Pelipper kind of puts the pivot from from Shadow Charizard in check. You could maybe safe swap that Shadow Charizard. If you get up energy, I think you could still hang a little bit with the Pelipper because of the strength of Wing Attack Dragon Claw, but you would still need to bait a Shadow Alolan Sandslash and land a Blast Burn. So it's really tough for Crimson. He's probably going to have that proper alignment into these game number 2 and 3 if he gets there.
I think Crimson's adjustment will be probably a safe swap Medicham. I think that might be the key if he loses this next lead scenario, because you know, you have Ice Punch for the Gligar, you have the Ice Punch for the Pelipper as well, and this might also be a Psychic Medicham. We haven't seen the moveset yet, so that also will hit the Pelipper even harder, and so that might be the most reliable option for Crimson K19 at this point. We also saw the Dynamic Punch Medicham from Existing Monkey, so if Crimson K19 is running the Psychic Medicham, he's going to know that he has another check for that Medicham at this point in time. Speaking of that Alolan Sandslash fast move, we see one on Existing Monkey side too. We haven't seen it in action yet. There's Shadow Claw and there's Powder Snow, right? And Powder Snow, I feel like the first time we really saw it was from Nighttime Croucher in Pittsburgh, and then Z's Wireless winning it all in Barcelona with that Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash, really being better into that Umbreon matchup and against that Lickitung in particular. But you're going to be worse off against Lantern and Registeel. What's your pick if you had to pick one?
I mean, I would go with Powder Snow just so I could beat the Lickitung and could beat an Umbreon here, because this is terrible if it is not Powder Snow, and it's going to be Shadow Claw once again. So having that Pelipper in the back, I was really curious about this. I think you made the right call that Crimson would want to safe swap Medicham, and I was fascinated to see if Pelipper can punish that or not, because we've seen Shadow Charizard punish safe swap Medichams before, because you win that matchup, yes, maybe you give up a Protect Shield. Here comes the safe swap Pelipper, and now what do you do if you're Crimson? You just stay in, just try to whittle it down a little bit. I like this, because now you could probably come in with Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and this Pelipper is in range of Ice Punch.
Yeah, or you could just stay in if you're Crimson. I don't know, because I think the thing is, the Alolan Sandslash is still going to struggle into a Pelipper with this much of an energy lead, and now Crimson's going to really start threatening the health on this Pelipper. Do you spend your first shield at this point if you're Existing Monkey? You have so much energy. This is not going to knock out, but it's going to put you very close to fast move range for pretty much any Pokemon in the back, and you see Existing Monkey is going to throw one more Wing Attack before throwing this hard-hitting Hurricane. But Umbreon, one of the few Pokemon that can tank this pretty easily, and you can see only putting it into the yellow, and Umbreon is going to just continue throwing the Snarl and the Foul Play, and it's just going to be an onslaught for Existing Monkey. Does Existing Monkey shield this or not, and is going to spend that first shield.
And I like that decision from Crimson too. You mentioned it, but because you're so weak to Medicham, you just want to get this Umbreon in a positive alignment here. So staying in here, I don't think he cares about alignment as much in the back, but he probably should if there's a Medicham in the back, which there's not, but Umbreon actually hangs on, but gets Wing Attack down by the Pelipper. So Pelipper does take the alignment here, had to use a Protect Shield to do so. I believe has a Weather Ball bank that will go into either this Medicham or the Shadow Alolan Sandslash here, and it's going to come into the Medicham. This Medicham's going to get the counter down here, but the Medicham is going to be looking decent in the back. Shadow Alolan Sandslash is going to be a mirror. It's actually to Crimson's advantage to beat up the Protect Shield here.
It is. However, Crimson did show the Medicham, so now Existing Monkey knows that he has to keep that Alolan Sandslash in the back for whatever the third Pokemon is for Crimson. But Crimson having that shield advantage for that Alolan Sandslash should be the key to victory. Existing Monkey is going to have to really pull something out of his hat to make this work. And you can see the energy is building up, and you can see Crimson trying to catch, but look at the extra energy on Existing Monkey's Alolan Sandslash. It's actually got a ton of energy banked. Does Crimson shield, and is going to shield a crucial first Drill Run?
Yeah, this is tough because now you're behind energy. Yes, you are slightly out of Drill Run range, but it's really close, and this is going to be bait both ways. This is going to be the bait, but if Existing Monkey calls this, then you don't want to use the Drill Run energy, and no, does use the Protect Shield. If Crimson K19 calls this bait on the Ice Punch, this will probably guarantee the victory. This is a 50-50 call. No, he Protect Shields it. Who has more energy here? I think will it come down to Charge Attack priority?
I think it is. Oh, yes. No, Existing Monkey is one.
Yes,
I think he's on the...
No. It would have been at the exact same timing, and I believe Crimson did win Charge Attack priority in that first one. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a knockout. It's double resisted, but it still knocks out anyway. And now you're healthy enough, but Frenzy Plant almost knocks out here, Caleb. Frenzy Plant does so much to a Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Could you even Frenzy Plant and get the Vine Whip down? No, you can't do that. So you have to give Aerial Ace. You have to give up an Aerial Ace if you want to. Oh, and the swap onto the Aerial Ace.
So this is going to be interesting. How much energy does Medicham have? Because if you can Vine Whip down and come out with the Aerial Ace, it might not be the worst case scenario. Let's see. Crimson K19 is only a few guys away. Can he get to it?
He gets the Vine Whip down, and now he has the Aerial Ace.
The Aerial Ace is there. He has it! Just not! And the existing monkey able to come. Like I said, he had to pull something out of his hat, and that was pure magic there from existing monkey, even losing charge from priority in that mirror matchup, but finding a way to climb out of that terrible spot.
And that is Superior's moment. Superior is here to stay because it was able to whittle through a Shadow Alolan Sandslash, able to aerial ace a Medicham, get the exact Vine Whips that you needed to get the aerial ace once again. It's so quick to charge attack, so it looks like existing monkey is going to win that 2-0. I believe there was some communication with the judges here, but I'm not sure if anything will come of that. I thought Crimson actually played fantastic in that game. He waited a turn on his Ice Punch to avoid being swapped on his Medicham, and then at the end here, I thought at first, I was like, wow, that's a great swap, but I think in the end, you probably needed to force that energy out of the Superior, and then the Alolan Sandslash would go down, and then you would have to get there on your Medicham, but I don't know, Superior could have done it either way, because it's just so quick to charge attacks.
It is, and it looks like there is going to be a dispute on the floor, so the judges are going to review this battle. I did see in the, I'm not sure exactly what the situation is, but I did see in the end there that Crimson K19 was trying to throw a charge move. It didn't come up, and I think they're really going to look at, did he have an Ice Punch or not? I don't believe he did, and I think that's why the trainers are taking off the headsets. It is going to be a good game. So unfortunate that he couldn't press any charge moves, but there was no charge move ready for Crimson K19 anyway, so I think the result is going to stand. And a fantastic game to both trainers, and existing monkey finding a way there too. Someone definitely to watch out for as this regional in Peoria continues.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're exactly right. He was either one Shadow Claw or maybe two Shadow Claws, but at least one Shadow Claw away from that Ice Punch on that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, so nothing would have happened there in Crimson's favor. But well played by both of these trainers. Existing monkey and Pelipper moves on. I mean, Pelipper did a little something there, was able to get that alignment, able to throw a Weather Ball out into the Medicham to whittle it down a little bit. So Pelipper is continuing its strong streak. And when have we ever seen a signature Pokemon win multiple regionals in a row? I don't think we've ever done that besides Shadow Charizard. That is the last Pokemon that's been a signature pick that has won multiple regionals, and then at that point, Shadow Charizard was just a mainstay. So is Pelipper going to reach that status, or is it just a fluke that it did win 2 regionals in a row? I ask you that, Caleb.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. Even Shadow Charizard, I don't know if Shadow Charizard's won back-to-back regionals, right? And obviously, there's some things that have like a Medicham on a team or a Registeel, but those aren't really the unique picks. It's really the very unique flying-type Pokemon or just off-meta Pokemon that we don't see have success that often in back-to-back tournaments. So I think that's why I said I think Charjabug's actually kind of good in this format, because I think it has a lot of play into both the Umbreon, the Medicham, and the Pelipper and stuff like that. And you know, it's looking pretty good. This team actually looked a lot similar to Hard Jeffy's, and we see the replay here. This is going to be the catch.
By the way, he does fully charge it, so he doesn't undercharge it well. This is literally best case scenario, because look, this Medicham is almost at the Ice Punch, goes down at the Ice Punch, literally couldn't go better there, and then the back-to-back aerial ace, and who knew that aerial ace was the biggest buff given to Superior? I feel like I have to say that now. Yes, Gligar is so much better than it used to be, but I think Gligar is so much better than it used to be because of Dig. And I feel like Aerial Ace is literally the reason Superior is good right now. And who would have thought that that change in Adventures Abound would just help Superior that much, or help it more than other Pokemon?
Yeah, shout out to Pocket too, one of the first trainers I'm aware of that ran that in a tournament and had so much success with it early on that people started, you know, it started piquing people's curiosity, right? And I think it really shows, especially in that Gligar matchup. We didn't see it in a Gligar matchup yet. I'm sure we will sometime down the road, but the bulk of it just does so much. A little fun fact here too, Butters. In that Medicham matchup, you actually want to land a Frenzy Plant first. We saw that Aerial Ace. Yes, it is super effective, but it's there's no same type attack bonus, and it's not the hardest hitting move. Yes, it doesn't cost a lot of energy, but it also doesn't do too much damage as well. So Frenzy Plant actually is going to do more damage. So against a Medicham matchup, when you're full health on both sides, you actually want to land a Frenzy Plant first and then go for the Aerial Ace. So, or you know, either way, you have to land Frenzy Plant somewhere in that matchup to really win it.
Because it's key, because double Aerial Ace doesn't do it.
Yes.
Because you need that actual Frenzy Plant damage to get through. So if they shield the Frenzy Plant, you probably are still going Frenzy Plant because you still pace at the same timing as those Ice Punches anyway, and you'd rather just get that damage off if you are the superior. And I want to give a shout out to Onion Frank actually, because Onion Frank is the one who made the team for Out of Pocket in Pittsburgh, and Pocket used that team as well, and then obviously used it to such success. And you thought at first that the team was gimmicky with the Diggersby, the Mantine, and the Superior, and it was just hard about alignment. You know, Onion Frank makes some teams like that, hard about alignment. But then Pocket, then Pocket used it, and then you realize, wait, Superior is just not a tool for just alignment. It's actually really good. It's flexible. You can get so much momentum from a water type because it has so much more bulk than Trevenant used to have. It has way more bulk than Shadow Venusaur, so you can actually farm down, and then it's hard to resist grass and flying. I know Aerial Ace doesn't do that much damage, but even an Aerial Ace into a Shadow Charizard, once you land 2 of them, the Shadow Charizard's actually pretty low. So shout out to Onion Frank and Pocket for bringing this into the mainstream. And then, of course, we've seen it in Curitiba as well, even in the European regionals. And once again, here in Peoria, Superior is just here to stay. It's top 5 usage. So if you're top 5 usage, you're a real thing.
Yeah, that's true. It is definitely a real thing. And looking at that team from Existing Monkey, it was actually very similar to Hard Jeffy's team. I think the only difference is that Existing Monkey had that Shadow Gligar over the Swampert that Hard Jeffy had too. So maybe taking some notes from the previous champion who went completely undefeated, which we've never even seen before in a single tournament. And it looks like Existing Monkey is trying to repeat that feat here in Peoria, and he is off to a great start.
No, absolutely. And I wanted to talk about some of the new meta adjustments. We talked about the Powder Snow, Shadow Loam, and Sandslash a bit, just because it comes from Shadow Loam, Sandslash gets countered by Lickitung to you actually beat Lickitung, and that's a huge flip, especially Lickitung's #2 in usage. But I want to talk about one Pokemon in particular. I put it 3rd on my caster predictions. Everyone is running regular Swampert right now. No one is really running the Shadow Swampert anymore. I thought Shadow Swampert for a long time was the best closer in Open Great League. Do you have any feel for why trainers are switching specifically to the regular Swampert now?
That's a fantastic question, Butters. And I think the main reason is really the lack of Noctowl. The regular Swampert, you can see in Season 1 of the Championship Series, there was a mixture of the non-Shadow Swampert and the Shadow Swampert in these tournament formats, and both had a lot of play. But once Noctowl became the premier flyer type, especially of Season 2, you needed 2 Hydro Cannons to take out that Noctowl with the Shadow Swampert, whereas the non-Shadow, you need to throw 3, and the Mudshot damage was doing absolutely nothing, right? So it pretty much just gave an instant advantage to Shadow Swampert. But then Shadow Charizard started picking up, and Shadow Charizard actually beats Shadow Swampert, especially up 2 shields, which is just wild, right? Fire type into a water type, but resisting the Mudshot damage and just shielding through the Hydro Cannon, and then also when charging priority on the timings of that, you could just throw straight Dragon Claw to win that matchup. But now that Noctowl's out of the way, Shadow Charizard's still around. You even got Gligar. The non-Shadow has that bulk to power through that Shadow Charizard matchup. Survive the Dragon Claw and, still do really well across the board. So I think it is going to be better. And it also, Earthquake did lose some damage, but an Earthquake against something like a Lantern or a Registeel from a non-Shadow Swampert is still plenty of damage to win you that matchup.
Right, and then even if it's a little short, you have the bulk to be able to absorb those charge attacks. So you can then mud shot down something like a Lantern or a Galarian Sunface or a Registeel. I agree with everything you said. Also, a big factor for me is the fact that Shadow Swampert consistently lost to Medicham. Regular Swampert doesn't. And Medichamp's #1 in usage, so if you run that little bit of bulk, it's not a pretty win, but in even shield scenarios in the 0s and the 1, Swampert just wins. It's very close, but at least you pick up that alignment. How many times did we see Swampert in Shadow Swampert and you're like, wow, this Pokemon is insanely safe right now, but it just will lose to like Medicham Lickitung, like the most popular core. And it's like, wait, it was safe against the whole team and it did nothing. And a lot of these traders out here are not trying to do nothing like that Shadow Swampert. In Peoria, like I mentioned before, we're double the size as we were last year. And for TCG Masters, I believe they set another record for participants. Peoria is one of the biggest Pokemon cities on the map.
Yeah, and you know, we see some of our Go trainers in the background too, and I love it too. And more participation is a great way to grow the game, but also attending these regionals, internationals, and even your local cups and challenges can add to your qualification World Championships. And it's not like the first 2 seasons of Go anymore. It's either first or second at regional or top 4 at international and you qualify for World Championships. No, if you go to tournaments now, you have the chance to still earn points to contribute to your World's qualification. So even if you don't win first or second, you know, take it all the way, you still have a chance at making it to World Championships in Hawaii later next year. So that's really exciting for a lot of these trainers, because I know a lot of them were probably just, you know, 1 or 2 placements off from making that World's qualifications, especially in double elimination. You know, a lot of things can go maybe not your way sometimes, and you might get a little bit unlucky in your team calls and stuff. But this gives the flexibility for trainers to earn their way still to World Championships. So it's really exciting to see, and I'm glad. And I think there's a lot of first-time trainers at this tournament too, which is also really cool. Yeah,
I gave a shout-out to them at the beginning of the stream, but if you're just joining us, I believe there's over 20 first-time trainers here in Peoria. So a huge, warm welcome to those trainers. It's awesome to see some of these new trainers join the championship series. And if you didn't know before, this season, there's a ton of viable PvP Pokemon that are going to be appearing at these tournaments. So you get Meditite, you get Lickitung, you get some Chinchows, you get a ton of...
Don't forget Shieldon.
Oh yeah, Shieldon, yeah. If you want to build a
Don't forget the Carbink.
Yeah, come to Peoria if you want to build the Bastion. Yeah, Carbink is actually huge. I'm actually curious if you'll see a Carbink here, but these tournaments are where it's at if you want to build your PvP team. So we encourage new trainers to come on by if you want to spectate, participate, build your team here, trade with your friends, get some Tapu Finis, get some Guzzlords. Guzzlord's out rating right now. I want to get that shiny. That shiny looks amazing, and then I want to trade that shiny for another shiny and get it under 1500 and use it, because grass is back. Does that mean dragons have a shot in the meta right now?
I mean, I think dragons can definitely be pretty good. Shadow Dragonair actually looks pretty good in this meta as well. We haven't really seen too much of it in play, but being a wall to that Lantern and having really good into grass types as well, right? Especially that Superior. We saw Aerial just doesn't do that much damage, and you're going to resist the Frenzy Plant. And, you know, it still hits pretty hard into that Medicham. I think it could be pretty good. You do have to watch out for that Alolan Sandslash, but even the Aqua Tail damage is still going to start adding up into that, you know, terrible matchup. So we're going to have to see. I mean, and speaking of Guzzlord too, I personally love the shiny too. I know our co-caster across the pond, Zionic, actually said a hot take is he didn't think it was a good shiny.
Wow.
Which I'm like, I don't know what to say. I mean, it looks straight up like a candy corn, and I think it's perfect for this season.
Yeah, I don't know if that shiny is wrong. I don't want to be right, because that is a beautiful looking shiny. And you spoke about Shadow Alolan Sandslash. If it's not Powder Snow, if it's Shadow Claw, which we've seen more often here today, the Shadow Claw variant of that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Guzzlord's not terrible against Shadow Alolan Sandslash, because you resist those Shadow Claws and you just kind of whittle it down. You have a ton of bulk, and you can pick up those flying matchups because you can beat Pelipper, you can beat Shadow Charizard. I believe you even beat Gligar, so it's neutrally very strong. It's going to be really bad against something like a Registeel and Medicham, but Registeel has plummeted in usage, so you really just have to worry about Medicham. There's not a ton of fairies out there. I know Fairy was #1 on your pick, and looks like we got some trainers on stage that are also feeling the Dragon vibes with that Dragonite and Lickitung out of Snots.
Yeah, Snots was actually one of our World's qualified trainers from last season. Actually qualified in the seniors division in the first season too. A little known fact that maybe not so many people know, but Snots, I remember bringing an Iconic team last season. I believe it was in Portland. It was in Portland, I think, where he qualified, and I remember he brought a Raquinid that he never brought into a single game the entire weekend, which is pure bench pressure. And here we have the teams. It is going to be a non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash, which is super interesting in my opinion. A Medicham, a Shadow Swampert, Lickitung, that's Superior, and that Pelipper combination for Snots' team.
Yeah, how about that core right there? It's pretty weak to Registeel, but there is no Registeel on Lator's side, because you have the Galarian Stunfisk. What a blast from the past. We haven't seen a Galarian Stunfisk in a long time, it feels like. Can that be successful in this meta? I mean, it looks not terrible here. It's going to be pretty bad against the Superior, and actually you would rather be Registeel against the Pelipper and Lickitung as well. So in this particular matchup, I think you would much rather be that Registeel. So we're going to see how well that Galarian Stunfisk is used. And how about the lead, though? Getting that Medicham lead, Safe Swap Medicham, and maybe do absorb energy. I believe this means your backline Pokemon of Shadow Alolan Ninetales has to be Powder Snow, because you probably would have brought it in already if it was Charm.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I like this play from Wonderlator, too. Throwing this Psychic, either grabbing a shield or doing a lot of damage. And now comes the Mana Bus. And this is what I was telling you, Butters. This matchup's kind of weird, but Snot has already spent a shield, however, also has a lot of energy. So this could play out in a couple of different ways. But we see Wonderlator is running that Dark Pulse Snarl variant, and the Ice Punch are starting to reign in here against Wonderlator.
By weird, you mean just not great for Mandibuzz.
Not great at all.
You know, it's just really not great for Mandibuzz, especially if that Medicham has a little bit of energy advantage. You're going to see how little a super effective Aerial Ace will do. I still think double Aerial Ace will knock out the Medicham. Yes, it will, but you still have to get to the double Aerial Ace, and you get outpaced to that Ice Punch on charge attack priority. This will probably knock you out, and then suddenly Mandibuzz came in here, didn't do that much, and is now knocked out of this matchup. So not great for the flying type being that weak to the most popular fighter.
Yeah, it's not waiting that switch advantage is going to be huge, and that was my main concern with that Mandibuzz. And Wonderlator actually going to show the third Pokemon now, and does throw it right before the Psychic reach. So good timing there, but this gives Snot so much information on how to play around the matchup now, because now you know you bring in the Lone Sandslash for the Lone Ninetales, you have the Pelipper in the back for the Medicham, and it's going to be good games, but it is going to be the Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash, so it's going to be a little bit better for Wonderlator, and Wonderlator actually throwing on charge and priority and going to land a huge hitting Dazzling Gleam. It is going to be resistance though, so it's not going to hit that hard.
Yeah, I mean, against the Shadow, it gets pretty overwhelming when you take that Dazzling Gleam, but like you mentioned, one of the few trainers that's using the regular Shadow Alolan Sandslash plus the Powder Snow. This is a really new combination. We haven't seen much instant pivot from both trainers. Smart by Snots to register that Wonderlator was going to go for it instantly, and this is what I want to see. I want to see more Pelipper versus Medicham, because how can Pelipper dominate this matchup? Is it going to be able to win? It's down a Protect Shield in this situation and gets the protection with the Weather Ball, but the Medicham's already quite low.
Yeah, Medicham is, and you could potentially bait here with the Ice Punch. That looks like that's what Wonderlator is going to do. Snots is going to just throw another Weather Ball. These Weather Balls are coming out so quickly from Pelipper. That's what makes it so strong in this current meta. Just the spamminess of it. And Snots making a huge call and not shielding the Ice Punch just puts Wonderlator so far behind, because now you have to get to 2 more Ice Punch. So I really like the call there, recognizing that the shields are down, and then now Snots making the huge correct call on the Psychic as well there too. So completely reading Wonderlator in this matchup, really showing why Snots is a 2-time Worlds qualified competitor and is going to cement this finish in this first game. Yes, the Lone Ninetales is in the back, but it doesn't have too much energy left and it has to go through both the Pelipper and the Alolan Sandslash is not going to be enough. So Snots able to take game number 1 off in this round number 2 in Group D. So really impressive stuff. And a little correction from earlier, I said Snots qualified World Championships, 3rd place in Portland. It was actually Milwaukee, one of the last regionals that Snots made that qualification. There was a cascaded down invite. I can't remember who it cascaded down from. I think it was Kimmy Sui actually that it cascaded down from.
Right, and I believe Kimmy Sui is actually at Peoria today as well. So a lot of the Midwestern top players are here in Peoria, and I know this is being kind of picky here to compare the Pelipper and the Mandibuzz there against Medicham, but wow, the Pelipper looks so much better against the Medicham, because you're doing that super effective wing attack damage. You're just getting the energy so quick, and I'm so used to seeing a Shadow Charizard take an Ice Punch. That Ice Punch, the Pelipper did nothing. It did so little. It has a low stat product. It's not too bulky, but it's not Shadow either. So you can absorb that Ice Punch from the Medicham, and I just want to see how Pelipper stands up, not only against Medicham, but the whole meta here, to see if this is just a fluke Pokemon or it's here to stay. Snots is making it seem like it's here to stay in that game number 1. So how do you adjust? I mean, do you bring the Lantern just to respect that Pelipper? Because otherwise, your team is kind of weak to Pelipper.
Yeah, and that's actually exactly the adjustment from Wonderlator, and a huge call there too. Lantern is going to come in, and Lantern's going to do much better into the non-Shadow the Sand Slash, Alolan Sand Slash, and it's actually going to be the Water Gun variant from Lator. I like this pick a lot too because it's not only good against Alolan Sand Slash, it core breaks the Pelipper, but on top of it, if you don't have the superior Lickitung or Swampert here, which is exactly what Snots doesn't have, it's good into the entire team of Snots.
The thing I really like about this non-Shadow variant is you're not as pressured by that Surf and Water Gun. So you actually get the double drill run, you outpace the Lantern, you force a Protect Shield here from this Lantern because I'm pretty confident that this this Alolan Sandslash would have won the zeros because it just outpaces the double drill run. I think double drill run, we're gonna see the dimensions right now. I think double drill run would have definitely been enough.
Yeah, I think so too.
And you can't even Water Gun down.
You can't Water Gun down. I think Lator probably could have came away with a little bit more energy, but getting rid of this Alolan Sandslash is going to be huge for his backline because you see the Mana Buzz and the Alolan Ninetales in the back, and the Pokemon that beats both of them is going to be that Alolan Sandslash. And again, you have a lot of play into this and actually swapping out to that Mana Buzz instead to maybe absorb some of this energy. Now this puts Snot's in an interesting position because the Pelipper's not great into Mana Buzz either, but the Pelipper probably has to eventually come out because you really don't want that Pelipper against the Lantern down the road.
But the Lantern is like gone at this point, and it is
Water
Gun.
Dark Pulse too.
Yeah, it is Dark Pulse. Instead of the Aerial Ace, does one Dark Pulse do more damage than one Aerial Ace? It must, but you need to get to the Aerial Ace, I believe, for the next attack here. And once again, Mana Buzz is just not doing amazing versus that Medicham. I feel like you could get this Mana Buzz low, and then you could come in with that Pelipper and wing attack down because this Mana Buzz is going to throw Aerial Ace as soon as it gets it. There it is. Now this Mana Buzz is energy dry. It's vulnerable. I think Snots is going to unleash the Pelipper.
I think so, but I do like this play from Lator a lot because now it's just Pelipper against the world at this point. You have a little bit of health remaining, but here's the thing, because Snot stayed in that matchup so long after Lator swapped out, now the switch timer is back up for Lator and he can pivot out if he wants to. It looks like he's actually going to stay in and get a full wing attack down from Snots. Maybe a slight miscalculation there too because now Snots has so much energy on the Pelipper.
He tried to reach for that Lantern to swap on the Weather Ball. Calls that it is a Weather Ball bank, but Snots can probably just go triple Weather Ball here, and it has 2 Protect Shields. How much energy does Lator's Lantern have? I believe it does have maybe enough energy to throw a Surf, which could end up doing a decent amount of damage against this Pelipper, and the Pelipper is quite low. Here comes the last Protect Shield out of the game. You need to get the double Weather Ball. You're not going to get there in time. You're going to have to need to swap or something and catch on it, and somehow you can't even win charge attack priority. So even if you catch, you just take out your Lantern. This is looking so fantastic for Pelipper. There's the catch, though.
Wait. Yeah, Lator's only win condition is if this Weather Ball is not enough to knock out. It's going to be super close. I think it might be, and it looks like, yes, the resistant Weather Ball is going to be enough, and you can see Lator trying to do what he can, but no, Snots is going to outpace, and especially that wing attack down, the Mana Buzz really set Snots up for that victory there. Lator, unfortunately, getting knocked down the Lantern with that Surf ready, so Snots, a very decisive 2-0 victory in this round 2.
It was Pelipper versus the world, and that was enough because Pelipper with 2 Protect Shields was able to full sweep the backline. I'm extremely impressed with Pelipper. I mean, not only has it won 2 straight regionals, it's now won 2 straight series on stage between Existing Monkey and Snots here. So Pelipper might be here to stay. I really do love how strong it is against Medicham. There's very few Pokemon that can not only beat Medicham, but then take that momentum and use it down the line. I think Shadow Charizard does that best, where it's able to counter the Medicham. Yes, maybe you give up a Protect Shield, but then you just bank up so much energy, and no one wants any part of that Charizard energy. I feel like Pelipper could be that exact same role that Shadow Charizard did, but does it have the firepower that Shadow Charizard has? It's yet to be seen. I know we've seen it in other regions, but we haven't yet seen it here in North America.
Well, it has the ability to put out that firepower because it is going to win that head-to-head matchup against Charizard too. But something I love about Pelipper is also it's one of the few flying Pokemon that actually does pretty well into Alolan Sandslash, right? Gligar, Charizard, Mana Buzz, they're all not going to do great into that Alolan Sandslash matchup, but you're only taking neutral from the Shadow Claw or Powder Snow damage, and then neutral from the Ice Punch damage, and you just outpace faster on the Weather Ball compared to the Ice Punch. So that matchup is actually not so bad, and Snot's really showing it off. I know you talked about Mandibus earlier, right? And it looked pretty good for Jangles, for sure, in his matchup. But in this specific matchup, Mandibus didn't look as good. What are your thoughts after these first set of battles here in Peoria, seeing the Mandibus in action 2 different times?
You know, it's been underwhelming. I have to be honest. I feel like it is, like you said, it's a little clunky to play. It's hard to pick your spots. Maybe it's a Pokemon that you have to use a lot to be able to use it properly. It doesn't seem like Umbreon, where Umbreon you could just come in, pivot into it. It's very defensive. Mandibuzz just seems to come in and you're just not doing enough. It just feels like you don't have enough reach, and you have that flying subtyping against the Medicham that you're taking the super effective ice punches. So that is a huge detriment to the Mandibuzz as well. And I mean, I'm more on Pelipper's side now. I wish I put Pelipper. I think you put Pelipper in your caster prediction.
I sure did.
Yeah, you put it in your caster predictions. I'm on the bandwagon of Pelipper now because I feel like it's very close to having that firepower. And you know who absolutely has that firepower? It's a trainer who's won 3 straight North American competitions. Oh, let's check that out.
My name is Andrew Ford, or Wdage, and I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina.
And Wdage is going to be the grand champion!
Congratulations, Wdage, in this hectic tournament, the first one of the brand new season. Wdage is able to take it, and he is able to do it on the back of the Shadow Dragonite.
This event, it worked out pretty perfectly because I want to go to Hawaii and I want to be the best, so it's a really good start. I was actually really nervous going into my first set versus Loud Jeffs, and then I went down 0-2. I was like, wow. He had a really good plan. I wasn't ready for him in the first 2 games, so he was tough. And then I came back, so it felt pretty good. When I went up 2-0, I was really confident that in the 3 next games I could get something or get some good alignment to win. The meta's changed a lot, and I think after NIC, me and Rise, with our Charizards, we kind of shaped the meta, so I had to change up for Worlds, and now there's a move update for this event, so I kind of just keep adapting. My goal this season is to be the best, just have the most challenge points in the world and America. I'd love to win Worlds. Obviously, on any given day, a lot of people going to Worlds can win, but I think I'd have a good shot. It would just be my final goal. Personally, I have a drive to be the best, and that's about as simple as it gets.
Good morning.
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 Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the first ever Pokemon Sweep Run here at the Pokémon Center pop-up store at the North American International Championships in Columbus, Ohio. I am joined here by 2 incredible trainers, Trainer Polaris and Trainer Cyrus, as they will be competing for their opportunity to win as many unique items from this Pokemon Center as possible. Trainers, you have 60 seconds each to run through the Pokemon Center and pick out one of whatever item you fancy. It has to fit in the bags that are provided, but feel free to get a little bit creative as what fit actually means. and you have two incredible coaches to help you as well. So Coach Necra and Coach Spraggles, please use this time to coach your trainers.
Wait, this is actually a Pokemon Center.
Yeah, this is actually a Pokemon Center. This is it right here. All right, so remember our plan. We're small, but we're mighty, okay? We need to get in there. We need to get aggressive handshake. Let's do this thing. Boom, boom, boom. Nice, we got this.
All right, we got the height advantage, so we gotta get all this stuff on the top shelf, right? All right, so it's TCG cards over here. We got our plush over here. Got the big Squishmallows in the back. Oh yeah, I think that's a good plan. We've got the good plan.
All right, we have 60 seconds on the clock. Cyrus, Polaris, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, I love the energy. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, sweep!
All right, let's go. Let's do this.
All right, it looks like our trainers are hitting up the Pokeballs first. I see a Cherish Ball from Cyrus, very nice. Polaris going for the Funko Pops, very, very stylish. And now it looks like Cyrus has made a beeline for the plush. Polaris is not that far behind, picking up the Togepi Squishmallow. Oh no, Koraidon just fell on the floor, but Cyrus saved him and gave him a beautiful home. Trainers, the clock is ticking. There is 30 seconds left. We're skipping the keychains, it looks like, going straight for the Charmander, Squirtle, and Gengar hat. Oh, we got the Charmander hat and backpack from Cyrus. Now that is a very bold play. 10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trainers, that is time. Please take your items up to the front. Trainers, congratulations. Polaris, let's start with you. What you get?
I got a
bunch of play mats, deck boxes.
Oh, dump them all out. Let's see them all. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and a Cherish Ball too. That's very special.
Got it. Woo!
All right, Cyrus, let's see your haul.
Incredible stuff. Look at that, 2 backpacks.
Wow.
We've been running this for about 3 months every other day, doing this run. So a lot of great stuff. We kind of knew what we wanted coming in.
Oh, I see that.
Really big. This was a big one for us.
Oh, is that Koraidon? Yeah, let's see it all. Look at all those plush.
I also got I got the Koraidon and the Miraidon.
You did? Are those your favorites?
Yeah, and this is how we were planning to win today.
Well,
Sorry, I don't know if we can still see you, bud, but it's huge.
Team Cyrus, you drive a very tough competition with that incredible Altaria plush. But Polaris, your love of the trading card game and Pikachu and Bulbasaur really shines through. Well, guess what? Everybody is going to be a winner today. So why don't you all pick out your favorite item, as you can get all of this exciting merchandise and more at the Pokémon Center.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Peoria Regional Championships here in Illinois. We are continuing our coverage of the tournament this weekend. I'm Speedy's Chief 2 here with the one and only DeFi E250.
Thank you so much, Will. I am excited. The Pelipper has been unleashed here in North America, and I am excited to see where it flies. We were just talking, we were listening to Butters talk about not sure if Mandibuzz is the flyer of choice. Pelipper just seems to be dominating out there.
Yeah, I agree. Pelipper looks incredible. Its unique water and flying typing allows it to kind of thrive in most neutral situations. It doesn't have the most bulk, right? It's not as bulky as Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz can definitely outlast it in that category, but Pelipper is so good against Swampert, against Medicham. The wing attack's dealing super effective damage against Superior. It's got a lot of play, a lot of flexibility, and we've seen that on full display here. You just have to do one thing. You have one job if you play Pelipper DeFi, avoid Lantern.
Exactly. But there's another Pokemon that I want to talk about. I talked about it earlier on in the introduction. I'm going to keep talking about it, and that is Froslass, and I am excited to be seeing it on an upcoming trainers team. I think we are getting really close to being ready on the stage. Froslass again, give it a little bit of energy advantage. It is going to be very, very dominant. We can take a look down here. We have Philo 444 on the left. We have Prav on the right.
Absolutely. Philo running his Azumarill, Lickitung, Mantine, Shadow Steelix, as well as Quagsire and Shadow Gligar. Meanwhile, Prav over on the right side, Shadow Charizard, Medicham, Umbreon, Lickitung, Froslass, as well as regular Swampert there. Going to be an interesting matchup. Is anything kind of standing out to you so far, DeFi? I think that the Shadow Steelix is the first thing I noticed.
Exactly. Again, noting that is a Shadow Steelix, and I am very excited. I want Shadow Steelix to really break through in the Play Pokemon meta. It works so well in the Go Battle League, but just hasn't really seen that same success here in Play Pokemon. Also, really loving the Quagsire instead of the Swampert as your water and ground type Pokemon of choice. We will have to see what these trainers they are locking in now, so we will be heading down to the stage very, very shortly to the field of battle to go ahead and see how we're going to kick off this battle. And we have, there is my girl, Froslass, out on the field against a Mantine.
Mantine lead is running Wing Attack, Ice Beam, and Aerial Ace. Sometimes we do see Bubble Beam Mantine, but this one has harder hitting charge attacks. Meanwhile, we're going to see a charge attack priority event. Froslass getting to the getting to the Avalanche here against the Mantine, and this will deal some neutral damage, but it does take a huge chunk out of that bulky Mantine.
It does. Avalanche doing some really solid neutral damage. Mantine has a wide variety of moves that it can use. However, this one is running that Aerial Ace and Ice Beam. Aerial Ace really having gotten that buff recently, really being seen as one of the new flying type charge moves of choice.
No, absolutely. I think that Adventures Abound season update really helped it a lot. Now we see the Lickitung save switch met by Umbreon. This is one of the key roles of Umbreon this weekend to counteract this normal type Lickitung. You and I talked about Medicham Lickitung being so powerful as a core, as a duo in the show opener. Well, the Umbreon can put a stop to that. And even stronger than this is probably a Mandibuzz, but Prav is making the most of his dark type Pokemon here.
Yeah, that's why when you're talking about Mandibuzz, I would just want it to core break, but Prav choosing the Umbreon, really relying on that single dark typing, foul play, and last resort. So we have two very bulky Pokemon here, and going to be going here for a little bit of this matchup. We can see that these switch timers are starting to run out. We'll have to see if these trainers are going to switch out or continue this fight until the bitter end.
Every single one of these charge attack animations takes about 10 seconds off of that switch timer. Like you pointed out, DeFi, those switch timers are almost expired for both trainers. Lickitung can do its best. And granted, yes, this matchup is a little bit close, but the edge definitely goes to Umbreon. Most Umbreon trainers can win this matchup and exit with energy for the next Pokemon that comes in. Now, that being said, we've seen two Pokemon from each trainer. From Prav, we've seen the Froslass and the the Froslass and the Umbreon. And from Philo, we've seen the Mantine and the Lickitung. These two trainers are already trying to predict what's in the back, right? If there's one thing you want to avoid, for Prav, it's probably, a counter user, but that actually isn't on Philo's team. So he looks like he's in the clear with the Lickitung here, I would say.
Yeah, I think Prav's in a really, they're both the Lickitung trainers. This is going to be close. Here is that Pokemon that is going to knock out. Umbreon uses that foul play, clears the Lickitung off the field. So Azumarill is going to come in, maybe get a little bit of bubble energy, and there is that Lickitung in the back from Prav. Fully healthy, it is going to be able to deal super effective damage with the Power Whip.
Yeah, this team composition for Prav makes a lot of sense. No Medicham on the opposing team, no Deoxys, and no Toxicroak, so no counter users. You can afford to run normal and dark as your back line. Lickitung has a lot of work to do here, but as we saw in that opener between Rise to the Occasion and Jangles, this Lickitung can put in the work. Gonna go ahead and pick up a very critical protection here with the Body Slam bait. See a little nod from Prav. That's exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, because we still have some shields to hide behind. Prav using one here to shield up against this same type attack bonus play rough before the man team comes in. Sometimes man team runs that bubble beam to be able to slowly debuff the opponent, but this one is going just for the heavy hitting charge moves, using Ice Beam to try to knock down, to whittle down a little bit of the health, but Lickitung perseveres and has a ton of energy. Can't get any more. Is going to be able to throw a power whip here. Super effective. Does Philo shield?
I think Prav needs 3 charge attacks to win this game. This is a great shield by Philo on the Power Whip, but another one's going to roll out here any second. 2 licks and the Power Whip. What I anticipate after this DeFi is an instant switch to the Froslass. You still have energy on that Pokemon. I think you Shadow Ball out here for the win. Prav reaching for it here.
Yes, and having the energy already. Azumarill throws a bubble, but Froslass able to throw this Shadow Ball, and that is going to be more than enough to send Azumarill back to the Pokeball, and the first battle goes to Prav. Prav, it was actually in Milwaukee last season, got 4th place. This is his 3rd official tournament, as well as Philo's, both of their 3rd official tournament appearances.
Yeah, Prav, a very talented trainer, does succeed in Go Battle League as well. One of those trainers that's able to reach the legend rank with Pokemon like Surfetch, with these fun Pokemon like Azumarill. Prav has done it all, and I think he's got all the legend poses as well. He can definitely show those off to his friends from time to time. But that being said, you've got trainers that are very experienced and some that are newcomers. Philo, I'm not as familiar with, but I'm excited to see what he does in this game number 2. Judging by what we saw, right? We saw a very bulk-intensive team from Prav. He's got Umbreon, he's got Lickitung, so much HP product to kind of chew through. What can Philo do to kind of make some headway in this matchup?
Again, there's not a lot of Pokemon here dealing a ton of heavy hitting damage. Gliscor being the Shadow has that 20% attack boost, but again, being that Shadow, it can't really take a punch either. You could potentially use like Stone Edge, Earthquake coming from the Quagsire. Steelix doesn't really have a lot of heavy hitting moves either.
I would agree. There's also no grass-type Pokemon on Philo's team, so Pokemon like Swampert are very safe for Prav to play. Like I always say, you know, season after season, you have to look for what is on your opponent's team and what isn't on their team. If there's no hard answer, if there's no Medicham, run Pokemon that are weak to counter. If there's no grass-type, bring your Swampert. You can really afford to move these Pokemon around and be flexible with them. I would really love to see some Shadow Steelix going into game number 2 here. I do think it might be fun to change things up, maybe put Prav in a disadvantageous position, but you have to be very careful how you deploy that Pokemon. Heading into game number 2 here, DeFi, let's see what we get on the field.
And there we have Swampert. Swampert in the new Adventures Abound season got a little bit of a debuff to Earthquake, but honestly, I don't know if Swampert even notices. Earthquake's still just an incredibly heavy-hitting move. We see Prav building up to it, going actually a little bit more, making sure that Philo cannot make a catch. And here we're going to see, let's see if that Earthquake looks like it does be just a little bit less, but it's still just such a good move.
Yeah, only a few percentage points difference, right? But the play rough will come through here from the Azumarill. Prav deciding to protect shield it up. Now, a lot of trainers have pivoted away from Shadow Swampert. We saw that be very prominent last season. Regular Swampert has so much staying power on the field. It really doesn't feel like a huge difference until you play this Pokemon. Being able to get off these double Earthquakes, being able to endure a play rough in this matchup, it really goes a long way for Swampert.
It does. And taking a look here, we have the Azumarill going for that same type attack bonus for the play rough. Prav having to use a shield, but that Swampert has a ton of energy. It's already at the Earthquake, and we see a swap potentially maybe trying to make a catch. Does not. So Azumarill able to get a little bit of damage off onto this Lickitung here that Prav has swapped into.
Yeah, again, if you're Prav, you can safe swap Umbreon. You can safe swap your Lickitung. You can kind of throw these Pokemon out into the field, but I do like the play rough landing there on the Lickitung. It does kind of give Philo a fighting chance in this mirror matchup.
Yeah, and I'm still peeking at that Steelix in the back. Taking a look here, Froslass doesn't have as much that it can do against it. Going to be really relying on that Shadow Ball damage. I'm very interested to see how that matchup plays out. It's not what you see every day here at Play Pokemon.
Yeah, and there's also a question of movesets, right? Steelix has an arsenal of charge attacks. It's got Psychic Phase, it's got Crunch, it has Breaking Swipe, Earthquake, so many different things it can throw at the opponent. So we'll have to see when it comes out. As the Lickitung mirror progresses, both Pokemon kind of throwing their body weight back and forth. Prav would really like to get off both of these body slams, but what we've seen him do before as well is store up a charge attack and pivot out. Still the Protect Shield on Philo's side, though. I don't think he will go for that strategy here. Might just be content to play this out.
Yeah, going for that next body slam. And again, the fast moves on these Pokemon not doing a single thing. So I think we are going to have to see, is Philo going to just be looking to get this Lickitung off the field, can comfortably build up a little bit of extra energy, knowing that Prav is not close to another body slam before throwing this knockout move. And then Prav has to make a choice. Do you bring the Swampert in or bring in the very fresh Froslass? Here's the problem. The super effective moves from the Lickitung are going to do a lot of damage to Froslass before it even gets that charge move out.
Actually able to get the full Powder Snow down. This is the best case scenario. We saw Philo preparing that Power Whip. Doesn't quite get to it. Froslass can now overcharge again. Prav great at recognizing the energy intervals here. Knowing Azumarill is not even close to a charge attack allows him to get even more energy. We haven't seen that third Pokemon yet. It's about to hit the field here. The Steelix is now in play for Philo.
Yes, and looks like running the Earthquake as the secondary charge move to Breaking Swipe, something that is new to Steelix with this new season, Adventures Abound. We see the Froslass. Ooh, neutral damage. That does quite a bit more than I was expecting, Speedy.
Oh yeah, Avalanche is tough, and Philo recognizes that this matchup is not going in his favor. Going to go ahead and no Protect Shield. The second Avalanche. Prav taking the 2-0 victory here against Philo in Peoria.
My goodness. What have I been saying, Speedy, about Froslass?
Hey, you know?
You give it a little bit of energy and it can just kind of trample over many teams.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're seeing here right now.
It's almost like an avalanche. Right?
It is almost like an avalanche.
No matter if you're Steelix or any other Pokemon, getting caught underneath all those charge attacks is never a good thing. Prav and Froslass, very impressive there. Again, we see the Umbreon, the Lickitung, kind of sticking to his guns, running the same Pokemon, I guess, in both of those matches with slight variations, but fun team from Philo. I'd love to see more from that trainer down the road.
Yes, I'd love to see more from Steelix. Again, we didn't really get to see it do a lot, didn't really get to make a lot of moves, just was kind of swept away in the Froslass Avalanche at the end. But I think it does have some interesting play with Breaking Swipe, guaranteed to just slowly debuff your opponent over time every time you use it, and then having that heavy-hitting Earthquake. We have on our screen a replay bringing that Froslass out, gonna knock out the Azumarill in the first battle of this matchup.
Yeah, Shadow Ball does connect there for the Game 1 win, and Froslass here for the Game 2 win. I'm starting to notice a trend here, almost like Froslass is an incredible closer in the current meta. And you did see Prav as well, his body language. Once he saw the Steelix, he knew he had Froslass, he knew he had Swampert with energy. Very comfortable, very confident in the closing moments of this matchup. And if you're a talented trainer like Prav or Jangles, you want to go into these next rounds feeling confident, feeling like, okay, you know, I can continue this momentum, continue building on this in Peoria. Because when we looked at the trainer sheets, DeFi, I noticed a lot of newcomers, but also a lot of previously Worlds qualified trainers, previous regional champions showing up here in Peoria. I mean, it's not going to be an easy tournament to win.
Definitely not. Many of the trainers who qualified or did well, maybe made some top cuts, trainers who've done previously well in places like Milwaukee and NAIC, other places in the Midwest, they have come here today to Peoria, Illinois to vie for that championship, as well as many trainers who came here last year, Will. There are 6 trainers from last year's top cut who are playing here today, wanting to get that championship crown.
Well, you know, you just have a special feeling when you go to a place where you've already done well. You feel like, okay, I'm comfortable in this environment. I can succeed. I can do well. And the Peoria Regionals are always a fun thing, right? This is my second time coming. Very, very nice to be back here in Peoria, Illinois. But I know that thousands and thousands of trainers are not here physically with us, but you're sharing your posts on social media. You're getting involved. You're getting engaged. Make sure to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon while we go ahead and take a look at a few tweets from our community members. Let's see. Oh, this is actually from our co-caster, Caleb Ping. I think he's shouting out to the Gyarados here.
Yeah, shout out to whoever put the best Pokemon on the world on this screen. Hashtag #PlayPokemon. Gyarados looking very good. Give us a shout out if you like these new graphics, this new vibe that we have going here on stream today. I'm really liking it.
Yeah, I think it looks beautiful. We have a tweet here from Sosa Flow as well. It says production is on point. New graphics look amazing, like you just said, DeFi. Oh, and it's Rise to the Occasion versus Jangles right off the bat. Peoria is on fire. Hashtag play Pokemon. Make sure to use that hashtag so we can find those tweets and share them. Oh my goodness, look at this shiny Giratina. Come on. No way.
He says, thanks, Spicy. I think he's referring to Dijon the Djinn, a trainer who we've seen, no stranger to the stage, no stranger to these Play Pokemon events. Thank you for sharing all of those, and we would love to see more, so be sure you're using that hashtag Play Pokemon out on social media.
I mean, that's one of the coolest things about the regional championships, right? Because it's almost like a Go Fest or like a Safari Zone. You're seeing trainers from all around the country and sometimes all around the world. So those distance trades works. You can get those XL candies. You can try to get better Pokemon that you can play in your own battles, whether it be Go Battle League or the Open Great League. It's always a fun time. Speaking of fun times, though, I think we have 2 trainers getting set up here. I'm really excited to see them. One trainer actually returning. Actually, I believe this trainer qualified via Salt Lake City last season, being the trainer on the left.
Yes, that is Buckeye Fitzy over on the left, coming from the Fitzy family. There are 3, I believe, playing here today. So mom, dad, and daughter playing, but we have dad on the stage today wearing that Team Fitzy jersey and bringing some of those plushies on board. And then on the right, we have Mama Climbs. Mama Climb is also no stranger to the stage, consistently playing in these Pokemon events, bringing that Mawile, one of her absolute favorite Pokemon.
Yeah, well, not just that. A lot of Fire-type Pokemon have fallen into her teams over these regional championships. Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, as well as Tapu Fini. But I think there's one small gem here on the team from Mama Climbs that's standing out. What do you think, DeFi?
Oh, definitely. Let's take a look at that Carbink. Carbink being a Pokemon that we really haven't seen break out yet. A lot of us, there was a lot of hype around it, a lot of excitement, but we just haven't seen it do as well here on the competitive circuit. So very interesting to see. I am excited to see how Mama Climbs plays this Pokemon. We call Pokemon like Carbink a little inflexible.
Yes.
You bring it in and it either kind of wins really hard or loses really hard. It's a bit of a coin flip. So we'll have to see how it plays out for Mama Climbs against Buckeye Fitzy. These trainers are locked in and ready to go. Let's take it down to the field of battle, and a very good lead for Buckeye Fitzy, bringing in the Gligar.
Yeah, we do see Shadow Venusaur from Mama Climbs going to pivot out immediately into Defense Form Deoxys. Now, this is not a very comfortable matchup for either of these Pokemon. We know that the Aerial Ace is going to be same type attack bonus. It will chip away Defense Form Deoxys, but Deoxys, when it's switched in, you can't really leverage the Psycho Boost because it does drop your attack stat. You can't really throw the Thunderbolt because it's not going to do as much damage as you would like. Now we see the Umbreon safe switch here from Buckeye Fitzy. This Thunderbolt will chip away, but I really think, especially after the Aerial Ace, a Foul Play plus some Snarls is going to put this Deoxys in trouble.
It is. Deoxys is able to fight back with super effective counters, but they're not doing a whole lot to the Umbreon. It takes quite a bit of fast move pressure to be able to get the Umbreon off the stage. This looks very, very good for Buckeye Fitzy right now.
What I like here about what Buckeye Fitzy's doing is he's going to allow the Thunderbolt through and then look for a complete snarl down onto this Defense Form Deoxys. Whenever you can carry momentum from one matchup into the next, it does put you ahead in a battle like this. And as we see, the complete snarl down Umbreon is ready to unleash the foul plays here.
Yeah, it has a lot of energy. Mama Climbs can't really bring in the Froslass for that super effective damage. Has to bring the Venusaur back in, which is not exactly where the Shadow Venusaur wants to be, having to absorb all of this energy from the Umbreon. We also have these 2 ice types sitting in the back, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash and the Froslass. Very interested to see what the fast move is going to be on the one from the side of Buckeye Fitzy.
That's a great question. We have seen Powder Snow make a resurgence, and this time it is Powder Snow from Buckeye Fitzy. We don't see a pivot out from Mama Climbs either. She's going to go for the Frenzy Plant, hoping to strip away one of these Protect Shields from Buckeye Fitzy. She does get it. Do we see the swap, the pivot? Yes, here comes Froslass.
Here comes Froslass, but that is going to be tough because Shadow Alolan Sandslash, look, it already has a Drill Run, almost at another Drill Run Froslass, one of my favorite Pokemons, is not known for its bulk, unfortunately, Will.
Yeah, this is a Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, so I do think that the Shadow Ball will devastate its HP. Powder Snow is not going to do a whole lot, obviously, due to the resistances, but the first shield coming up here from Buckeye Fitzy, the last shield, that's a great call on that Shadow Ball. Can Froslass muster another?
I don't know. This drill run is going to do a lot of damage, especially that this Shadow Alolan Sand Slash takes it down very low. Froslass going for the Shadow Ball, gets there first, but will it be enough to knock out?
That's the question, right? Shadow Ball, same type attack bonus. Froslass, a high attack stat. Shadow Ball connects. Shadow Alolan Sand Slash gets knocked out, and now Froslass has a bit of a fighting chance. Gligar doesn't have a lot of stored energy. In comes the Umbreon. Do we see the swap out of the Froslass or the full Powder Snow down? Mama Climbs wants to get it, and she does. Umbreon can't quite get there. Here comes the Gligar, and somehow, some way, Mama Climbs Froslass is going to reverse sweep the entire trio for Buckeye Fitzy.
Yeah, because I can tell you right now, this is enough to knock out the Gligar. Can't stand up to even just a cold draft. Any Ice-type move is going to do devastating damage. Mama Climbs comes in with the win, coming back from what seemed to look like a very dominant start from Buckeye Fitzy.
That was rough, especially the lead and the swap situation there. Mama Climbs did not have a lot of win conditions, but I think she found one of the only ones available to her. Froslass is that win condition, and it was absolutely incredible. The full Powder Snow down on the Umbreon really sealed it. I think if the foul play comes through there, that's going to be very, very tough to win that game for obvious reasons. You probably have to catch that charge attack somewhere, but getting that full Powder Snow down and then the Avalanche, my goodness.
Yes, that is incredibly exciting. So we will have to see, will Froslass be the MVP of this team, or will Mama Climbs now, you know, you've shown the Froslass, will you bring in something else, try to switch things up a little bit? We got a chance to talk a little bit about Carbink. What are some good matchups here for that Carbink, or is it just not going to make an appearance, do you think, Will?
Well, let's take a look here at the pivotal play of the matchup. Powder Snow's connecting. Umbreon finally gets to that foul play, but right as it's finishing its snarl, the Powder Snow connects, and now the Gligar, like you said, DeFi, he can barely withstand a cold draft, and definitely not an Avalanche.
Absolutely not. So again, I ask, is Froslass just going to come all three matches, or will we see something different from Mama Climbs here?
Now, I wanted to answer your question about Carbink. Now, typically that Pokemon would be great at keeping other Pokemon on the bench. For example, if your opponent had Altaria or Knocked Out, Carbink could definitely be that bench pressure to leave that Pokemon off their team of 3 that they select for the battle. However, I don't see a lot of options like that from Buckeye Fitzy's team. He's got a ton of play with Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. Venusaur is going to decimate the Carbink. Azumarill has a slight edge, and then you got Gligar with Dig. So I think your prime targets, Medicham and Umbreon, they're still available, but will you see them is the question.
That is a good question. That I'm questioning if she'll bring the Carbink if there are only 2 real targets. And some, like Medicham is more of a soft target. Like Medicham can still really hit back against Carbink. I would say Carbink's main target would be that Umbreon. So yeah, it would be a tough call, but maybe it's one of those things where you think, oh, there's no way she's bringing it. It's bench pressure, and then you bring it anyway to kind of take your opponent by surprise. So we will have to see. Buckeye Fitzy has to kind of make a change here, having seen how Froslass can reverse sweep, come back, and knock down Pokemon like bowling pins, 1, 2, 3.
Well, you just made an incredible point. If you're worried about Froslass, what do? Bring Umbreon. And if you're bringing Umbreon, maybe Mama Climb says, okay, now is the time for Carbink to shine. Maybe she's thinking that over right now, but I don't know. Like you said, it's very situational. And sometimes, like, for example, in the World Championships, when we saw It's Accent versus Rubik's Master, in game number 4, the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash lead from It's Accent was so gutsy to lead that Pokemon. But he was making a hard read, a hard call, because he knew what his opponent was thinking. If Mama Climbs can do something similar and put that Carbink on the money versus the Umbreon, I think that's going to be a great advantage for her.
Right, and tell me a little bit more, Will. We've seen a major shift in Shadow Alolan Sand Slash usage over to Powder Snow. It has been Shadow Claw for so long. What is with this change?
I think there are a couple things, right? So when you look at Shadow Claw, Shadow, Alolan, Sandslash, it's a mouthful. You're better at targeting Pokemon like Sableye, like, even if you're in a tough matchup against Medicham, you can still deal some super effective Shadow Claw damage. But with the rise of Gligar and Lickitung, those two Pokemon are really pushing the Powder Snow usage way up because double resisted Shadow Claw against Lickitung, it's so tough. You cannot farm that Pokemon down. It's basically impossible. And you turn that whole matchup from a hard loss into kind of a softer win. And then you look at Gligar, and for obvious reasons, you want double super effective Powder Snow.
Exactly. Just to give everybody here just a little bit of information, the judges are taking just a quick look to see if there is any potential for a rematch from the side of Buckeye Fitzy, perhaps a little bit of lag there. So just taking a quick look, making sure that we are good to go. I think we are doing a rematch granted. The Snarl on the Umbreon did not go through after the first Snarl, causing Fitzy not to get the charge move off on the Froslass.
Okay, understood. Well, we will have a rematch then. Let's wipe the slate clean. That was a very exciting come-from-behind victory by Mama Climbs at game number 1. However, we want this to be equitable and fair for all of our trainers, so I do think the judges made the right call there. So again, that first game, DeFi was almost like a warm-up, right? You got to kind of feel your opponent out, see what Pokemon they're likely to bring, a little bit of experience going into game number 1.
That warm-up, let's talk about a freeze-out with that Froslass.
Sure.
So here we go. We will see rematch granted, new Pokemon completely starting over. We have Shadow Venusaur versus Umbreon here. So we have a Pokemon that can deal a lot of damage with Frenzy Plant versus a Pokemon really known to be able to withstand charge move after charge move after charge move.
Yeah, if you call back to that previous encounter, we did see the Shadow Venusaur lead from Mama Climbs into the Gligar from Buckeye Fitzy. But now she keeps the Shadow Venusaur in the bag. I do think that's a great play, but it does kind of place more emphasis onto alignment, especially when you look at the Azumarill on the back line for Buckeye Fitzy. That's what she wants. But then again, if you're running that defense from Deoxys, you can't really beat the Umbreon. So I think we're going to see a lot of fluid play, a lot of maneuvering. This game could go either way.
Yep, and with Defense Deoxys, you have to do a lot of maneuvering. The second you use that Psycho Boost, you are decreasing your attack by 2 stages. Oftentimes, trainers will build up 2 right away and then switch out. So again, very fluid play, especially when you're using a self-debuffing move like that. And here we see that pivot, Azumarill into defense form Deoxys. Mama Climb's kind of shaking her head. I think she wanted to pull for the Venusaur here, bringing the defense form Deoxys instead.
No, you're exactly right. You can see the emotion right there. She wants the grass type versus the water type, but she still has Thunderbolt on defense from Deoxys, and she doesn't know the back line, right? As the viewers, we can see everything here. She might be happy she made this decision later on in the matchup. We'll have to see later. Thunderbolt does connect. I think this defense from Deoxys can withstand one more charge attack, and another Thunderbolt will bring this Azumarill close. This has always been a very classic and close matchup.
It is, especially with Thunderbolt on defense form Deoxys. Also has the option to run Rock Slide depending on the meta game that you are experiencing. Here's another Thunderbolt. Will Buckeye Fitzy decide to protect the Azumarill here or allow the Thunderbolt to connect, and it knocks Azumarill off the field of play? Buckeye Fitzy still having a very healthy and fresh Umbreon to bring in, instead opting for the Venusaur, trying to get a little bit of energy generated. Mama Climbs has her own Shadow Venusaur in the back, as well as her own Umbreon. So we will have to see. Umbreon goes! We can see the Shadow Venusaur went for the fast move. Mama Climbs went for the charge move right away, stripping a shield away from Buckeye Fitzy. No shields remain.
Wow, so the foul play does strip away that final shield, like you said. Here we see the Frenzy Plant coming through from the Venusaur by Buckeye Fitzy. Mama Climbs wants to hang on to that final Protect Shield. The win conditions are narrowing for both of these trainers. A healthy Umbreon in the back for Buckeye Fitzy. Out comes the Venusaur. Can it get the Vine Whip down? No, double resisted Vine Whips. Here comes a Frenzy Plant bait from Buckeye Fitzy. Mama Climbs has a decision to make, is going to use that final Protect Shield, but this Venusaur will get a bit of an energy lead against the Umbreon.
It will, and it's a lot easier to time your moves against an Umbreon. Snarl being a 3-turn move, and then Venusaur having that 2-turn Vine Whip.
And the trouble there is the switch in, right? It takes a turn to switch in, so all your timing gets a little bit thrown off. However, a second Frenzy Plant might be able to do it. Mama Climbs gets there, and this is going to absolutely thump this Umbreon.
It will, and the Umbreon will be cleared from the field field of play. Mama Climbs winning that victory. Just has to throw one more Vine Whip to knock the Venusaur off. Mama Climbs, you can see the emotion, very excited to win that battle. We are 1-0 now.
Yeah, very, very nice play. And we talked about this, right? Like, you can always look back in hindsight and say, oh yeah, I should have brought out the hard counter. But in retrospect, now that you've seen the Umbreon, you're like, oh my goodness, I'm so glad this did not come down to Deoxys Defense Form versus Umbreon if you're Mama Climbs. And for Buckeye Fitzy, it's the inverse, right? You really wish you could have had that Umbreon just absolutely decimate the Deoxys in the end.
A little bit of serendipity there for Mama Climbs. Very, very exciting matchup here. So Mama Climbs up 1. We're taking a look at the replay here of this Shadow Venusaur, which is absolutely thundering onto the field and throwing one Frenzy Plant after another.
Yeah, this verdant anger from the Frenzy Plant gets the knockout against the Umbreon. 2 Frenzy Plants from a Shadow Venusaur can KO most things in the Open Great League, including Umbreon, and then the final Vine Whip to wrap this up. As we saw in the top usage graphics, DeFi, we saw 2 Grass-type Pokemon, Superior and Shadow Venusaur. Shadow Venusaur has a ton of play. Sludge Bomb, a great coverage move against Fairy-type opponents. I'm excited to see it succeed on both of these trainers' teams.
I am as well, and it's also just nice to see that Grass-type move coverage. Grass-type Pokemon really getting to shine here. Sometimes all we see for Grass-type moves is the Power Whip on the Lickitung on a team, and really nothing else. It's been a long time since Trevenant has dominated with Seed Bomb, the Elder Tree Pokemon.
Yeah.
So we will have to see no Trevenant on the field. Instead, we have that Shadow Venusaur versus Gligar.
Wait, this is an inverse of our first encounter. Gligar lead from Mama Climbs versus the Shadow Venusaur. Counter swap into the Umbreon. There is no Carbink on Mama Climbs' side, so she doesn't have a hard answer to switch in here. Does go for the dig. Great move timing there as well. We saw the one-turn switch kind of throw off her timing in game number 1, but she nails it here. Do we see a pivot, though, into a mirror matchup or the Shadow Venusaur?
We'll have to see. Scenes makes an incredible catch here to catch this foul play coming from the other Umbreon. So we're going to see that resisted damage, and Buckeye Fitzy is stuck in this matchup for about another 20 seconds.
Yeah, Buckeye Fitzy's switch timer will expire much more quickly than Mama Climbs, but losing that energy is a step back in terms of the overall aspect of the game. But I'm starting to sense an issue here, DeFi. If you look at the back line here for Mama Climbs, it has a shared weakness. It does not want to see ice.
That is correct. And Buckeye Fitzy bringing that Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the bag. It has real opportunity to tear through Mama Climbs' back line, especially running that Powder Snow fast move. With Shadow Claw, maybe we could see might be a little bit better, but Powder Snow, that is going to be rough.
Yeah, Buckeye Fitzy putting himself in a great position here, but as this Umbreon mirror match kind of drags out, we see the Last Resort's getting thrown back and forth. Aptly named, I must say. Last Resort in the Umbreon mirror is pretty much the only charge attack that you should be throwing.
Exactly. Sometimes you might see an Umbreon running something like a Psychic, but
Sure.
Last Resort for the mirror is the only thing you should be using. There is the Gligar coming out, going to be able to throw those super effective Aerial Aces, forcing a shield from Buckeye Fitzy. Aerial Ace certainly going to do quite a bit of damage. However, Venusaur has access to that Frenzy Plant. Mama Climbs needing to shield. Frenzy Plant is neutral damage to the ground and flying type Pokemon of Gligar, and certainly packs a punch.
Yeah, I think you need to shield up all those Frenzy Plants, but Gligar paces a little bit more quickly to these super effective Aerial Aces, and that switch timer advantage that Buckeye Fitzy had, he just kind of gave it back because he waited so long to bring in the Venusaur. Now we see the Shadow Alolan Sandslash onto the field. This is terrible for Mama Climbs. She's got to find a way out of this matchup and to get a victory here, but if you're Buckeye Fitzy, you are firmly in the driver's seat.
Really are, because Buckeye Fitzy can now completely fast move down the Gligar. Gligar has no energy left, and then Venusaur just, it's going to be really tough because now the Shadow Alolan Sandslash has a ton of energy. The Umbreon can come in, get a little bit of chip damage. If the Venusaur can get to a Frenzy Plant, that might be enough to clear it, but I think it's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a challenge indeed. We see trying to force some of this energy out. Mama Climbs lets the Ice Punch get fired off here. Actually, excuse me, going to Protect Shield it up. Do we see a pivot out? Because there's so much energy on the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. And look at Buckeye Fitzy getting the Powder Snow down. Here comes Venusaur. It's in trouble here.
Yeah, that would have been really tough even if she had saved the shield for Venusaur. Because let's take a look at what one Ice Punch is going to do to a Venusaur. It almost completely is a one-hit KO. So that I don't know if Mama Climbs really had a win condition there at the end.
This isn't a deep freeze. This is permafrost on that Shadow Venusaur. Shadow Alolan Sandslash equalizing things here for Buckeye Fitzy. Great team composition, great read, great call. You don't need to fear the Carbink. You safe switch the Umbreon to try to pull it out, and it's not there. Shadow Alolan Sandslash is an issue. I think the real core that's really giving Mama Climbs a lot of problems here, Shadow Alolan Sandslash and Umbreon, those two Pokemon. I mean, yes, the defense from Deoxys can take down the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but it has such good coverage against the rest of her team. It's really tough for her to find a window of opportunity there.
Yeah, I think there doesn't really seem to be one Pokemon on Mama Climbs' team that can really core break that. Again, the Carbink could maybe do something if she brought it, but again, it's just so inflexible. You get it into a bad matchup, and there is just very little you can do.
And see, this is great, right? You send your opponent's energy to a resisted place, you kind of waste their energy, but you can't sacrifice a small step forward to lose the race in the end, right? We see the Ice Punch shield here. Mama Climbs trying to make the Shadow Alolan Sandslash spend some energy to give Venusaur a chance because it had 2 Ice Punches loaded. It was way too much for Venusaur to meet. And I respect the strategy there, but I do think that Buckeye Fitzy is just more aware, more in tune, able to get the full Powder Snow down and just eliminate that win condition.
Exactly. So we will see here. We have these trainers. It is 1-1. The next trainer will move on here in the bracket. This is Group A players round, winners round 3. So these trainers are fighting to continue in the winners side of the bracket. Loser is not out of the tournament quite yet. This is double elimination style play. And we have our trainers locked in, ready to go. Let's head down to the field of battle. And this is a classic matchup, Will Dunphy. It is Umbreon versus Umbreon.
It is indeed, and I do like the positioning here from Mama Climbs. She does have that defense from Deoxys in the back, has great flex play against the 2 remaining Pokemon for Buckeye Fitzy, but I think controlling switch advantage is going to be important here. Important knowledge you can gain. For example, which of these Umbreons wins the charge attack priority, which trainer switches out first. We're going to have to see as this matchup goes on. And also not wasting energy, right? Snarl gives you a set amount of energy every single time. If you already have enough for your charge attacks and you do an additional Snarl, it puts you way behind in the matchup because you just don't get anything from that.
Exactly. So really it takes a little bit of finesse, it takes a little bit of discipline to work your way through some of these very bulky mirror matches. Looks like both trainers are content to stay in the matchup for now. So again, like you mentioned, we can kind of take a look at the back line. I think Defense Deoxys really wants to find that Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
No, absolutely. And I think even if the Venusaur comes out first, you can throw the Psycho Boost and pivot out, draw out the Shadow Alolan Sandslash with the Gligar, and it's still, there are some win conditions still present there, but we have to get through this Umbreon mirror first, right? Last Resort does connect into the Umbreon. I do think we're going to see another Last Resort here from Buckeye Fitzy. If I'm not mistaken, Mama Climbs Umbreon does win the charge attack priority as well.
We will have to see. It's important to, train your Pokemon, choose the Pokemon that is going to be able to win some of those matchups, and we have a catch. So like we were talking, wasting a little bit of your opponent's energy. You definitely would prefer to throw Foul Play here. Last Resort, though, definitely does a chunk to the Venusaur.
No, it absolutely does. I think maybe marginally more damage, but the Gligar coming in here is a great position for Mama Climbs to be in. Does fire off the Aerial Ace, looking for the knockout. We don't quite get it here as Buckeye Fitzy does put up the Protect Shield. However, he wants that Frenzy Plan. He wants to take one of those Protect Shields back, and I absolutely think he'll get it here.
Exactly. The Frenzy Plant would do so much damage to Gligar, even though it's only neutral. It's such a powerful move. One of the best charge moves in the game.
Yeah, nothing like a Shadow Frenzy Plan. Even if you double resist it, it does do a lot of damage. In comes Shadow Alolan Sandslash with Powder Snow. You want to avoid the dig here. Mama Climbs going straight for it. Does not waste any time, and it does get Protect Shielded up.
It will. That dig would be devastating to the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. So we see a Protect Shield. Buckeye Fitzy switch timer is up. Does not appear to be up yet for Mama Climbs. So we are going to see this Gligar faint potentially, even with an undercharge. Gligar just too weak to Ice-type moves. Mama Climbs waiting out her switch timer, using that patience and then bringing in that Defense Form Deoxys. This is a great opportunity. Defense Form Deoxys has really been trying to find its place on the team, really trying to find the alignment that works best, and it has found it here. Does have to eat a drill run, however, it eats it just fine. Umbreon comes in, makes a catch of a foul play, which is unfortunate. Lots of very good catches from these two trainers.
Yeah, we're getting echoes of game 2, right? When she switched in the Umbreon and absorbed the foul play as well. I do think she will outpace here, just one Snarl ahead. Does go for the last resort to get the knockout. Now, we did see Buckeye Fitzy powder snow down that Umbreon in game number 2, give himself a chance to win. Will we see a big farm down here from the Shadow Alolan Sandslash? Yes, but the difference here is that the HP is really not in Buckeye Fitzy's favor.
No, how many? Oh, and we have a double Psycho Boost situation that can happen. We have one Psycho Boost and one counter short of another. So Buckeye Fitzy, no shields left. So even if the Psycho Boost wouldn't have been able to, just really ready, dominating win there from Mama Climbs. Taking this 2-1 here in Group A winners round 3, but that is not the end for Buckeye Fitzy today. Not the end of the road. Will be able to continue in the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, Buckeye Fitzy, as we know, is competing for those championship points, wants to qualify for Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii, as do all of the trainers here this weekend. And we've seen these trainers almost like road warriors, right? They're going to all these different regional championships, trying to accumulate those points and get those victories. I definitely think that's going to be the case here, regardless of the outcome in Peoria, because the season is still really new, right? The season is still really young. This is only our second regional championship in the North American region.
It is. And just to keep all of you updated, I believe they are talking a little bit about putting the match under review, maybe potentially looking at some of those snarls from the side of Buckeye Fitzy. There were a lot of them. There were a lot of fast move snarls being thrown around there in that battle.
I was going to say, DeFi, you got to be more specific than that. There were so many snarls in the opening matchup, but I do think I noticed the moment you were referring to. I think pressing the last resort, I do think there was possibly a missed snarl, but we'll have to see what our judging team decides, right? They're reviewing the footage frame by frame, step by step. Like we said before, we want this to be fair and equitable for all trainers. We want the best trainer to win, and I think that giving them that fair shot is worth the extra time.
Exactly. In the meantime, though, we can continue talking about some of the Pokemon on the team. Defense Form Deoxys being used there by Mama Climbs. I'd mentioned that really has been struggling to find the alignment it needs. Was able to do pretty well against the Azumarill we saw in one matchup with that Thunderbolt, but really wanted to see that Shadow Alolan Sandslash being the counter user on Mama Climbs' side. Buckeye Fitzy opting not to bring a counter user at all.
Yeah.
In any of the games. We have not seen, he has a Metacham. It exists, it's on his team.
Yeah, just thinks his other Pokemon are better for this matchup, right? And that's the art of bring 6 and choose 3, is deciding which one of those Pokemon is actually, going to give you the best chance to win in these really tough matchups. And for some, team compositions, you might decide, oh, well, my opponent has Altaria. I need to bring Shadow Alolan Sandslash every game. Or maybe they have, Carbink. I can't afford to bring this Pokemon. I can't afford to bring Umbreon as often, right? I think that skill expression, that dynamic is really important to keep in mind as we move through the tournament, because, a lot of trainers that are newer to the game, they might say, oh, well, you won the previous round with Shadow Charizard. Why don't you bring it in this game? Opposing side, there's a Lantern, a Carbink, and a bunch of other obstacles. I mean, it really depends on what you see.
It really does, and it looks like they are continuing the review, making sure Buckeye Fitzy, I believe, has possibly lost a few turns. Maybe it was more than just the one snarl. Yeah. It's important to be able to review those thoroughly. So thank you for sticking with us while we take the time to do that. While we're waiting, #PlayPokemon. What do you think of the Froslass? Should Mama Climbs be bringing the Carbink? Let us know.
You know what? I just want to issue a challenge to everyone here. I really appreciate when we have posts from people that are here physically at the regional, right? They're taking selfies with their friends. Maybe they haven't seen in a few weeks or a few months. If you do that and use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, we will do our best to feature your tweets or posts on stream. We'd really love to see those and see you get active on social media.
Exactly. Like you mentioned, it's like a Go Fest. I love these events. I can get some of those lucky trades done where I send gifts and open gifts to my friends every single day. We finally get lucky friends, and then we plan to meet up at something like a regional. It's really great to see the community come together.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been catching a lot of Wooloo, a lot of Scraggy, some Metatites. I think, honestly, if you attend one of these regional championships, by the time you leave, you should be able to basically build a great league team of 6 Pokemon to compete, which I think is awesome, right? Because if you come, you get really inspired, you see these battles, and you say, you know what, at the next regional, at Sacramento, I want to bring Pokemon that I built in Peoria. You can absolutely do that.
You can, and these Pokemon are so much fun to use. I love using Double as a Pokemon. Double Kick is such a fun, fast move, and being able to consistently put out Body Slam reminds me a lot of Vigoroth, which especially in grassroots or certain restricted Go Battle League metas, Vigoroth is such a force, having that same type attack bonus, normal type Body Slam.
Yeah.
We very rarely see normal type charge moves do well. Body Slam's really the only example, unless you get in a cheeky Hyper Beam somewhere.
We saw it all over Sunshine Cup, right? Personally, DeFi, I was running Triple Fire. I had Shadow, Blaziken, Alola Marowak, and Talonflame. Very, very fun team. Swampert in the back, no fun, right? Not a good time. But that being said, I do think that those normal types have a lot of play. And circling back to Double, the spawns here, the Wooloo spawns, Double and Ultra League, also very, very fun, but it requires a lot of XL candies to get powered up.
It does, but be sure you are using your Pokemon out there. Mega Evolve a normal type. Will and I, we both have our Mega Lopunnies going right this moment to be catching all of these normal and fighting type Pokemons. That's my recommendation, at least. I will always be an advocate for Mega Lopunny. It's a great Pokemon. One of the best type combinations when you're out there catching Pokemon.
Oh, heck yeah. I do have a little bit of an update. We are going to go ahead and restart devices, get a fresh, clean slate going for that decisive game number 3, because we want to give all these trainers the respect they deserve, right? You want an even, fair matchup. You want to feel like, you know, genuinely, if you won or lost, that feeling holds and is legitimate. So we will let our production staff get everything set up and everything sorted out.
Yeah, let's take a look. Let's refresh a little bit our memories of some of these replays going on. We can take a look at that Frenzy Plant that was able to KO the Umbreon here, giving Mama Climbs a clean victory there. And then we can see a catch. Again, we talked a lot about really trying to waste your opponent's energy, take any advantage away from your opponent that you can, and catching an ineffective move is certainly one of the best ways to accomplish that.
Oh, it can be so devastating, right? If, for example, if your opponent throws a Last Resort and you catch it onto a Ghost-type Pokemon, that is such a deflating turn of events. The huge Pattern Snow down is also really tough there for Mama Climbs. You see the pivot into the Umbreon, another foul play catch. And something I've actually picked up on here, all these switches into Umbreon, I don't think Mama Climbs fears that Medicham either, right? We talked about Buckeye Fitzy not bringing it in this matchup. I mean, if you keep safe switching the Umbreon, you're obviously not scared of it either.
No, and it's crazy to see because Medicham is just consistently the best Pokemon coming to play Pokemon tournaments, coming to these regional championships. So to see someone consistently leave it on the bench is certainly a little bit of a unique experience.
I think it's a good thing, though, that Medicham has been such a staple for so long because it's not an easy Pokemon to build. 296 XL candy if you want to get up all the way to level 50, plus 500,000 Stardust to power up and double move that Pokemon. It's so intensive to get it. So having Medicham be good for multiple months, multiple seasons, I don't know if, you know, new trainers have a problem with that, because if you invest in that Pokemon now, it'll still be good in a few months. I think that's a really good sign.
I would agree. I've spent a lot of my time with my Medicham. Her name is Jasmine, so I enjoy using her. And it took a lot of time to build up that friendship with my buddy Pokemon, get her that best buddy ribbon. She's shiny, so of course we gotta have those shiny flexes.
Subtle flex.
A little bit of a slow flex. Yeah. So those are very important. So yeah, it's great when you can use a Pokemon that you've worked so hard to build up, so hard to train over multiple seasons.
Yeah, absolutely. Pokemon like Sableye, like Lickitung, Azumarill, all those Pokemon require a lot of XL candies if you really want to push them to their full potential, and a lot of Stardust too, right? Just between those 4 that we mentioned, that's 2 million Stardust just to build 4 Pokemon for the Great League. That's a lot of Stardust, but I think it's really nice to be assured that if you build those Pokemon, they're going to be good for a long time to come. And as we've seen Lickitung, right? Really prominent Season 1, kind of rubber banded out when Noctowl was so prominent in Season 2, but now it's back, and it's everywhere with Medicham.
Exactly. What are some ways that trainers can get a lot of that Stardust? If you're out there and you're like, I want to build these Pokemon, but it's taking me some time. Do you have any advice for newer trainers, Will, if they're trying to build up their reservoir of Stardust?
Yeah, of course. Well, I definitely think, star piecing at spotlight hours and that kind of thing is really important. Whenever there's a dust event going on, for example, like a triple Stardust event, just think about that. For every single Pokemon you're catching, it's basically like catching 3 Pokemon. If you think, oh, I don't want to play the event, that's like saying, oh, I would rather work 3 times as hard outside of the event and not do it. But I actually have another method, but I have to tell you in secret. Nobody else can hear us.
Okay.
All right? Go to regional championships because there's bonus Stardust for all the catches.
I'll keep that in mind.
Okay. I don't think anybody heard us, but maybe we'll discuss it later.
Okay, sounds good. Also, be sure you're checking out there are special Pokemon that give bonus Stardust every single time you catch them. In the Detective Pikachu Returns event, Chimecho is a Pokemon that's out there. It is 1,000 Stardust for every single catch. You might think, oh, it's a Chimecho, not so excited about it. Be excited. Be excited for the Chimecho.
Yeah, whenever you see that Pokemon kind of floating around, make sure to scoop it up. Other Pokemon like Paris give extra Stardust. Sableye as well. These Pokemon are really, really good, especially to hold in your encounters, right? If you have a research task and you're able to, leave a Sableye in your encounter and then go and play an event, turn on a Star Piece and catch that Sableye, it can absolutely help you with those dust gains. But I think we do need to give the trainers at home that are watching a little bit of an update here on the match on stream.
Yes, the current match is still under review. They brought in a second judge to take a look at it. And I really want to just shout out our judge staff. There are so many great people who make these tournaments run, and our judge staff are certainly some of the best. They are dedicated, out here working hard to make sure that these matches are fair, that the correct winner wins. They put in a lot of work. So be sure you are out there thanking the judge staff when you come to regional events, or you can shout them out, hashtag Play Pokemon on socials. Thank a judge out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are a necessary part of making these tournaments run, and even some former competitors that have really excelled at our game have actually come over to the judging side and lend a hand. For example, our world champion Dancing Rob was the runner for the players at every European regional last season. He was saying, hey, we want you on stream, get set up, come onto the stage and we can showcase your battles. And that's actually, I think, a great service, right? Somebody who's so talented at the game, taking time away from the competitive side in order to support the community. I think that in itself speaks for his character and what he contributes.
I completely agree. So many great judges. We can see here we've got Scrap and Pete and Need for Speedy up on the stage working here in Peoria, Illinois. Great trainers. We've seen King IV do a ton of work. He is such a community favorite, works so hard for the Pokemon Go community, and works even harder working at these events.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we encourage you to get involved on social. Use that hashtag PlayPokemon. If you want to thank our judges or shout out to any of your friends that are judges, we'd really love to share those posts of appreciation for our staff here. So much goes into these regional championships. I really am loving our new graphics package as well. Everything looks gorgeous on stage. It's so cool to go up there and sit in those chairs and compete. I definitely would recommend anyone who's watching that hasn't been to a regional championship to attend one.
Ooh, so everyone should really compete, Will Dunphy? Yeah. Even the casters? Should really
even the
casters,
yeah.
Really get out there and compete?
We should take notes from Caleb.
We should.
Yeah.
I've really enjoyed competing. I competed at both North American International Championships, and it is such a good experience, and it's very different competing in this environment than maybe playing the Go Battle League. So definitely something I would recommend to all trainers out there, and anyone can participate if you can make it to a regional event. There isn't really, you don't have to be a certain skill level to join. It's open to anyone.
Yeah, exactly right. We have returning players. We have previously world's qualified players, but we also have brand new players who are coming in for the very first time. And maybe you want to kind of feel out the environment. You want to be with the community, but you're not quite ready to compete. That's okay as well, because the bonuses at each of these regionals, the spawns from the lures, the Stardust bonus, the trades you can get, even the raids where all your trainers are in person. You can do a Guzzlord raid, for example, this weekend or multiple weekends this month. I think it's a great opportunity to get involved in the community, and maybe next time you want to compete, but just, dip your toe in the water, come out, experience a regional championship, because they are unforgettable.
There are great ways to make new friends in game. I believe there's something going on in game where you need to make a new friend. I believe that's one of the research tasks. Come out to the regional championships. It's a great opportunity to meet lots and lots of trainers, like-minded trainers who just really love this game and have it's more of a lifestyle, Will.
It is. And you know what? I have not completed that task. I need to make a new friend. Hopefully someone will be my friend. Maybe.
I can't help you. We're already friends.
I know. I like my only friend. But no. That being said, I do think it's a great way to get involved and to be around your fellow trainers, right? As our judges talk this over regarding the matchup on stream. Pokemon Go is such a fast-paced, intensive game. A turn is a half of a second. So even blinking, you might miss some of these fast attacks coming through. You might miss one of these turn intervals, these discrepancies. But it does look like we have a ruling on stage. Mama Climbs will be your winner, taking a 2-1 victory over Buckeye Fitzy.
Yeah, so it looks like, again, thank you so much to our judging staff for taking a close look at that, making sure that we have our correct winner, and that is going to be Mama Climbs today. So congratulations, moving on. But like I said earlier, this is not the last we will see of Buckeye Fitzy. Buckeye Fitzy moves down to the loser side of the bracket. It is a much tougher road ahead on that bracket. You have so many more matches to play, and it is lose or win or go home. So incredibly exciting, and very much, again, congratulations to Mama Climbs.
Well, you just have to take the advice that Wdage always gives, right? Our last year's North American International Champion, he says just play the battles, right? If you're in the winner's bracket, loser's bracket, just play the battles. You can't focus on what's too far ahead of you, or you'll get distracted from what's right in front of you. So again, it's all about pacing. It's all about, perseverance and endurance. Trying to win a regional championship is not easy. And a lot of these trainers are very talented.
They are. I really just want to take another quick look at that last match. There were so many exciting moments. So taking a look at that Defense Deoxys, making a catch, absorbing that foul play onto the Umbreon.
Yeah, this is a really great way to waste your opponent's energy. Mama Climbs did that not only in Game 3, but also in Game 2. If you can send those charge attacks down the drain, proverbially speaking, I think that's a word, you can definitely put yourself ahead in some matchups. But sometimes you can get so caught up in the catch, you can say, oh, it'd be so cool if I just caught this Dragon Claw on a Azumarill. But then if your opponent can switch in a Venusaur, Superior, you really kind of shoot yourself in the foot.
Yeah, it is really tough. You want to make sure you're making the correct catch during those situations. And there were so many great catches, so much great gameplay there from Mama Climbs and Buckeye Fitzy. Two trainers, no strangers to the stage. We also have some trainers coming up who we've seen before, definitely well-known names in the community and in the competitive circuit.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, DeFi, you called this out earlier. I don't mean to put you on the spot, right? But I think both of these trainers made top cut in Peoria last year, if I'm not mistaken.
I know for sure Shiny Dialga did. I know that for sure. I believe, I'm trying to remember if it was Beach or Bulk 88 who did.
Oh, good question. Maybe somebody in chat is able to help us with that. So go ahead and type your answers if you know those top eight placing trainers, from Peoria last year. Actually, a little confirmation from our subject matter expert.
Both top 8 from last year. Thank you so much to our subject matter expert doing the good work back there.
Yeah.
So both top 8 from last year. We have 6 trainers from last year's top 8 competing here today, looking to win, including Mr. Out of Pocket, who is looking to defend his title.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I would love to see that trainer on stage eventually, but I had a quick question for you, DeFi. As our trainers get set up here, we're still a few minutes away from that. I just wanted to ask you, Carbink, yes, was on Mama Climb's team, but we didn't even see it a single time. Is that a bad omen? Is that kind of like, does that matter? Was it not in the right environment? Or is that more of what we're going to see going forward?
I just don't know if Carbink is the way. It looks so good on paper. You write it down on paper. It seems like it's a great Pokemon to bring. Kind of like Bastiodon, but it seems like it's really, really good, but you get it into that wrong matchup and you just can't win. And very much like Bastiodon, doesn't love to see all the Shadow Alolan Sandslashes out there. I believe that's something our co-caster Caleb Pang can tell us about, having a rough time. Bastiodon and some other Pokemon just not doing well against Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
It really takes an elite trainer to play Bastiodon correctly, right? But the question in my mind has been, is Carbink kind of like Toxapex was last season? We didn't see Toxapex really succeed until JW Naldo used it at LAIC. I think a lot of trainers were safe switching the Pokemon, trying to kind of use it as a bulky backdrop for their team if they ran into a bad lead, but there's so many Swampert, so many Galarian Stunfisk. Toxapex really had a tough time. Is Carbink kind of a similar Pokemon? Do you have to have the right trainer use it in order to find success?
I really agree. Carbink definitely would not make a good safe swap. It's certainly not a safe Pokemon because there are so many things in the meta that hard counter it. But maybe in the lead, maybe hidden in the back could be very much. I appreciate the reference to Toxapex, a very similar situation.
Yeah, exactly. When these new Pokemon are added into Pokemon Go, the question always becomes, how viable will they be and what environment do they need to succeed, right? Gligar is one of those Pokemon that's very flexible. It's actually succeeded in a lot of different degrees, but now it's kind of like the antibodies in an immune system, and those antibodies are ice types, and they're coming in. The white snow blood cells are coming in to meet the Gligars, and I think it's really kind of fighting back against that Pokemon.
Very much so.
I don't know if that analogy was too far. I don't know.
It was good. It was good. It was a good science-based analogy. I love it. But you talked about environment to succeed. We know both of these trainers have had environments to succeed in the past. Beach also came in 4th place in Knoxville, did well in Portland as well last season. Shiny Dialga also doing well in Peoria last year, I believe 5th place.
Yeah, absolutely. These two trainers are very talented. We did see them both in day 2 in Peoria last season, but the question is, can they repeat that, right? Beach, we actually saw him top cut multiple times, but unable to get that Worlds qualification. With the new championship point system, maybe the route is a little bit easier for trainers like Beach that are consistently good, but can't quite snag that 1st place victory. That being said, we've got team previews here, DeFi. I want you to dive right into this because there's the first Pokemon in the top left that I feel like deserves some attention.
Oh, very good. We have the Charjabug right up at the top of the roster, coming in along with Swampert, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Metacham, Pelipper, and Lickitung. We were just talking with our co-casters backstage. Charjabug looks so good. It's another really bulky Pokemon that can just do so well.
Well, if you're looking at overall percentages of typings that appear on competitive teams, Bug and Electric have to be at the very bottom. So I guess combining the two together might find some success here against Beach's team. As we look here, Beach does have Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Umbreon, Metacham, Lantern, Superior, and Pelipper. And when you look at an Electric Bug Pokemon, I don't know. Beach might be in a little bit of danger here.
It is. So it has play against the Superior. The Pelipper could do well potentially against the Lantern. Charjabug can do really well against Metacham as well. Umbreon. Oh man, it looks like, I think Shiny Dialga might be onto something.
I think so as well. And sometimes finding those powerful core breakers can be so good, but I do think it is a cautionary tale when it comes to electric types though. We've seen trainers like Ryan Swag actually bring Dedenne. Dedenne looks so good on paper and has so many good matchups that it straddles, but it just doesn't have enough HP product to work through more than maybe one of them. So Charjabug might be the exception. I know it's a very bulky Pokemon as well. It could be the one to kind of break through here as an electric type. You know, if we kind of exclude the Togedemaru from Nighttime Clasher, etc.
Exactly. Do you think it could be the Pokemon? You talk about the unbreakable duo. Could Charjabug be the one that could maybe withstand the Lickitung. It's bulky enough to withstand the Lickitung, withstand the Medicham. But speaking of Lickitung, we have one out on the field right now and a shiny Superior on the side of Beach.
You love to see it. Shiny Superior, one of those core breakers for the Lickitung and Medicham duo that we've seen so often. Shiny Dialga actually bringing that core here. Lickitung in the lead and Charjabug to back it up. Meanwhile, Beach, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and Umbreon in the back line. Superior is going to try to take a chunk out of Lickitung here.
It will. And Lickitung down to about half health, safe swapping the Umbreon. There it is. It's a shiny Charjabug. Perhaps Shiny Dialga played the recent Grubbin Community Day and built one of those into the middle stage evolution of Charjabug. We are about to see. So Foul Play does neutral damage. However, the bug-type charge moves going on to Umbreon are going to be doing super effective damage. So I don't know. These Foul Plays are doing more than I really was kind of hoping they would. I was hoping to see Charjabug really come through here. Volt Switch, such a slow move. Really difficult to get that timing correct.
No, I'm so glad you pointed that out because that whole sequence was actually very disruptive. 4-turn Volt Switch versus 3-turn Snarl means that this Umbreon is getting at least 2 free turns of energy every time this Charjabug throws a charge attack, right? So what Beach did really well was he threw his opponent off in terms of timing and survives just a fraction of HP to get off the foul play. I can't even see the Umbreon's HP bar, DeFi.
I don't either. I think it's going to faint right now. That was right before a feint, and here we're going to see another X-Scissor come through. So Charjabug may be showing a little bit of its power here. There's an X-Scissor, not going to be very effective, but is able to at least get that move off because I'm not so sure it'll get to another, and it barely does. Something else I want to note on the side of Beach, that's not Powder Snow. That looks like Shadow Claw.
No, you nailed it. Shadow Claw does shred through the Charjabug, but I really love the awareness by Shiny Dialga as well. Knowing the X-Scissor is a little bit faster to get to, does fire that off. If he would have reached for the discharge, would not have got that charge attack. Here comes a Drill Run from the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Great shield call here by Shiny Dialga. I do think he's in the driver's seat. Superior comes out. It's got a bit of energy. Do we see a safe swap into Lickitung to absorb the Aerial Ace? No, an Ice Punch coming through.
Yep, and that is super effective. Something that Medicham has in its arsenal is that coverage move of Ice Punch, forcing a shield from Beach, and Beach throwing a charge move, but it's going to be caught on the Lickitung. Is Shiny Dialga thinking that this was just going to be an Aerial Ace? It's a Frenzy Plant. Almost knocks the Lickitung out. Lickitung having to go move very quickly to throw this Body Slam.
Yeah, that was an incredible survive there by the Lickitung. Frenzy Plant not quite enough. Does do a single lick into the Body Slam. Does he have enough for another one? Going for the second Body Slam here, just throwing its weight around. Lickitung really making its presence known. I don't think this is quite enough for the knockout. Actually, excuse me, it is.
It is. So these Pokemon on like 1 HP and a dream making it through this matchup. Here is the Medicham. This is the matchup Medicham wants to see. Just a few counters away to knock out that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Charjabug, well, Charjabug, perhaps the new meta in this season's Abound, the seasons that we are in.
It could be, right? This could be the next stage of the evolution. That was actually very, very impressive to watch, and I really want to emphasize as well the dynamic. We don't see four-turn fast attacks very often, but the dynamic between Volt Switch, Charjabug, and Snarl Umbreon is so hard to maneuver. Shiny Dialga kept trying to get good timing. He tried to throw 2 Volt Switches and then his charge attack, but Beach just did not allow him to do it. He really disrupted the flow of that Pokemon's attack pattern, and it was very, very impressive. Beach is really onto something here, but he needs to do even more to win game number 2 here.
Yeah, and it is so important in this replay. The Charjabug got to 2 X-Scissors. This is crucial because if he had thrown a discharge instead, he wouldn't have been able to get to 2 charge moves, would not have been able to take that shield. So those little quick second decisions, you've mentioned it, you blink and you might miss something. Pokemon Go games are so fast paced.
And with Volt Switch, it's almost like you're winding up these charge attacks. You have to know where you're going before you even press the button, because if you don't, if you panic, or if you try to press the wrong thing, another Volt Switch comes through, and that's a long pause, a long time for fast attacks to come through, charge attacks to come through, and disrupt your momentum. So you have to, predict and know where you're going with a Pokemon like Charjabug. Talking about that though, DeFi, where are we going in game 2? Are we bringing Charge Bug again? I say, why not?
Yeah, I mean, if it's not broken, don't fix it. That Charge Bug was really fun to play. It is tough, though, with that Volt Switch. We were talking about getting that move timing, using a 4-turn fast move really gives your opponent a really good opportunity to throw charge moves on really, really good timing. Makes it harder to catch moves as Shiny Dialga using a 4-turn fast move. A lot easier on the side of something on Beach, only using, I believe, 2-turn fast moves except for the Umbreon with Snarl, the 3-turn move. So 2-turn moves tend to be the dominating type of fast move. And here it is, that one Pokemon with that 3-turn move, and that is Umbreon. Umbreon in a dominant matchup here. Loves to see the Lickitung. This is exactly where Beach wanted to find it.
I couldn't have said it better. Umbreon in the lead here is great for Beach, but if you look at this trio of Pokemon DeFi, all 3 of them together, there is no answer to Charjabug. These are 3 Pokemon that we pinpointed that are actually weak to the Charjabug. So is this going to go in Beach's favor in the end game?
We will have to find out. Maybe he thought Charjabug was just going to be like, surprise, game 1. We're going to bring it and then keep it in the back just to kind of catch your opponent off guard. But that is not the strategy Shiny Dialga went for. Beach bringing in the shiny Medicham, very much like my own that I was talking about. We will have to see how these 2 trainers play out the mirror match.
Yeah, nice little flex there, DeFi. I think that I think Beach is known for bringing a lot of shiny Pokemon as well, so this is definitely true to form. What I'm interested in though, DeFi, is that we saw the Superior in the back for Beach. It's actually deciding to keep that Pokemon, where I think the Medicham has a little bit more flex play overall against the opposing team by Shiny Dialga.
Ooh, that Psychic connects. Medicham barely staying on the field to throw an Ice Punch. Medicham, being quite the bulky Pokemon, is going to tank the Ice Punch right before Shiny Dialga's Medicham faints. Lickitung going to be looking to get some energy here from the low health Medicham on the side of Beach, but going to be able to throw this Ice Punch first. Just get a little bit of chip damage in there.
Hey, every bit counts against Lickitung, right? You just need to kind of piece away at it over time. There are very few charge attacks or fast attacks that could get a single hit KO. Body Slam will connect from the Lickitung onto the Umbreon. This is exactly where we started. I do think Beach is still in control, but that Charjabug is going to be so tough in the back.
Yeah, I think that is something I don't know if Beach knows that it is going. It's going to be arriving and making its appearance very shortly. Here it is. Shiny Charjabug hits the field, and then here's the Superior. Superior is going to be resisting the electric type fast moves, but Charjabug is going to be getting to these X Scissors very, very quickly. First one already drawing a shield from Beach, and Shiny Dialga has 2 shields to protect this Charjabug with.
Yeah, and if you're in this matchup as the Charjabug with 4-turn Volt Switch versus 2-turn Vine Whip, you really don't need to be concerned about charge attack timing as much as you would be in the Umbreon matchup, because 2 and 4 are both even numbers. You're always going to let one Vine Whip through. Here comes the Aerial Ace. I'm really curious to see how much damage this will actually do. Aerial Ace does connect, and oh my gosh, Charjabug just shrugs it off.
Yep, neutral damage to the electric and bug type Charjabug. And there is the Frenzy Plant actually deciding to use a shield here. And here's another Axe Scissor. These charge moves are coming out so quickly. And there is another. And the Lickitung comes in to try to absorb some of this energy. Beach going right for the Frenzy Plant, going to try to clear the Lickitung off the field. Frenzy Plant's a powerful move, but not powerful enough. Lickitung staying in just long enough to get a Body Slam. This Body Slam's going to connect on the Umbreon. Umbreon's going to shrug it off, be able to stay in the field. What's going to happen next, Will?
That's a really good question, right? Because the Umbreon does get 3 Snarls in that matchup. Here comes Charjabug with very little energy, and the single Snarl and the foul play. I think a second foul play is going to come through. The saving grace for Shiny Dialga here might be that the Superior did not leave with a lot of stored energy, but it's going to come down to these 2 Pokemon right here. Another foul play will connect. Do you have time? Are you aware of the Umbreon's energy? Can you get one more Volt Switch here, DeFi?
We will have to see. Will Shiny Dialga be patient? Throws one more Volt Switch, throws two before throwing. Isn't able to knock out the Umbreon, so is forced to throw an X Scissor here. But will it be enough? Well, I'm on the edge of my seat, going for the X Scissor, and there it is! Shiny Dialga taking a 2-0 on the back of the middle stage evolution of the Grubbin line. Charge-a-Bug.
Shiny Dialga is charged up on stage here. A 2-0 victory against Beach in this round of the tournament. Very, very impressive play by Charge-a-Bug. 4-turn Volt Switch. Such a tricky fast attack to maneuver, but it's such a valid and prominent core breaker in this situation.
I'm still just amazed that Charge-a-Bug just did so well. There were 3 Pokemon on Beach's team that are weak to Charge-a-Bug.
And 2 that didn't have winning matchups either. It was kind of like could go either way.
Yeah.
So Charge-a-Bug was an easy, safe bring every single game.
It's incredible. I gotta replay it. I gotta look at it again. Because even though all those Pokemon were weak, like you said, it came down to the very end. So Lickitung going here, going to throw that Body Slam into the Umbreon, and then again really just looking at the end game of this matchup, and really just again Charge-a-Bug is dominating. This is the story of this matchup here between Shiny Dialga and Beach. Just this Charge-a-Bug absolutely dominating. This 4- and 3-turn fast move situation really interesting.
This awareness right here by Shiny Dialga, this was the game winner because he knows that Beach's Umbreon needs 3 Snarls for the next charge attack, which is 9 turns. So he does 2 Volt Switches for 8 turns and throws right as that 3rd Snarl is being completed, which gives him just enough energy to get 1 more Volt Switch and then the subsequent winning X Scissor right here.
Yep, and you can see Beach thinking about it like, oh, I think it's just 1 Volt Switch away. I don't think I can Vine Whip down. So Beach, you can see kind of recognizing there in the moment that Charge-a-Bug's the new meta, everybody. Like, that's going to be the caster prediction, I think, in the next tournament. I believe Toronto comes up next. I think we're going to see some or Sacramento comes up next. It's next weekend. Maybe we'll see some Charge-a-Bugs in the next tournament.
October is packed, right? We've got Peoria, then Sacramento, then Lille, and then Toronto. Every single weekend in October is absolutely stacked with regional championships, so I hope everyone will be tuning in. But yeah, I think one of us on our caster predictions had Charge-a-Bug picked, but that's one of those Pokemon that most trainers overlook. You know, they say, oh, this won't be really useful. Maybe in Go Battle League, right? This could be a good Pokemon to use, but not in the championship series. But apparently we were wrong.
Yeah, and that is okay to be wrong once in a while. It's good to be surprised. It's good to be surprised by Pokemon every once in a while. Sometimes you feel like you see the same matchups over and over. I learned a lot today about Charge-a-Bug. Let us know at home if you've learned anything about Charge-a-Bug today with that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let us know in the chat.
That was our first Charge-a-Bug on stream. It might be the first of many, but speaking of first DeFi, let's take a look back at our first ever Pokemon Go World Champion, Dancing Rob.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 Europe International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in Day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss sent Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the grand finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The grand finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here, and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just 1 game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion, and we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and Dragon, Steel, Fire, and Ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
My name is Jacob. I'm from here in Melbourne. Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing. I wasn't even expecting to get anywhere near this far. I had so much support along the way, and they just kept pushing me to go. So I'm just gonna do what I do and try and win. Winning Worlds, I honestly I would have no words. It would be such a great experience.
My name is Azul Garcia Griego, and I'm from California. This win just kind of reassures me that me and my team are on track for everything we put into the game. You know, we're getting out what we want to get, which is tournament wins. So it means that we're on track. We could always be doing better, but we're doing something right. My strategy this tournament was to play a deck that beats Lugia, but that isn't Lugia. Worked out pretty well overall. The Lugia matchup's close, probably about a 50-50, but I got to play a way more enjoyable deck than Lugia itself. Winning Worlds would be great.
My name is Gavin Michaels, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. This feels crazy. I haven't even processed it towards excited, just like confused more than anything else. My strategy this weekend was to play aggressively with Pelipper, coming in with a team that is wholly your own and that you're playing better with than anyone else is so important. Winning Worlds would be the culmination of everything that I've worked for in the past 12 years of playing VGC.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here in Peoria for the Pokemon Go Regionals. We are day number 1 still, and we're powering through these battles. I said it earlier, Butters, and I said your Charge Bug pick for your caster prediction looks pretty good, and it looked amazing in that last matchup. And I got a little fun fact for you, Butters. Shiny Dialga, the one that ran that Charge Bug, was actually someone I faced in some practice battles, and that's when I realized how good Charge Bug is. And here he is on stage in Peoria running it and showing that dominance here against Beach. What an incredible set that was.
My only regret is putting it 4th on the list instead of number 1 on the list because there's just no answers. That was literally the team that you would want to face if you are Charge-a-Bug, because against that team, the Pelipper, not the Gligar, just no answer. Shiny Dialga was feeling really pumped about that Charge-a-Bug pick because not only in that matchup, but throughout the tournament so far, there just really hasn't been any answers. But there is on paper an answer because number 3 in usage is the Gligar, which I was shocked about because I feel like Gligar is a Pokemon that's fallen off a little bit because there was a huge shift between Registeel and Shadow Low and Sandslash. A lot of people dropped Registeel for Shadow Low and Sandslash, but in this tournament, Gligar is still on top.
Yeah, and even if you do have that Gligar, looking at Shiny Dialga's team, he had a lot of answers for that Gligar as well to really scare off that hard check. Yes, Swampert's kind of a check as well, but again, not a lot of Swampert too. So if you scare those 2 counters off for Charge-a-Bug, it looks pretty good, and it does have that Community Day move Volt Switch on his Community Day a few weeks ago. So this is a great reason, again, to play these Community Days, evolve your Pokemon to get those exclusive moves, because you never know when it's going to be good. And we're talking backstage, you didn't even know it's going to be that good. You're enjoying Disney and, you know, just catching Charge-a-Bug here or there, but next thing you know, you're kind of wishing you got a better one, right?
Yeah, I still got 2 built, but, you know, I still want to get a really awesome Charge-a-Bug because it's amazing and it's spicy, and we also got some spicy on stage because Spicy is there, Dejin with Spandiccio on stage as well.
Yeah, Spandiccio was actually...
Yeah, thank you.
Good. There's a lot of vowels and I's and L's there. But Spandiccio, I remember very vividly, tied for 5th place in Milwaukee last season, earlier this year, and he ran a double at Milwaukee. On top of that, also ran a Cofagrigus, choosing to swap that out for Froslass this time around. But the signature double for Spandiccio, and I saw him backstage, like, did you bring the double again? He's like, of course I got to bring the double again. So running that spicy team, I'll just read off his team. You could read off Dijon's, but he's running the Registeel, Superior, the grass of choice these days, double, Gligar, Lickitung, and Froslass.
Yeah, I really love that team, especially against Dijon's team. He has the Defense Form Deoxys, the Registeel, the Swampert, Shadow Dragonair, Gligar, and Dugong. There's no Medicham. So yes, you're still going to lose to Defense Form Deoxys, but it's not as punishing because if you have payback on the double, you can actually have play against that Defense Form Deoxys. So you might actually see some double action. We don't see it. No, we do see it in the lead for Spandiccio. And this is not a Shadow Swampert, so I'm not sure if you pick up this matchup. In the past, you could beat Shadow Swampert just because you can overpower and outpace it with Body Slam, but all these trainers switching to normal Swampert.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier, there's a lot of play for the non-Shadow Swampert these days, and you can see Dijon throwing this first Hydro Cannon right when the Earthquake Energy is ready too, and Spandiccio choosing not to shield in that initial matchup. This Sheep is kind of still on the bulkier end there too, even a Best Buddy double, and here comes another Body Slam, and it is going to start spamming out really quickly against the Swampert. Looks like Swampert is going to barely hang on. Can you get another Hydro Cannon off? And does get the Hydro Cannon off. Does Spandiccio fight for Switch Advantage? No, it's going to try to tank this Hydro Cannon or just give up Switch Advantage. Looks like Double does hang on. Mud Shot versus Double Kick, and Double Kick is going to finish off the Swampert.
So I want to point out, Dijon was trying to hit Hydro Cannon, and actually the Body Slam registered before the Hydro Cannon of Dijon, and you would think that he would get the Mud Shot in Hydro Cannon before that Body Slam, so he was a little confused. I was a little confused by that as well, but now we have the Ice versus Ice type. You know, this is not awful for Froslass. You might think it's bad because it's double resisted on the Powder Snow, but you can flip this matchup in certain scenarios. Landing that Shadow Ball, you can take a Drill Run, no problem, and the big factor for Froslass is you outpace this Dugong.
Yeah, but I think Dijon's getting exactly what he wants. Looking at the back line of Spandiciccio's team, there's really not much that Shadow Dragonair cannot power through at this point. So Dijon's going for that 2-shield strategy, save it for the Dragonair, save it for the hard-hitting Shadow Dragon Breath damage. Spandalicio is going to shield. I think Dijon might just let this go and come in with Froslass and just power through the entire backline. And here we see the Lickitung trying to catch a move, but this is going to be disastrous because what? Look, he's going to debuff the Lickitung and then I think come in with the Dragonair, and this is going to make the matchup so much harder for Spandalicio.
Yeah, this is really smart because now you don't have to devote 2 Protect Shields to the Dragonair. You can just use 1. And actually, Dijon's just staying in, forcing energy. So now this Lickitung had to use all the energy gains. I expect, the Dragonair has to come out, but I think you could just full Dragon Breath through this. You can shield once and you can get to double Aqua Tail and finish off this game, because unless the switch timer is coming back on, you don't want the switch timer to come back. So I don't even think you ever throw an Aqua Tail. I think you let 1 Body Slam go, shield a Body Slam, and just Dragon Breath through this Lickitung and protect shielding the first one.
I don't know about this. There's a lot of health on this Lickitung. I think you might be right, but Dijon might just go for the back-to-back Aqua Tail if he can reach it. And looks like, okay, I think this is the plan. Yeah, this is the setup. He's going to Dragon Breath down and then go for the back-to-back. I think that might be the play. Because Froslass still has a decent amount of health left, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, still in the yellow.
Almost up, though. But then now you switch into a back-to-back. No, swap combo play into that Avalanche. You can throw this Aqua Tail, which will knock out. But are you going to try to farm up at all? No, you're just going to throw the Aqua Tail straight away. Try to get that Protect Shield. You can back-to-back here. I think you'll outpace with the Dragon Breath and just Dragon Breath through that Lickitung in the back.
Yeah, it just really depends on how much remaining energy is on that Lickitung, but Dijon saving all that energy from earlier, and these Aqua Tail are going to start coming through. Yes, it is an Ice type, but Dragonair has the coverage to beat it. And it looks like, yeah, no, Spandalicio too far from the Body Slam, and Dijon the Jin able to close it out with the Shadow Dragonair, which, I feel like I mentioned earlier, Shadow Dragonair looks pretty good in this meta.
And it looks especially good with Dugong as its partner, because you can lower the attack stat as something like a Lickitung, because if you're Shadow Dragonair, you actually don't want to take a Body Slam, because by the time you take a Body Slam and all that lick damage, you're almost knocked out. And to put the attack stat 1 stage lower, you're able to let 1 Body Slam go, save that Protect Shield, because you needed to save that Protect Shield for the banked up Avalanche in the back. So properly played by Dijon. I feel like he had great patience to throw that Icy Wind first. And how about that dynamic duo? It's hard to deal with.
Yeah, these are really interesting teams from both trainers there too. I think both played really well, but positioning that Shadow Dragonair in the back end is so nice. And even against that Registeel. So you have the option to either go Focus Blast to try to take out the Dragonair 1-shots, or if you expect a shield from the Dragonair, you can go Zap Cannon. But if you don't shield that Zap Cannon, if Dijon doesn't shield that Zap Cannon, you're in such a tough position because you can't lock on down the Dragonair at that point. It's resisted Zap Cannon, and the Dragon Breath and Aqua Tail damage would really add up. But I gotta say too, can we appreciate how good the meta is right now? There's no meta champ on both teams, and they're both running just some interesting spice. And here we see the replay too before we get too carried away here. But the back-to-back Aqua Tail from Dijon played perfectly. And I think, locking Spandalicio's Lickitung into that matchup with the Dragonair was definitely the right call for Dijon, because Spandalicio could not swap out fast enough, and it gave this Dragonair so much of an energy advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And you were able to be patient with the Dragonair there because of that Icy Wind debuff. I really love the combination of Dugong, Dragonair. It's hard to deal with unless you do have a Medicham. And like you mentioned, there's no Medicham on either team here. Decided to go for the double as kind of a pseudo fighting type because you have that super effective fast attack with the double. We're going to be in the game number 2. It's going to be Lickitung versus that normal Swampert. And this is, I feel like you want to get out of this position because Shadow Swampert can at least double Hydro Cannon through a Lickitung. It's harder to do that as a normal Swampert.
Yeah, exactly. I think the Registeel is ideally the Pokemon you want on this Lickitung. This Lickitung kind of looks like an extra small Lickitung. It looks like almost the size of the Swampert. Kind of an interesting situation that you don't see very often. Dijon going straight for the Earthquake. Earthquake did get nerfed in his damage, but still does a huge amount of damage. And here comes that safe swap. Registeel actually counter swapping the Registeel with Froslass, which is definitely a very curious position.
Trying to save that double in the back, maybe for that Dragonair, because it's going to be able to outpace that Dragonair. Going for the Zap Cannon, it's not a terrible matchup. Froslass into Registeel. We've seen this a lot of times with Arrow, who is actually at Peoria here today, but you have to get to both of these Zap Cannons, and oftentimes you can get to the double Shadow Ball before the second Zap Cannon, but did Dijon get enough energy on that swap to get the Zap Cannon first? I don't think so.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Dijon was the one that swapped first. Right? Usually you see the Registeel counter swap the Froslass, and you do see another Shadow Ball come through, but Dijon already debuffed this Froslass, so this should not be enough to knock out the Registeel. Registeel still having a a decent amount of health left. I think Dijon's going to overfarm a little bit to prevent Spandalicio from farming too much on his own Registeel. Throwing a Zap Cannon. I like this play too because you're probably not going to get another move off, so might as well go for debuff. Forcing the shield from Spandalicio. So Spandalicio now down a shield. We already saw what happened last game with Shadow Dragonair with the shield advantage, and here comes the double.
Yeah, and you have energy on that Lickitung as well, because remember, you never threw it into the Swampert here, and now the Swampert is getting kind of low, but letting this Body Slam go through, I think it's going to be the same exact strategy, Caleb. I think he's going to go double Protect Shield, Shadow Dragonair in the back, but you're going to want to do some damage to this double first. You could definitely double Hydro Cannon, and Lickitung's not in range of double Hydro Cannon, but double is.
Yeah, and this is looking really tough for Spandalicio. Can you get another Hydro Cannon off is the question. Oh, the Body Slam is going to come through first. Do we see the shield from Dijon? I think this shield would be valuable because the Hydro Cannon does a decent amount of damage. No, choosing to let it go, putting everything on the line for Shadow Dragonair. Dijon trying to find the new best closer in this meta, and it looks like Shadow Dragonair might be the key here.
The problem is that Avalanche that is banked, and I think Dijon just recognized that. There's so much energy banked on the Lickitung. You use your Protect Shield here. There's an Avalanche that will one-hit knock out your Shadow Dragonair in the back. You can come into the Lickitung and just throw off all your energy and soak any energy from the Shadow Dragonair here. That's what I expect Spandalicio to do. You might as well wait your switch timer, though, because you have 2 Pokemon remaining and your opponent only has 1. Oh, no, coming with smart play, coming in with the Froslass to pick up the last Protect Shield here.
Yeah, I like this because Spandalicio is predicting that Dijon doesn't know what's coming in, so Dijon can't just throw the Aqua Tail on charge priority. And look at the amount of energy on this Lickitung, almost back-to-back Body Slam. This second matchup is seeing a different tune for sure. Dijon's trying to pace through it and does get, Spandalicio does get to this final Body Slam, and this should be enough to knock out that Shadow Dragonair.
That poor Shadow Dragonair took Body Slam, Body Slam, Body Slam, Avalanche at the end. Used 2 Protect Shields and let 2 Body Slams go, but Spandalicio identifying the strategy from Dijon that he wants to bring that Shadow Dragonair in the back, and he didn't care about having the double Protect Shields in the back. He smartly just decided to keep energy. I was shocked when he Protect Shielded that Avalanche, but it was smart. You keep some energy that guarantees you a Protect Shield. You kept your energy on your lead Pokemon, and at the end, you just literally unleash it all, and the Shadow Dragonair can't take it.
Yeah, I mean, this Shadow Dragonair does look pretty good for Dijon, but it is frail, right? And a lot of these really good closing Pokemon, they are frail. They require shields, and unfortunately, just not enough shields left there too. Spandalicio playing really well in that game. I did not expect the counter swap Froslass, but spending that shield really paid off useful because he was able to farm down that Registeel after the fact with Powder Snow, leave with that Avalanche, go for those combo plays in the end to close it out. And you can see the Lickitung closing out this. This is kind of a very small Lickitung. I've never seen one this tiny, Butters, but it really packs a punch.
Yeah, tiny for sure, and the double Body Slam is enough. It wasn't debuffed like it was in that game number 1, and you mentioned how you love the meta right now. I love it too, because we thought in the back, Shadow Dragonair is an awesome strategy. It worked out game number 1 with the help of Dugong. Game number 2, there's nothing that can really counter it, but this meta is so fluid that you don't have to worry about alignment as much. You can bounce around, so you can just bank all this energy and then just use it at the very end. This is fantastic to watch. High-level Pokemon Go PvP as we get into game number 3.
We talk about how safe Shadow Dragonair is, but this double has been looking super safe for Spandalicio. Oh,
it's for sure tiny, Caleb.
Yeah, it's right. Look at the size of that. It looks like the pre-evolution of Lickitung, but it is putting in work. Okay, so a little bit ABA weak to counter damage on this Deoxys defense. So Deoxys defense is going to start whittling this down, but you kind of have to start throwing some energy because the super effective lick damage is also adding up against the Deoxys defense, and you really just want to take out this Deoxys defense so your double is really free in the back because it's been putting in work for Spandalicio.
I love this double normal because yes, you are ABA weak, but you're fine against Defense Form Deoxys. You're even fine against Medicham. If you're facing Lickitung in the Medicham with double in the back, you're happy. You're also happy to face this Lickitung into the Defense Form Deoxys. Do you try to pivot out? Because the next Body Slam is probably going to knock out and you will lose the alignment. So do you just pivot away? No, you actually decide to stay in. It looks like Spandalicio will win alignment, but if Swampert could get a huge mud shot down here, that would be super impactful.
It is, and looking at these back-end matchups, this entire match is so neutral. Yes, you have a Dragonair that's weak to ice, but the Dragonair damage and Aqua Tail damage really adds up in this matchup too. This is actually not really a winning matchup for Froslass if Dijon decides to spend shields. Although you did take some extra lick damage, so maybe it's not as great because the Powder Stone damage is going to add up. But you have to shield these Aqua Tail. And, you know, we talked about Swarm being one of the best closers in the game. It looks like it can potentially close out this game as well. You see Spandalicio charging up a lot of energy, but no, choosing not to throw any of it. The Spandalicio spent both shields and is going to be forced to spend both shields in this Dragonair matchup.
What do you do here? Because if you pivot out, it's so tough. You have both the Protect Shields, but you're probably going to have to give them up straight away here. There is no Protect Shields remaining for Spandalicio, so here comes the Avalanche, and now you're almost at the next Avalanche. You could try to swap out, bank that energy. No, just throwing the next Avalanche. You have to commit. Yeah, there is the Protect Shield because you're probably expecting that double in the back. Nothing that double is throwing is going to be as strong as Avalanche.
4 shields spent from both players back to back to back to back, and here comes the double, catching a Hydro Cannon. I mean, it is a great catch, but it's still the move of choice from Dijon because you pretty much need to throw 2 Hydro Cannons to take it out. No, actually, you probably need that Earthquake at this point, but I think Dijon is going to outpace. The real question is how much is he going to overfarm because you still need a little bit extra energy to take out the Froslass. I think Dijon has this in the back if he can figure out exactly how much energy to farm up, and double still a little bit far from the body slam. Oh, Dijon actually no. The Hydro Cannon.
This might not be enough, and it looks like the double is going to be at the body slam, so you're going to have to commit 2 Hydro Cannons if you want to knock this out because it hangs on.
Oh,
he swaps the Dragonair. What if you get Avalanche, or what if you get Powder Snow down here? If you get Powder Snow down, can you get the Powder Snow down? Yes, you have an Avalanche. Spandalicio.
Who wins Charge Rider? It's really up to the
Swampert
that wins it! Oh my goodness, it doesn't get closer than that. It really depends on how these trainers trained their Pokemon. It could have been anyone. It could have been the Froslass or the Swampert, but the Swampert was going to win that charge to priority, and I don't even think Dijon knew that at that point in time.
He was shaking his head a little bit. I think Spicy has the Spicy stat product, making sure that he wins charge attack priority over Froslass. Generally, Swampert doesn't win charge attack priority over Froslass unless the stat priority is you have more attack on that Swampert. And in this situation, Dijon absolutely had that extra attack, and it literally won him the game. If he didn't have that exact Swampert that he trained that exact way, he would have lost the game. That is clear because the Avalanche was banked on the Froslass. So what a beautiful meta that comes down to charge attack priority, a fluid game, exciting battles. Wow, that was amazing to watch.
Yeah, like I said, this meta is on fire, and it has been so fun to watch that back and forth. You know, you talk about Dijon Jin, the spiciness, but the spice on Spandalicio seemed to counter it too. It really came down to the wire in that game number 3. I think we'll probably have a replay for you all too that we could take a look and see just how close that matchup is. And like you said, you know, the back-to-back Aqua Tail forcing the shields from Spandalicio, but Spandalicio farming up all that additional energy to force the shields back from Dijon the Jin on that Swampert later to really make that back-end matchup super interesting.
I thought Dijon played awesome in that game number 1, having that Dugong to throw the Icy Wind to debuff the backline opponent so you can have the health that you needed to endure all that extra fast attack pressure. But then Spandalicio adjusted beautifully. He had 4 charge attacks just literally waiting for that Shadow Dragonair. It looked like a pinata. It was just taking charge attack after charge attack. It literally took 40 seconds of damage at the end of this game there, and Spandalicio ties that up game 1-1. But this is where it's so beautiful. I mean, we don't know at the very end of this game number 3. We don't know which Pokemon will win that charge attack priority. They don't know. It's total suspense.
Yeah, and that farm down was perfect for Spandalicio, but it is hard to predict that specific matchup. And here we see the crucial Powder Snow down. We all saw it just getting to that Avalanche, and it really comes down to who wins this. Both trainers are trying to figure out, and look at the reaction. You can see it too, right? And a sigh of relief from Dijon as well, saying, you know, I'm going to take this one, Spandalicio. But what a fantastic game in Winners Round 3 in this Group C. The battles have been amazing here in Peoria, and I'm excited for more butters.
Yeah, Spandalicio registered that Avalanche, and it just was a charge attack priority loss. That is just amazing to see, to make that decision. There's another Pokemon that comes into that barrier for charge attack priority. Sableye is also another Pokemon that if you have that Swampert that you've trained for more attack, you can win the Sableye matchup as well. We've seen Sableye be prominent by Swampert in the European regionals, and so just to have that Swampert, because it's not Shadow, it doesn't do as much damage. You might as well ensure that it wins charge attack priority so that you are going to be able to do that damage. So I love that play, that decision from Dijon. And like you said, it's an amazing tournament so far. We have another awesome matchup coming up next. I think we got Kimmy Sui coming up next.
Yeah, definitely a player to watch. The winner of Fort Wayne in Season 2 of the Championship Series. The runner-up of Milwaukee, 1-2 in the only 2 regionals he played in the Midwest. And it looks like he's going to try to continue his run. And, you know, this... Kimmy Sui, I don't even have words. Like, his gameplay was incredible. He's catching Zap Cannon here or there, like one-turn Zap Cannon on his Trevenant, and I'm very curious to see the team that he brings. And, you know, adding on to that, you know, charging priority conversation earlier, you got Swampert, you got Sableye, you got Froslass, all similar attack values where any of them can win charge priority depending on how the trainers train their specific Pokemon. Another Pokemon to throw into the mix there is actually Venusaur.
Right, right.
And the very interesting part about Venusaur versus Froslass is that they get to their charge moves at the same time, Frenzy Plant and Avalanche. So that matchup is not as good for Froslass, an Ice-type Pokemon good into Grass, as you may think, because Venusaur can win that charge priority, or if you swap in a turn late, you know, you're just going to get outpaced to the move. So definitely something to watch out for. We definitely saw a few Shadow Venusaur here, and I think we might potentially see a Shadow Venusaur Froslass matchup. But speaking of matchups, we do have our next set of battlers here, and you were right, Butters. Kimmy Sui on the left-hand side, and I'm very excited to see the team that he runs.
Yeah, and to point out what you said about that Venusaur versus Froslass, it's kind of the same with Shadow Dragonair, because Shadow Dragonair is getting to that Aqua Tail at the same time as Froslass. But you win charge attack priority, so you think this is an awesome matchup for Froslass, but you just pace at the same exact time, you lose charge priority. Suddenly, you're losing the one Protect Shield situations to a Dragon. That is definitely not ideal, and it's going to be Kimmy Sui versus Blind Craziness on the right-hand side of your screen. Like we mentioned, Kimmy Sui has first place in Fort Wayne and then second place in Milwaukee, and he was one of the first trainers to really adopt Defense Form Deoxys. Now it's a little bit more mainstream, but does that have better play in the current meta? If you're playing in this meta of, say, Pelipper, I think you would rather have the Defense Form Deoxys than you would rather have the Metacham. But if you're playing against Gligar, I think you probably would rather have that Metacham.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting situation. Yeah, Gligar, of course, the Ice Punch is really good and threaten, but at the same time, you're taking super effective Wing Attack and Aerial Ace on the receiving end for the Metacham. So it's kind of a toss-up on what you want to do. We saw in that final game, Dijon versus Bandelicio, Lickitung actually was able to even take out the Ox Defense. So it really goes to show that even if you have a counter user good into normal types, the Lickitung is still very, very strong. So definitely a Pokemon you want to add to your potential roster. I know you have a couple Lickitung in your back pocket, Butters.
Yeah, we just saw a tiny Lickitung. I got a shiny XXL. It's huge, and I love it. I wanted to face Spandelicio, Lickitung on Lickitung, see the size difference there. I really love that new feature where you can get the tiny or the huge, and you can see it on the battlefield. So not only can you do something spicy like Spicy did with the Swampert with that extra attack, but you can also get an XL or a tiny Pokemon to make it fun on the battlefield. And you know what's going to be fun on the battlefield? I peeked at Kimmy Sui's team. He took a page out of Wdage's book. He's got Shadow Dragonite on his team. He also has the Superior as well. Galarian Stunfisk, which I felt has been a little underwhelming when you look at the team side by side, but interesting team from Kimmy Sui.
Yeah, Galarian Stunfisk is a weird one. I honestly am very surprised by it. I know Kimmy Sui brought it, I believe, in Milwaukee and definitely in Fort Wayne, but maybe one of his personal favorite Pokemon to bring in these Open Great League formats. I just think it's not as good. However, Kimmy Sui is undefeated and he's a better trainer than me, so maybe he's going to prove me wrong in this specific situation. Just the reduction in damage in Earthquake is making it so much harder to use in these neutral matchups. I'm pretty sure Umbreon just straight up beats it. I think Lickitung beats it now. Like, it's just a tough Pokemon to bring. Yes, you're a little bit better into Registeel, but even then, like, you're doing not as much damage, so you have to go straight Earthquake in that situation against Registeel. Blind Craziness, on the other hand, brings Shadow Venusaur, Metacham, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Lickitung, Lantern, and Manabuzz. Again, we get another trial run to see, is Mandibuzz the key to victory or not? We saw a great set of battles with Jangles in the first time, but then, you know, the second time we saw Mandibuzz maybe not as good.
Yeah, I think the flying type on Kimmy Sui's team might be the key to victory because he has the Shadow Dragonite, and oftentimes we saw in Pittsburgh, Wdage just was against no answers, and same here. I mean, yes, you have the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but other than that, you're looking at Shadow Venusaur, Medicham, Lantern, Mandibuzz. Yes, Mandibuzz can be okay. I mean, it's better than Umbreon because Umbreon takes that super effective superpower damage and Mandibuzz doesn't have to do that. And then Lickitung. I feel like Shadow Dragonite with Protect Shields up, we saw that with Shadow Dragonair. It might be the time of dragons right now because there's so much grass. There's still a bunch of water. There's not a lot of hard answers to these dragons.
Yeah, this is a lot of diversity on both sides. I mean, I'm looking at it on the both teams. The only overlap you see is the Medicham and the Lantern. And even between the Medicham and Lantern on both sides, they could be running different movesets. It could be a Water Gun Lantern, it could be a Spark Lantern. We even saw a Thunder Lantern from Tomahawk UK in Barcelona. So there's really quite a few options on Lantern that you could utilize. And then on Medicham's side, you can run the Dynamic Punch, which is building up in popularity these days, or Psychic, or even Power Punch. I don't think Power Punch is really the play, but that is also another option, and yeah, it could be very interesting.
So I feel like Blind Craziness has a strong core between Shadow Venusaur and Mandibuzz, because Shadow Venusaur should be really strong against all of Kimmy Sui's team besides Shadow Dragonite, and then I feel like you pair it with the Mandibuzz just to have some bulk against that Shadow Dragonite, and then plus Shadow Venusaur protects your Mandibuzz from Lantern, which is pretty much the only thing you really don't want to see on Kimmy Sui's side, because you mentioned how Galarian Stunfisk is worse against Lickitung and matchups like that. It's worse against Mandibuzz as well than Registeel is. So this Mandibuzz is actually looking very safe against everything but Lantern. So Mandibuzz, Shadow Venusaur is looking strong for Blind Craziness.
I agree, and I think on the side of Kimmy Sui, the Umbreon actually looks really good, especially if you're not running Dynamic Punch on that Medicham. If you're not running Dynamic Punch on Medicham, the only really slightly possible match we have is that Medicham, but it's not that great. And I think Kimmy Sui's going to play around that specific situation and try to figure out, because the Umbreon versus Mandibuzz is a weird one too. Two very bulky dark type Pokemon. Umbreon typically a little bit bulkier than the Mandibuzz, and if you're not running Air Slash Mandibuzz, you're still throwing Resisted Snarl as well, and Aerial Ace just is not the best move. Last Resort also not a fantastic move, but hits a little bit harder than Aerial Ace.
Yeah, I think it's a better move on paper. I mean, yes, you don't get the same type attack bonus, but that's where the timers are going to get back up for sure when you face Umbreon versus Mandibuzz, and that's, I feel like, the tool that you would use these Pokemon for, to be able to change the dimensions of a matchup, switch around the arrangement of the battlefield. So can Mandibuzz finally have its moment? I feel like it's come short a lot so far in Peoria. It was on my caster's prediction. Maybe Blind Craziness can bring some craziness into this game versus Kimmy Sui. Here we are. Game number one. There it is in the lead. It's the exact matchup that we were talking about, Caleb.
Yeah, is this going to be Air Slash or Snarl? That's going to be the real question. And it looks like this is going to be a double Snarl matchup. So everyone, get your popcorn ready. It's going to be a long opening match unless either trainer swaps out. And I don't really know if they will, because Mandibuzz, like I said earlier, it has the ability to beat pretty much all the other flying Pokemon, including Shadow Dragonite. So I think, yeah, Kimmy Sui is going to return, throw a Last Resort in return against this Mandibuzz. But on the same hand, for Blind Craziness, you don't really want bringing the Alolan Sandslash or Venusaur because the Umbreon's good. So I think both trainers are going to be content on staying in this matchup. And it looks like Mandibuzz is going to win the charge for priority.
And Blind Craziness is running that core of Shadow Venusaur, Mandibuzz, and has that Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back as well. And that is what Kimmy Sui does not want to see on the Shadow Dragonite. So can you bait that out? So, I mean, I don't know who wins the zeros here. I feel like Mandibuzz might slightly win the zeros, but the timer is ticking down. I mean, it's hard to say that a team with Shadow Dragonite in the back might go the timeout, but a lot of time is taken off the clock here in this matchup.
Yeah, I might see that countdown soon in a couple minutes, because this is going to be a kind of a longish matchup. And here's the thing, switch advantage is actually pretty important, especially on the side of Kimmy Sui, because that Alolan Sandslash you do not want on the Dragonite. The switch advantage is not as important for Blind Craziness though, because Alolan Sandslash actually does pretty well into the entire back line of Kimmy Sui. You really just want to get rid of this Umbreon. whether you have Powder Snow or Shadow Claw, it could be either way. And it looks like Blind Craziness is going to actually give up switch advantage, which is going to be really good for Kimmy Sweet. You can see the Dragon Breath damage really adding up. I like this play from Blind Craziness, just going straight for the Frenzy Plant because almost every Shadow Dragonite is going to shield his first move.
Right, and I think that Blind Craziness realized that the Mandibuzz was about to lose that matchup because Umbreon was not in range of Aerial Ace, but Mandibuzz was in range of Last Resort, I believe. So actually giving up the Protect Shield, trying to get all the Protect Shields down from this Dragonite. If you can get to that Sludge Bomb, you're at the Sludge Bomb now. You will get the Protect Shield. I mean, you actually win this one Protect Shield situation, but Kimmy Sui decides to use 2 Protect Shields because it hasn't taken that much damage from the Vine Whip. But can this Mandibuzz get to, does Mandibuzz have something big? Could you Dark Pulse? This would take out a lot of the health, but no, decides to come in on the Shadow Low and Sand Slash and wants no part of that superpower.
Yeah, and this is going to be the Shadow Claw variant for the Lone Sand Slash. So the Dragonite is going to be able to hang out a little bit longer to get this move off, and now all shields are down. And yes, I talked about how Alolan, getting to another superpower, and Shadow Dragonite is going to win that charge priority. Double super effective. This is going to be a debuff Shadow Dragonite, but it's still Shadow Dragonite throwing double super effective superpower,
matter.
and it knocks out the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash.
And yes, you get the Snarl down here, and you could just take out, you're not even, Aerial Ace isn't even enough to take out this Umbreon, so Umbreon is going to be able to Last Resort, and it looks like Kimmy Sui basically 2v3'd here, didn't even have to show the Galarian Stunfisk. I mean, I guess that's how you use Galarian Stunfisk. You just don't use it.
Yeah, we don't even know if it's good in this meta or not. You don't even need it. The 3-ball flex from Kimmy Sui. And I think, another situation where Powder Snow alone Sand Slash would benefit in that situation because it is just going to Powder Snow down, but it was the Shadow Claw variant. I do like the play from Blind Craziness, though. If you could get that full Shadow Claw down without taking that second superpower, it could be pretty good because you need some energy for that Galarian Stunfisk in the back, especially shields out, right? They're just going to go straight for the Earthquake. They might, the Alolan Sand Slash might even be close to Rock Slide range at that point, so you need that energy advantage. I think the tough part really for Blind Craziness was swapping in that Venusaur because once the Venusaur came in, it gave Kimmy Sui the alignment he needed. He counter swapped right away, knew to double shield, come away with an energy lead, and it really paid off. And looking at Blind Craziness team, it makes a lot of sense why Kimmy Sui shield there, right? You have the Lickitung, you have the Alolan Sand Slash, you have the Lantern, you have the Mandibuzz, you have the Metacham left. All of it is going to take neutral or super effective damage from Shadow Dragonite, which is why I think it's so strong. If you don't have a Zoomer on your team, there's nothing that really walls off that typing.
I completely realize why Blind Craziness did pivot there because he was losing the lead. Another thing you could have done is soft lose that lead matchup link, then come in with Venusaur, and then Vine Whip down and get that energy advantage and get that rolling against the backline there. And here is that Shadow Venusaur, so a little different alignment. And then you have that Mandibuzz and the Lantern in back. And this is actually where Kimmy Sui would like to have that Galarian Stunfisk in the backline. I think Shadow Venusaur should be able to pick up this matchup, but I'm not sure how much alignment matters. If anything, Kimmy Sui would like to soft lose this lead and just come in with the Shadow Dragonite.
Yeah, I think, Shadow Dragonite is going to be pretty crucial for Kimmy Sui in this situation. No Shadow Alolan Sand Slash this time around, but if it is a Spark Lantern is actually not terrible into that Dragonite. You see Blind Craziness shielding the first foul play, so trying to win Switch Match in this situation. Venusaur actually looks pretty good into the backline of Kimmy Sui as well. Kimmy Sui bringing the same exact team as game number 1. Blind Craziness making a slight adjustment. You can see Blind Craziness is going to overfarm a little bit before throwing this Frenzy play. Does Kimmy Sui decide to shield or not, and is going to spend a shield? I think Kimmy Sui expecting maybe the Alolan Sand Slash in the back is trying to fight for switch advantage.
Oh, nice swap by Blind Craziness!
Catching a resistive foul play, but also allowing Blind Craziness to throw a Snarl on the play. A little sync swap action there too, so really help me out Blind Craziness. And here's the matchup you talked about earlier, Butters. Mandibuzz is actually not terrible into Galarian Stunfisk. It's kind of like back in the day when we saw Knockdown Galarian Stunfisk a lot. The resistant mud shot damage is not doing too much, and the bulky stats of this Mandibuzz is able to really hang on even when the super effective Rock Slides come out.
I don't think double Rock Slide is even enough. Even though you took this foul play, double Rock Slide won't be even enough. So you'll have to go for 3 Rock Slides against this. Wow, Mandibuzz is bulky. That Rock Slide does nothing. And the next Rock Slide won't knock out. Can you get to the double Dark Pulse before the double Rock Slide here? And if you can outpace, you actually put a lot of pressure and pretty much soft lose this matchup once again, which is in your favor. But you will outpace for Kimmy Sui's side.
Yeah, you will. This is really good for Blind Craziness because you avoid that Lantern and Galarian Stunfisk matchup. And Lantern actually looks really safe in the backline matchup as long as it's not a water gun Lantern. We haven't seen the moveset on this Lantern yet, so we're going to wait and see. But with Spark, you can pretty much go straight Surf against the Dragonite because the Spark damage is quite a bit. And here comes the Venusaur trying to farm this down. Let's see how good the counts are. Oh, and maybe
tried to swap on a rock slide. It is water gun. That is terrible for Blind Craziness. Here comes the Earthquake. You have to protect shielded, but you're just not going to be able to do the fast attack pressure that you need against that Shadow Dragonite in the back. You're going to need to bait with the Surf and somehow land a Thunderbolt. This is going to be tough.
I think it is going to be tough. I think it really depends on how much energy Kimmy Sweet comes out this specific game, because there is a Frenzy Plant loaded on the Venusaur. I'm not sure if the Sludge Bomb was reached yet or not, but there is that extra move. So Kimmy Sweet does have to come out with double Dragon Claw to have a chance. And here it comes. I don't think you can hang on after this, and even if you can, I don't think you get to the Thunderbolt, which is the most crucial aspect. Shadow Dragonite is going to win Charge Priority against most things in this meta, and here it comes, another Dragon Claw. Kimmy Sweet trying to close out this second game. Butters, 3-ball flex in game number 1, 3-ball flex in game number 2. What a strong performance from Kimmy Sweet.
Kimmy Sweet continuing his dominant runs that he has had so far in the championship series, and taking a page out of Wdage's book to run that Shadow Dragonite in. It just was dominant. There was no answer to it in the back. He was very consistent with the way that he played it. He kept it in the back and just waited for opportunities for advantage. The first opportunity was the Say Swap on the Venusaur. Okay, there's my spot. I'm gonna leap in there and then use my Protect Shields and get some energy advantage, and then game number 2, able to position that Dragonite, and unfortunately, that was the Water Gun Lantern and tried to catch the Rock Slide, which would have been an awesome play to be able to take that neutral damage, but it just didn't work out in the end for Blind Craziness.
Yeah, I think unfortunately just one mud shot off on that catch potential. But you know, that's a really tough situation because you're trying to keep track of all the energy on that Glenn Stumpers from that previous Mandabus matchup, and then it comes back in like 2 minutes later. It's hard to keep track of that energy. So you know, that's very understandable why a trainer might lose count there in that situation. So it looks like this match might be under review. We're gonna have our very experienced judges take a look to see if there's anything rematchable. But something I gotta talk about, Butters. We got double Eevee and double Slowbro on the side on the stage. And for those watching at home, there is a species clause. You cannot bring 2 of the same exact Pokemon into a specific game, but you can't bring 2 of the same exact plushie on the same stage.
Yeah, I mean, one of them looks like a slow, yeah, it's the evolved version and a slow poke, I believe.
You think it's slow poke?
Yeah, the other one doesn't have the tail. I don't think it has the tail. We gotta get a different camera angle here. I don't think it has the tail.
Butters, I'm gonna let you rethink this, right?
Yeah.
Look at the picture more carefully.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you another shot. You still think it's a slow poke?
They're different. Look at it. Look at the tummies.
But have you ever seen a Slowpoke sitting?
Yeah, true. Yeah, you're right. But
yeah. The stomach is different though. Oh wait.
I think it is a Slowpoke.
Oh, you might be right.
Yeah, oh look at that.
Man, this Slowpoke is evolving in not into a slow bro, but just evolving into the sitting form of the Slowpoke.
Yeah, I mean, you could do anything. You could be a tiny Eevee on top of a bigger Eevee. You could be a Slowpoke that sits. That's the beauty of the Pokemon world, is you can do what you want here. And looks like these trainers are going to be under review in this game number 2. I'm not exactly sure what happened. Looks like we got some information that there was a charge attack priority versus Dragonite that they might be reviewing, but Dragonite wins all charge attack priorities, so I'm not sure exactly how to pinpoint what is going on here, but we'll update you as soon as we know.
Yeah, I wouldn't say all, but most you see in Great League, right? You're not going to see a Zangoose very often in Great League, and I think that one does beat Dragonite in Chargement Priority, but our judges are going to start taking a look at this stuff too. But okay, I gotta give it to you. Good call on the Slowpoke. Good call on the Slowpoke. And it looks like this match is going to conclude, and that is a 2-0 victory for our young, talented Kimmy Sweet. 3 Pokemon remaining in both back-to-back games. A very dominant performance here in Peoria.
Yeah, well done by Kimmy Sui. I like the team from Blind Craziness as well. The Mandabuzz has definitely felt a little underwhelming. I feel like it's one of those Pokemon that are just so good on paper, but then when you actually put it out in the mix there, it just doesn't hold up for whatever reason. Maybe It's that, you know, you're not putting in the exact situations that you need to put it in. It's just that maybe on paper it just somehow looks better in stagnant or static situations, and when you get into fluid situations, it's too clunky. But I mean, I'm off the Mandibuzz bandwagon at this point. I feel like I'm just riding the Pelipper and the Shadow Dragonite bandwagons in Charjabug as well. I'm in a lot of bandwagons right now. I'm like one foot's over there, one arm's over there, but Charjabug and Shadow Dragonite Pelipper looks like the new spice of Peoria so far.
Yeah, the new, as you like to call it. And here comes the superpower coming through on that first game to close out that first match for Kimmy Sweet. We didn't even see the appearance of that Galarian Stunfisk in that first game. And I like that play from Kimmy Sweet, right? Yes, of course, Galarian Stunfisk is going to be great into Mandibuzz, but you're going to hide that knowledge from your opponent so that they don't know what you fully brought into game number 1. So you can bring the same line game number 2, and they still wouldn't have known that was the same line, right? So really playing into that strategy and preventing as much information from your opponent as possible. And we saw the incredible catch from Blind Craziness in that game number 2. But again, not having that switch advantage, and then Shadow Dragonite winning that charge from priority against Shadow Venusaur in the end there to close it out for Kimmy Sweet.
Yeah, and able to just position that Shadow Dragonite properly, just as Wdage did. I mean, that's really the key to this Pokemon, because you can see how a Pokemon like that could get overwhelmed. We saw that game number 2 with Dijon, right? The Shadow Dragonair just got overwhelmed by charge attacks. You really have to be careful how to use it, and these top trainers just know how to maneuver the battlefield to really show off what a Pokemon like Shadow Dragonite can do. That was extremely impressive from Kimmy Sui. I believe that was winner's round number 3. So he's moving closer and closer to day number 2.
Yeah, what an exciting day so far in day number 1, Peoria. You've heard a lot of our thoughts, but let's take a look at the thoughts at home, or maybe people from the venue, and see what people are talking about on social media. We got Rider0 saying Pika is ready too, and look at those fantastic medals there, Butters. Fantastic. You got the first place, the second place, and the third place medals. I think maybe even a fourth place medal is somewhere around there, but yeah, what a great one, a memento to leave with on top of the championship points and on top of the guaranteed invitation to Worlds if you finish first place.
We needed Detective Pikachu to figure out if that was a Slowpoke on the table or not, and I think that is it is a Slowpoke, because Detective Pikachu figured it out. He put the Slowpoke with the hat in the background. That's your answer. It was the Slowpoke on stage, but awesome to see these new 2 event Pokemon. They can both be shiny. I love me some hat Pokemon. Also, the cool thing about Pikachus with hats, you can usually always evolve them, so you can get that Raichu with the hat as well.
Yeah, you actually can for this specific event. And we see the Austin saying, watching very interesting matches at Peoria. You know, I love some good cat photos, and that is the cat maybe not looking super pleased with that Charjabug. This cat's probably thinking, man, I was not expecting the Charjabug either. I got to change my team up, and that was my thought too when I saw the Charjabug the first time.
It was hiding its caster predictions because it didn't do so hot for the cat there. But awesome to see the people tuning into the stream, and make sure to hashtag play Pokemon on X if you want to get featured on the stream. We would love to hear from you. Who do you think is going to win it all? I feel like Kimmy Sui has an awesome chance to do it. I mean, we've just been seeing his dominant run over previous tournaments. He's just continuing that momentum. He has an awesome team. I'm not sure there's an answer to it. Is there a Carbink waiting out there? I'm not sure if there is.
I mean, Galarian Stunfisk is going to be pretty pivotal. We talked about how strong Charjabug is, but it's because there's no Galarian Stunfisk around. Kimmy Sui does have the Galarian Stunfisk.
You know what?
That could be a little bit of an interesting situation. And of course, Dragonite is going to do a little bit better into Charjabug than Pelipper. It's not amazing, but neutral damage on both sides is going to start adding up. So that might be a matchup we see down the road. Who knows? Again, let us know your thoughts, and if you're at home and you're just watching in the stream, you're seeing some cool Pokemon, make sure you use them in Go Battle League too. It's Go Battle Weekend, yes, I believe, right now, and you got a lot of battles you can do at home. So if you're like, man, I kind of want to try Charjabug myself, let's give it a shot. I would say Go Battle League though. There's a little bit more Carbink, and that could be not so fun to play.
You know, I don't see it that often. Me personally, I was thinking the same thing as you. I just can't wait to play some Charjabug in Go Battle League myself, because it's so good against a lot of the backlines right now. There's so many superior backlines, and then crucially in this tournament, there's a ton of superior. 5 on the usage. So you know how you talked about Kimmy Sui as a Galarian Stunfisk? Maybe he was so big brained that he understood that Charjabug is so good, but I won't bring Charjabug. I'll bring the Charger Bug counter and bring that Galarian Stunfisk to really trap that Charger Bug and counter it like almost no Pokemon could. And we have 2 more trainers on the stage here for our next matchup.
Yeah, we have Drum Sonor and we have Tihirisa. I remember actually very specifically Tihirisa at Pittsburgh, who faced off against Adonis, and I believe it was her first tournament, and I think she's only been playing competitive Pokemon Go for like 2 or 3 months, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
I saw an X post about it after a tournament. So hey, you do not have to have been playing this game for 5+ years to be on stage, to be winning it. And we are at winners round 4 here in Group A. So that means her as well as Drum Sonor are both undefeated. Really impressive runs so far by both trainers. I remember Tihirisa was actually running the Steelix in Pittsburgh, but this time around running Shadow Swampert, another Mana Bus, Butters.
Yes.
Shadow, Alolan Sandslash. We'll have to see if it's Powder Snow or Shadow Claw. Cresselia, Medicham, and Lickitung.
And to point out, both of these trainers, this is just their 2nd tournament ever. So to be in winners round 4, that is absolutely amazing. Any trainer could do it. And a great place to get a start is these tournaments, because you can catch a lot of the Pokemon that you might need to compete in these tournaments. So really impressive stuff from both these trainers. And they have unique teams, because Poliwrath on Drum Sonor's side.
Wild,
yeah,
Butters.
that's crazy. You never
wild.
see. There was recently a community day where you can get the counter on that Poliwrath, so it's probably going to be a counter Poliwrath, maybe running Ice Punch and Scald. That's probably the move set of choice. It's not even Shadow. It's actually just a regular Poliwrath, and that's going to be awesome against Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Swampert. It's going to be good against Lickitung, but a key factor from Tihi, she has 2 Psychic Pokemon on her team.
Yeah, 2 Psychic Pokemon, and those are going to be the main checks to that Poliwrath. We talked about earlier, Mana Bus it's a flying Pokemon, but it kind of struggled against the Ice Punch of Medicham, and another Pokemon that has Ice Punch is typically Poliwrath. Unless you're running Scald and Dynamic Punch, which seems a little bit unlikely, Poliwrath may also do pretty well into that Mana Bus. Poliwrath is not nearly as bulky as Medicham, but it is still one of the bulkier fighting-type Pokemon. So I think that's going to be really strong. And even against Swampert, Swampert has to go for that Earthquake or that Sludge Wave to do any meaningful damage. You can't really throw the Resisted Hydro Cannon unless you're going for baiting with shields. But yeah, that Poliwrath actually looks pretty good into the team of Tihirisa. I think it's got 4 really great matchups in my opinion. Yes, not amazing into Mana Bus, but I think it's actually pretty neutral.
I agree that it has 4 great matchups, but the thing is, I feel like Tihirisa can run double Psychic in this matchup, because you can run the Medicham and Cresselia together, because you actually protect yourself from the Registeel and Lickitung with that Medicham, and then the Cresselia is so good against those double water types, the Poliwrath, the Azumarill, and then it's dominant against that Medicham. I feel like Tihirisa could run that double Psychic. So although Poliwrath is really strong here, but what would you try to pair those double Psychics with? Something that could beat the Registeel as well. Maybe bring that Shadow Swampert to counter that Registeel. And then, hey, Poliwrath might have a shot in this matchup, but there are a ton of options, and it's just really fun and refreshing to see these variations of these teams at this level at winners round 4.
I think Tihirisa has a couple options. You're absolutely right. I think the double Psychic is really strong because both neutralize that Poliwrath, but again, that Cresselia looks super good. It's really only the Registeel that hard beats it and walls it off. So maybe you pair the Cresselia with the Lickitung as well in the back, so you draw the Registeel with the Lickitung and have the Medicham to close it out, take out the Registeel, and sweep with the Cresselia. It could go either way though, because you could bring in the Lickitung and then Sonor might come in with the Poliwrath instead, and then you're not really baiting out the Registeel. So it could go either way. Here's the question though. What is the second charge move on Poliwrath, assuming the first one is Ice Punch? Do you run Dynamic Punch or do you run Scald, Butters?
That's a great question. I feel like you run Scald to be okay against Medichams. That's just my feeling, that you would want that Scald also be better against Gligar, Shadow Charizard, the things that will counter you. Those are the 3 Pokemon that really counter you. Medicham, a Shadow Charizard, Shadow Gligar. So I feel like for coverage, well, you can Ice Punch into the Shadow Gligar, but you would rather have Scald for the Shadow Charizard, for the Medicham as well. You could run that Dynamic Punch to be a true counter to Steel types, but I would expect the Scald, but it's going to be interesting to see. Could be anything because there's a lot of creativity in this team building, so there might be creativity in the charged attacks as well. And, you know, Mandibuzz, I know I said it before, but it's looking kind of good on paper here because it's got a lot of decent matchups. Literally, you only are scared of the Azumarill and the Registeel, but you have that Cresselia that maybe is scaring off the Azumarill a little bit, so can you position that Mandibuzz? I don't feel like we've seen a lot of Mandibuzz into superior teams. So if you could ever play a Mandibuzz into a superior team, I feel like that is where its strength truly lies.
Something I just noticed on Drum Sonar's team, they're running 2 fighting type Pokemon. They're running Medicham and Poliwrath, which is something you almost never see in these competitive formats, which is partially why probably the Cresselia looks super good. But you can really run some straight ABB fighting comps in the back if you really want to get spicy with it.
Yeah, but then how frustrating is that to play the one trainer with double psychic, right? You're running double fighting, but then the one trainer that actually brought the double psychic is your opponent in winners round number 5 between Drum Sonar and T-Risa. It's going to be that Azumarill into the Cresselia, and it is that double psychic, but it's ABA. It has that Shadow Swampert in the back to counter the Registeel. This is looking fantastic on paper for T-Risa.
Look at the moveset on this Azumarill, though. It is actually running Hydro Pump. I think Drum Sonar expected this Cresselia lead because you have 2 decent checks in the Lickitung and the Registeel. Maybe trying to throw a parting Hydro Pump first before swapping out and trying to catch.
Ooh.
No, unfortunately not able to catch. Trying to catch in the middle of the bubble, but unfortunately the bubble is going to be thrown instead, not allowing Drum Sonar to swap out in that situation. Now finally swapping with a Hydro Cannon, Hydro Pump already loaded, and now met by the Dynamic Punch Medicham, which is going to be not a great situation from Drum Sonar. Drum Sonar's going to find out very soon.
Yeah, that is tough because I was going to say, but why would you counter swap a Medicham into Lickitung up energy? But you would do it if you have the Dynamic Punch, and brilliant timing there to throw it right before the Body Slam is available. Does Drum Sonar respect it? Actually does respect it. So this is huge. You can still win this matchup if you're Lickitung because you properly protect shielded the Dynamic Punch.
Yeah, I think if T-Risa shields as well, though, it's not too bad unless Drum Sonar decides to double shield. Then that's going to be a much more difficult situation. And shields are
you can, though, because then that means you have Registeel versus Cresselia, and this was a little bit greedy by T-Risa. I think she realized she made a mistake here, and does she give it the Protect Shield? Yeah, she gives the Protect Shield, but this is huge because not only will Drum Sonar win this alignment here, I believe you'll be able to lick down if you Protect Shield this. Can T-Risa get the double Ice Touch? No! Actually giving up the alignment, giving up the opportunity for Registeel into Cresselia.
So this is going to be interesting because, actually coming in with the Registeel. I like this play a lot from Drum Sonar. You're pretty much capped out on energy on the Azumarill, so coming in with the Azumarill won't help too much, and not expecting T-Risa to reach that Dynamic Punch allows Drum Sonar to get a full lock-on down. Yeah, you took a few counter damage, but you have a lot of energy. You had the Shadow Swampert in the back, but Shadow Swampert is down shields, and a Focus Blast is going to hit really hard. On top of that, you can even go for a combo play with the Azumarill. And it looks like T-Risa actually coming in with the Cresselia instead, and losing charge priority to Registeel is a little unfortunate.
So it is a good strategy to throw this first to get the debuff, but I feel like you don't necessarily want to keep your Registeel energy dry. Yes, you got the debuff, but you'd rather keep as much energy as possible in case there's a pivot into the Shadow Swampert. But of course, Drum Sonar doesn't know that Shadow Swampert is in the back, but this Registeel might be in a vulnerable position, but there is no swap out here. Cresselia's just staying in, just trying to get to this Grass Knot, just trying to whittle down this Registeel.
This is so clunky for the Registeel because you cannot lock on down this Cresselia, so you still have to commit a ton of energy. I actually really like this play from T-Risa. Just whittle down this Registeel as much as possible, and then coming in with a combo play. I love this play from Drum Sonar. Whittle down this Cresselia until it's close to Ice Beam range. I don't know if this is enough, though. Oh, it is. And that's huge. Okay, this Swampert has its work cut out for itself.
You have to get the Hydro Pump, though, and there you are. You're at the Hydro Pump, and Drum Sonar throws it. There's no Protect Shields remaining. You never see this from Azumarill. Can Azumarill one hit knock out with the Hydro Pump? That's a lot of damage, though. Can the Swampert mudshot down? No, decides to not mudshot down. There is an attack banked on that Registeel.
Yeah, and this Swampert, unfortunately, does not have a lot of health left. Even the lock-ons are still going to be threatening for this Swampert. And yeah, this game was just weaving in and out from both trainers, but Drum Sonar is going to come out on top. It was really that pivotal Lickitung versus Medicham matchup, forcing T-Risa to shield twice there. Shields down for Shadow Swampert is going to make it a much tougher matchup in the back end.
Right, and T-Risa, the first time that she actually threw a charge attack there, she threw it right before the body slam. So she was exactly on point with her counting exactly where that Lickitung was, and she was trying to do the same thing as try to live on the edge, get there right before the Lickitung did get to that body slam, but the body slam was available just before, so that actually took the Protect Shield away from T-Risa, where she could have been up Protect Shields and forced Drum Sonar to be down, and then you have that Shadow Swampert in the back. You might be able to sweep the back line there. So that was the pivotal moment of that game number 1, but what an awesome game number 1 that was from 2 trainers that are new in the scene. Both these trainers, their second competition ever, making it the winners round 4 and putting on a display like this. It's awesome to see.
Lickitung, one of the strongest Pokemon in this meta for good reason. Here we see the Hydro Cannon coming in to finish off the Azumarill, but this Registeel was loaded with energy. That was a brilliant play from Drum Sonar, in my opinion, because you didn't want to commit all this energy to that Cresselia, but you're left with so much energy on the Azumarill, not only throwing an Ice Beam at the Cresselia, but also landing a huge Hydro Pump into that Swampert.
It's funny how things work out in the end and you can adjust your strategy. I remember that Drum Sonar was trying to swap out of Azumarill early on and didn't get that swap, and then that's why he had 100 energy, because he missed that swap opportunity, but then the 100 energy was so valuable in that down the stretch, and here comes the Azumarill once again in the lead versus the Cresselia Lickitung backline. Safe swap into this Lickitung. This is the exact strategy that you talked about, that you would swap in this Lickitung and bait out the Registeel. Here is that Registeel bait, and it was actually on a body slam though.
Yeah, catching the body slam is going to be nice. I mean, I think either way, this is the move you'd be throwing. Well, no, you want to really throw the the Power Whip at the Azumarill, but T-Risa went for the bait in that situation, and now the lick damage is going to start adding up. There is a small chance that T-Risa can flip this matchup. I think one of the first primary factors here is that you need Drum Sonar not to land a debuff with the Zap Cannon in this situation to have a chance. And you can see the body slam just really adding up with that lick damage. T-Risa might be able to flip this matchup, and that would put T-Risa in such a commanding position.
You know, it seems silly, but these are probably your best Protect Shields of the game here. So you could invest in deciding not to invest and actually going for the Focus Blast, not going for the Zap Cannon. So this is trouble, because you actually have to get the double Focus Blast now, because you're not going to be able to lock on down. And just like that, the timer is back up, but looks like Lickitung's just staying in it here. Here comes the body slam, and suddenly it looks like Registeel's about to lose this matchup. It had to give up a Protect Shield against the Lickitung.
Like I said, Lickitung is so strong, and now swapping over, so giving up switch advantage. T-Risa trying to get to a body slam, not able to get to it, but really setting herself up for success here, because you have a shield advantage and you have a Cresselia that's going to do so well. And you see Drum Sonar actually almost over 100 energy is going to throw this first Hydro Pump. Do you shield if you're T-Risa? You saw the Hydro Pump in the first game, choosing not to shield, but Cresselia, one of the bulkier Pokemon, is able to tank it and is going to throw this first Grass Knot right here. Still not in range of Grass Knot, probably has to throw at least 2, maybe even 3 to take out the Azumarill, but Dynamic Punch Medicham is really set up for success in this backline matchup.
Absolutely, and Azumarill is pretty much the only counter to that Medicham, right? I mean, there is the other Medicham that could be running Psychic instead of Dynamic Punch, but once you know that this Azumarill is out of the way, no Protect Shield onto the Grass Knot. That's a knockout. Now you have the 2 Protect Shield Medicham. Decide to stay in, actually trying to force some energy maybe out of Drum Sonar here, or just try to get this Moonblast, maybe get a lucky attack drop, or get this Lickitung in range to just counter through it.
This is actually a really smart play from T-Risa, because she knows that there's a Registeel in the back. So the only value... again, the debuff with the Moonblast, that's huge! But the only value that this Cresselia has is this matchup against Lickitung. So not only forcing the energy from Drum Sonar, doing all this chip damage, and now this is why Medicham, one of the highest usage Pokemon, is so strong. It is going to start countering away. You can come in with the Registeel, maybe get a debuff. That could be huge, because the Medicham is the only Pokemon remaining, so you're permanently debuffed if this goes through. But Lickitung is really going to struggle, and not only that, you don't even get a debuff. Insult to injury here for the Medicham, but Medicham coming in with extra energy is going to be able to power through this matchup against Lickitung.
Yeah, the problem is it just has so much health here, and you need to be in the matchup with Medicham being able to lick it down. Because the thing that is your advantage is the lick. It's the super effective lick. It's not these body slams. These body slams just don't do enough here. And it looks like T-Risa is going to be able to protect shield this no problem. Drum Sorner's Lickitung is in range of an Ice Punch, but maybe, has she thrown Dynamic? She has already thrown Dynamic Punch, so maybe she'll just go through a Dynamic Punch for fun, but no protections remaining. Going for the Power Whip, which does do more damage than the Body Slam, so smart play here, but T-Risa ties it up 1-1 in this series.
Great adjustment from T-Risa. Like I said, the strategy choice might be that Medicham, Lickitung, Cresselia matchup, and Lickitung being so clutch. You're not expecting that normal type with resistant charge moves to be able to take out that Registeel, but Drum Sonar, I think maybe got a little greedy, tried to farm up a lot of energy before swapping to the Registeel, but that's what made him be in such a tough position, because here's the problem. Drum Sonar gave away a shield advantage, went to a shield disadvantage. On top of that, also swapped to Azumarill, so it's a double whammy right there, right? You lose a shield and you give up switch advantage, and that puts you in such a bad position because you not only have a shield disadvantage, you only have a switch advantage, and at that point T-Risa was able to close out and figure out how to play that matchup.
And the crazy thing is, game number 1, T-Risa made a mistake against the Lickitung and didn't throw the energy before the body slam, had to give up that last protect shield of the game, and then Drum Sonar made the same mistake against the Lickitung as well in that middle matchup of Registeel versus Lickitung. He threw the Focus Blast, which is a good play, but was able to just get whittled down by that Lickitung, forced the Protect Shield at the end, like you mentioned, pivoted out, but saved the Zap Cannon, but really didn't work in the end. But of course, I think you have to keep bringing this Registeel because it's your best case scenario against the Cresselia that T-Risa keeps playing over and over again. And Lickitung has been one of the strongest Pokemon, but finally here, Medicham does get the better of it. So in this game number 3, how do you set up your Registeel? I feel like T-Risa has been setting the tempo in terms of fading it out. How do you set up your Registeel to actually align with that Cresselia in the game number 3?
It's a great question, Butters. The Cresselia, again, we said it was going to be good, and it is proven to be good in back-to-back games, and I would not be surprised if T-Risa brings it into game number 3. Looking at the Poliwrath, is there a chance that Drum Sonar brings Poliwrath into this matchup? I don't know.
She's brought double psychic both games, though. It's a little tough.
She brought double psychic, but also Lickitung has that power whip, so that's also going to be super effective into that Poliwrath. And we talked about earlier, there might be a strong chance there is no fighting charge move on that Poliwrath, so it's also not going to hit very hard. I mean, Medicham already struggling against Lickitung with fighting moves. Now with Poliwrath without a fighting charge move, it could be even worse. Now, of course, there's always a chance you're running Diamond Punch. You could also even be running Power Punch on the Poliwrath, which I know from first-hand experience, when you face that Power Punch Poliwrath, it can be super frustrating when you shield that first Power Punch.
So I think you actually do something more neutral. I think a great play by Drum Sonar here is bring Serperior, because Serperior is one of the Pokemon that can out-neutrally bulk all 3 of these picks that T-Risa has been bringing. It can beat the Lickitung, it can beat Medicham, and it can out-bulk Cresselia as well, just on the strength of that Community Day charge attack of Frenzy Plant. But here we are, game number 3, Drum Sonar versus T-Risa. There's that Registeel, not the matchup he's looking for. He knows this Medicham has Dynamic Punch, so you're ABA weak to it. What do you do here, Caleb?
This is a tough situation. This is why so many players are pivoting over. Oh, and a huge catch, catching the resistant Dynamic Punch.
That's what you do.
The Azumarill. But here's the problem. This is your only checked Medicham, and now T-Risa is swapping out and trying to counter this down, with the Lickitung.
You know, I think this is better for Drum Sonar here because you were afraid of the Cresselia. You were not.
So shield bait.
Yeah, you got the shield bait here, which is tough though, but at least now the Cresselia is in the back and you have 2 okay options for the Cresselia. T-Risa didn't bring the Cresselia into this Azumarill. Yes, you got baited here, but at least you have play against that Cresselia in the back. But you know what you don't have play against?
The Medicham.
It's that Medicham with Dynamic Punch.
I don't think you even need the Cresselia at this point if you're T-Risa. And now going for the Power Whip too. I love this play, and this is going to connect. How is Drum Sonar going to take out the Medicham? I have no idea. And here's the thing, I don't even know how you take out this Lickitung if you don't land this Hydro Pump. Drum Sonar is going to go for the Hydro Pump. It should be enough to knock out. T-Risa is going to correctly shield. And this is tough. you can't take out the Lickitung with lock-on, so you have to commit all your energy that you saved on the Registeel, or come in with your own Lickitung, and you still can't lick down, so you're going to have to still throw your own energy. And here comes the Registeel, is going to, I think, lose charge and priority as well, but again, you get rid of all his energy. I don't know how you take out this Medicham, but it's going to be a tough battle for Drum Sonor.
Yeah, and even in this situation, so here comes the Focus Blast.
Oh, man.
You could even bring the Cresselia to this Registeel, because Cresselia, and look at the undercharge here, trying to maybe get a lock-on down, doesn't do it successfully. Here comes a pivot into the Lickitung. At least this is, and now swapping into the Cresselia just to try to ensure that Medicham has the Dynamic Punch available for that Registeel in the back. And, you know, it's going to be really hard to finish off this Medicham, but the only way possible is if you somehow win this matchup with Lickitung, body slam that Medicham, and then double zap candidate somehow. That's your only win condition for Drum Sonor here.
Yeah, Teehee Risa might have to take a nap on stage for all that to happen, but it looks like this Cresselia is going to continue to chip away at this bulky Lickitung. It's not the best matchup for Cresselia, but again, just like last game, Teehee Risa recognizes Cresselia has most utility in this matchup, and it's honestly not looking too bad for Cresselia. You're taking super effective lick damage, but these Grass Knot and Moonblast, oh my gosh, another attack drop! This is just nothing's going well for Drum Sonor in the games 2 and 3, especially with the low chance of that Moonblast attack drop. And yeah, you can see the Bison just not doing enough. Trying to catch a move, unfortunately not able to. Teehee Risa is going to throw a parting Moonblast, I think, before the Medicham comes in, and this is looking so tough, especially when you take that gamble to go ABA weak. Yeah. And you know, this is where Dynamic Punch Medicham really punishes a lot of players.
And you don't even need it at this point because you're just so healthy. And we know Peoria is known for those moon attack drops. So just like last season, this season, getting a lot of moon. Oh, and there's the attack fell as well, but now the Lickitung is just sitting there. It does have some energy, but it's going to be so hard to get through all the health of this Medicham. So it looks like Drum Sonor doesn't even throw up the Protect Shield, and Teehee Risa takes it 2-1.
Making an adjustment after that first game and relying on that core of the double Psychic, like you said. I think you made a really great point, Butter. Superior would have been really good, not only in that game, but in game 2 and game 1. There was a Shadow Swampert as well with those core 3 Pokemon that Teehee Risa was bringing in that first game. So never bring the Mana Buzz, never bring the Alolan Sandslash, but just having the bench pressure of them was enough to scare off that Superior, and it unfortunately didn't make an appearance for Drum Sonor.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was that one Pokemon that could have neutrally beat them all, but in the end, bringing that Registeel and just not getting the proper alignment. I love Teehee Risa bringing that Dynamic Punch Medicham with the Cresselia, because then you can bring those two Psychics together, because now you're weak to something like Lickitung on the Cresselia, or you're weak to Registeel on the Cresselia, but now you have the Dynamic Punch Medicham. So if there's not Ghost types in the meta, they are functionally a good core.
Exactly. You know, the Medicham is completely walled off by that Azumarill, but if you avoid that Azumarill matchup, you're in a pretty good spot. And here we have game number 1. You see Drum Sonor closing out with a very strong advantage. Shield up, still having a move, banks on the Registeel with a low health Swampert for Teehee Risa side, but Teehee Risa making the adjustments in game number 2 and game number 3, saying, you know what, I'm going to still rely on this Dynamic Punch Medicham, I'm going to play it better, and she was able to do that, closing it out with Medicham in game number 2, and it looked even better in game number 3. We saw the awesome catch from Drum Sonor on that Dynamic Punch, but unfortunately that was his only Medicham counter in that game number 3, and just made it super tough for any way to come back into that game.
Interesting charge attack choice to bring the Hydro Pump and the Ice Beam, so no Play Rough actually. So in that Medicham matchup, yes, you don't really have anything to throw at the Azumarill, but the Azumarill doesn't have anything to throw super effective at you as well, and Teehee Risa able to just finish this game off with Medicham. And I feel like Dynamic Punch Medicham is kind of one of the stories of the day so far in Peoria. There's been a lot of trainers that have swapped over to Dynamic Punch Ice Punch, and I love the decision because Lickitung is a top 2 Pokemon in this meta. Psychic, you're rarely even using it anyway. Yes, you do use it in some neutral situations or in the Azumarill, which you don't see that often, or maybe to knock out a Charizard where Ice Punch isn't enough, but Dynamic Punch is functionally so much more useful, so many more times it feels like.
Especially with the Psychic damage nerf, it's not as good anymore, and with the resurgence of Lickitung, now that Noctowl's really not in the meta, it makes that Dynamic Punch super strong. And like you said, there was no play rough on the Zermil, so you can only throw neutral damage, but if all the meta champ are running Dynamic Punch and Ice Punch that you see, you don't really need to play rough. You're just going to hard beat that matchup either way. You could just throw the Hydro Pump and then maybe chip it down with the Ice Beam or try to bubble it down. But either way, both trainers were in the winners bracket, so this is not the last you'll see of Drum Sonor. Is going to be moving down to the losers bracket, while T Risa, second regional ever, she's going to continue her run in this winners bracket.
Yeah, both those trainers, second regional ever, extremely impressive from both of them, trying to get that ultimate prize of getting those medals that we saw that from the screen earlier, trying to get there at the end of the road, day number 2, and achieve that prize. And you know who also wanted to achieve those prizes was last season at Worlds 2023. Let's take a look.
Hi there, I'm your host Anna Prosser. We are here in Yokohama at the Pokemon World Championships 2023, and I'm at the prize wall with Travis. Travis, what's the prize wall?
The prize wall is a wonderful wall of prizes we have this weekend for players participating in our side events. We've got, again, Go, TCG, and VG side events to sign up for. Players can have a great time this weekend and come redeem even more fun prizes.
So tell us exactly how it works. Someone plays, then they get what, and then they...
So a player will go, they'll sign up for one of our many side events. After they've completed the side event, they'll receive prize wall tickets, and once they've accumulated however many they're wanting to save up for, they can come back to the prize wall and claim one of their fun prizes.
There are so many things here that I already am like, I want that, I want that. There are a few exclusive world things here, right? What are those?
Just a couple things this time, but we have the World's Playmat exclusive to the Yokohama tournament, as well as a few copies of the World's promo available for players to get as well. But a lot of fun, mainly Japanese Pokemon Center prizes this time, so that's a lot of fun for a lot of international players.
Which one's your favorite?
This time I'm going to go with the Butterfree Umbrella. It's so cool. It comes with a Metapod carrying case. Gotta love it.
It's so cute. It made me squeal. I'm going to go squeal over some more things. Thank you so much, Travis. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
Pokemon Go has many different avenues to acquire the best Pokemon for PvP, but one stands above the rest to be very effective at increasing your PvP roster: trading. Trading is by far the best game feature to leverage. It allows you to collect Pokemon from events that you might have missed, reroll stats of specific Pokemon, get exclusive attacks that can no longer be obtained outside of Elite TMs, and even get legendary Pokemon into the Great League like Lugia and Tapu Fini. The best times to trade are during events such as Community Day or Raid Hours, as they allow you to easily meet up with other players and can sometimes provide bonuses to the amount of special trades you can do. This is the time to ask around for Pokemon you need on your roster, especially if they are out of season like Trevenant, which only appears during Halloween events. Another great place to trade is at Play Pokemon tournaments. Trainers there are just like you and likely have key Pokemon you've been looking for, or regional Pokemon such as Tropius and Hawlucha. Now, trading is a two-way street, so it's always best practice to keep Community Day Pokemon and special event Pokemon for future trades, as other trainers might need them from you. Here's a list of some of the top Pokemon used in the Great League for Play Pokemon tournaments. While this meta is ever evolving, it's important to add these Pokemon to your roster, as they are consistently performing at the highest level in both Go Battle League and Play Pokemon. The friendship gifting system can also help you lower the costs of trades. For example, someone that you are good friends with will cost you 20,000 Stardust for a new Pokedex entry, while someone you are ultra friends with will only cost 1,600 Stardust. This is fantastic for trainers that can trade with their local community, as you can easily work towards higher friendship levels, while also preparing you for potential costs of trades when you go to special events. The stats of Pokemon traded are also randomized, giving you a chance at better stats for that Pokemon. You can do this by either trading with lucky friends for a chance at better stats, or trading with someone new to have a higher chance at low stats. The lower your friendship, the lower the floor for stats of the traded Pokemon. Pokemon with maximum stats, otherwise known as 100% or Hundo Pokemon, are used and preferred in the Master League. Lower stats, attack in particular, can be useful on Pokemon who don't reach their highest level in a given league, like Lantern in the Great League. So be sure to always leverage the trading feature in Pokemon Go. It's a great way to meet new friends and build your Pokemon Go PvP roster. See ya!
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US. It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championship. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. It still hasn't really set in that it's real. It's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。なんだろうな。まだ実感が湧いていないです。頭を使って考えることがこのゲームは大事だと思ってます。でその練習をすることが一番大事だと私は思ってます。次の大会も参加して、もう一度2度目のワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Welcome back, trainers. We are here in Peoria, Illinois, and we are ready for some more amazing battles. I am DeFi250, also known as Stephanie Christine.
And I'm Speedy's Chief 2, also known as Speedy's Chief 2. Welcome in, everybody. We are continuing our coverage of the live tournament this weekend in Peoria. It's been really exciting to see a lot of unique picks. We saw Pelipper early on. We saw Charjabug. We've seen a lot of Froslass. A lot of things that we've come to expect, like Medicham, Superior, and Lickitung as well. Something I didn't expect coming in was seeing so many Lickitungs beat Registeels. That's been a bit wild to witness.
Yeah, the other thing, Hydro Pump Azumarill?
Hey, pump it up.
Which season are we in right now? It feels like we're all the way back in the early seasons of the Go Battle League, seeing Hydro Pump on Azumarill, but that is definitely fun. We were talking about, it's another Pokemon, kind of like Medicham we've been talking about. You invest a lot of time and energy in it, so it's nice for it to be kind of a staple, something you can always go back to for competitive play.
Yeah, and I think there's always room to maneuver as well. We did see Kimmy running Shadow Dragonite, which is something that Wdage actually used to win in Pittsburgh. Kimmy Sui's always been a really fun trainer to watch. He really pioneered the defense from Deoxys last year in Fort Wayne. Kind of raises some questions. Is he going to pioneer something new this year? Maybe Shadow Dragonite's going to be a frequent regional champion winner. We're going to have to wait and see what happens here.
Well, speaking of regional champion winners, we have Magic Mason on the stage facing off against Rock Haven 703. Magic Mason on the right was the champion of the Toronto Regionals last season.
Yeah, absolutely. Magic Mason, we've affectionately dubbed him the Dream Eater because it doesn't matter if you're trying to get the World's qualification, if you already qualified, no matter what, he always brings his best and tries to get those victories. So I expect nothing less from Magic Mason. This is a new season, right? Championship points are in play here. This is a trainer that comes in with the intention to win it all. That's exactly what he's going to try to do. Meanwhile, Rockhaven 703, a trainer that we haven't seen. I'm not sure if we've ever seen Rockhaven compete, but they are in round 4 of their Group C pod, so they're actually doing pretty good.
Yeah, and they have quite the Pokemon we can see on the team using a best buddied Carbink. We saw a Carbink on Mama Climb's team, but we never saw it come out to play. Maybe this Carbink, maybe Rockhaven will kind of use his name, the rock-type Pokemon, Rockhaven. Let's see it. Let's see that Carbink get some action on the field of battle.
We always talk about what Carbink can keep off of your opponent's team. Again, it doesn't look like a whole lot of windows of opportunity here. You've got Registeel for your Magic Mason. You've got Lantern. You've got Superior. You even have Gligar with Dig. There's a lot of different ways to hit back against the Carbink, so we'll see how useful it is. But Magic Mason continues to evolve his team composition. Not quite as drastically as somebody like Wdage, but he did bring Shadow Alola Marowak to Pittsburgh. Does not appear on his team here today.
No, I don't think he really used it as much in Pittsburgh as maybe we were hoping. There's a lot of us out there that really love to see these off-meta picks in play. Just didn't get that from Magic Mason in Pittsburgh. But we can take a look. He still is bringing back that Shadow Gligar, still bringing the Registeel, the Medicham, not bringing the Lickitung, bringing the Lantern as well. So we've got the Umbreon, I believe, is new, and the Superior is new compared to how he played in Pittsburgh just recently.
Well, just taking kind of a glance at these teams as well, I think that due to that Shadow Alolan Sandslash from Rockhaven, Magic Mason will be in a tough spot if shields go down early. You don't want to take super effective drill runs on Registeel and Lantern. You don't want to take double super effective Ice Punch on Gligar or super effective Ice Punch on Superior. So finding ways to maneuver around that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, I think that's going to be kind of the gravity, the pivot point of this entire dynamic and how these two trainers battle it out.
Yeah, and I think it will make a difference too. I like that we have this kind of question like we had with Shadow Alolan Ninetales. Is it Powder Snow? Is it Charm? Now with the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, is it Powder Snow or is it Shadow Claw?
That's the question.
That's the big question.
Exactly right. Well, these two trainers are getting ready to compete here in Peoria. Winners round for Group C. We got some of the standard picks you've come to expect. Lickitung and Medicham for Rockhaven with that Superior. Those three Pokemon are top of the charts in usage. It also has that Purified Sableye, which its accent did claim the World Championship title with. I do think that Pokemon's incredibly flexible, but it's kind of taken a backseat to other dark types like Umbreon, like Mandibuzz. And speaking of, we do see the Umbreon for Magic Mason, which is actually a Pokemon that he used quite a bit to win Toronto last season.
Yeah, also, interestingly enough, that Sableye, I feel like we used to see it a lot more.
Yeah.
I feel like it's dipped a little bit in popularity, so interesting to see that back as well. Sableye definitely a hard check to something like a Medicham, but doesn't want to see the Umbreons that have been really rising in popularity lately.
Yeah, when you land 2 returns against a Pokemon and you still can't get the KO, that is a bad matchup, and Sableye just does not have very many outs in that situation. But I do think it does have some flex play. Like we talked about, having a hard check to Medicham is really tough. We called this out at the first set of the stream with Jangles versus Rise to Occasion. There was no answer for a swapped-in Medicham. Having something like Sableye in your team gives you that answer, gives you that flexibility, but also makes you a little more susceptible to the other dark types and to Lickitung.
Yep, we haven't seen a whole lot of Charm though, so that's something Sableye can take some comfort in. The Shadow Alolan Sandslash with Charm or any other Charm users. I remember there being a couple Wigglytuffs back in the day, but I haven't really seen it here.
Yeah, exactly. Wigglytuff, a very fun Pokemon to play. I actually tried it in Go Battle League because I saw all these Medichams, all these Umbreons. I saw teams that were ABA weak to Fairy types. And I said, you know what? I'm just going to bring Wigglytuff here. Did not perform as good as I had hoped, but, you know, we always experiment and try things out.
It is important to try new things, which it makes these competitions so great. Excited to maybe see that Carving, the Superior. I think we can still kind of call Superior new. We're still really in the beginnings of this new Adventures Abound season. So seeing Pokemon like the Superior, like the Gligar doing so well is just really fun. It's nice when we get that shake-up coming into a new season.
Agreed. We know a lot about Magic Mason. We've seen him compete multiple times. He's a very patient trainer. He's going to let this matchup play out. He's going to be aware of the opponent's energy. He's not going to force any plays or try to overcharge and miss any opportunities. He's very calculated about how he approaches this matchup. Rockhaven, a bit more of a wild card here. We don't know how he's going to approach this game, but we are locked in. We're going to get some leads on the field here. Game number 1, Rockhaven 703 versus Magic Mason.
All right, and we are going to get that question answered. Which fast move is that Shadow Alolan Sandslash running? And I see ice on the field of battle. We've got that Powder Snow, which is quite a bit better against this Umbreon. Shadow Claw would be very ineffective. Going to start off this play with a Drill Run.
Yeah, not only better against Umbreon, but much better against Superior and Gligar. So we see the safe swap Medicham here by Magic Mason met by the Superior. This Aerial Ace coverage gives it so much flexibility in this matchup. Ice Punch looks like it will likely connect. Going to deal some super effective damage against Superior, but not that much. This Pokemon is so bulky.
It is Superior really benefiting from that buff to Aerial Ace. Always kind of been a niche pick in terms of grass types, but has moved to the forefront. Having a flexible flying type charge move like that, being able to deal that super effective damage back to back. This is going to threaten the meta champ's health, going to put it very, very deep in the red.
You see Magic Mason's matchup knowledge there. Instant, no protect shield. Just dropped the menu from his screen. He said, I'm not interested in shielding this. Gonna go ahead and let that aerial ace connect and fire back an Ice Punch to take control of switch advantage. However, there are two Pokemon here that do decently well against Umbreons. There's not really a safe place for it to go.
There really isn't. So the Alolan say, the Umbreon coming out. Looks like the place it's going to go is right on the field of battle, Speedy.
Yeah, well, this is tricky, right? Because Magic Mason swaps this in, try to make a hard read on that third Pokemon. Foul Play connects, but out comes the Medicham, and it's gonna deal a lot of damage to this Umbreon over time.
It will. So, but the Umbreon definitely has a tool to fight back and being able to get to the foul plays quickly. Foul play being a neutral move, Medicham is just so bulky. It takes a lot of foul plays to be able to really put a good dent in its health.
Rockhaven has a decision to make. Do you want to maintain some HP? As we move into the latter part of the matchup, that's always a concern. You don't want any fast attack pressure to rob you of a win. Does get the KO against the Umbreon there with a lot of energy on Medicham. Has Dynamic Punch and Ice Punch as well. Lantern lurking in the back for Magic Mason.
It is, and that is a very healthy Lantern. So out it comes, and it is a Water Gun Lantern. I've told you, Speedy, Water Gun Lantern, it is the sauce. It's the way to go.
I should clean out my ears more and listen to you. So the first time Dynamic Punch does get shielded. Lantern's Water Gun going to deal so much pressure. Like we talked about, DeFi, that fast attack pressure can cut right under those shields and chip away your HP.
Ooh, and that Dynamic Punch coming through, same type attack bonus. Water Gun is going to apply quite a bit of fast move pressure. Hawkhaven going for a bait, and Magic Mason falls for it. He shields the ineffective Ice Punch, but is already getting close to a move. Tries to make a catch, or maybe just a quick 1-2 punch. Not even 1-2, just one. It took one counter to knock it out.
Just one jab, right? In comes the Lantern here. Cannot withstand a Dynamic Punch. The race is on. Rockhaven trying to get to the Dynamic Punch. Does get there. No protect shields in play for Magic Mason. Tried to sneak under the radar, under the sonar with the water guns. Doesn't get the knockout, and Medicham lands an uppercut to take that game number 1.
Congratulations to Rockhaven for taking the first game against Magic Mason. Very, very well played. Like you said, a bit of a wild card where we can point to a lot from Magic Mason. Champion of Toronto Regionals, 4th place at Fort Wayne, tied for 5th in Hartford, tied for 5th in Pittsburgh this season. Yeah. So we have seen a lot of Magic Mason, but it is great to see these new trainers. We've said it before, anyone can show up to regionals and make a splash. Speaking of making a splash, there is a Lantern on the replay. Magic Mason falling for the Ice Punch bait, losing his final protect shield. Rockhaven ending the game with 2 shields remaining.
And we saw there in the middle of the powder snow, that's when Magic Mason decided to send in his Medicham and land that double super effective counter to knock out the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Great awareness there. But I also want everyone to appreciate the patience by Rockhaven. Throwing the Ice Punch bait against Lantern, if that gets no shielded, you're in a really tough spot. That was a very gutsy play.
It was, but it paid off, giving him an early advantage here in Winners Round 4 Group C. One more win, and Rockhaven moves on. If Magic Mason doesn't come back here, he will move down to the losers bracket. Yeah. So our trainers having to decide what is Magic Mason going to do here in order to get his way out. And here we are. We have that Shadow Alolan Sandslash again, but up against the Lantern this time.
Yeah, I want to point out something important here. This is a solid matchup for the Water Gun Lantern. The Shadow Alolan Sandslash can strike back, but what set this up was that Game 1 composition. We saw Umbreon and Medicham for Magic Mason anticipating a potential Carbink here in game number 2. He brings 2 Pokemon that have a good matchup against it. Doesn't get it yet, but here comes a Medicham against the Lantern.
And then we are going to have a Medicham mirror match, but these 2 Medicham have a crucial difference. The one on the side of Rockhaven doesn't have that charge move of Psychic to be able to do a lot of neutral damage. Perhaps go fishing for that defense drop. Gonna have to rely on Ice Punch, where Magic Mason on the other side side can go for the Psychic. Rockhaven's Ice Punch is triggered first.
Rockhaven wins that charge attack priority. Magic Mason looking for the Psychic. He's going to have to wait just a few seconds to get it. And like you pointed out, Defy, once you see that Dynamic Punch in game number 1, you know this is Dynamic Punch and Ice Punch. That's just the standard set.
It is, and the Psychic connects. Do we have a defense drop? No. These two Metacham pretty even in health, but the one on the side of Magic Mason just a little healthier here is going to go for another Psychic no shield, and that is guaranteed to knock out. We have the Superior coming in, looking to fire some super effective aerial aces.
Metacham has just enough HP to be outside of Vine Whip range, so we're going to see the Ice Punch get protected up here. Superior might be able to go for the full Vine Whip down after that Ice Punch has been expended. Remember the pacing, 6, 6, and 5. Superior able to get the full Vine Whip down, and now the Shadow Loan Sand Slash looks really good for Rockhaven in the back.
It does, and Superior is going to be able to peel these shields away from Magic Mason. Frenzy Plant is tough. You don't want to have to tank one as a Shadow Gligar. You're going to see how much damage this does here. It's only neutral, however, it takes over half of the Gligar's health, and here is the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash getting a chip of energy off the Gligar before Rockhaven has to decide where we're going to tank a Surf. Yes, going to save that final shield perhaps for the Superior.
Magic Mason did have the Thunderbolt's worth of energy, and the no shield is a great call there. Drill Run will actually connect into this Lantern, Defy, which means they're going to look to try to wing attack down the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. Magic Mason can't make it happen, and that's a 2-0 victory. Rockhaven triggering an upset here.
It is Magic Mason, we have said before, winning, top cutting, time and time again. Upset by Rockhaven. Congratulations for taking that match, but not the last we have seen from Magic Mason today. That was the winner side of the bracket, so he moves on to the loser side of the bracket, which we've said before, Will, that is such a tough road. It's like it branches off into two and you're picking the road that's got so many more obstacles, it's so much longer, many more trainers to fight. So I really appreciate our players over on the loser side of the bracket because it is tough down there.
It is, yeah. It's a test of endurance for sure when you have to play many more games than your opponents just for the same amount of reward, right? But I do think it's kind of a nice feature, right? If you lose that first round, you're still technically in the tournament. You can still compete. And with the implementation of championship points, there's just extra incentive to keep on fighting. You don't have to win it all. You can just place in the top 8, collect your championship points, and be happy, be content with how you did in the tournament.
Yeah, and continue to get extra championship points by participating in your local Go Cups and Go challenges. So be sure you are looking around on the Pokemon website to be able to find some locals near you.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out a couple highlights from that previous match. Really fun to watch. No carbing to be seen. No carbing needed because Shadow Alolan Sand Slash did the work.
Exactly. Shadow Alolan Sand Slash being the lead in both games here. We're going to see it go for the Drill Run to knock the Lantern out. Magic Mason, I thought interestingly, choosing not to shield here. I think he could have Water Gunned down, and I think that might have changed the end matchup. Maybe, again, thinking that he could wing attack down, but that just was not the case.
I think it's tricky, right? Because if you're still switch locked and you Water Gun down the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, you're just giving that Superior even more energy. However, we did see it use 2 Frenzy Plants and then switch out, so it was pretty low in terms of energy. I don't know, you can always debate, right, if there are win conditions there. Hindsight's 20/20, so it's really tough to say. But again, these trainers are really, really fun to watch, and Rockhaven, a name that we haven't heard of, might become much more familiar soon.
Yeah, and that is always so exciting. Anyone can come to these tournaments and do well. We just saw someone from their first tournament ever compete and win against a previous regional champion. The current reigning champion of Toronto will have a new Toronto champion soon, but that is incredibly exciting. So very well done to Rockhaven.
Yeah, speaking of champions, the Peoria Regional Champion from last season, Out of Pocket, I believe he's in the losers bracket right now. So if you are following along with the tournament, maybe you can check out that trainer's progress as he fights his way through the losers bracket. And to continue this theme of champions, how about Kimmy back on stream here?
Yes, Kimmy Sui, a regional champion, doing so well. He kind of got his claim to fame was using that defense form Deoxys for his championship performance, something that we really hadn't seen a lot of at the time.
What I want to emphasize here is that in his post-tournament victory interview, Kimmy Sui said that he looks at all the usage statistics from each of these tournaments. He tries to find holes, tries to find gaps, core breakers, etc. And he landed on that defense from Deoxys for that reason. So I'm sure he's looked at the data, he's studied a lot of the previous regionals championships, and he said, Shadow Dragonite looks great. I'm going to go ahead and bring it just like Wdage did in Pittsburgh.
I mean, again, like if the Wdage, who's been winning championship after championship after championship and just continuing to win in North America, it's not a bad thing to necessarily go with a proven strategy and see if you can maybe work it into being something like your own.
Yeah, I mean, don't reinvent the wheel, right? If Pelipper's winning regional championships, give it a shot. Shadow Dragonite winning in North America, give it a try and just see what happens. Some of these Pokemon can be so interesting to watch because, you know, Pelipper's has such a miserable matchup against Lantern, but it still finds its way onto teams. Shadow Dragonite does not want to see Shadow Alolan Sandslash unless the shields are down, right?
Unless the shields are down. Something else I wanted to ask you about, Kimmy Sui, bringing Galarian Stunfisk,
right?
Which is a little interesting. After Earthquake got nerfed in the Adventures Abound season, we haven't really seen it. The steel types of choice have been Registeel, and even more prevalent, the Alolan Sandslash has been so popular. Galarian Stunfisk really dropped in popularity, but I trust that Kimmy Sui has done his research and made that decision. Something else I see potentially on the other side that we're going to get to look at for Conky is another Pokemon that is a bit of a surprise to both. It was a bit of a surprise to both of us earlier on today.
A little jolt, right, to our systems as we load up these teams for the stream here. I just wanted to point out, though, I do think that Kimmy Sui's team that we've seen previously on stream has 4 Pokemon with a ton of neutral play, and then he's got 2 incredible closers. I really look at that Galarian Stunfisk with its incredible coverage of Rock Slide and Earthquake, being able to hit most things in the meta for at least neutral damage, and the Shadow Dragonite as being the 2 top closers on his team. So I think if shields are down, those 2 Pokemon are likely lurking in the back. But like you pointed out, DeFi, there's a unique challenge here, an electric bug that appeared previously in the stream. If you know the answer, type it in the chat. Let us know. That Pokemon might be reappearing here.
It is, and it is revealed here to be Charjabug. So maybe, again, like something that maybe these trainers out in the field of battle are noticing something about Charjabug. Maybe we'll start to see even more of them. Certainly an interesting pick and a winning pick, as we saw earlier.
I'll tell you what, if you're looking for a team that Carbink has a lot of play against, look no further than Kimmy Sui's team. He's got 3 Pokemon weak to fairy-type attacks, but no fairies to be seen on Conky's squad, so gonna be a tough workaround here. Leads are on the field. We've got Charjabug as the first Pokemon out of the ball versus Medicham.
Yes, and Charjabug, very happy to be up against a fighting type Pokemon. So that X-Scissor is going to be doing some brutal damage to Medicham over time. It's not a very strong move, Will. It's not super powerful, but when it's it can do that really good neutral damage against the fighting and psychic type over time, like, it's gonna knock it out.
Yeah, especially if you land 2 or 3 of those X-Scissors. No Protect Shield on the Psychic. That was a very confident no-shield by Conky. He's gonna go ahead and play this matchup out. No Defense Fall either, but these counters are resisted. Here comes another X-Scissor. We can kind of eyeball the damage ratio from before. I don't think this quite knocks out. Medicham might have a chance to get to 1 more charge tech here.
Let's see, 1 more just sneaks it in before that Volt switch and is going to be able to knock out the Charjabug. So Medicham winning that opening matchup, so kind of putting Kimmy Sui in an advantageous position.
I really like the Medicham choice here. You could have gone either way. You could have dealt super effective wing attack damage, but he chooses the Medicham. The reason is he knows Kimmy leans on that Shadow Dragonite so much, so getting ahead, getting a few counters, loading up an Ice Punch a little bit faster puts you more on pace with this Pokemon here. That's exactly what happens.
It is. So now we have that Ice Punch Shadow Dragonite. Another Pokemon can't really stand a stiff breeze coming from like a chilly, what did I say, a cold draft.
Yeah.
So really tough for Dragonite to be up against anything that can throw ice at it.
Yeah, we're going to see the Protect Shield here. It's so tough to beat Dragon-type opponents like Shadow Dragonite, like Shadow Dragonair, if you don't actively resist the Dragon Breath. And there's only one Pokemon on Conky's team that does it, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, which is on the bench. So you have to get really creative here. You're going to have to use resources to beat this Pokemon.
And look at how fast that Dragon Breath damage is knocking down the Medicham. It can't get to an Ice Punch, but now this Dragonite, it has no shields remaining. It's going to have to expend all of this energy, and it has nothing left to protect itself.
Yeah, that's really tough. So much damage just erupting from this Dragonite. Another Dragon Claw getting fired off here. There's still a third Pokemon in the back, being the Lantern, which hasn't even seen the field. Anticipate a fast swap to it. That's exactly what we get. Kimmy Sweet brings it in. Water Gun Lantern, absolutely going to melt this Gligar.
Again, I'm going to keep saying it. Well, Water Gun Lantern, it is the play in the current meta. Gligar going for that super effective dig to take out over half of this Lantern's health, but Lantern can handle it and then throw a Surf to knock the Gligar off the field of play. So Kimmy Sui taking the first game in this series.
What I really like about this matchup is that both trainers have selected very unique core breakers, right? We saw that Charge Bug have so much success for Shiny Dialga 45. Now we've got Kimmy Sui in the Shadow Dragonite. That's really the dynamic here. You've got a lot of meta staples in the Open Great League, a lot of Pokemon that are good season after season, but it really depends on how these trainers add their own signature flair. That's what really defines a lot of these regional champions, and I feel like Kimmy Sui has the distinct advantage. When only one Pokemon on your team resists Dragon Breath, you're just going to take so much neutral damage.
Yeah, but maybe we haven't seen a lot out of Conky here. Could maybe still surprise us. This is only Conky's second tournament. Performed very well at the North American International Championships, tied for 13th place. And that Charge Bug, that's a good signature pick. It's different, certainly, from other Pokemon that we are seeing, but we've seen that it's proven to do quite well. Anything that can really go toe-to-toe with Medicham, almost take it out. It came very close there in that opening matchup.
Yeah.
It's certainly a Pokemon worth considering.
Well, to your point as well, that Charge Bug has a lot of flex play against Pokemon like the Shadow Dragonite, right? You can still land the Volt Switches, you can still land Discharge and deal some damage to the Dragonite, and I think that this is starting to make a lot more sense because we see the Shadow Dragonite, we see the Galarian Stunfisk. We ask why these two Pokemon, they actually cover each other incredibly well, and if you want to wall that Charge Bug, the #1 candidate has to be your ground and steel type Galarian Stunfisk. Maybe Kimmy Sui had a feeling. Maybe he knew Charge Bug was going to just pop out of the woodwork and actually be a viable Pokemon here in Peoria.
Maybe he did. He does a lot of his homework. He does a lot of studying. So again, maybe Kimmy Sui looked into that crystal ball, asked Cresselia to use Future Sight and saw that Charge Bug in the future and brought the Galarian Stunfisk to counter.
It could be. It could make sense. We're going to talk things over here with our judging team and figure out how we're going to proceed into this game number 2. But that being said, DeFi, we saw Shadow Dragonite, we saw Medicham, we saw Lantern. What do you think we're going to see here in game number 2? I feel like the formula for Kimmy Sui was pretty solid.
I agree that Shadow Dragonite, like you've been mentioning, only one Pokemon on Conky's team resists it. So other than that, it's the Shadow Dragonite just looks so good along with the Medicham and Lantern. So coming from Conky, I'm trying to think. The Gligar, I really like the Gligar play. I like Charge Bug. You almost have to bring Shadow Alolan Sandslash to counter the Shadow Dragonite. Also has so much play kind of across the board with the Superior. Lands the dig on Lantern, can do well against the Umbreon as well, can just put out a lot of neutral damage. So again, just checking that we have the correct play. This match is under review with our judges. Just making sure that we didn't miss any fast moves such as counter.
Yeah, I think everybody who was watching closely at home can probably pinpoint the moment we're referring to. Medicham was almost to the Ice Punch there, and those critical half-second turns can make such a huge difference in the game. So you just want to get everything right. Make sure that if Medicham should have gotten to the Ice Punch, that we give it its due. That being said, we do have a replay of that moment. I think 4 counters away. Medicham looking for it, gets that 4th counter, should be right there, and can't quite get to the Ice Punch. A little bit of a stutter timing going on there.
It was. Also, just thinking about that play, Shadow Dragonite being generally a good counter for Medicham, but Medicham having that Ice Punch to be able to fight back is so tough. We do have an update from the stage. There will be no rematch. So Kimmy Sui is still, we are 1-0, and our trainers will be locking in. They were ready to go, whether it was a rematch or not. They had it ready for us to be able to show game number 2, Kimmy Sui versus Conky.
I've been in that situation so many times personally. Dragon Breath just adds up so fast. Kimmy Sui coming out fast here in game number 2. Got Medicham lined up against the opposing Lickitung for the backlines. You have Shadow Dragonite and Lantern for Kimmy Sui. Meanwhile, Medicham and Umbreon for Conky.
Yeah, so it looks like Kimmy Sui sticking with the winning strategy, that winning line of 3. But Conky instead bringing out the Umbreon and the Medicham, really switching up his line, trying to see if he can counter Kimmy Sui's core here, core of 3.
Yeah, still no Shadow Alolan Sandslash, right? And because he's not switching out of the Lickitung, it means there's a secondary weakness to Medicham in the back. Kimmy Sui's probably already detected that it is the Umbreon. That's why we see the Protect Shield here, wanting to control switch advantage, control the pacing of the matchup. Probably going to look for a knockout, and I assume, honestly, DeFi, a swap to Lantern.
Let's go ahead and see. Conky having to decide, probably, I'm thinking might bring in the Mirror Match Medicham, because Umbreon would just take a lot of damage from the counters. And we actually see Kimmy Sui sticking in and going to throw a Psychic first shield thrown by Conky.
I like the Psychic there. Maybe get the defense fall. Maybe try to take the Protect Shield. Here comes the Lantern. You see the water guns beep, 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 firing away against the Medicham, trying to melt down that HP product, but a dynamic punch coming out. No Protect Shield from Kimmy.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see. Same type attack bonus, dynamic punch, Lantern down under half health, and there is that Umbreon. So Lantern going to be relying on some of its charge moves here. You mentioned water gun, pew 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 pew, does a lot. It does a lot of fast move pressure, but on the Umbreon, it just doesn't seem like it because it's so bulky.
Yeah, it just kind of bounces off, right? But we can see that HP dipping down to the yellow. Here comes a foul play from the Umbreon. Kimmy Sui knows he can withstand this. I think for Conky, the ideal situation is to land the foul play, maybe reach for the Snarl down, but you're going to have to take a Thunderbolt in the process because it does get queued up.
It does, but Umbreon will be able to handle this Thunderbolt. It will take it down into the red. However, Umbreon can stay in, Snarl down, and there we saw, was that a swap?
That was a cheeky swap trying to get the counter down into that Umbreon, but this achieves 2 things. First, it deals some damage that's super effective, and it forces the Umbreon to spend some energy. Shadow Dragonite might be able to melt this down before it even gets to another foul play.
I think so. That Shadow boosted Dragon Breath. And the foul play was there. So we see that quick swap into the Lantern, being able to waste. We were talking about it earlier, wasting the opponent's energy. There is the Shadow Dragonite. There is the Medicham. Medicham needs 2 charge moves, 1 to take the shield, 1 to knock out. Can it get to both?
This is going to be so close because it takes about 6 counters for the Shadow Dragonite to get to the Dragon Claw. You need 2 of them, 1 to break the shield and 1 to get the knockout. Medicham trying to pace up there, reaching for the Ice Punch, just 1 counter away. Kimmy Sui gets there first, going to fire this off, and that Shadow Dragonite will surely win CMP on the next one. All he has to do is press that Dragon Claw.
Let's see, can he press the button first, going for it?
Oh no!
No, Medicham, I don't think he was quite there. It looked like the Dragon Breath went through.
Yeah, you're right.
So the Ice Punch connects and knocks out the Dragonite, giving the win to Conky.
Maybe my eyes are deceiving me. Maybe he didn't have the double Dragon Claws stored up just yet. Even being a single Dragon Breath away can take that entire plan off the rails.
Yep, so it looks like discussing it a little bit here, but I agree. I would love to see a little bit, I'd love to see that match up again right at the end.
Yeah.
That was so close. Like we said, you need 2 charge moves to make this happen, and we knew it was going to be down to the wire.
Yeah, that was going to be very, very critical. I want to point out as well that the mind games that Kimmy Sui was able to employ there, bringing in the Lantern after his switch timer had ticked all the way down to 0, Conky knows that if Shadow Dragonite comes out and he doesn't throw the foul play, he loses that energy. Umbreon gets absolutely Dragon Breath down. So for him to wait down the switch timer and force Conky to make that decision in a half second, that is what allowed him to waste that energy from the Umbreon.
But it was close. So Kimmy Sui definitely been giving a run for his money by Conky 1452 today. Again, we're seeing kind of a lot of upsets. We're seeing these champions come in and perhaps getting knocked down by trainers we don't necessarily know as well. Right. I'm gonna keep saying it. You out there listening, you can sign up for a regional championship and you can do well, even if you're not, a seasoned veteran like Kimmy Sui.
Exactly. You just like what Wdage says, just play the battles. Just come in, just play the battles and see what happens. You never know what the outcome could be. But that was a very exciting game number 2 there. Currently, we're standing at 1-1 as the score. There's going to be a decisive game number 3 coming up here shortly. We just want to make sure we get all these calls right. It's so tough, DeFi, because a lot of these reviews that we've had this weekend so far are all around one-turn fast attacks. Licks. Did my lick go through? Should I have gotten the body slam? Dragon Breath. Should I have gotten the Dragon Claw? These questions are really hard to answer because the fast attacks are only a half second long. So you really do need to go back and study frame by frame what exactly happened.
It is very tough. This is an incredibly fast-paced game, so it really requires being able to use the replay feature and slow it down, and it always is impressive with these trainers who can stay on top of all of that and being able to make these literally split-second decisions time and time again. And it is even tougher when you're up on stage underneath the lights.
I have a question.
I have an answer.
When you are going up against a Pokemon that has a one-turn fast attack, are you counting their one-turn fast attacks? Are you counting those attacks relative to your own? Let's get into this replay first, and then we'll have an answer to that. Dragon Claw does get protection up, reaching for the next one. Oh, and just one Dragon Breath away. We saw that bubble kind of expand and glow just a second too late.
Just a moment. Again, so incredibly close, down to the wire. So we will be having that decisive game number 3. We will have that decisive game number 3. We will see who is going to move on here in the winners semifinals for Group D. Will it be champion Kimmy Sui, or will it be more of the newcomer from the side of Conky? It could be anyone's game. To answer your question, Speedy, it is very challenging to count one-turn fast moves. I prefer to count what's going on with my own moves. Count the counters, count the mud shots. It's a little bit easier to do.
Exactly.
To be able to count relatively. But let us know in chat. Let us know at #PlayPokemon. What do? Do you count the one-turn fast moves coming from your opponent, or do you count your own 2-3 turn moves?
Yeah, there's a lot of math in Pokemon Go, right? So if you have an Umbreon, for example, they get 3 Dragon Breaths per Snarl. That's about 9 energy per Snarl. So if you can count, I've done 4 Snarls. That's quick maths, right?
Quick maths.
Exactly.
I think we have a fellow caster who's pretty good at those quick maths.
We do. Yeah, absolutely. That being said, we are getting locked in here. One of our trainers is already ready to go, locked in and prepared. The other one taking just a few moments to think things over. You want to get everything right in a game that moves so quickly. Prediction skills are paramount, but I think we've got to lock it.
And we do. Oof! And it is going to be some super effective damage coming the way of that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. An immediate dip out, safe swapping that Umbreon. But Umbreon not exactly happy. We can see Kimmy Sui content, saying, that was a great lead, but this swap up matchup, that works for me too. I'm going to stick it out.
Out of the oven and into the frying pan here. This is not a great position to be in. Conky running ABA weak to Medicham again. And this time Kimmy Sui picks up on it. Foul play does get fired off here. No switch outs from Kimmy Sui. When you have this team constructed the way you do, you have to ask yourself, is there another answer for that Shadow Alolan Sandslash? And to be honest with you, DeFi, I think the Medicham is still the best answer. I'm surprised we haven't seen a switch yet.
Same. So, I agree. Very surprised that he's going to stay in, but maybe going to rely on that Lantern as the counter instead. But we see the Medicham going for the Ice Punch. Not going to quite knock out the Umbreon. And again, Medicham just content to play this out.
Yeah, there's an interesting play as well, because we saw Conky go for the additional Snarl instead of throwing the foul play. Medicham does get the knockout, control of switch advantage. Kimmy Sui only about 10% or less health on his Medicham. You might need to switch out here. Here comes the opposing Medicham.
Yes, and both shields, all shields still remaining in play. We haven't seen any yet. Kimmy Sui building all the way up to the Psychic without throwing. So Conky's got to decide, not going to protect the Medicham. Trainers, you can't take these shields into the next battle.
Finally counter swapping, in comes the Lantern. Water guns are piling on. Dynamic Punch does get queued up here by Conky. If you're Kimmy, you've got the Shadow Dragonite, and you've seen the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Can you really afford to start giving away your Protect Shields and essentially making your Dragonite useless?
I don't know. We'll have to see. Lantern goes for the Surf. Conky has to decide, is this Medicham worth protecting? Decides that it is going to be able to handle the Surf and has that Dynamic Punch to fight back. Kimmy Sui's Lantern going to absorb all of this energy. It will take Lantern down underneath half health.
In comes Shadow Alolan Sandslash with a Protect Shield, one Protect Shield on each side. Looks like the Lantern's going to reach up for the Surf, but not before the Drill Run gets queued up here by the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. You see the protection from Kimmy Sui. This is going to become really tedious in the final moments.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. The Lantern already at a Surf, going to be at a second Surf soon. We see Conky pulling that Protect Shield, protecting the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Really his last line of defense. That Medicham's health is just so low.
Oh.
And Kimmy Sui making a catch. That Medicham that he preserved from early on in the Umbreon matchup, going to absorb that Ice Punch, and then the Lantern is going to build up a ton of energy, going to use the Surf to knock out. Kimmy Sui didn't even show the Shadow Dragonite. He took out Conky with 2 of his 3 Pokemon.
But I'm going to tell you what, Conky does get the counter down. Oh, and not even close to an Ice Punch. Shadow Dragonite with those Indigo Flames vanquishes the Medicham there to get the win. That could have been very different in the end game if Conky was able to get the Powder Snow down. One double super effective Ice Punch from Shadow Alolan Sandslash would have erased that Dragonite.
Yeah, so that could have ended very, very differently, but the way that it did end, we have Kimmy Sui continuing on in the bracket, winning that semifinals matchup. Congratulations. Conky moving down to the loser side of the bracket.
Still very impressive, right? When you take a win off of a regional champion, especially somebody like Kimmy Sui, who's so technically proficient, who actually made it to a grand finals not once, but twice, battling Bulk and eventually succumbing to him at a later tournament. It's very impressive to take a win off that trainer. I think there's a lot to build on there if you're the opposing trainer.
Yep, I think that was Milwaukee, was it not? I believe that was Milwaukee last season. So very, very well played by both trainers. Taking a look, we're going to take a look at the highlights of that matchup. I was going to just note, where was the Galarian Stunfisk? We talked about like maybe it was the play. I was just looking for it. Like, I don't think he brought it once. He brought the same 3 Pokemon every time. There we have that Ice Punch, that key moment from that second game where the Ice Punch knocks out the Shadow Dragonite. And here we have in the third game, Kimmy Sui barely needing to use that Shadow Dragonite, using different resources instead, using the Medicham almost like a third shield to just absorb that last little bit of energy, making a wonderful catch. And then Shadow Dragonite just having to, puff a little bit of Dragon Breath right at the very end.
So many things could have gone wrong in that game 3. I just want to say again, 2 of the 3 games in that series were decided by a half second. Game number 1, the single Dragon Breath until the Dragon Claw was ready. And then game number 3, not getting the Powder Snow down of the Lantern. And then even the catch on the Medicham, what if that goes wrong? What if the Shadow Alolan Sandslash Powder Snows down the Medicham, and then you have nothing? And Sandslash is going to win the Charge Tag priority against Lantern. Then what do you do?
It is tough.
That was closer than it looked. I just want to emphasize again, that was way closer than it looked.
I know, we are back here. You can't see us during the battles, but we are on the edge of our seat watching and casting. These matches are so close and they are so much fun to cast, and we have even more coming up. We'll be getting 2 more battlers on the stage very, very shortly. Again, noting though, we see a lot of trainers, they bring the same Pokemon every single time. 3 battles, they bring 3 Pokemon, sometimes just switching up the order a little bit like Kimmy Sui did. We never saw the Galarian Stunfisk, never saw the Umbreon, never saw the Serperior. Kimmy Sui making those calculations and deciding these are the 3 Pokemon on my way to victory. And here we have 2 more players for the winner semis. We have Teddy Bear versus General Pizza Man.
Sorry, these trainer names are absolutely fantastic. I'm really excited to see these two face off. I think we have seen Teddy Bear before, actually running 2 flying type Pokemon on his team, but competitors don't have their headphones on yet, so we won't dive too deeply into the team compositions. But hey, you know what? I had a caster prediction. It finally came to fruition. Shadow Drapion on the right side.
There is, and we see it represented. I love when we get to shout out the plushes on the stage as well, having the Drapion having a defense form Deoxys. We don't really see those 2 plushes very often. We see sometimes a lot of cute ones. We'll see the Eevees, but well, maybe we'll see some regional Pikachus, some of those exclusive costume Pikachus. Drapion and Defense Deoxys not as popular, so very cool to see some different plushes out there on the table.
I wanted to ask you, DeFi, talk to me about the normal type on General Pizza Man's team. That Pokemon recently got an update. It acquired a new fast attack, right?
It did. So that Pokemon is Greedent. Greedent would typically run Bullet Seed as its fast move, but it is a 3-turn move. It got access to a new 2-turn move, Greedent with Mud Shot. So
that's a fast body slam.
That is a very fast body slam. Greedent actually only has access to 2 charge moves. Yeah. So if you try to TM to different moves on your Greedent, it's not going to work. You have body slam and you have crunch. It does not have access to any other moves, but it doesn't really need them. Because Body Slam is just so good, and then you have Crunch as a backup to be able to hit up against a Ghost-type Pokemon, so it has incredible coverage just the way it is, and sometimes Crunch is just nice. You can score that defense drop on your opponent for a small percentage chance that will happen.
Okay. You said small percentage chance. I have to jump in here, DeFi. For me, whenever I get hit with Crunch, it's 100% chance. I always get debuffed every single time. Let me know in the chat if it ever happens to you, because I feel
like
when
you're the one using it,
it never works.
It never works.
Ever. I don't know. Maybe it's bias. Probably not. I think it's facts. But with that being said, I am excited to see some Greedent play. We're going to have to see how well it fits into this team composition versus Teddy Bear, Shadow Charizard, Metachamp, Shadow Venusaur, as well as Lickitung, Mandibuzz, and Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Teddy Bear, a bit of an impressive trainer, finishing 7th at NAIC last year in his 3rd tournament. General Pizza Man, this is the first tournament he's ever competed in.
I would certainly remember that username had he competed before, but very exciting. So again, I'm gonna keep saying it because it's true. Come to these tournaments. Yeah. This is his first tournament, and we are in the winners semifinals for the group. That is fantastic, and you can get so many championship points by progressing this far. You don't have to get that #1 or #2 slot anymore. You get points for reaching 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. So be sure that you are coming to these tournaments and participating, or check out your locals for the local challenges and cups.
It's true. DeFi, while you were deploying that very serious information, I had a really silly question on my mind. I want everyone to type in chat, what do you think Greedent's favorite pizza topping is? Is it pepperoni? Is it cheese? Is it a vegetarian pizza? I don't know. What do you think?
I'm trying to think. Maybe I would think Greedent would put something wacky on its pizza. I think it would try for like peanut butter. That's what I think of when I think of Greedent. Put like peanut butter pizza.
I would never.
I think Greedent. I think Greedent's a little silly. I think it's a little silly friend.
Silly friend.
All right, we have our trainers with their headphones on, nice and secure, so let's go ahead and dive more into these teams. Teddy Bear bringing that Shadow Charizard and a Mandibuzz, that double flyer strategy you mentioned. We also have Metachamp, Shadow Venusaur as your grass type, Lickitung and Shadow Alolan Sandslash as your steel. General Pizza Man, no steel type to be found, but does have a flyer in Gligar, Shadow Drapion Superior, Defense Form Deoxys as the counter user of choice, and then we also have the Azumarill functioning as your water and fairy type, very defensive Pokemon. A lot of Pokemon. Greedent has a lot of bulk. Azumarill, Defense Form, Deoxys. Superior is actually quite a bit more bulky than a lot of people expect it to be. Drapion as well. So I think General Pizza Man's looking to out-bulk a little bit compared, and Teddy Bear too. Mandibuzz is certainly a threat when it comes to bulk. So we will have to see how that turns out. Teddy Bear, though, a bit more of a balance. Shadow Venusaur Venusaur
Yeah.
hits hard. Shadow Charizard hits hard. Shadow Alolan Sandslash hits hard. So they're a bit more of a balance there.
I'm looking at those two teams as well, and I will be shocked. I will actually be so surprised if Superior makes an appearance for General Pizza Man, because when you're facing a Shadow Alolan Sandslash, a Charizard, and a Mandibuzz, there is no room for Superior to slither in. That being said, our leads are on the field here. We've got Shadow Venusaur versus Greedent. Keep those pizza toppings coming.
Yep, and there it is with that new fast move of Mud Shot, being able to do some good neutral damage against the Venusaur. And we're going to see Greedent go for the crunch, maybe opting for that defense drop.
Hoping for the defense fall. Shadow Venusaur does absorb it. No defense drops. Looks like my games. Here comes a Frenzy Plant from the Venusaur into the Greedent, and it's going to come through as well. This is actually going to pack a huge punch as it chips away at Greedent's HP.
All the way down to the red. Greedent actually going for the body slam, interestingly enough. It had enough for the crunch, but will draw a shield. I'm not sure if Greedent's going to be able to get to another body slam. It gets there fast, but not fast enough.
And if you're General Pizza Man, there's really no answer to this Shadow Venusaur. You can't fast attack it down. You have to bring in Defense from Deoxys, counter swap into the Charizard. This is a great play because it pulls out a Azumarill. It was very, very small, but you saw Teddy Bear kind of nod his head there. This is the Pokemon he wanted to find. This is a great pull by him because this allows the Shadow Venusaur to find this after Charizard gets KO'd.
All right, the Blast Burn doing. Zumarill just kind of shrugs it off. She says, that tickles. That's not so much. I can handle this. Blast Burn, though, the second one is going to start to hurt. So we see General Pizza Man opting to shield that up. But you can see how much the bubbles are doing to Charizard. Just little bits of fast move pressure. We're going to see the Ice Beam go through. Yeah. Not wanting to risk it, not wanting to go try for the fast move down. And then there is the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Azumarill just looks really, really good here as long as it avoids that Venusaur.
Very subtle, but General Pizza Man charged up enough energy till he was one bubble away from the other Ice Beam, and expecting the Venusaur to come in, doesn't get it. I think the choice to bring in this Shadow Alolan Sandslash is very clever, but one thing to note as well is that Teddy Bear is running out of HP, and that defense from Deoxys is still in the back with energy.
It is. So there is that Ice Punch. That is enough to clear the Azumarill off the field of play. And there is the defense form Deoxys. The last line of defense for General Pizza Man, going to be relying on the bulk of defense form Deoxys. And here comes that Venusaur. The problem is you start using those Psycho Boosts and you are debuffing yourself. It's going to make it harder to knock out the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. We have, I was going to say you have to build up to 2 right away. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So having to tank this Frenzy Plant defense Deoxys just cannot do it.
Yeah, you touched on an important point there. If you can't pace to the double Psycho Boost there, you've got no chance. And the extra Vine Whips that the Shadow Venusaur accumulated meant that it would always outpace, and it's going to win that charge attack priority against the Deoxys. There's just no way you can flip that matchup unless you're ahead on energy if you are General Pizza Man.
Yeah, so what is General Pizza Man going to have to do? You said Shadow Drapion, that's staying on the bench. It just doesn't have a lot of play.
Well, I think the Superior, Superior will stay on the bench.
Superior stays on the bench. For sure. Will the Shadow Drapion stay on the bench?
That's a really valid question, right? I do think it has a lot of flex play against the opponent's team. You can hit for neutral damage kind of across the board here with a Sludge Bomb or Crunch combination. Can also run Aqua Tail. Maybe the occasional Fell Stinger, but I doubt that we'll see that. But I really think a turning point of that matchup was the Greedent getting a little too greedy with the Mud Shots, trying to paste another Body Slam, and got Vine Whipped all the way down.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see the Body Slam come through instead of the Crunch, because Crunch, when you can only throw one, it's better to throw the Crunch instead. Yeah. But I think General Pizza Man thinking, like, maybe the Greedent can hold on, but against a Shadow Venusaur Vine Whip, just not gonna happen.
Yeah, absolutely. We did see the Charizard from Teddy Bear in game number 1, as well as the Shadow Venusaur. If I'm not mistaken, I think that Lyle Jeffs might have used that in Pittsburgh as well. He did rely on those 2 Pokemon. Please correct me if I'm mistaken on that. But I am interested to see how this next matchup turns out. Again, a lot of unique Pokemon, a lot of unique matchups and interactions here. Shadow Drapion could have play. I still don't think there's any environment where we see Superior from General Pizza Man, but we'll see.
We will have to see. I'd love to see that Greedent again. I don't think it really got the best chance that it had up against the Venusaur. I would like to see it maybe get a little bit more play. It really just needs to avoid the Medicham is kind of the big thing it doesn't want to see. It would love to get matched up against the Lickitung and only be taking that neutral fast move damage. So I think it's a really interesting pick. And again, we love seeing these unique picks in competitive Pokemon, putting your unique stamp on something. So when we think of General Pizza Man, we're going to think of that Greedent. We're going to think of the Shadow Drapion. If it comes into play and Speediest Chief, I do think that is that Shadow Drapion for you right on the field.
Hey, there we go. The leads are on the field. Shadow Alolan Sandslash versus Shadow Drapion. We do have Shadow Charizard, Shadow Venusaur, a triple Shadow team from Teddy Bear versus the bulkier back line of Greedent and Azumarill for General Pizza Man.
So we will have to see, which is going to win out today, the raw attack power, or is it going to be the bulk? And there is a bit of attack power behind that Shadow Drapion as well. That was so much damage, but this drill run is almost certain to do so much damage, so it has to be shielded up. And there we can see the moveset as well. We have Aqua Tail and Crunch as the moveset.
Getting shield parity here is important. The question becomes, do we see the switch out of the Drapion into one of those bulkier back-like Pokemon? That's exactly what we get. Greedent comes out to absorb this drill run. No Medicham in the back for Teddy Bear, so we won't see a direct answer. I anticipate probably the Charizard coming in here. I thought it was going to be Venusaur.
I did as well, but the Charizard also can pack a lot of punch. The problem, though, with Charizard, it's even less bulky than Venusaur. These body slams, Greedent gets to them very fast, and half health from this little Greedent to the Charizard with a body slam. But Charizard, not known for its bulk, it's known for its power, and this is a powerful blast burn coming across the field of battle. Greedent back to the Pokeball.
Greedent gets eliminated there from the field, and it looks like Shadow Charizard still about 35-40% health, but I think it's really clever to bring in the Shadow Charizard when he did, because if not, you have Shadow Charizard versus Azumarill in the back, and that would be a perilous matchup. Gonna see that final Protect Shield from General Pizza Man go up here. I expect a bit of an overcharge, maybe a couple turns. He's gonna go for a little overcharge here and then fire the Aqua Tail.
Yeah, clear the Charizard off the field to play before it has a chance to get to that Dragon Claw, and we see the Charizard go down. We have that Shadow Venusaur lurking in the back, very healthy, with the Azumarill on the side of General Pizza Man. General Pizza Man expending a lot of energy here. Teddy Bear opting to shield. Are we going to see? We do. We see the Azumarill come in, and there is that Venusaur. Azumarill could maybe do a little better here if it had shields to hide behind. Let's see what this is going to do.
I think there are a few win conditions here. If you're Teddy Bear, I think that you want to land this Frenzy Plant and look for a full Vine Whip down. You might only get a couple, though. This is actually going to be pretty close. Ice Beam will weaken this Venusaur quite a bit. I almost wonder if you should have undercharged there or built to 2 Frenzy Plants first, because you know you win the charge attack priority versus the Drapion.
All right, Venusaur not having a ton of energy. Will the Drapion be able to do a full fast move down? It cannot. So this Vine Whip, it won't be very effective. However, even a not very effective Frenzy Plant is something to be on the lookout for. And there we have Teddy Bear with a clean 1-2 victory over General Pizza Man. But those were really fun battles to watch, Speedy.
They were really close, and right, Poison Sting was just a little bit stronger. If it wasn't so resisted by that Poison and Grass-type Venusaur, then maybe we could have seen a little bit more action there. But Shadow Drapion, a lot of fun. We saw how much damage the Crunch did to the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. It was just devastating. And like you said, I really appreciate the interplay between these unique picks in Peoria this weekend.
And did you see that body slam hit the Shadow Charizard, taking it down to half health? That is crazy. We don't often see body slam do that much damage.
Yeah, exactly. Body slam can pack a punch in the right situations. Here comes the final moments of the matchup. Looking for the Aqua Tail. Doesn't quite pull the trigger on it. I believe Venusaur would have won the charge attack priority anyway. So your only win condition for General Pizza Man was to get the Poison Sting down.
Yes, so love seeing that replay again. Congratulations to Teddy Bear for moving on in the group. But perhaps General Pizza Man can make that Greedent work, the Shadow Drapion work on the loser side of the bracket.
we'll see. We'll see how things shake out. You never know until Championship Sunday. And that's a reminder to everybody watching at home, right? If you're just tuning into the stream and you're enjoying the battles, we've got even more coming tomorrow. So make sure to tune in and watch us crown our regional champion. But that being said, DeFi, we've seen a lot of unique picks, a lot of interesting Pokemon. Let's go ahead and turn the clock back a little bit, right? Let's revisit one of those Pokemon that really dominated the second season of the Championship Series. This is Noctowl.
Hello trainers, my name is Will Dunphy, and it's time to spotlight the owl Pokemon, Noctowl. Night has fallen and the moon has risen, so let's grab our flashlights and shine them up into the tree branches. We're looking for a Noctowl so that we can find out just what makes it so special. Noctowl is a normal and flying type Pokemon that possesses formidable bulk. Due to its unique typing combination and sky-high stats, Noctowl can serve multiple roles on a Play Pokemon Championship roster. As an attacker, Noctowl's flying typing helps it to easily counter grass, fighting, and bug-type Pokemon. Defensively, Noctowl's normal type allows it to double resist every ghost-type attack. Noctowl's optimal fast attack is Wing Attack. Noctowl flaps its powerful wings to deal flying-type damage to its opponents while quickly generating energy for its own charge attacks. Noctowl has access to several charge attacks, including Sky Attack, Psychic, Nightshade, and Shadow Ball. Noctowl can maximize its potential as a flying-type Pokemon by learning Sky Attack first. Trainers can then teach their Noctowl Shadow Ball as its second charge attack to further increase its coverage. Shadow Ball is key to Noctowl's success because it allows Noctowl to deal neutral damage to 3 types of Pokemon that resist its flying-type attacks: Electric, Rock, and Steel. Our Pokédex tells us that Noctowl never fails to catch its prey, even in the dimmest of light. This is absolutely true when Noctowl encounters Ghost-type Pokemon like Kofagrigus or Trevenant. Noctowl often defeats these Pokemon with energy and HP to spare. Noctowl's normal typing causes it to take neutral damage from fighting-type attacks, so trainers will need to approach their matchups against Pokemon like Medicham and Scrafty very carefully. This team composition supports Noctowl very well. Alolan Ninetales, Noctowl, Trevenant, Obstagoon, Galarian Stunfisk, and Swampert. Noctowl's weaknesses to Electric and Rock-type Pokemon are well covered by the Ground types Galarian Stunfisk and Swampert, as well as Trevenant. Rock Slide from Galarian Stunfisk and Counter from Obstagoon also help defeat Ice-type opponents. Noctowl quietly flew into the Play Pokemon Championship Series meta, but has made an enormous impact. If you see a wild Hoot on your own Pokemon adventures, make sure to throw a Pokeball at it and evolve it into a Noctowl. It could become a member of your championship team.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to our official broadcast. We have had a huge attack update recently with so many buffs and nerfs, and we are going in depth now. Martijn, what are your biggest winners of the recent attack update?
The biggest winner that I can think of is Lantern. I think with the Spark buff, it makes it a very good electric type attacker right now. It lost a little bit of its flexibility because it doesn't pace to the surf as it used to, but now it is even better in its electric type role, and that's what I really like about it.
I think that's a really good point because a lot of people were expecting when they saw that it got buffed that people weren't going to use Lantern as much anymore because it takes longer to get to the attacks. However, we did see it already in some of the regionals across the world, and I think it still has a role with a Water Gun Lantern. You're saying it's buffing as an electric type, but I think the Water Gun is still pretty strong, even though it takes a little longer to get to. There are other Pokemon that are also more viable now, and it has a role to play against these specific Pokemon. I think you might know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, what is the matchup against Gligar like? Because Gligar has proven to be the most dominant flying type Pokemon right now, and with a Spark against the part ground type, doesn't seem too good of a matchup.
That's what I actually like about it, right? Because right now it makes Gligar an actual answer. Let's say you pace to that surf faster than you already do. It makes it a little bit you know, it makes it a little bit too safe of a Pokemon to use, and that's why I like this Spark buff on the electric side. But what you can also do is run Water Gun as the fast attack, and then you're really good against Gligar, so you have a choice there. But if you run Water Gun, then you lose to Spark Lantern.
That was already the case. Gligar, that was what I was kind of referring to. I'm glad you picked up on that, Leo. Also, really one of the Pokemon that got a huge buff with both of its charge attacks there, with Dig and Aerial Ace being the ones that are most likely going to be chosen, really putting a stop to a lot of the Pokemon that we've seen before and becoming the new flyer of choice.
I mean, alone from its design, Gligar has got to be one of the coolest Pokemon in the game. However, I also want to talk about one Pokemon that didn't really get an update, but is now really, really dominant, Lickitung. What is your opinion on that, Amanda?
I love Lickitung. I think back a while ago there was a strong Lickitung Medicham core, and I think we've already started to see that play out this season as well. I think we can expect this a lot again, and we need to find some good Pokemon that can break that core. I'm sure you're already thinking about it as a competitor yourself. You already know what you plan to bring maybe to other competitions. Can you give us a little bit of the secret sauce, Martine?
Well, the secret sauce might be the same, Noctowl. Noctowl still core breaks Lickitung and Medicham. It's one of the very few, but there's also its substitute that I used in Liu myself before all the updates, which is Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz, the Aerial Ace also has been buffed from Mandibuzz, which makes it even a better flyer attacker, and it resists the Lick fast attack from Lickitung, which means that it also can core break Lickitung and Medicham. Personally, I'm a big fan of that core though, because it provides so much flexibility and it removes all the polarizing matchups in a game. You can always have something to fall back on, and I really like that about that core.
Gotta be honest, I'm a big Unova fan, so I'm always happy to see Mandibuzz. You guys were talking about Medicham. What is the position in the meta for Medicham, and what were the changes to it?
The change really means that now Psychic might not KO certain Pokemon such as Azumarill in 2 Psychics anymore. And what kind of change that will have on the meta, we will see. Let's get back into the action.
Welcome back to day number 1 in Peoria, and this tournament has been fantastic so far. One of the stories so far is there's been a lot of new trainers making waves. How about Rockhaven? His first tournament ever, having to go through, I stole this from you, having to go through Arrow, Trent, and Magic Mason to get to this point. And in our next matchup, another trainer. This is our second tournament ever, Teehee Risa. It's been awesome to see all of these new trainers join here in Peoria and have a ton of success, Caleb.
Thank you for the credit on the fun fact, but big credit to Rockhaven and Teehee Risa for these trainers to be performing so well in their first or second ever tournament. Like you said, Rockhaven never playing in a Pokemon Go official tournament until today and is waiting in the winners finals. But before we get to Rockhaven, we have Teehee Risa versus King Alexander coming up. And I talked about that earlier, that Teehee Risa's only been playing the game for a few months. I double checked it real quick during our break. Teehee Risa has only been playing Pokemon Go for 5 months, Butters. 5 months, and you're already in the winners finals on your second ever tournament, coming close to making top cut in Peoria. Super impressive stuff. And if you're listening at home and you're not sure if you can do it, we believe in you. You can be like Teehee Risa and make it far if you put the time and dedication into getting better, and watching these regionals is a great way to start it.
I want to double down on that point, because a lot of time on day number 1 of the tournaments, we always see something like a Wdage player, a rise to occasion, out of pocket, some trainer that you've seen so many times on the championship series before just dominating, and they're the story of the tournament so far. But it really has been the story of these new trainers, and that's so exciting for the future of Pokemon Go PvP. I believe in you also. I mean, just playing the game for 5 months and getting to this point, I know the road to Worlds always seems intimidating, but if you take your first step, it gets easier and easier, and you can even be in this position. So I can't wait to see this next matchup between Teehee Risa and King Alexander, who's also running that Froslass, which is, I believe, DeFi's #1 pick on her leaderboard for Pokemon to watch out for this weekend, and it's really strong in the current meta, especially if you look at the top 3 in usage on paper versus that Gligar, Medicham, and Lickitung.
It's not even too bad into Registeel either. You really got to watch out for that Alolan Sandslash show. A little bit less comfortable, but a lot of them are running that Powder Snow variant, so it makes it a little bit better in that matchup for that Froslass. And like you said, the more you play, the better you get. Teehee Risa, I believe, finished tied for 17th at Pittsburgh, and now is going to be tied for at least least 9th place here in Peoria, but looking for a little bit even higher of a placement. Going against King Alexander, who also is, I wouldn't say new to the PvP scene, because I've definitely seen them around in grassroots tournaments, but this is also his 3rd ever tournament. So 2nd ever tournament and 3rd ever tournaments. There's a lot of opportunities, especially for these newer trainers. And, you know, let's not, you know, diminish their accomplishments just at day number 1 in Peoria. They're in the winners finals, which means that they haven't lost a single set of battles, and they're undefeated, beating multiple trainers along the way. So if you ever look at the bracket, you'll see how far they've come. If you're watching this live on Twitch, just type in !bracket to follow along all the bracket, because there's a lot of incredible battles that have taken place that we weren't even able to showcase. But the ones you've been showcasing have been incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the right-hand side with King Alexander, having that hard meta team, those top 5 Pokemon, Superior number 5, crazy enough, but then adding that Froslass pick on top of that, which is really strong against these top 5 meta Pokemon. I mean, if you look at Froslass had to play its own team, it would do really well except for the Lantern. And how does it match up against this double Psychic team, right? I feel like if any position was favorable for that Froslass, it's right here against T-Risa.
T-Risa, on the other hand, has that Cresselia that we saw came really handy. Like you said, paired up with that double Psychic of Medicham. One important thing to note, looking at King Alexander's side, there's no Steel-type Pokemon, Butters. There's no Dark-type Pokemon either. This Cresselia looks so strong against the entire team of King Alexander. It has neutral or super effective play against everything. And just like in that first set that T-Risa played on stream, I expect to see Cresselia in every single battle.
Yeah, and the things that can actually beat it neutrally gets countered by Shadow Alolan Sandslash. So there's probably going to be a Shadow Alolan Sandslash Cresselia core. How do you round out that core? We saw T-Risa sticking with her line of 3, changing the variation of what is in the lead, what is in the back line, but usually keeping with those same 3 Pokemon. And I feel like that core is really strong right now, the Cresselia and that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, because that Shadow Alolan Sandslash is going to be able to beat the Superior, which we thought would have been great in that previous matchup. And then it's also able to beat that Froslass as well. But I think there's going to be a lot of Cresselia and a lot of Froslass on either side for these trainers.
I'm going to make a prediction, Butters. I think we see Cresselia from T-Risa in every game, but I think we're going to see a sprinkle of Mandibuzz. The only thing that hard checks this Mandibuzz on King Alexander's side is that Lantern. And especially if it's running Water Gun Lantern, it's not even that great into that Mandibuzz. But Cresselia being so strong for T-Risa makes Lantern a little bit harder to bring into for the side of King Alexander. On top of that, you have the Shadow Swampert, you have the Alolan Sandslash with Drill Run, and you have Lickitung with Power Whip, and you even have Medicham that could play neutrally into that Lantern. It's also Dynamic Punch Medicham, so it's going to be even better into Lantern. So if King Alexander doesn't bring that Lantern, that Mandibuzz actually looks really good. And I know we talk back and forth. Is Mandibuzz good or not in this meta? I think for this specific matchup, it's amazing.
That's what we always think, though, but we will find out, because I do agree with you, because you are only weak to that Lantern, and you're bringing Cresselia anyway into all the games, so you kind of scare off that Lantern counter. So it could be that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Cresselia, Mandibuzz, all 3 together. Maybe you lead that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, you safe swap the Mandibuzz. That could be a really strong team for T-Risa here. And King Alexander, you know, he doesn't necessarily have all the pieces to directly answer, but he's literally playing all the top meta Pokemon. So there's a lot of play here, because most of these top meta Pokemon do have play even against their counters. So this is a situation where you can just play neutrally, play strong, and you don't have to worry about alignment as much. You just probably have to worry the most about that Shadow Alolan Sandslash line.
Oh my gosh, and here we go. Shadow Alolan Sandslash into Superior, the worst possible matchup for the Superior. King Alexander is probably going to try to get out of this matchup as soon as possible, and it looks like, I think it was a Shadow Claw variant, but it's hard to see, and the T-Risa is going to counter swap with her own Lickitung. Now this is actually a really tough situation, because now that you're behind by just 1 lick, you're going to get outpaced by the opposing Lickitung, and it's really not fast room damage that's going to win this. It's going to be charge room damage, and so that means that King Alexander has control over the situation if he wants to win switch advantage or not.
Yeah, there's really no choice, because you can't even charge attack priority, because you are down on energy, so it doesn't even come to stat product. It just literally comes to deciding if you want to pivot later on, which you can do, because you can bank up a bunch of this energy and then pivot out later. I would expect some of these Lickitungs to bank up a little bit of more energy as the switch timer is coming back into play.
Yeah, we're going to see how T. Risa adjusts in this matchup because we can see in the back that there's that Medicham lurking in the background. The question is, does T. Risa expect to see that coming? I think King Alexander is going to fight tooth and nail to try to get this switch advantage from T. Risa. Neither trainer really has to start shielding yet. It's really going to be in this later part of this matchup that you really are going to be threatened by the body slam. And let's see if King Alexander is going to spend this first shield or not. No, it's not going to spend the shield, knowing that he can tank the body slam, probably even could tank the power whip from that range. And so he can just safely go straight for your own body slam. And just like we said, the final body slam is reached first by King Alexander, and it does force the shield from T. Risa.
But this is so tough because you're never going to be able to lick down either. You're going to have to throw body slams here. This is a sign that T. Risa wants the alignment, but she can't take it if King Alexander does give the protect shields back, because you're not going to be able to lick down this Lickitung. I don't think you can, at least. And then actually giving up the alignment would have been so crucial, because now, yes, you are up a protect shield, but there's that Cresselia in the back, and you have nothing for that Cresselia. You have... I mean, wait. He has either Ice Punch, Dynamic Punch, or Psychic. We haven't seen it, but
it's not nothing, but it's not much.
Yeah, there's nothing. I was gonna say it's not necessarily Dynamic Punch, but Psychic's not gonna do that much either. Yeah. This is really tough that you lost the alignment here. Yes, you get some energy advantage, and a Frenzy Plant does do well against a Shadow Alolan Sandslash because it is Shadow, but you're probably gonna have to pivot instantly, and you're gonna be met by the Cresselia.
So King Alexander is going to throw his Frenzy Plant. It is resisted, but Frenzy Plant is definitely one of the better moves in the game, and it does take almost half of the Alolan Sandslash's health. But here comes that Cresselia, and you are running the Ice Punch Psychic combination. Forced to throw only Ice Punch. T. Risa actually going for like the Grass Knot, but Medicham is going to get this Ice Punch off first.
I think the plan is for King Alexander to try to get back to the timer once again and try to bait out that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. And what a call by King Alexander to call the Grass Knot bait into double Protect Shields Medicham. This gives the window for Medicham. Medicham can now get back to your timer, because if you start Ice Punching, you start Protect Shielding some Moonblast or Grass Knots, you can get back to your Superior, bait out that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, counter it down, and maybe you have a shot here.
So now this Medicham, I think, is closing in on that Moonblast range. Does King Alexander decide to shield or call it again, and decides to shield at the last second? I like the play from T. Risa. If the bait didn't work the first time, just keep baiting, right? Double down on it to get that shield. If you throw the Moonblast and that gets shielded, you're even further behind in this situation. T. Risa still holding onto those shields. I don't think there's energy on the Superior left, so you can't really
swapped on the Moonblast, though!
Oh, no! The patience from T. Risa, and now trying to go for the Powder Snow. Yeah, the Powder Snow is going to be pretty crucial here. Saving the shield, though, is actually a really good call from T. Risa. You shield this, you Powder Snow down, you're actually in a pretty good spot against Medicham. Can you get the Powder Snow down? Oh, no, going for straight to Ice Punch. I think just forcing, taking out this Superior. This is still a tough spot for King Alexander.
It's not over, because you can counter down here. I think this Cresselia is in range of Psychic. You can counter down and get to the Psychic. This Cresselia is energy dry. You definitely have to protect you.
This is a huge
no-shield. No, because the Moonblast, it didn't go off. It didn't go off. The Moonblast. Wow, what a call. Calling the...
Wait, we're almost at timer.
Calling the Ice Punch. There's only 17 seconds remaining. The timer is ticking down. Can you even get to this charge check? I think you need the Psychic.
You need a debuff here. I think you need a debuff to survive this Ice Punch.
No debuff. Is the Ice Punch enough, though? The Ice Punch is probably going to be enough. Cresselia has a lot of stat product, but I don't think it can hold on. And King Alexander does. Knockout time's up at the buzzer for King Alexander in game number 1.
Wow, that battle went back and forth in so many different ways there. King Alexander making 2 absolutely huge no-shield calls. No shielding the Grass Knot, and then no shielding the Ice Punch, recognizing that there was the Moonblast and Grass Knot banked on the backside of that Cresselia. And even if that Ice Punch wasn't enough to knock out, I think it puts Cresselia low enough in health that it is going to lose the timeout tiebreaker. And for those that don't know, if a game times out, because there's only a certain amount of time in each game that players can play for, well, let's take a look at the replay first before I get too far into that.
And this is a huge call because one Drill Run does more damage than one Ice Punch. I know the Ice Punch has the same type attack bonus, but one Drill Run will do more damage. So that's why Caleb called out that that was a huge no-shield, because if she landed the Drill Run on the King Alexander, this Medicham's knocked out.
Yes,
it's over. The game's over. So if you threw that Drill Run instead of the Ice Punch, I believe T. Risa wins that game. So the fact that King Alexander no Protect shielded the Grass Knot, and then no Protect shielded the bait call on the Ice Punch secured that game number 1 victory.
if that Moonblast was thrown first and went no shielded on King Alexander's side, that Medicham wouldn't have the health in the end game to close out that game. So absolutely crucial calls from King Alexander. I thought the game was pretty much over when he gave up Switch Advantage, right? He could have won it with that Lickitung safe swap, chose not to, chose to play it out in a different way and finding the win condition. So going back to the timeout part though, because I know some trainers might not be as familiar with it, that's watching. If a game times out, the first tiebreaker rule is whichever trainer has the most amount of Pokemon remaining that's not fainted out will win, regardless of the health value. If it comes to the timeout, there's the same amount of Pokemon each side, either 2 Pokemon, 3 Pokemon, 1 Pokemon. It's the combined percentage health added remaining that determines who wins that. And here we go. It is going to be a Water Gun Lantern into a Medicham, and T. Reese is going to instantly swap over to the Lickitung.
Really quick reflexes there. And what's crazy, Water Gun Lantern could actually win the one Protect Shield situation against Lickitung. It's kind of insane. Water Gun Lantern is really strong. And swapping into the Lickitung, kind of similar from that game number 1. And a funny thing about game number 1, T. Reese is actually running Powder Snow, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, so could have stayed into that Lickitung matchup in game number 1, but this time soaking up all this energy into the Lickitung, and this is trouble. It's going to be Ice type versus Ice type in the back, Froslass versus that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but it's not as bad because of the Powder Snow.
Exactly. The Alolan Sandslash is going to outpace the Froslass to the Shadow Ball, but you can always bait with Avalanche, and just taking resisted Powder Snow is not too bad. On top of that, you're taking resisted Powder Snow on the Lantern, so that's also not a terrible situation for King Alexander. King Alexander chipping the Lickitung, coming in with his own Lickitung is the surefire way to maintain Switch Advantage in this situation. Having a lot of energy here is finally going to start throwing these Body Slams.
You could do something extremely cheeky and try to catch onto your own Froslass if you have the timer up, try to catch a Body Slam, but it looks like the timer won't be up in time. It looks like King Alexander reached for the Power Whip, and just like the Ice Punch Drill Run scenario, this will do more damage than one Body Slam, and it goes through, but it's not quite enough, and it looks like T-Risa will maintain alignment if King Alexander decides to no Protect Shield here, and no, King Alexander decides to go for the alignment.
Wow, this is actually pretty huge. I didn't think that T-Risa was able to even force a shield from King Alexander, but forcing that shield is massive because now this Medicham can start countering down. And yes, there is a Froslass in the back, but Dynamic Punch, even resisted against the Froslass, will still do a decent amount of damage. Getting energy and having a shield advantage is crucial because T-Risa is setting up that Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, absolutely. That Shadow Alolan Sandslash is going to need that Protect Shield to be able to outpace and get to those drill runs. And here comes the Ice Punch. This is going to be resisted. They're both single resisted. Ice Punch is single resisted and Dynamic Punch is single resisted. So you would actually rather go for the Dynamic Punch to the same type attack bonus. That Ice Punch really does nothing there. And now this Froslass is pretty comfortable. We're going to throw on Charge Attack Priority. T-Risa didn't go for it, but having to give up the Protect Shield against this Froslass.
Yeah, I think T-Risa probably wants to swap out to Alolan Sandslash if possible, but choosing to stay in. Dynamic Punch will actually quite threaten the Froslass, but no, getting thrown on Charge and Priority. This is going to put T-Risa in a really tough spot. Do you shield this or let it go? And choosing to let the Avalanche go. This is definitely not over, though, because Shadow Alolan Sandslash can still put in some work. Now, Froslass is going to have to try to get the Shadow Ball, but the Alolan Sandslash is going to outpace. Do you try to shield and get the Shadow Ball off if you're King Alexander? That's going to be the question. Choosing two shields and trying to get the Shadow Ball off. T-Risa needs to shield this to prevent getting Water Gun down from the Lantern. Do you spend your final shield and is going to make the correct call here?
And here comes the Lantern coming out. It doesn't have any energy because it uses energy against the Lickitung, and now you just need to get the double drill run. You can get the double drill run. It might not be over, but this is the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. We saw the regular Alolan Sandslash earlier, able to endure a Surf, but I don't know if it can endure a Thunderbolt because a Thunderbolt is coming up, and this is going to do a lot of damage. I think this might be the end of the road for the Shadow Alolan Sandslash and T-Risa in this series.
Yeah, and this Thunderbolt is going to knock out the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and King Alexander is going to go 2-0 in this winners finals of Group A, and he's going to be your first player to make top 8 and top cut for day number 2 in Peoria.
Congratulations to King Alexander with that team of basically the hard meta Pokemon, but in throwing in that Froslass, he used Froslass in the end there. It's such a good counter in this tournament because how many trainers are running Ice Punch, Dynamic Punch, Medicham? Froslass suddenly looks insane if every Medicham is going to be Ice Punch, Dynamic Punch. Looks like they are going to be talking to the judge about something. We might get into the review. As soon as we know that information, we will go ahead and let you know. But as it stands now, King Alexander is that first trainer going on into day 2. And how about the team going on to day 2 is just a picture-perfect example of a hard meta team plus one signature pick, which has been the case for a lot of these championship series tournaments, but I feel like that's not going to be the case on the rest of the winners finals. I think it's going to be some wild teams getting into day number 2 of Peoria.
Yeah, meta is meta for a reason, and we talked about the benefits of the Powder Snow Alolan Sand Slash. I keep saying that for some reason. I keep wanting to say it Ninetales, but the Alolan Sand Slash. I mean, that has been so meta for so long, but it's Sand Slash's time to shine, and it's, again, better into Gligar, better into the grass types like Serperior and the dragons like Dragonair and Dragonite, but it struggles more against picks like Froslass, right, resisting the Powder Snow, and one of the biggest downsides of it is it's going to struggle against Lantern. Against a Lantern with Shadow Claw, the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash typically can just land one Drill Run, and the Shadow Claw damage over time will be enough to take out the Lantern. But you can see even after landing the Drill Run and after all the Powder Snows leading up to it, the Lantern was still out of fast move range, still needed an Ice Punch to knock it out. And so that is definitely one of the downsides and one of the ways to play around that matchup. And King Alexander, I think, did beautifully in that second game.
No, that is correct. And one benefit of that Powder Snow Shadow Alolan Sandslash is definitely the Lickitung matchup. I think that's the thing that flips the most because Shadow Claw is double resisted from Lickitung. It pretty much goes from Lickitung is just a guaranteed answer to Shadow Alolan Sandslash to Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the 1s and the 0s is a pretty guaranteed victory for it with that Powder Snow. And not only do you win the 0s pretty convincingly, you come out with energy as well. And I think we do have our conclusion of the review, and the match does stand. So King Alexander is moving on to day number 2.
Definitely, and so congratulations for King Alexander, but this is not the last we'll see of T-Risa. T-Risa will be moving down to the losers bracket, waiting for her competitor in that losers finals. If she beats her upcoming competitor, she will also make that top cut. So still one set away from making top 8 and day number 2 in Peoria. Still a lot of chances and opportunities, but again, 5 months into the game, second tournament ever, already at least tied for top 9 in a tournament. Fantastic stuff. And again, this is championship points this season, so even if she doesn't make it any further, I think that's 100 points guaranteed, I think, for her going into her total championship points, which is pretty huge.
Right. I mean, that's 1/5 of the way for the North American region. You can also play some locals as well to try to rack up some more championship points. So awesome performance so far. But like you mentioned, not out of the tournament yet. In the rest of this day number 1, we're going to be going through winners finals and losers finals. So we're going to be getting into the meat of who will be in day number 2 in Peoria. It's been an absolutely amazing tournament so far. There's been a ton of spice, and I can't wait to see these upcoming matchups. I think we have more new trainers coming up on stage 2. So it has been one of the stories of today. Is a lot of new faces here, and that's just been so fun to watch.
Yeah, before we get to the next set of battles, I think we're going to take a quick look at how the last set went against T-Risa in King Alexander. Looking at our new replay feature, we see the Ice Punch, the no shield call from King Alexander, coming away from a really tough matchup throughout and almost going to the timeouts, but getting that crucial last counter was huge because this allows him to throw this Ice Punch before the time runs out and secure that first victory against T-Risa's Cresselia. I'm actually surprised we didn't see the Cresselia, I think, in game number 2 for T-Risa, relying on the Medicham, and you see again another crucial no shield call on this Froslass from King Alexander, and the bait unfortunately not coming through against the Froslass, and King Alexander able to finish it all off on the back of this Water Gun Lantern.
Yeah, and it's so tough because there is no true bait there because both things are resisted from the Froslass. Froslass looking strong as a Medicham counter, and Lantern has always been looking strong, able to Thunderbolt through that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. A reason I kind of liked that regular Alolan Sandslash earlier too, because it was able to endure some Surf and Thunderbolt damage from the Lantern, hang on, able to get to some more drill runs. But yeah, just an awesome series there. Like I mentioned, we have some new faces coming up again. I think one team has 3 flying types on it. This is crazy. I mean, we're trying to battle out right now because we've lost our dominant flyers. We've lost Knocked Out and Altaria as the dominant flyer. So now we're trying to just battle out who is the dominant flyer. And it always seems to be Gligar in terms of usage, but it doesn't seem to be the case at the end of day number 2 in these tournaments.
Well, speaking of usage, let's take a look at the usage for those that haven't seen it earlier on stream, or just a little refresher for those. Like you said, Gligar is going to come out on top, almost at 47% usage, so almost on a half of the teams. But speaking of high usage, Medicham still here to stay, almost on 73% of teams, and Lickitung on almost half of the teams here in top number 3. Butters, this is wild. In the top 6 Pokemon, there's no Steel type. I don't know the last time we've ever seen that at any Championship Series tournaments, but this might be the first time ever. No Steel types in that top 6. Top 7, though, we see that Alolan Sandslash and actually inching over the usage of Registeel, which is absolutely huge. And we actually see Deoxys Defense making that top 12. So if you're not running Medicham, you're probably running Deoxys Defense, but we did see Spandalicio earlier not running either. Anything else that points out to you in that graphic, Butters?
It's definitely the drop of Registeel. Registeel was a top 3 Pokemon in terms of usage in Pittsburgh, and now it's number 7. That's a huge dip in
number
usage.
Number 8, I think.
Oh, yeah, number 8, yeah, because number 7 is Alolan Sandslash, and number 8 is Registeel. Yeah, so it makes top 8, but from going from number 3 to 8, I mean, you're just not seeing as much of it because there's a ton of Gligar. Gligar just dominant against the Registeel. I mean, Medicham's number 1. I wouldn't say Medicham is dominant against Registeel, but if Medicham with Dynamic Punch is going to be on every single team, I think I would rather not have the Registeel in this scenario. And then the key factor is you already have the Lickitung on every team, so you're already weak to fighting. And then a lot of trainers are running Umbreon, which is number 6 in usage. So kind of using these different Pokemon that have the same weaknesses as the Steel types, and we're not trying to get too much weakness to fighting because we know what Pokemon with fighting is always going to be number 1.
Exactly. We saw a lot of newer trainers in the recent Winners Finals, but in this upcoming Winners Finals of Group B, we see some familiar faces. We actually have BJ Pagwa on the left-hand side. BJ, I believe, is a student actually from Thailand, so has gone to 2 other regionals in North America last season, but qualified for World Championships last season at the one of the APAC qualifiers of Thailand, actually winning that entire tournament to punch his ticket to World Championships in Yokohama, Japan, facing off against S. James P. I believe this is the furthest S. James P. has made it in any of these Championship Series tournaments, but a very familiar face if you ever face him in Go Battle League, always on top of the Go Battle League leaderboard. So these are 2 juggernauts fighting it out in this Winners Finals for Group B.
And how about the triple flyers, like I mentioned, the Pelipper, the Altaria, which we've seen none of, but Dragon typing in general has looked really strong. Dragonite, Shadow Dragonite to be specific, has been insane for Kimmy Sui, was awesome for Wdage. Altaria is the same exact role, just more bulk and less firepower. Then the Shadow Charizard, that's where all the firepower is. And then the Registeel, Lickitung, Medicham. But I mean, look at this other team by S. James. Once again, has that Froslass, Caleb.
Yeah, the Froslass may come in handy because we got triple flyers on the side of BJ. But the thing is, BJ's flyers are actually pretty strong. So Pelipper going to take only neutral damage from the Powder Snow and Ice damage of that Froslass. Charizard, same thing, and Charizard's going to outpace that Froslass. We saw this in North America International Championships, how Stark struggling against Shadow Charizard, even though he had a Froslass in back-to-back Winners Finals and Grand Finals and, Winners Finals and Losers Finals of that tournament. And so I think Froslass, even though it is kind of an anti-flying Pokemon, is not the best in some of those situations.
And you know what would be the best? Lantern. There's no Lantern on the S. James team. That would be so strong. I mean, there is no true Lantern, like a Spark Lantern. There's no true Spark Lantern counter on on BJ's team because, yes, you have the Altaria, you can be okay, but you're still taking Neutral, Spark, and Thunderbolts. You have the Lickitung, but S. James, one of the few trainers not running that Lantern, is going to be a really tough matchup, I think.
There's nothing for this Charizard, too. Charizard is going to go off, and here we go. It is going to be the Shadow Charizard into Lickitung. SMG could definitely play some neutral matchups with this Lickitung. Lickitung is going to reach that body slam before the first Blast Burn's reach. Do we see BJ swap out or not? BJ choosing not to throw any energy yet. Going to build up to that Blast Burn first, and it's going to throw up that first shield, running ABA Flyers here with that Altaria in the back, and that Froslass is going to be huge against that Altaria, so you know that switch advantage is going to be very important for BJ.
Oh, the instant call!
Instant call, no shield. What a huge call.
Yeah, that is huge because this is probably the best counter for that Shadow Charizard, that and Umbreon, and now the Blast Burn is coming out. This will knock out if he decides to try to double call here. He's not pressing his Protect Shield. He tried to double call, but he was wrong, and the Blast Burn takes out the Lickitung.
This is going to be so pivotal now because Charizard is so fast. It's going to outpace, and it is going to get this Dragon Claw off. And you can see BJ smiling a little bit here. Now, we know Altaria got a nerf with the Sky Tag, costing more energy, but Altaria is still one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Great League, and is going to do great into the new Flyer of Dominance. And here goes the Process, but the instant swap from BJ, expecting the Process, coming in with the Lickitung as a counter.
And this is kind of the strength of Froslass. It can beat Lickitung in the one Protect Shield situation, even in the zeros, but it's just going to have so low health. Even if it wins this matchup, you have to expect BJ is going to give up the Protect Shield on the next Avalanche, because you want no part of this Froslass on your Altaria. So this is a crucial Protect Shield for S. James, and there it is.
Impeccable timing from BJ too, throwing the Power Wave right when the Avalanche is reached. And now we see S. James is going to farm up additional energy. I wouldn't be surprised if BJ actually chooses the shield here. The lick damage is really adding up. Even if Froslass wins this, it's not going to have much health left to deal with the Altaria. And BJ actually throwing the resisted body slam at the Froslass, double resisted, but he just wants the chip damage. You want to take out this Froslass before it can be swapped out, and forcing S. James to throw this Avalanche before it gets knocked out. BJ's in a commanding position because he can Dragon Breath down and throw one move at the Gligar, likely to finish it off. Gligar still has a lot of energy though.
Yeah, almost 2 aerial aces here, but the problem is you're pretty much in range of a Moonblast. Once this Altaria gets to the Moonblast, this aerial ace is just not a strong move. Yes, the energy was reduced, but how many? You need 3 more, I think. So you're almost at the back-to-back, but the Sky Attack is just available for Altaria, and a blast from the past. We haven't seen this Pokemon in a while, but trying to remain the king of flyers, taking out the Shadow Gligar and then Dragon Breathing down this Froslass.
Wow, what a game from BJ too. What a game, what a team. What am I looking at, Butters? Triple Flyers. And you know, you're looking at this team like, this team it's pretty wonky. This team went 2-0, I believe, against Shiny Dialga in the winner's semifinals, which was the previous matchup BJ
with Charjabug.
With Charjabug. I don't even know how you beat Charjabug with this team. Yes, you have some neutral matchups, but you have nothing that actually beats Charjabug, and BJ finding a way against Charjabug with this team, it's just absolutely wild, and this goes to show his experience and expertise in Pokemon Go.
That is wild. That is legitimately the best team you could face if you're a Charjabug. So being able to take out that team, maybe using this Altaria, maybe he's one of the trainers that think Altaria is underrated. We were talking about who is the king of the flyers, and Altaria is trying to make a case for it right now, being able to soak up multiple aerial aces and finish off that Shadow Gligar, no problem. Yes, I see you at number 3 in usage, but I'm still much more powerful than you in neutral situations.
Yeah, Altaria probably number 53 in usage, but still coming in handy in that matchup. And here we go, Shadow Charizard yet again. It's so safe into the team at SJP. You have play into everything, and you're able to outpace in so many scenarios. Of course, I think BJ's going to, again, build up the Blast Burn before deciding to bait or not, but that means that SJP is going to be able to outpace the Charizard, throwing the Aerial Ace before the Charizard reaches that Blast Burn. But the problem is, like, you can't catch anything. Like, this Charizard is so strong in the team. And again, you have that Altaria lurking in the back. You have the same exact team actually from BJ.
And you can't pivot. Like, you can't catch, you can't pivot.
Oh,
you can keep calling Dragon Claws, but you're just at the next Dragon Claw. So it was charge attack priority. You have to give up the Protect Shield, but at least you will win the one Protect Shield situation. So there is an option here. So if you want to just go for the Aerial Ace, and this is Protect Shielded, you could maybe let your Gligar go and then Powder Snow down on your Froslass and protect shield on the Blast Burn, or just pivot and not let that Charizard get extra energy.
Yeah, I like this play from BJ, protecting the Charizard. You know you have a lot of play. You could potentially farm down. You know that you can force SJC to swap out to prevent the farm down. Now you get the Froslass out of the way. Now the main thing is Froslass can probably win this matchup because you have shields down, and double avalanche is going to be quite a bit of damage. However, you have to throw the move, and the link is going to add up. Oh, going for the body slam bait. This is kind of ambitious, and you get the shield call from SJC. That's huge bait for BJ, because this means that SJC cannot farm as much, and throwing another body slam. This Lickitung is relentless.
This gives the opportunity for Froslass to double up here.
Can you double up? Can you survive all the lick damage?
You can get all the way to double avalanche here, and that's going to be really impactful. So yes, that was cool to get the bait on the body slam, but I think you had the force energy from that Froslass and not throw the second body slam, because now what do you come in with? You just let your Charizard go, right? You have to let your Charizard go right away. There it goes. There goes the Charizard, and that is it for, but the same thing, Altaria in the back. You have the Medicham in the back, and you have a little bit of health on Gligar. You have 3 Pokemon, but I don't think you have a great shot.
Oh, and SJC did not swap out, which means that you're behind on energy. Now, I think Altaria should be able to win this if you just land one Moonblast. The Ice Punch is going to do a lot.
Swap!
The catch!
No,
he
does! Wait a second!
You can see the reaction to SJC breathing a sigh of relief, and BJ cannot believe what he's seeing. Catching a Moonblast in the attack drop technically matter.
Oh my goodness!
No, BJ has to completely reset, and this Medicham is closing in on 2 Ice Punch. SJC finding some way out of this difficult situation. The only win condition for SJC, and he found it and executed on it.
BJ is kicking himself. He saw the swap. He threw an extra he threw an extra Dragon Breath while the wing attack came through, and then he threw the Moonblast. He can't believe what he just did, because he registered the swap in his brain, but he still threw the Moonblast. And just that quick thinking from S. James to swap at the exact time, right? That was right when the Moonblast was available, and to be able to catch that Moonblast was literally the only win condition for S. James, and now it is a tied series.
Half a second, SJC had to react on that specific play. We gotta watch that back, and here it is. So here you see BJ farming up so much energy, getting to that Moonblast. You can see he didn't throw it right away.
He sees it.
He's like, I'm just gonna let go of my phone at this point. There's no way I come back out of this. And SJC breathing a huge sigh of relief, staying in this winner's bracket. The dreams are still alive for SJC to stay in the winner's bracket, going into top 8 here. And both trainers playing incredibly well in these 2 games. How does BJ adjust?
How do you deal with that Altaria and Shadow Charizard core? I don't even think BJ needs to adjust. I think SJ needs to continue to adjust, because BJ was so far ahead. His only lose condition was probably getting swapped on by the Moonblast, and just a Hail Mary play from S. James did work, but there hasn't been an answer for that Shadow Charizard Altaria core. Do you bring the neutral picks? Do you just bring an Umbreon lead? BJ has been leading Shadow Charizard time after time. Do you bring Umbreon lead and Lickitung in the back, and then maybe that Froslass as well? Try to give 2 neutral options for that Shadow Charizard, because Gligar wasn't cutting it against the Shadow Charizard. And there it is. But the call from BJ to bring the Altaria in the lead instead of the Shadow Charizard.
I love the Charizard in the back. It's such a good safe swap in this situation, but you don't need a safe swap because you're in a commanding position at this situation in time. Charizard, though, look at SJP, bring 3 Pokemon that are neutral into Charizard, because he does not want to deal with this and have a bad matchup. Throwing the foul play and swapping over to the Lickitung. I think BJ is going to throw the Sky Attack and then come in with his own Lickitung as a way to counter it. And let's see if that's what he's going to do. He is going to throw it. Actually, no, staying in this matchup a little bit longer.
Maybe now banking up a little bit of energy on the Altaria. So when you're faced against that Umbreon in the back, once again, you have some energy to get to the Moonblast. But now S. James is really low on his own Lickitung, so BJ is going to be able to win the alignment here, but a crucial factor is he's going to be able to bank energy on this Lickitung too.
He is, but I think at the other end too, when this Lickitun's taken out on SJP's side, if he chooses not to shield it, the Umbreon could come out and farm quite a bit of energy against BJ's Lickitung, have, you know, banked foul play for later, which can be crucial against that Altaria and the Charizard.
And it looks like BJ's just reaching for that Power Whip, just trying to knock out this Lickitung before it can pivot, and does not get there because SJM is swapping all around the arena, catches the Power Whip onto the Umbreon here, and there's not a clear answer. You probably just bring in your Altaria, but the switch timer is misaligned, so you're going to have to take probably a foul play, but that's not the end of the world taking a foul play on your Lickitung, because you're going to bank up all that energy you just used.
Yeah, and Lickitung is actually charging up to the Power Whip, but deciding to throw the Body Slam instead, choosing not to pivot out. This is not the worst case situation from BJ, because BJ knows that, is going to catch a foul play on the Altaria. So BJ really needs to set up this Charizard, right? Regardless of whatever S. James P has in the back, that Charizard has played. And you can see S. James P almost throwing the last resort, but no, it's going to throw another foul play. Again, BJ choosing to save all the shields for the Charizard. I think that's the right play because he knows that Lickitung has energy in the back end and is going to try to get the Sky Attack. No, unfortunately cannot reach a Sky Attack. Is going to cost more energy this season of Pokemon Go.
But the timer is back up. Look at this. You're going to be able to throw the foul play. You get the Protect Shield, and now you can just swap into your own Froslass here and don't give the advantage, don't give the runway that this Shadow Charizard needed. No, swapping in the Lickitung, and this has to be a no Protect Shield, but this is the same situation that we saw earlier against the Shadow Dragon there. S. James banking all of these charge attacks to unleash on the Shadow Charizard. The Shadow Charizard has one Protect Shield, and it's at like 30% health.
Yeah, and is going to throw right before the Body Slam is reached. There's still 2 shields on S. James P's side. Do you shield or not? And S. James is going to let it go. Now, this Charizard is dangerously close in Powder Snow range. Yes, it's going to hit hard and it's going to outpace the Froslass, but the problem is, do you have enough health to get to the moves? And you can see BJ just building up to the Blast Burn. I think you just throw the Blast Burn right away. You don't have time to get to the Dragon Claw. You see an instant shield from S. James here. I think he's feeling pretty comfortable, right? He still has the shield left. He has energy on the Froslass. He knows it's just a Lickitung on the back. Here comes BJ, and BJ's in a much tougher position. You can see he doesn't know. He's ready calling the game, and he's going to let this Avalanche go. Brilliant performance from SJP. Incredible catching game number 2 and really great maneuvering in these neutral matchups in game number 3 to win it.
Wow, he did everything he could in game number 2. He just held on by a thread, but he gave himself the opportunity to have this game number 3, which I think in this game number 3, he outplayed his opponent. He was able to bank all those charge attacks, move around the arena, and just overwhelm the Shadow Charizard in the back. When you don't have a clear answer to a Pokemon like that Shadow Charizard, you just have to do it by committee. You have to team up, you have to get a bunch of charge attacks and just try to unleash it all the Shadow Charizard, and it just can't hold up. And the decision not to lead that Shadow Charizard, I actually love that team composition. I was thinking that he would run that S. James in game number 3. Brilliant play and well done in the end game to, I mean, comfortably secure that victory. And this was the time that Altaria dominated, but this next game is where S. James was able to stay alive, and that's crucial things. Altaria was looking insane, right, Caleb?
It was, but you can definitely see in not the second game, but the third game specifically, trying to go for that final Sky Attack, not able to reach it. The extra cost of Sky Attack definitely is hurting Altaria in this matchup. But look, this incredible catch. If you miss it, we got to see it again. Even if you saw it, you got to see it again. The incredible catch from SJP. That could have been it for SJP and could have knocked him down loose bracket, but he did not give up. Yeah, I think they both paused.
No, I think he paused the turn, and I think BJ paused the turn, thinking the counter went through. So actually, BJ didn't see that Gligar until he threw the Moonblast. I'm pretty positive SJ paused, and then BJ waited for the pause, but didn't see a counter come through, and then threw anyway, and then that's when the swap happened. Just brilliant high-level play from both trainers, but S. James able to take that series 2-1.
Yeah, S. James is going to be our second trainer, moving on to top 8 on the back of the bulky Lickitung and Umbreon. Kind of a Lyle Jeff special, I feel like. Lyle Jeff getting second place in Pittsburgh, running those 2 bulky combination with the Gligar too, actually. So, you know, running very similar cores from S. James P. So really cool to see BJ is not out of it yet. We're going to see his triple flyers in the losers finals a little bit later. But yeah, what a
crazy team.
Wild team. I don't even know what, like when he said triple flyers, I was like, what is even the third flyer? I don't even know what the second or the first flyer is, because it could have been anything. But surprisingly, it wasn't even the most popular flyer out of any of the three. But incredible battles from both trainers, and I believe this is the furthest SJP has ever made it in any of the official championship circuit, and he's looking for even more. So we're going to have to tune in tomorrow to see how he does. But congratulations to him, and he could rest up a little bit. But we have some more winners finals coming up, Butters.
Yeah, and that's why he was able to get on top of Go Battle leaderboard so many times. I mean, just high-level skilled player, able to display it right here. And if you want to display your skill at a regional, let's go ahead and take a look at the regional schedule. This is our second tournament for North America this season. There's a back-to-back weekends going on. We got Peoria and then Sacramento next weekend, Caleb.
Yeah, Sacramento in the great state of California, our home state, Butters.
Yep.
And that is going to be a fun one. We're in the Midwest right now. We saw the East Coast in Pittsburgh. We're going to see what these West Coast battlers have up their sleeve. I'm sure they're tuning in and watching, seeing what they can do for the meta. Of course, we've followed up by Toronto, and then we have our first international of the season, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Our first LAIC was last year, and that was some of the best battles I've ever seen, but most importantly, the most hype crowd I've ever seen. So I know a lot of our Latin American trainers might be tuning in, and I'm ready to see what they have. And here we have the World Championships qualification numbers as well. And you can see US and Canada, North America players needing 500 championship points to qualify for World Championships. Europe, you need 400. Latin America, you need 300. Oceania, 300. And Middle East and South Africa, 200. So it's going to be crucial to earn these championship points. And we also got information this past week that with enough championship points, you could also earn yourself a travel award depending on what region you're in and what place you have in that leaderboard. So even if you make that world qualification, some of these trainers might still be attending these locals, these regionals and internationals for a chance to get their trip paid for.
We know Wdage is definitely going to be doing that. He said he wanted to lead the entire championship series with championship points, so it's going to be tough to beat him. But yes, this is the road to Worlds, and the way to get there is that 500 championship points, or if you get first place at one of these regionals or international championships, you do automatically qualify for the World Championships in Honolulu. And one of these trainers here today in Peoria are trying to do just that. Looks like we have our next matchup available, and it's going to be Rockhaven, that trainer that we talked about before that has had a gauntlet of trainers to go through and just was able to take out each one of them as a new trainer versus Nighttime Clasher, who's been on a roll. He's been able to make so many top cuts recently.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher, I feel like, was the new kid on the block last season, right? Bring that token tomorrow, bring a lot of spice picks, but still performing really well with it. Now coming into season number 3 for the championship series, feeling more experienced and already making top cut in Pittsburgh. The first trainer to actually take a single game off of Wdage in Pittsburgh, but, falling a little bit short in that top 8 after Pittsburgh. Still looking to make that top cut for Peoria and is well on his way in that winners side of the bracket in the winners finals. Haven't lost a set yet, but going against Rockhaven, this is the true new kid on the block, because Rockhaven is lesser known in the community, never attended a single tournament, official tournament before this, only played some Go Battle League. So again, if you're newer to the scene, it's okay. You could be sitting in that winner's seats and start earning championship points yourself. And Butters,
look what he's got.
He's got the Carbink. And here's the thing. I said it earlier on X, right? Can we see the first ever trainer make top cut with a Carbink? I don't think we've ever seen it at a single tournament this season yet. But Rockhaven is one set away from making top cut with a Carbink, which... me and my rock types, I do love a good rock type.
Yeah, and this is a great scenario because Nighttime Clasher signature Pokemon of choice is going to be the Shadow Dragonite this time, which it's so scary. I can't even relay how scary it is to bring a Shadow Dragonite against a Carbink. Carbink, is a fairy type. It is so bulky. Not only will you lose so terribly versus that Carbink will come out with probably 70% health and just be able to do things against your backline as well. But on Nighttime Clasher's team, you have a lot of things to counter it. You have the Shadow Venusaur, you have the Shadow Lowland Sandslash. Depending if it's Tackle or Rock Throw, you have the Medicham, then you have the Lantern, especially if the Lantern is going to be Water Gun. So you are decent against that Carbink, but just the bench pressure that Rock Haven has right now is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, Rock Haven bring the rock Pokemon. I mean, you said it's scary. It is definitely the spooky season. Let's not forget, there's the Shadow Alolan Sandslash too, so that Dragonite is super terrified in a lot of these matchups, but Venusaur does look very good. You have to worry about the Alolan Sandslash, but that's about it. And here we go. We're starting off with the Lickitung Mirror matchup, which is going to be an interesting one. And Switch Advantage is going to be super important for Rock Haven because you really don't want that Alolan Sandslash against that Medicham on the backside of Nighttime Clasher.
It looks like Nighttime Clasher was trying to find out who wins Charge Attack Priority right away because that information is crucial. Whoever wins Charge Attack Priority in this lead matchup will win. It looks like Rock Haven doesn't believe he'll be able to win Charge Attack Priority, so here comes Pivot into the Medicham, met by that Spark Lantern, but now Medicham in the back is looking so strong, and another Dynamic Punch Medicham.
I love it, Butters, and Dynamic Punch is going to pack a much harder punch than Psychic Medicham would. Not only is it doing more damage, but it's faster to get to, especially on that second Dynamic Punch. Nighttime Clasher is going to shield that first Dynamic Punch, but I think Rock Haven can win Switch Advantage if he just continues to force the Dynamic Punch. You can see the counter damage adding up as well. This is going to be the Spark Lantern though, so a key point of information for Rock Haven because Rock Haven's going to know that Carbink's going to do a little bit better into this Lantern.
Yeah, and Protect shielding the Surf here, the Lantern is getting close to range of Dynamic Punch. It is a stronger move than Psychic is, so do you throw? You're going to pretty much get to the back-to-back Dynamic Punch. This is really tough for Nighttime Clasher to decide if he wants to Protect Shield this. He's thinking about his options, and last second throws the Protect Shield. Is it going to come to Charge Attack Priority? No, you actually get there before, but no. Did he wait? He did register that Surf before the Dynamic Punch is available, but you could just take alignment. You could Protect Shield in this and then Dynamic Punch.
This is actually a huge call from Rock Haven because Rock Haven is now able to land this Dynamic Punch. If Nighttime Clasher comes in with his Lickitung, he's going to take some super effective counter damage, but most importantly, if Nighttime Clasher shows that Medicham, and that's exactly what he does, Rock Haven's going to know that you can avoid the Medicham with the Alolan Sandslash, but another Dynamic Punch Medicham!
Oh
Dynamic Punch Medicham
goodness!
is running rampant. This makes these ABA teams weak to Medicham even worse. Rock Haven is going to get a Body Slam off first, though. I don't think it's in knockout range for the Dynamic Punch, but it is coming in close.
It's definitely in range.
Oh,
I know you're an expert.
Okay.
You're an expert on this Dynamic Punch, but I'm pretty positive this is going to knock out the Lickitung here. And now what is Shadow Lowland Sandslash going to do? It's just going to take counter damage. It's Powder Snow. That is crucial to know for later matches. It's going to be stronger against the Lickitung. Wait. He got the Ice Punch off, and he'll be stronger against the Lickitung.
Yeah,
but yes, you are stronger against the Lickitung, but Lickitung is full health.
Yeah, the counter damage, unfortunately, was way too much.
Oh,
my God, he's surviving the Ice Punch. And this is going to be the nail of the coffin. Nighttime Clasher is still getting off a Dynamic Punch. You know, this is interesting, though, because Nighttime Clasher didn't have to show the Dynamic Punch. So that could be information that Rock Haven can now utilize to his advantage in this second and third game.
Yeah, wait, you said Nighttime Clasher didn't show off the Dynamic Punch?
Oh, yeah, no, you're right. It did. Yeah, I forgot the Lickitung. Yeah, you're right.
For sure showed that thing off because he just took out the Lickitung. Yeah, no.
That Lickitung was taken out so fast, I completely didn't even realize that happened. But yeah, you're right. Okay. No information was leaked there on that final game.
But now Nighttime Clasher knows that it is Dynamic Punch on the opposing Medicham. So actually, that's better for Nighttime Clasher's Medicham because now...
Well, it's good for both Medicham.
True. But now you know that you're not going to be hard countered by the Medicham. Well, now both Medichams know they're pretty safe into the mirror because it's just going to be Ice Punches all the way. But I feel like that's why Rock Haven does have that Sableye. So can you utilize that Sableye? And this is the best way to utilize Dynamic Punch because that just takes out the Lickitung. It just completely changes the entire meta, having actual pressure with charge attacks for Medicham. I know You were the first one to do it, Caleb. I know you must be feeling fantastic right now.
I'm feeling fantastic for sure, and I'm sure anyone using Dynamic Punch Metagam is feeling fantastic, including Nighttime Clasher. It is now a true fighter in all sorts of terminology because it's not only hitting hard with the counters, but it is hitting super hard with that Dynamic Punch. I mean, we saw it really benefit Rockhaven as well in that Lantern matchup, right? The Dynamic Punch was really coming out pretty quick against the Lantern. It was doing a lot of damage as well. The question is, how do you take out this Metacham? You did mention Sableye, of course, but outside of Sableye...
It looks good, though. There's no real hard answer to Sableye. Yes, you have Lickitung, which is a great answer to Sableye, but you do have some play versus Sableye. I feel like you definitely could play the Sableye. If you do have Tackle Carpink, you could play Tackle Carpink, but it's still a little bit risky here. And we already got a game number 2 against some awesome teams here. I feel like they're going to play it a little safe. A lot of Lickitung action. Let's see it again. Yes, it's going to be Lickitung, but this is not neutral anymore because you have the Dynamic Punch on Nighttime Clasher's team, and there it is, that Sableye in the back.
You maybe catch a Dynamic Punch on your Metacham. That might be the play. And see, Rockhaven doing that, but Nighttime Clasher actually baiting with the Ice Punch instead. Maybe expecting a shield, I don't know, but a great play and call from both trainers. Now Rockhaven is going to catch that move, and now going to be met with the Shadow Venusaur. I think they're going to pace the charge at the same time, so Nighttime Clasher is going to throw the Frenzy Plant. Really great play, knowing that he's going to win charge priority.
So close.
The Ice Punch, the Ice Punch though was chipping it down so that it's closing in on Frenzy Plant range, forcing Rockhaven to shield. Now you force Nighttime Clasher to shield as well. Now, here's the thing. They're still going to charge from priority on the second one. So this is really tough because the Venusaur is going to win charge from priority again. How to get rid of this Venusaur without taking a substantial amount of damage? And it looks like the Frenzy Plant is going to be reached. Do you shield again if you're Rockhaven?
This is exactly where you want to be for Nighttime Clasher. This is, you want to be the 2 Protect Shield situation with a switch-locked Metacham, which is the case for Rockhaven. Rockhaven is almost at the back-to-back, but you won't get to the back-to-back because they'll still get to these charge attacks at the exact same time. Do you have a window to swap out? Or there it is. Do you combo move? But no! Combo move on a charge attack priority. Nighttime Clasher called it, and now this is going to do so much damage into the Lickitung. I think the Lickitung endures, and at least it did get the body slam off, but at what cost?
At what cost is a great question. You do see Nighttime Clasher trying to catch a body slam on his own Lickitung, not able to do it, but now comes the Lickitung. This is actually pretty good information for Rockhaven, but the problem is, for Rockhaven, what do? You can't really take out this Lickitung by AC. Going for the Power Whip, I like this play. Less energy efficient, but it is going to do more damage than body slams. If you only throw one of these moves, you want to throw the Power Whip in this situation. The problem is, this Lickitung has so much energy, you can't get to Dynamic Punch in time if you're Rockhaven. Rockhaven has an Ice Punch stored though, so you can potentially get a little chip damage there.
Maybe a little peekaboo. Maybe come in Metacham, swap into Sableye for a double resisted body slam. There's no time for a peekaboo because the timer isn't back up yet, so forcing that Power Whip energy, and you possibly could swap, but this Sableye, after you take this Power Whip, you're actually going to be quite low. This is tough for Rockhaven here. How are you going to be able to maneuver this situation? You're already at the next Power Whip. Do you try to swap the Power Whip? No swap on the Power Whip. Power Whip is going to come through. Perfect timing by Nighttime Clasher.
Clasher having total control in these battles. Going to land a Power Whip on a Sableye that had almost a return of energy. Actually, the matchup was actually much closer to Dynamic Punch than I thought. Maybe had a slight window there, but again, the energy on that Lickitung store from Nighttime Clasher on that farm down in that mirror matchup was so strong. You do see the Dynamic Punch coming through, but Nighttime Clasher is going to counter down. And what a performance from Nighttime Clasher. 2-0 in this winter finals. Back-to-back top cuts for Nighttime Clasher. I gotta say, most improved player in these past 2 months across the board in every respect.
I mean, I'll take that even further. One of the most consistent players over months because he has been making top cut after top cut, and now he's going to be on the winner's side of that bracket. So going into day number 2, he has a huge advantage. He has an easier way to that grand final. Something he's been trying to do over and over has been coming a little bit short. So congratulations to Nighttime Clasher, and of course, Rockhaven, an incredible team, an incredible trainer. He's not out of it yet. He drops down into the loser side of the bracket. We didn't get to see Carbink, but that's okay. How about that Shadow Venusaur? Grass is definitely back. Was able to do so much in these neutral matchups. That's the thing here. And Dynamic Punch is just such a change to the meta. Everything shifts once you have that Dynamic Punch. It actually makes Shadow Venusaur a bit stronger, though, because you don't have to worry about Psychic.
Yeah, but Shadow Venusaur is pretty much shielding every Ice Punch, so I guess in some respects that doesn't really change too much. But you can see Nighttime Clasher closing out that game with the Metachamp in game number 1 and closing out game number 2 with his own Metachamp. I gotta say, Butters, this is a different Nighttime Clasher. I can already see on his face, I can already see the way he's playing. He is playing totally in control. He knows his win conditions, and he is playing with confidence, and I think that confidence is well earned. Like you said, back-to-back top cup performances, super high consistency in these tournaments, and he is closing in on that World's qualifications with yet another at least 100 points to his championship points.
Yeah, incredibly impressive. He started out with that Togedemaru play, and then he shifted into...
Good thing he benched it.
Yeah, but then he shifted into some other closers, some Shadow Charizard, some Shadow Venusaur, and if you want to learn a little bit more about how Shadow and Purified Pokemon work, check this out.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Wholesome_ here to give you a breakdown on Shadow Pokemon and Purified Pokemon. Shadow Pokemon are special Pokemon who can be easily distinguished by their distinct purple auras, red glowing eyes, as well as their menacing expressions. Shadow Pokemon have several unique characteristics that differentiate them from regular Pokemon. Shadow Pokemon have a special bonus that increases the damage of their fast attacks and charged attacks by 20%. Taking a look, you can see the Shadow bonus next to the Pokemon's attacks on their summary page. While the damage increase can often come in handy, Shadow Pokemon also receive 20% more damage from opponents' attacks, meaning they can faint more easily as well. Shadow Pokemon also take more Stardust to both power up and add a second charged attack. Additionally, Shadows also learn the exclusive charged attack Frustration, a high energy, low damage normal type attack that can only be removed by a charged TM during Team Go Rocket Takeover events. To obtain Shadow Pokemon, trainers have to defeat members of Team Go Rocket, including Rocket Grunts, Rocket Leaders, as well as the Rocket Boss Giovanni. These Team Go Rocket members have powerful Shadow Pokemon with extremely high combat power, so trainers need to be sure to bring strong Pokemon with typing advantages when it's time for battle. After defeating the Team Go Rocket member, trainers can get the opportunity to rescue or catch the Shadow Pokemon that's left behind. Be careful though, Shadow Pokemon are difficult to catch, so consider using a Nana Berry or Raspberry when you're in the catch encounter. But let's move on to Purified Pokemon. Purified Pokemon are former Shadow Pokemon who have gone through the purification process, freeing them from the grasp of Team Go Rocket. Purified Pokemon have a distinct glowing white aura around them, but otherwise they look like regular Pokemon. The purification process not only changes the Pokemon visually, but it also grants the Pokemon a stat increase, reduces the cost of adding a second charged attack, reduces the cost of power-ups, and grants the Pokemon the exclusive charged attack Return. Return is a high-energy, hard-hitting normal-type charged attack that can really come in handy in trainer battles. Speaking of battling, let's see how trainers use their Shadow and Purified Pokemon in the Bring 6 Pick 3 Play Pokemon format. The most common Shadow Pokemon in Pokemon tournaments so far are Shadow Swampert and Shadow Alolan Ninetales. You can see their usage rates here. Shadow Swampert especially benefits from the Shadow bonus applied to its hard-hitting, fast-generating charged attack Hydro Cannon. Swampert of course will be the premier anti-steel, anti-poison, and anti-ground type Pokemon, but in some scenarios, the Shadow variant of Swampert can win tough matchups with common meta Pokemon that the non-Shadow variant cannot. In fact, Shadow Swampert can knock out both Trevenant and Noctowl with 2 Hydro Cannons, whereas the non-Shadow Swampert needs 3 Hydro Cannons to secure the knockout. Shadow Alolan Ninetales is another benefactor of the Shadow bonus. Already a top pick as an anti-flyer, anti-fighting, and anti-dark type Pokemon, Shadow Alolan Ninetales becomes a huge threat in many neutral matchups as well. With the Shadow bonus applied to the charged attacks Weather Ball and Dazzling Gleam, Shadow Alolan Ninetales becomes even more threatening. One quick tip: Shadow Alolan Ninetales and Shadow Swampert form a great core and complement each other's strengths and weaknesses quite well, as seen in many recent regional tournaments. Purified Pokemon are less common in the Bring 6 Pick 3 format. However, one Purified Pokemon in particular stands out among the rest: Purified Sableye. Sableye is well known as one of the best safe swaps or pivots in the play Pokemon meta due to its unique Dark Ghost typing, only weak to fairy types. But it's the charged attack return that gives Purified Sableye the power to flip otherwise unwinnable matchups. It can even take down the fairy type Azumarill in some shielding scenarios. Despite a slight decrease in usage compared to Season 1, Purified Sableye is still a staple of the Bring 6 Pick 3 play Pokemon meta. Keep an eye out though, Shadow Sableye is creeping its way into the meta, with stronger play versus common flying and Ice-type Pokemon. Overall, Shadow Pokemon have become a force in the Bring 6 Pick 3 play Pokemon meta. They're expensive investments, but the Shadow bonus damage boost usually outweighs the extra damage they take. Keep an eye out for the likes of Shadow Swampert, Shadow Alolan Ninetales, and even Shadow Charizard. Be sure to get out there exploring to find some Team Go Rocket stops, and don't forget to check the skies for Team Go Rocket balloons. Until next time.
Welcome back, trainers, to the 2024 Peoria Regional Championships. We are progressing through our coverage of Day 1. I'm Speedy's Chief 2 here with the DeFi 250.
And I am definitely here with the Will Dunphy, and we are so excited to continue bringing these winners matchups. They are so incredible back-to-back. We just saw Nighttime Clasher punch his ticket to Day 2 in the winners finals. And Will, you can quote me on this. When we were talking about like which trainers to watch, Nighttime Clasher was the first person I mentioned. I think this trainer, I agree, definitely most improved, been super consistent lately. Yep. So really proud to get that prediction right. I had some doubters in the chat.
And not only in the chat, also on the casting team. Right?
On the casting team.
But hey, you know, the proof is in the pudding. Speaking of players to watch, though, we've got new players ready on stage. Let's take a look here. Who is about to throw down? We see a familiar face on both sides of the arena here. Kimmy Sui on the left and Teddy Bear on the right. Let's look at these teams as well. We talked about the Shadow Dragonite for Kimmy Sui earlier on in the tournament. Look at that serious look he's got going on there. We talked about that Pokemon. It's going to be a serious threat here for Teddy Bear's team on the right side. But Galarian Stunfisk, does it have more play?
I think it does. Galarian Stunfisk, one Rock Slide would completely knock out that Shadow Charizard. Earthquake can also do a lot of really good damage. Rock Slide also would be able to fight back against that Mandibuzz. Love seeing our trainers up here having just as much fun as we are backstage here.
Yeah. You gotta have some laughs, right? When the games are this intense, when there's so much on the line, you just have to take a breath, take it all in, and get ready for the next matchup. And speaking of the next matchup, we have lock-ins on both sides. We have leads on the field. Umbreon, Lickitung. We know Umbreon has the slight advantage here, but this is going to be a tricky situation to maneuver.
It is. These are two incredibly bulky picks. However, Umbreon just a little bit more clunky. Lickitung has a lot more room, a lot more availability. If Nighttime Clash, or I believe our names are switched. So if Rockhaven is on the right, or there we go.
There we go. Yeah, Kimmy Sui
and Teddy Bear.
And Teddy Bear, yeah.
There we go. So, continuing forward, if Teddy Bear wants to switch that Lickitung out at any point, has a lot more flexibility with a one-turn fast move than Umbreon, where we were talking about it's just slow. It's a slow Pokemon to use. It's bulky and has a lot of play, but just a little bit more inflexible.
We were debating which mirror match was more fun to watch, Umbreon or Lickitung. Let us know in the chat what you think. The swap into Metacham here is absolutely huge. Kimmy Sui's going to fire up this foul play. This is two things. First, it gives him a little bit of chip damage into the Metacham, but also it gives him a few seconds to think about how he wants to pivot out. Gonna go with the Dragonite. Unfortunately, probably would have preferred to sit in the Lantern here once he finds out there's a Shadow Venusaur in the back for Teddy Bear.
Yes, I love how you said it gives trainers a second to think, because we are in a game that is so fast-paced. Half-second turns, you have to be on your feet constantly. So anything you can do to give yourself just a moment to think is critical. We have here Teddy Bear putting up the Protect Shield in the match. Shadow Dragonite is just melting this Metacham. Definitely has to use a Protect Shield here against the Ice Punch, or otherwise it would risk the knockout being double super effective.
Oh, that's the thing, right? Metacham went shopping, went to the bargain bin, and got 2 shields for the price of 1 as it strips both from the Shadow Dragonite. Now we've got the Lickitung coming in. Body Slam coming out immediately. If Shadow Dragonite can hang on, it will get to the superpower, but it's going to be very, very close. Shadow Dragonite can't hold on and does get KO'd. In comes Umbreon, and now the Venusaur is on the field.
Yeah, Kimmy Sui's got to be worried with that Lantern back there that can't do anything to this Venusaur. Your one line of defense is this bulky Umbreon. So using that first foul play, but you have no shields. This Frenzy Plant is going to knock out, and Lantern, there's just too much health on this Shadow Venusaur for Lantern to do much of anything, and the Shadow Dragonite is gone. It's just Lantern remaining.
Yeah, you can see Kimmy Sui's body language as well. Recognizes that the writing is on the wall. A super effective, same type attack bonus. Frenzy Plant is absolutely going to uproot this Lantern and take the knockout. And if that wasn't enough, there was still a Lickitung in the back. Kimmy Sui severely outmatched in that game number 1.
Yes, Teddy Bear, remember this is the 3rd tournament ever for Teddy Bear, tied for 7th at NAIC this last season, taking on the Fort Wayne 2023 champion. Also had Kimmy Sui also had 2nd place in Milwaukee last season, so doing incredibly well overall. Kimmy Sui a consistent player, but just really outmatched in that first matchup. That Shadow Venusaur found exactly its target in Kimmy Sui's Lantern.
Well, when we saw this matchup coming up right during the caster switch, you and I locked eyes. We said we knew this is going to be a big one, right? Kimmy Sui versus Teddy Bear, 2 of the best trainers that we've seen so far this weekend in Peoria facing off. An early series lead for Teddy Bear. Kimmy Sui needs to win 2 games straight to bring this back. So I expect a little more time on the lock-in screen, a little more time to think things over, because the Shadow Dragonite, honestly, DeFi has just walked on all the opponents, but Teddy Bear is standing up here. He's not going to let it happen again.
No, and you saw how much damage that Body Slam did to the Shadow Dragonite. I was not anticipating. You just think about how powerful Dragonite is, but you forget just it's so glassy to use. Just cannot tank more than 1 charge move of just about anything. So we see our trainers locking in. What are Kimmy Sui and Teddy Bear going to do? How are we going to switch this up? Shadow Dragonite in the lead into Shadow and Sandslash. This is not what Kimmy Sui wants to see in the lead.
You had a 1 in 6 chance of getting this lead if you're Kimmy Sui, and there it is. Shadow, Alolan Sandslash. What a fantastic call out by Teddy Bear. The Umbreon saves Switch and Medicham out to punish it as well. This isn't Dynamic Punch Medicham, but it will still put a lot of hurt on this Dark type Umbreon.
It will. Umbreon can punch back a little bit with these foul plays, get a little bit of chip damage done on this Medicham, but Medicham can just continue with that fast move pressure and then slowly chip away with ice punches as well. Medicham is going to exit this matchup very healthy, as well as can probably exit with quite a bit of energy depending on how Teddy Bear plays this.
You made a beautiful point, right? If you are Teddy Bear, you got a great lead, you have a great switch-in scenario. If you want to buffer your lead advantage even further, you need to exit this matchup with an Ice Punch loaded. You need to threaten the Dragonite even more, maybe even strip away a Protect Shield and make this really difficult for Kimmy Sui. Ice Punch connects. It's not quite enough. Umbreon might have the last charge attack here, and it does. I think Medicham can hang on, but we do see the Protect Shield regardless.
Yeah, so Teddy Bear opting to save the health and probably also trying to have an Ice Punch in the bank, just like you mentioned, Will. Here comes the Lantern instead. Lantern isn't going to find the Shadow Venusaur on the other side of the field, but instead just has a lot of healthy Pokemon that it has to contend with, even though its main nemesis is off the field to play.
Well, you could see that Teddy Bear's got a huge advantage in this matchup, but Kimmy Sui is already putting the pieces together for a comeback. He's doing that by shielding an Ice Punch. What a critical call. And secondly, by taking that Protect Shield advantage. Yes, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash does have energy. Yes, his Dragonite has some as well. But with a Protect Shield advantage, that Pokemon has a much better chance. We see it switch in. Here comes the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Fast counter swap. Here comes the Ice Punch. The question is, does Kimmy Sui invest in this Pokemon? He doesn't see a win condition. You can see it in his face.
Yes, this is so tough because still in the back, Teddy Bear has a very very healthy Lickitung. We see Kimmy going for the charge move, the superpower, knocks out the main threat, and then here is the last Pokemon, which is the Lickitung. Can Dragonite get to another superpower? It can. Superpower, we're already down one stage of attack, but it would still pack a punch. Teddy Bear shields. So Teddy Bear out of shields now. However, this Lantern is really low on health, but it does have a lot of energy, and Kimmy still has this last Protect Shield.
This is what you're racing against if you're Kimmy. You're racing against the double body slam. Yes, Lantern has a lot of energy and a Protect Shield that just got burned, but you also need to watch out. This Lickitung is only 2 licks away from the second body slam. Is a Surf plus Thunderbolt combo enough to knock out this Lickitung? I don't think it is, but Lantern's going to try.
It's gonna do its best, and just not fast enough. Lickitung gets to the charge move and will knock out the Lantern. That will knock as well, not just knock out the Lantern, but knock down Kimmy to the loser's side of the bracket.
What a fantastic lead call. I got callbacks mentally to It's Axon versus Rubik's Master in Worlds, right? Leading that Shadow Lowland Sand Slash, putting it all on the line. That was such an incredible call out there. And in that situation, a lot of trainers approach it differently, right? You might have a very cautious approach. You might say, oh, I took one win off the 2023 Fort Wayne Regional Champion. Maybe I slowed things down, played a little more carefully. No. Teddy Bear says, I'm leading that Shadow Lowland Sand Slash. I'm putting my foot on the pedal and trying to drive this thing home. And he did.
He did, but I think Kimmy still played very, very well after coming off of a terrible lead. I think making that match about as close as you can. Let's take another quick look at it. Using that superpower, getting to it first, getting to throw the move first, and we see that no shield coming here from Teddy Bear to clear the Alolan Sand Slash off the field. This is where I saw a little bit of hope for the matchup.
Yeah.
However, this Lantern just didn't have enough energy, did not have enough health to be able to push through the Lickitung matchup.
Well, we aren't actually seeing it on the replay here, but in between these two cuts that you've been watching, there's actually a very important call as well. It was Protect shielding the second superpower onto the Lickitung. Teddy Bear made that call, and you could see him kind of thinking things over during the 10-second charge attack animation. It's because he was thinking in what I like to call terms of relative damage. You have to think about what that your opponent has available to them is going to deal the most relative damage to your team. It had to be superpower, debuffed or not. The Shadow Dragonite superpower, if that connects Defy, I think you can come in with Lantern, you can double surf, and maybe get a win.
Yep, so Teddy Bear very protecting against the last win condition Kimmy had, securing that 2-0 victory, and also securing a spot in day 2, I believe.
Day 2. Well, let's take one more look back at that game. This is that critical shield call that I think was so important because yes, you know shield the superpower against the Shadow Lowland Sand Slash, but now Lickitung comes in, throws the body slam. If you just subtract a superpower's worth of damage onto this Lickitung, I think you definitely put it within surf range. But right here, you can see the surf will connect. You can kind of eyeball the damage ratio. Even the Thunderbolt was not enough. You needed that superpower worth of damage in order to win this battle, and he just can't quite get there. Teddy Bear with a 2-0 victory.
Yes, and that was the winners finals for Group D, so securing a spot in day 2. However, we are going to bump back down now. We were in the winners side of the bracket. We're going to take a peek at Group A losers finals. We saw Rise to Occasion on stream to kind of start off our day very early on, and we've also seen a lot of Tihi Risa as well. So we are going to be taking a look at these two trainers and who is going to secure their ticket to day 2 coming from the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this. We saw Rise to Occasion, like you pointed out, Defy, the first match of the stream, an uncharacteristic mistake, right? Not recognizing that the Mandibuzz from Jangles had the Aerial Ace loaded and ready to go. Did get KO'd and knocked to that loser's bracket early, but that's what these former regional champions do, right? They fight, and Rise to Occasion continues to fight his way through, finds himself in the losers finals against a very challenging team composition. He's got to face another Mandibuzz and a Cresselia, and it's going to be tough.
Yes, I have really been enjoying the play from Tihi Risa as well. Seeing her move all the way through to the losers finals, win or go home. If you win, you move on to the next day. Lose and you're done for the evening. You're going to be watching from the spectators booth instead.
Yeah, it's true, right? I think these trainers are all competitors. They want to be on the field making it happen, and they're going to do everything they can to stay in this tournament and make it over to day 2. Looking at these teams, though, T-Risa, excuse me, with Shadow Swampert, Mandibuzz, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Cresselia, Medicham, and Lickitung versus Rise's Shadow Charizard, which was such a force, such a tour de force at NAIC last season. He's got his Registeel, Medicham, Lickitung, Shadow Alolan Ninetales, and regular Swampert to back it up.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, playing it was both Wdage and Rise to Occasion who had the Shadow Charizard. How Stark was trying to make, did not have a counter to it, ended up taking third place, I believe, right? Just could not maneuver around the Shadow Charizard. If you don't bring a counter to it, if you don't have an answer, that can just trample an entire team.
Yeah, well, we saw it at NAIC last season as well. Wdage kind of provided the blueprint of how to beat House Stark with Shadow Charizard, and then we saw Rise come in and just absolutely dominate with it as well. This is going to be a really, really fun match to watch. Again, Rise Occasion, a very storied trainer in 2022, winning the Milwaukee Regional Championships, qualifying last year in Knoxville, if I'm not mistaken, and then finishing in top 3 at NAIC. I mean, top trainer, right? This is somebody who you look at the name on the list and you say, Chris can bring it all home. He can win this entire tournament. Just depends on if this is his day or not.
Yep, it depends on which 6 Pokemon are you going to bring. Are you prepared for the meta and how it is shifting? This is a completely different meta game than NAIC at the end of the season last year. A completely different meta than we had at Worlds. We have all kinds of new Pokemon. Mandibuzz is back again. Like, that is very crazy to see. I believe we saw Mandibuzz in the very first Pokemon Go stream, which was EUIC.
EUIC 2022 in Frankfurt. Aries won with Air/Mandibuzz, which nobody saw coming. Mandibuzz incredibly bulky, flying, and dark-type Pokemon. We talked about this dynamic before. Medicham, Lickitung, those 2 core Pokemon. In our show intro, we mentioned that, right? That duo is so hard to break up. Mandibuzz does exactly that. You can see the duo on both of these teams. Medicham, Lickitung, very bulky backdrops. I also like the Cresselia choice here by T-Risa. You've got lots of targets. Medicham, Swampert, you have lots of play there, but you also have to watch out. Registeel, Lickitung, those are tough Pokemon to fight if you are playing Cresselia. So what I anticipate, honestly, DeFi is a lot of Shadow Alolan Sandslash, a lot of Shadow Swampert. There are no, there's kind of pseudo grass, but no pure grass on either of these teams.
Yes, we have some grass type charge moves, but that's about it. One of those grass type charge moves is going to be coming from the Lickitung on T-Risa's side of the field in the form of that Power Whip. And then we have Medicham from Rise to Occasion. We've seen this matchup time and time again. It is fairly neutral due to Lickitung's super effective fast move damage with Lick, and then Medicham being able to hit back with super effective counters. 2 of these Pokemon both very bulky. It is very dependent on energy and shields, depending on who is going to blink first. T-Risa not shielding the Psychic. Will there be a defense drop? No.
You make a great point. This is a classic matchup, and it's also dependent on the moveset. We've seen the classic moveset for Medicham on Rise's team. Dynamic Punch Medicham surging in popularity. Rise is not on that bandwagon yet. We do see the Body Slam connect, KO the Medicham. What do we see come in? You like energy on Shadow Charizard? Yeah, me too. Here it comes, gets 2 wing attacks, gets the KO, and now is in control because it will win the 2-shield scenario against Shadow Swampert if Rise decides to play it out.
And again, it's just so unintuitive. When you think about a Swampert and a Charizard, you think about that triangle of super effectiveness in your first partner Pokemon. You don't think that Charizard should win it, but in the 2-shield scenario, especially up energy, it's got it.
And you can see that Shadow Charizard, it's roaring, it's ready to go. It's already got 2 wing attacks advantage. It can win in even energy situations, but now it's even further ahead. We do see the first Protect Shield from T-Risa. I think she wants to peel away one of these shields from Rise to Occasion, but she's honestly running out of options pretty quickly because Medicham's counters are resistant. It has to land a charge attack versus this Shadow Charizard.
And the Hydro Cannon is shielded here, so Rise to Occasion, no shields remaining, which is not a place that Shadow Charizard typically wants to be. Shadow Charizard here going for a Dragon Claw. T-Risa takes the bait, shields the Medicham, but then is able to use the Ice Punch and is going to be able to secure the knockout here.
Yeah, this is going to deal a lot of damage. Shadow Charizard only taking neutral from this and barely hangs on with just 1 HP, manages to reach for the Lickitung safe switch, but look at this Medicham. It's lost so much HP from those wing attacks. It gets to the dynamic punch. Defy, is this enough? I think it's close, but not quite.
I agree. I think it's going to be very close. It's going to take that Lickitung down into the red, but not quite enough to knock it out. So, but Lickitung all at the power whip. Medicham was really hoping to get that knockout, but this power whip just barely getting there to knock out the Medicham.
Oh, actually a simul knockout switch in, and the one Pokemon remaining on the field was the Shadow Swampert for Risa. Hey, lightning struck, and I think we've got some dazed and confused trainers on stage. That was wild.
That was very wild. Definitely would love to see a little bit of that at half speed. That was
Yes,
a crazy end of the match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's worth a second look because a lot of things happened really quickly there. We saw the dynamic punch land against a Lickitung. Lickitung threw the power whip, tried to get the KO. That's exactly where we are. Thank you so much. That's exactly where we are. I don't think this is quite enough, but I do think that Lick being faster than counter should have probably secured the knockout here. We see the counter swap and these simultaneous two-turn attacks, and then the match was over.
Oh, it was wild.
Yeah.
I could probably watch that a couple more times, honestly.
Yeah.
That was a very fast. Again, it goes to show just how quickly these trainers have to think and how quickly you have to react to different things.
Yeah, we've got a 1-0 lead for Risa. As we talk things over here, that was absolutely a startling finish to that first game between these two trainers. But you know, given the situation that Risa was in, she made it so incredibly close. She was so incredibly competitive until the very end. You think Charizard coming out with an energy advantage, defeating your Shadow Swampert, and then putting you on the ropes, you think that would be enough, but she found a way to fight back.
She did. Again, just to recap a little bit of that battle, we had the Lickitung and the Medicham to start. We talked about how that is a very classic matchup. And then we talked about the Shadow Charizard versus the Swampert and just how wild it is that Shadow Charizard wins those even shield matchups.
Yeah, absolutely wild. But I think that neutral Dragon Claw damage and Wing Attack damage just adds up over time. Shadow Swampert has to strike with Hydro Cannon, right? There's just no way you can really hurt that Charizard when those mud shots are just barely even touching that Pokemon as it's flapping in the sky. But that being said, DeFi, we've got a 1-0 lead for Risa. Rise Occasion is a fighter, though, has classically won regional championships even after the bracket reset has been forced on him, like 2022 Milwaukee. He's going to do his best to try to win this one as well, but this is an important set, right? You want to make it to day 2. You want to give yourself a chance at those championship points and eventually winning the regional championship. But I think we have both trainers locked in.
And here we have the Shadow Charizard finding a much more advantageous matchup here. It's happy to see the Swampert and even shields, but I think it's more happy to see the Medicham. We see an instant swap out into the Lickitung. I imagine we're gonna see, and there it is, beep, 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 beep. There is the Registeel coming through. Definitely a hard check to the Lickitung. We're gonna see this Body Slam come through, and it's just gonna bounce off Registeel's steel plates on its body. That's just nothing that this Lickitung can do.
Those are happy beeps if I've ever heard them. And I want to point out something interesting as well. Before Rise switched out, he actually got 6 wing attacks worth of energy on the Shadow Charizard. We talked about counting your fast attacks versus the opponent. If you can count those 6 wing attacks, you know when that Body Slam is ready. And Rise is able to bank a lot of energy before switching into a very advantageous matchup. And the debuff on the Zap Cannon makes this even harder, even more difficult for the Lickitung.
That it does. However, for Registeel, it just takes so long to get to its charge moves. We were talking a little bit backstage about like the benefits and drawbacks of different steel types, and that is one major drawback of using Registeel. You have to just wait forever to get to each of its charge moves.
Speaking of waiting, Rise to Occasion had the charge attack ready, didn't throw it. The reason is he wants this Registeel as low as possible. He does not want to feed this Medicham's energy pool and give it enough energy to strike against his Shadow Charizard. Focus Blast does land. Rise going to look for a Zap Cannon here. He's got about 5 or 6 counters worth of length to do it. Does he reach it? Rise Occasion reaching for it. Does get the Zap Cannon, and that Registeel is barely still there.
It is, however, Medicham, we are going to see a Protect Shield protecting the health of the Medicham, probably recognizing we need need that Ice Punch. We need to be able to do some things against the Shadow Charizard, so protecting the health there. And then here comes the opposing Medicham to counter it. However, the Medicham on the side of Tihirisa does not have that big, bulky charge attack of Psychic. It's running Dynamic Punch instead, which is not very useful in this matchup.
Actually going for the resisted Dynamic Punch. This is same type attack bonus, so it might just do slightly more damage, even though it is resisted. I think it does maybe just a pinch more damage. Rise to Occasion gonna look for the Psychic here, but this is really tough because you have a Shadow, Alolan Sand Slash in the back that's down a Protect Shield. Tihirisa needs to make some magic happen to get back into this game.
I would agree. Oh, and a defense drop to boot. Again, using the Dynamic Punch again to try to chip the health away on this Medicham. But again, bringing it into the red, and Rise bringing in the Wing Attack Charizard and is going to throw the Blast Burn here. Will Tihirisa use the Protect Shield? Does. So all Charizard needs to do is get to one more charge move to knock out the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, and Rise to Occasion has 2 shields left. Doesn't need to use them, is able to throw the Blast Burn. This is double super effective. Shadow Alolan Sand Slash is an Ice and Steel type, both weak to fire. And there it goes. One more Wing Attack will knock the Medicham out of play, and Rise to Occasion coming back to tie this match up 1-1.
Shades of NAIC 2023. Rise to Occasion and his Shadow Charizard fighting back here to get that Game 2 victory versus Tihirisa. That's just how he plays, though. He's always got something. He's always ready to fight back, and that Shadow Charizard was just so impressive. Tough lead situation for Tihirisa there, leading the Medicham into the Shadow Charizard. She's got to find some more creative answers, because actually, if you take a closer look at that team there, Defai, there's no fast attack pressure that can really hurt the Shadow Charizard. I think that's why it's so safe for Rise to bring. And I'm so sorry, but Shadow Alolan Sand Slash enjoyers, if you're watching this, just close your eyes for just a second. This is absolutely brutal. Blast Burn, double super effective. Boom! Absolutely decimates Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. That was tough.
All right, you can open your eyes again.
Yes,
it's gone.
You can look at the stream again.
You can look at the stream again. It's over.
The bad
Safe.
part's over.
You're safe. But we might see it again. We've been seeing a lot of that. We saw the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. We'll have to see if Tihirisa brings it back. It made such a short appearance in that matchup. Have to decide. It has to get that alignment that it needs. You line it up against something like the Charizard, especially down to Protect Shields. You need to be able to protect against that Blast Burn. Honestly, like the being able to do neutral Ice type damage to the Charizard, that's not bad.
No.
Like we were saying, there's not a lot that can do much to the Charizard. There's nothing with fast move pressure that's super effective. You need to use the Hydro Cannons coming from the Swampert, but we talked about Charizard can handle that matchup just fine in even shields.
Well, if you think about the mental games as well, when you bring out that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash and it gets Control Alt deleted that quickly, it kind of sends a message. If that Pokemon comes out again, it's going to be in trouble. So maybe she doesn't bring it, fearing that Shadow Charizard, and that looks like that's exactly what happened. Tihirisa reaching for Cresselia, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert in Game 3.
Yeah, so getting to see the Cresselia in this game running Grass Knot and Moonblast. Let's see if we can get some Moonblast debuffs here in this matchup. Always a fun chance to use that move. We see the Cresselia dip out now into the Medicham, and there is the Charizard. Perhaps Tihirisa looking to lure that thing out.
Yeah, maybe trying to pull the Shadow Charizard out from that back line like you pointed out. It is going to protect shield up this Ice Punch. Rise Occasion has baited quite a bit throughout the series. I would not be surprised by a straight Blast Burn approach here as Medicham is just outside of Dragon Claw range. That's exactly what we get. Does Tihirisa see it coming? Yes, she does.
And protects against that Blast Burn. There is not a whole lot that is going to win Charge Move priority against a Charizard, so Rise to Occasion knows he can confidently win that one. And then Tihirisa going for the Ice Punch, forcing a shield in turn from Rise to Occasion. And we can see the Wing Attack's doing a lot of damage. Can Charizard go for the full Wing Attack down? And it can.
Yeah, that's a really nice strategy by Risa. She wanted the Protect Shields down. She got her wish. I'm sure she would have loved to get an extra Ice Punch there, but that wasn't in the cards. Blast Burn is going to connect here. I think Cresselia can withstand it, but Risa doesn't want to find out. Does use that final Protect Shield and is going to look for a charge attack. Oh, another Blast Burn! Losing the counts, getting lost in the sauce, and this is going to hurt quite a bit.
It definitely will, and I'm looking at that back line. Oof. I'm looking at the back line, and Swampert without Protect Shields is not a happy Pokemon at all. It needs to have Protect Shields just because its defenses are so low. It can knock out so many Pokemon with Hydro Cannons, with Earthquakes, but it needs shields to hide behind. We're going to see the Earthquake. Not going to be enough to knock out the Medicham, especially not after Earthquake got a bit of a debuff. It does take Medicham down to the red, but it's just not going to be enough. Medicham is going to be able to counter it down and rise to occasion, winning the Group A Losers Finals, moving on to day 2 and making our top 8.
Very nicely done by Rise to Occasion, taking that early Game 1 loss to Risa. That was a really exciting game to watch, especially in the final moments, but able to bring back that series in Games 2 and 3, really leaning on his Shadow Charizard. Once he recognized there weren't a lot of direct counters, he really unleashed that Pokemon. That's what the best trainers do as well. They find gaps, they find holes, and they find those opportunities, or they create them, right? If you convince your opponent that Shadow Alolan Sandslash is not going to have a good time in the game, then you can open up the door even more for something like Shadow Charizard.
Exactly. I was kind of hoping to see the Mandibuzz on the side of Risa. It stayed on the bench the entire time, but I'm not sure how much play it actually had. Taking a quick look at the replay, we have the Power Whip again. This is that real quick move that happened back and forth where we had the simultaneous KO. There's that first Blast Burn. All Charizard has to do is throw one more attack, and the Sandslash on the field will melt.
Yeah, absolutely. Melting into a puddle here. Rise to Occasion for the 3rd time on the stream with the 2 replays here. Absolutely decimates Shadow Alolan Sandslash, gets the wing attack here. And I just think it's so cool to see that Pokemon that was so strong for him at NAIC last season still be powerful in the current meta, especially in the face of all these Lanterns, all these Azumarill, even the occasional Carbinks you might find on some of these teams. Shadow Charizard is still making it work.
Yeah, and I hope that's not the last we see of Risa. It's the last we'll see of her today, being knocked out of the Losers Finals. However, we have such a long road ahead of us here in the 2024 season. This is only the 2nd regional here in North America. We have lots more opportunities for trainers to go out there, win their championship points, and punch their ticket to Hawaii for Worlds this season.
And that's the thing too, right? October is absolutely packed. Peoria this weekend, Sacramento the next, Lille in France the following, and then the last weekend of the month is Toronto. So back to back to back to back. If you love competitive Pokemon Go PvP, what else could you ask for?
Well, what I'm going to ask for is we check out a little bit of social media. Let's go ahead and take a look and see what the trainers out there are posting. We have Susie posting, watching Peoria Regional stream brings shiny luck, a shiny Shadow Moltres at her home gym. Congratulations on your shiny Shadow Moltres. Very, very exciting, and you can see the matchup between Mama Climbs and Buckeye Fitzy in the background.
That's a huge catch and a great raid attacker. Fire and Flying is such a unique typing, so whenever Pokemon like Registeel come back to raids, or even Genesect, that's going to be a great Pokemon to use. From Pure Cyberpunk, we just have a simple smiley face, and that says it all, right? Because you look at the Woopers here, the Flygon, the Sceptile, the Grovyle, the Trico. I mean, smiles everywhere.
And just a little wink, little cheeky wink from that Mudkip. I love it. And we have an update from Dijon the Jin. We saw in a tweet earlier from, I believe it was Munchlax 2000.
Oh, yes.
So this is an update to that, where Munchlax 2000 says, "Thank you so much, Dijon the Jin." No trainer, thank you for this wonderful Giratina. So it looks like they both kind of won. It was a win-win situation in that trade.
Yeah, lowering that that attack stat down like that means that Giratina will reach its full potential in the Ultra League. I am sure that Spicy will be bringing that to tons of Ultra League games. You know, I think you could probably run like Giratina and 2 Fairy type Pokemon that know Charm behind it. Sounds like something Spicy would do.
Yeah, very, very much. So congratulations to both trainers for making a wonderful trade and both winning out in that. But we are going to be looking for some more winners. We're going to be moving down. We're staying in the loser side of the bracket doing Group B losers finals.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. I always love these losers bracket matches because there's so much intensity, so much more pressure. Not to say there's no pressure in the winner's side bracket. Of course there is. But here your back is against the wall. You know, you're kind of moving through the tournament. You really want to make it to day 2, get those championship points, and you really need to keep on fighting. BJ is back on the stream with triple flying type Pokemon versus Uzuku. I believe the W is silent. Uzuku running some Froslass Defy.
I love Froslass. Such a great tournament. I believe this is their first tournament run and making it all the way to the losers finals, which is phenomenal. Hopefully we're going to get to see some Froslass play. I see 3 flying type Pokemon, and then I see the Froslass. That gets me a little bit excited.
A little chilly, right? A little burr. We're going to see if that Froslass can find those 3 flying type Pokemon, or if it will run up against the Registeel or Lickitung, or even in a shields down scenario, that Shadow Charizard Blast Burn. I think it would have a similar effect that we saw against the Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the previous series. That being said, though, Uzuku, first tournament appearance in the Championship Series. Very excited to see what this trainer decides to do. Froslass, Registeel, Gligar, Lickitung Medicham Core, and the Swampert as well. Swampert actually looks kind of solid. Are there any other Pokemon that are really jumping out to you, though?
I'm still stuck on Froslass. Froslass looks so much fun against a triple flyer team. Gotta watch out there for Registeel. Froslass gonna be relying more on Shadow Ball for that, but it can avalanche the Lickitung. It's loves to see Medicham. I just want to see that Froslass come out and play.
It's so important to learn from the previous matches, the previous sets that we've seen on stream. If you look at this team composition, I'm actually noticing something very similar to Tihirisa versus Rise. There is no fast attack pressure that can apply to Shadow Charizard, maybe outside of Lick from Lickitung or Powder Snow from Froslass. It's going to be really tough to deal with a Shadow Charizard with shields.
Yes, but noting that the trainer on the right has a regular Swampert instead of a Shadow Swampert, so that does help. Regular Swampert being a little bit more bulky than its Shadow counterpart. So sometimes in some situations you want that regular Pokemon over the Shadow because you want to have a little bit more of that defense.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We have our leads on the field, though. We've got a Lickitung mirror. I asked everyone in chat earlier to tell us your favorite mirror match between Lickitung and Umbreon. Still waiting for those replies. Here comes the Swampert counter swap into the Shadow Charizard. BJ is going to fire up this Dragon Claw, and this all comes down to matchup knowledge. Does BJ know that he can go for the straight Dragon Claw in the situation and still take down the Swampert, or not?
We will certainly find out. Then we see this first Hydro Cannon. BJP definitely has to shield this up. Shadow Charizard does not want to see any Water-type charge moves coming from this Swampert. And again, going just straight Dragon Claw, like you mentioned, having that knowledge that straight Dragon Claw is the answer here. But we did mention, so now we can see Swampert has that little bit of extra bulk. It can get to this Hydro Cannon here. Will BJP decide to shield? Yes, at the very last
This is so risky because the Swampert almost has another Hydro Cannon. It's 2 away, and he throws the Dragon Claw at the last second. One more Protect Shield coming off the board. We are now shields down. Charge attacks are going to start raining through. Dragon Claw gets Protect Shielded up. We see the counter swap into the Lickitung, barely saving that Shadow Charizard.
That was intense. We saw a big sigh of relief. Lickitung catching the Hydro Cannon and removing the Swampert from play, bringing in their own Lickitung. So kind of starting over here. We have that mirror match back at the beginning, but now BJP's Lickitung is so much lower in health.
Uzuku needs to set a trap. He needs to set a trap in order to win this game, and the trap is you have have to get this Lickitung down low in terms of HP, and then you need to send in the Froslass and get that 2 Powder Snow energy advantage. As DeFi likes to say, once you have that 2 Powder Snow energy advantage, you can take down the Charizard, and you can have a good shot against whatever is in the back. Of course, we haven't seen the third Pokemon from BJ. Uzuku doesn't know if it's a Registeel, doesn't know if it's a Pelipper, but I do think the Froslass with energy advantage is the answer regardless.
I definitely agree. So here we have the Body Slam, not going to be enough to KO. This is a long mirror matchup, and there it is. Gave Froslass just a little bit of energy, and there is the Avalanche, and it is going to knock this Shadow Charizard. It's going to freeze its wings, knock it out of the sky.
Uzuku springs the trap, takes down the Shadow Charizard. There's a weak Lickitung. He's going to go look for the Powder Snow down. Does he get it? BJ's Lickitung can't quite get there. Froslass is loaded. That's 2 knockouts. Let's make it 3. Here comes the Medicham. Gonna look for the Shadow Ball just as soon as he can get there.
Yeah, building up a little bit of extra energy, just waiting, knowing that BGP's pretty far away from that Psychic. This Shadow Ball is going to do a lot of damage. Taking the Medicham just barely down in health, and even if it didn't, there's still a whole Lickitung in the back.
Line him up and knock him down. Froslass is coming to town. Uzuku gets the reverse triple KO with the Froslass in the back. BJP needs to get creative here if he's going to find a way to disrupt that plan. But just like we talked about, DeFi, getting that Lickitung low in terms of health, coming in with the Froslass, getting that slight advantage. It was 1 fast attack ahead of Charizard. If Uzuku waits 1 additional turn, Shadow Charizard gets to the Blast Burn, wins the charge attack priority, and gets the knockout, and that game is completely different.
Yeah, so we will have to see. Let's go ahead and take a look at that replay. Use the Dragon Claw. We see the shield and that instant swap into the Lickitung to absorb that Hydro Cannon. But now because of that swap, that Lickitung is stuck, setting up Uzuku here for the rest of that matchup. And here is Froslass in that end game. No, Froslass knowing comfortably has a lot of time to do a little bit of fast move damage before throwing the Shadow Ball, and even still, that Lickitung was ready in the back if Froslass needed a little bit of support. Now we are right back into it. We are in game number 2. We have Swampert versus Lickitung. Swampert does not want to see the Power Whip on the side of the Lickitung. They pace pretty similarly, but Swampert gets to the Earthquake energy first, throws the Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, Hydro Cannon going to start to chip away this Lickitung. Of course, Lickitung can deliver a knockout blow if it does get to the Power Whip. This is a really tricky situation because Uzuku wanted to switch out, but the single lick and the charge attack gets thrown, and Uzuku makes a great call. No shielding, the body slam to keep himself in this matchup.
Yes, and this is another body slam. BJP does not need the Power Whip to knock out here. Uzuku allowing the Swampert to take the hit and pulling it out of the game. It does have energy, so we will have to see if that's going to come into play later.
It's so tricky because the Swampert is so low in terms of HP that if you switch it in to a counter, to a wing attack, any kind of prominent fast attack, it will get KO'd and all that energy will go down the drain. So we'll have to see how Uzuku decides to play it out. Meanwhile, BJP is leaving his Lickitung in. I think he's going to switch after this Body Slam's deployed. Might be a good time to bring in that Medicham and try to start gathering energy. That's exactly what we get.
And there is the Medicham, like you said, going to start gathering energy, getting a lot of counters in, going to really be relying on that fast move pressure. Uzuku using the Body Slam, trying to threaten the health of this Medicham even just a little bit. The Body Slams and that fast move lick damage is going to add up. Uzuku throwing a Body Slam just before the Medicham gets to a Psychic.
Uzuku with surgical precision lands the Body Slam in between the counters, forcing BJP to take additional damage before he can throw the Psychic. Incredible awareness and incredible fast attack timing by Uzuku. This is going to connect, does KO the Lickitung. We're going to see the Froslass come in here. This is the sweeper. The situation is different though. Still 2 protections for both trainers.
Yes, but look, Froslass already at a charge move. Uzuku calling that this is only an Ice Punch. This is just gonna bounce off the Froslass. Froslass with energy, Will. Let's go.
This is a showdown because Froslass has enough energy for an avalanche. He's got 2 protect shields. You basically need 4 charge attacks to win this game. Here comes the first one from Uzuku. BJP needs to get creative, but you have to shield. You got no other option. Charizard is basically your final Pokemon here.
It is. And here we see the Swamp catching. And you said you've got to have perfect timing or all that energy goes down the drain. Uzuku with the perfect timing on that swap, peels off the final protect shield, uses the Swampert expertly, and Uzuku waits before throwing. So here's the body slam. Uzuku doesn't need to shield the body slam, but shields up just in case, and is going to be able to fast move down this Lickitung and then throw an avalanche immediately.
Shadow Ball. Oh, it goes for... Oh, actually a charge attack priority, but the final protect shield comes into play. A little bit surprised we don't see the Shadow Ball here, but I think avalanche is going to be more than enough. Uzuku really flexing the technical proficiency and the ability to play out of tricky scenarios. BJP, an outstanding trainer in himself, but that was a really tough matchup.
Oh my goodness. Sometimes I think trainers have this, sometimes trainers out there have, it's just the loser's final. Maybe not as exciting. I was on the edge of my seat for that entire matchup. I loved seeing Froslass sweep the game back to back, was definitely the MVP of that matchup. Congratulations to Uzuku. I think we said first tournament and top cut here in Peoria, Illinois.
Yeah, well, I'm sure. I bet you right now, DeFi, if you look at Uzuku's account, I'm sure he's done so many Go Battle League matches, right? There's so many awesome opportunities to learn these micro techniques, to understand energy and fast attack duration in Go Battle League, especially during Go Battle Weekend. But right here in Peoria, we see the Avalanche getting Protect Shielded up, and this is the play you called out, DeFi, the switch into Swampert. In between the wing attacks, threading the needle, dancing on the razor's edge, gets the Hydra Cannon to strip away that final shield.
Absolutely incredible precision play from Uzuku, and here we see the Froslass waits the turn, is patient, doesn't allow BJP that opportunity, does not give an inch, not one win condition, sees the opponent's win condition and denies it.
Exactly, and BJP is an outstanding player. Like I said before, he's done really well, has actually performed very solidly in the championship series. But Uzuku coming out of nowhere knows exactly what he needs to do and does every single thing right.
Incredible matchup, and here it is, the final charge move of the game. Froslass, my personal MVP Pokemon, knocks the Charizard out of the field of play. Congratulations, Uzuku, for punching your ticket to day 2 here at the Peoria Regional Championships.
Hey, I'm telling you, every trainer has a different approach, right? Maybe you look at Rise's Shadow Charizard and you think of it like a hammer, just brings down the blast burns, just deleting Pokemon. But Uzuku plays with a scalpel. That was absolutely precise knowledge of the counts, awareness of the win conditions, like you called out, the situation that you're in. Very, very nice to watch. And that was an incredible demonstration. Like, honestly, everyone at home who's trying to think about how to win one of these closer matchups that you're in, take notes, because Uzuku played really well. And BJP, very, very solid. Just could not get a break in that matchup.
Speaking of breaks, we're going to take a quick break here and switch out our casters. While you wait, we have a wonderful video spotlighting some different charge attacks. Go ahead, stay tuned.
Hello Pokemon trainers, my name is AlphaVeeb, and I am here today to talk to you about the beginning and intermediate tactics of charged attack timing. Pokemon use fast attacks to deal damage to opposing Pokemon and generate energy. These fast attacks take your Pokemon 1 to 5 turns to complete, during which you can take no other actions. Fast attacks can be categorized into 3 different archetypes. High damage output with low energy generation, such as Charm, Razor Leaf, and Fire Fang. High energy generation with low damage, such as Lock-On, Fairy Wind, or Mudshot, or a mix of average damage and average energy generation, such as Counter, Shadow Claw, or Dragon Tail. The interplay between fast attacks dealing damage and generating energy to be able to use charged attacks is the essence of Pokemon Go PvP. Most meta-relevant Pokemon prefer to bring a low energy cost, low damage charge attack, frequently called a bait, and pair it with a higher energy cost, higher energy charged attack, frequently called a nuke. Contrary to what one might expect, it's not always best to throw your charged attacks as soon as possible. As shown here in this matchup of Galarian Stunfisk versus Lantern, the optimal play for Galarian Stunfisk typically involves building up enough energy for either Rock Slide or Earthquake to be used before throwing a charged attack. In this case, a Rock Slide is thrown, baiting the opponent into using a Protect Shield. Even trainers who carefully track their opponent's energy will not be able to differentiate between which charged attack you are using. Keep in mind to track your opponent's energy so that you throw your charged attacks before your opponents are able to throw their own. Additionally, tracking your own health is important to ensure your charged attacks are used before your Pokemon faints to their fast attack damage. The final aspect of beginner level tactics is when to use self-buffing charged attacks and when to use charged attacks that debuff your opponent, such as Power Up Punch or Icy Wind. It's often most beneficial to throw these charged attacks right away, but keep in mind, if your secondary charged attack has the potential to be a powerful nuke, then it's worth considering a shield bait. The first intermediate tactic is maximizing your residual energy after throwing your charged attack, while simultaneously preventing your opponent from using a charged attack. Take the example here of Swampert versus Talonflame. Talonflame requires 3 5-turn Incinerates, a total of 15 turns, in order to reach both Flame Charge and Brave Bird. Swampert requires 5 2-turn Mudshots, a total of 10 turns, in order to reach its most efficient charged attack, Hydro Cannon. However, ideal play typically consists of Swampert using 7 Mudshots, a total of 14 turns, and then unleashing Hydro Cannon. This allows Swampert to come out of the charged attack with 2 additional Mudshots worth of damage and energy. This can also be applied when 2 opposing Pokemon charged attacks are thrown at the same time. In Pokemon Go, this exchange is controlled by the total attack value of each individual Pokemon. The Pokemon with the higher value is able to throw its charged attack first. A good example is the matchup between Swampert and Noctowl. Noctowl reaches its Sky Attack in a total of 6 2-turn wing attacks, or 12 turns, while Swampert still reaches its Hydro Cannon in 10 turns. Swampert has a significantly higher attack value than Noctowl and will always win priority in cases of simultaneously thrown charged attacks. Because of this, optimal play from the Swampert user typically entails throwing 6 Mudshots before throwing Hydro Cannon in order to force the charged attack tie. This allows the Swampert to come out of the exchange with the maximum amount of energy possible while preventing the Noctowl from throwing its Sky Attack first. The final aspect of intermediate level tactics is timing self-debuffing charged attacks. Charged attacks like Overheat, Wild Charge, and Superpower are extremely powerful attacks, but they come with the drawback of lowering the attack, defense, or even both stats of the Pokemon. Because of this, it is often advantageous to build up to 2 or nearly 2 charged attacks before unleashing all of your built-up energy. This allows your Pokemon to deal the most amount of damage while taking the least amount of damage in return. Here on the left, Alolan Raichu builds up to back-to-back Wild Charges, but the Sky Attack comes before the first Wild Charge is thrown. In comparison to the trainer on the right, Alolan Raichu uses Wild Charge as soon as possible. Skarmory reaches the Sky Attack before the second Wild Charge, and it deals damage after the defense has been sharply dropped. The difference in the amount of damage is astounding and completely changes the end point of the matchup. Mastering these strategies that revolve around charged attack timing will help you optimize energy gained and damage dealt, as well as mitigate your opponent's energy gained and damage dealt, increasing your strength as a Pokemon trainer. That's it for now. Make sure to keep your eye out for the second part of this topic for more advanced strategies involving charged attack timing.
Welcome back. We are here in Peoria for the Pokemon Go Regionals, and we got 2 sets of battles left to figure out who our top 8 trainers will be for day number 2. I'm Caleb Payne, joined by 2-0 Butters, and I'm excited for these next set of battles.
Yeah, you don't want to go anywhere for the end of this stream, because up next we have Prav versus Rockhaven. Rockhaven, the trainer that made his debut performance at Peoria all the way to the winners finals, dropped down into the losers finals, is 1 series away from making it to day 2 on a first ever attempt at the championship series versus Prav, who has also played very well, hasn't done too many tournaments in the past, but when he has, he's had some awesome performances trying to get into that day number 2.
Yeah, I believe Prav's last top 8 performance was Milwaukee in season 1 of the championship series, trying to make it back into top 8, but will be facing off against the underdog Rockhaven. Also, to my knowledge, the furthest any Carping has ever made in any tournament so far. I don't think we've ever seen it in play yet, but I am curious to see if that's going to happen, and if Rockhaven makes it work, I believe, the first person in the world to make top 8 with a Carbink, which is a huge feat in itself.
Caleb, I think there's an amazing chance we'll see Carbink, because even if you don't run the Carbink, look at the pressure. It's so strong versus Prav's team. Prav has the Shadow Charizard, has the Umbreon. You can't say swap either of those. You can't say swap Umbreon because Umbreon is one of the best.
Too.
Yeah, one of the best say swaps out there. You can't even bring in the Froslass. Lickitung, you're just fine against that if you're Carbink. Metacham, if you have Tackle, you're okay. And then the only thing you have to watch out for is Swampert. So how do you protect yourself from that Swampert? You could run Carbink with a superior, maybe a Lickitung. That could be an awesome team for Rockhaven. If Carbink will ever make an appearance, I feel like it has to be in this series.
Yes, let's put your hopes and dreams into this rock Pokemon. Let's see if Prav is ready for it. It looks like both trainers are ready though, and we are diving into this first game of the losers finals. Winner will make it in, and here we go. Carbink into the Froslass. I mean, even with Tackle, this is going to be pretty good, but we haven't seen the fast one on this, and it's going to be the rock throw. Okay, so that's going to be much worse for the Froslass, a little bit better for the Metacham, but even worse for the Charizard.
But like we saw earlier, there's a dynamic punch Metacham.
Oh my gosh.
You still have a chance to flip this. Prav knows.
Oh,
he protect shields the bait because he knows, and now he's counting out his fingers. You're going to have to adjust those fingers, Prav, because you just protect shielded an Ice Punch, which is not that great for you. Here comes the protect shield back. Rockhaven's going to go for alignment here. He has the Carbink aligned to Froslass. He is not giving it up.
Look at the back line too. You got a superior for the Swampert. How does Prav get out of this tricky situation? And here comes another Ice Punch. Prav shielding again, spending both shields, trying to win the alignments, but it is going to be tough. And having the back-to-back body slams ready though.
This is why Lickitung is so strong. You can win the alignment here.
Can you?
Yeah, you can, because you're going to get to this body slam first. You outpace to this body slam before the ice slam. You have to throw the body slam. He tries to throw the body slam. That's unfortunate. He tried to throw the body slam. It did register. I believe it might get down to a review at this point. From what it looked like he did press that body slam, which would have knocked out the Metacham, and he would have got the alignment here. But obviously now he's very far behind. He's lost the alignment in this situation. You have to play it out by the rules of the game the rest of the way. So both these trainers are going to play it out, but we can see how much alignment mattered, Caleb, because there's a Swampert in the back and a superior in the back for Rockhaven.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough situation for Prav. That body slam would have put the Metacham quite low, maybe even in knockout range. And now Rockhaven trying to bring in the Carbink. The Carbink does come out. Prav trying to get out of there, but it looks like it is going to be running some issues. I believe this game will probably be under review. But like you said, trainers are going to play it out just to see how it goes. And Prav is going to exit out that game.
Yeah, that is tough. They're going to instantly go to review. I mean, I feel like it's cut and dry there. He tried to register the body slam. It did not register. Then he took 2 to 3 counters and got knocked out. He would have flipped the alignment. So either way, this is a little bit unfortunate for Prav here, because if he did get that alignment in that game number 1, I think he has a fantastic shot of winning the game, because he'll have Froslass into superior and then Swampert in the Carbink. But by the rules of this, he feels like he probably would have won the game, but he didn't win the game, so there's no chance he can get a win on this game, even though there was a very good chance he would have won the game. It's probably just going to go to a rematch.
It was still fairly early in the game, so it's a potential that things could have played out differently. I think at the same time, too, Rockhaven could have missed a counter or two in that scenario as well, so making it a little bit tougher. But trainers are going to restart their games and get ready for a potential rematch.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it's going to go to rematch here. Obviously, they will review it. They will do their due diligence here, but tough situation. Game number 1. I mean, we finally saw the Carbink, but crazy how good Lickitung is even against that Dynamic Punch Medicham. You double Protect Shielded Baits, and you still win the 2s against that Medicham there because you were able to outpace to that Body Slam before the 3rd Ice Punch was available because you got that slight energy advantage. So that is going to be a fantastic tool for alignment for Pranav.
I wonder if the play for Rockhaven is to throw a Rock Slide first at the Lickitung and then come in with the Medicham. That might be a better way to secure that alignment, because even if you're Carbink, you could tank a Power Whip no problem. You could tank the lick damage. It is so strong in this open meta and is so bulky, and we finally see it in appearance.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of did. We saw it do a rock throw. It threw 1 rock. I mean, that's the most it's done in a long time in the championship series, is it was able to throw 1 rock. But maybe we're going to see it throw a couple rocks, but at least we do know it is that rock throw, and we do know that alignment will definitely matter a lot in this matchup with Pranav and Rockhaven, because those backlines were super alignment dependent. And game number 1, I think Pranav was probably on pace to get that alignment, but unfortunately this will be rematch, so it's going to be 0-0. We need to get confirmation, but I think at this point, Caleb, it's going to be a rematch.
Yeah, you can see both trainers probably asked to quit out that game from the judges there too. So definitely the right call in that situation. Now, we did see the rock throw from Rockhaven. So let's take a look at how that potentially plays out into Pranav's team. Fantastic into Charizard, fantastic into Umbreon, fantastic into Froslass. The Lickitung matchup is an interesting one too. I think it really depends on if you can land the Power Whips or not, but both are really bulky Pokemon, and maybe you could, you have to try to land the Moonblast on the side of the Carbink. Really bad into the Swampert, and I don't know if we've seen the moveset on the Medicham from Pranav side. I know Pranav was on stream early today. I don't personally recall if it was a Psychic or a Dynamic Punch Medicham. Dynamic Punch Medicham is going to do pretty good into that Carbink, doing that neutral hard-hitting damage. And resisting the Rock Throw is going to make it a little bit nicer of a matchup. Obviously, Tackle Carbink would be much better into Medicham, slightly better into Swampert, but that's not really a winning matchup either way. I think the rock damage against the Charizard and the Froslass is going to pay off, though, for Rockhaven in this specific matchup.
So my biggest question going into this rematch is, does Rockhaven have Powder Snow on Shadow Alolan Sandslash? Have we seen that? I feel like it does.
We did, yeah.
Okay.
Against Nighttime Clasher, it was the Powder Snow variation, which makes it better into the Lickitung and Umbreon.
It's literally the only safe swap option besides Superior. I think you can bring in Superior against...
Is this safe though? There's a Medicham on the side.
No, but I'm saying, oh no, sorry, not safe swap. I mean safe swap answer of the Lickitung.
Oh,
because
I see what you're saying,
if it was Shadow Claw, there isn't any safe swap answer from the Lickitung, and we saw that game number 1, Pranav safe swap the Lickitung, because how do you answer that? I mean, Carbink was in the lead already, and you would rather play out that Carbink scenario versus Lickitung than against a Froslass. And if you bring in your own Lickitung, you lose alignment. If you bring in a Shadow Claw, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, you also will lose alignment. Maybe Superior can do it, but I'm not sure if it can even do it if you properly Protect Shield both the Frenzy Plants. So your only option to stop that safe swap Lickitung is that Powder Snow Shadow Alolan Sandslash. In some situations, I think Lickitung could even win the 2s, but if any Pokemon has the best chance, it definitely is that Powder Snow Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
I think the more likely play is Rockhaven has to go for a chip and dip, right? Maybe throw a Rock Slide and then bring in his own Lickitung. The problem with Alolan Sandslash as the counter to that Lickitung safe swap is if Rockhaven is, like that first game, leading the Carbink, you're just way too weak to Swampert leads, right? You're going to lose the Swampert with the Carbink and the Alolan Sandslash, so you just will be put in a really tough ABA scenario if you're Rockhaven. But, you know, we've seen this in multiple situations. If you chip down the Lickitung on the opposing side and bring in your own, you can pretty much guarantee switch advantage.
Yeah, and we saw that Carbink is the closest it's ever been to day number 2. Let's get to see which caster was the closest for what would make it to day number 2. Let's take a look at our caster predictions once again. I mean, Charjabug was looking on fire, but I don't know about you. I haven't seen any of them move on to day number 2. You saw a lot right before the winners and losers finals, but unfortunately, I don't think it made the cut. Shadow Alolan Sandslash, that's a safe pick. I'm not gonna lie. So
it is.
That's a very safe pick.
I got some safe picks on my end too, right?
Azumarill, I don't know. We haven't seen a ton of Azumarill, but we have seen some. But Lantern's a safe pick, yeah.
Because there's a lot of Umbreon these days, right? And on DeFi East prediction as well, right? I think Umbreon's very strong in this current meta, especially because there's so much Lickitung, and be able to, you know, power through would be pretty nice. And there's a lot of Froslass too, and Azumarill is that check to both the Umbreon and the Medicham. But, you know, Lantern is a staple, and I can't believe I'm the only one that put Lantern, but Pelipper, too, looking strong.
You know, I have to say, I really think, I have a lot of confidence in us as a duo in our predictions in general, but I have to give it to DeFi and Speediest Chief. They both put Froslass number 1, and Froslass has been a huge factor at the end of day number 1, especially the first trainer to move on to day number 2, King Alexander. Even in that last matchup that we saw, Froslass plus Meta Team moving on. Now we see Prav having a chance to move on with Froslass again. So well done to DeFi and Speediest Chief. I mean, we didn't expect the Dynamic Punch Medicham, but since every Medicham seems to be Dynamic Punch, Froslass is much stronger now.
Yeah, I'll take the credit on Dynamic Punch Medicham. That'll be my true prediction, right? Like I told you. I actually was going for an all-water theme there too, but you know, I think someone messed with my predictions in the end there too. That Call for Grigas wasn't really my original plan, if anyone's wondering.
Well, you know, a Ghost type would be okay in this meta, especially because of the Dynamic Punch Medichams.
Yeah,
if you lock in a Ghost type into that, you'll be looking really strong. That's why Froslass is looking super strong now. But I mean, I think Prav has a decent chance to get into day number 2. That's at least 3 Froslasses, and we saw that sweep right before we got on stage. It's just been absolutely so strong against this top meta. Less Lantern than we've seen at the top of the meta in the past. So being able to be neutral with that neutral with Lickitung, then strong against Medicham, Gligar, Superior, pretty strong pick.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are really scared to bring Lantern because Superior has risen. Not even just Superior, grass types in general, right? 2 grass types on a top 12 usage chart is something that we rarely see. On top of that, the steal of choice these days seems to be that Alolan Sandslash, which, especially with the Shadow variant and with Shadow Claw, you're going to beat Lantern in that 1 in 2 shield scenario, and also just in general, you just had the hard-hitting drill run. Whereas Registeel was a little bit easier to play around. You just shield up in that 1 in 2 shield scenario, and you could usually win with Spark or Water Gun. So, you know, Lantern, a great check to Froslass, but with all the Lickitung, you know, Alolan Sandslash, and all the grass types running around, it's a little bit harder to bring, and I think that's why we're seeing a lot more trainers shying away from it, at least especially in this top 12.
Well, because Grass is back. I mean, Grass is top 5 in usage. It hasn't really been top 5 in usage since a Trevenant days back in the past, where Trevenant was consistently top 5 in usage, not only in the Trevenant knocked out Lantern meta, but even way in the past, in the OG meta with the Walrein, Medicham, Sableye, Trevenant, Registeel. Those are always kind of in the top 5 in terms of usage, and there hasn't been Grass Pokemon for a while. Now Superior's up there. Shadow Venusaur's looking pretty strong. So yeah, it's interesting to see the little shifts in the meta now that Grass is popular again. The Shadow Charizard pop back up, Gligar stay on top. These flying types have been quite strong. We even saw BJ bring 3 of those, and I was really impressed with how strong Altaria was. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think it was good because a lot of teams aren't expecting it as much, but I think it still fell a little bit short in a lot of these matchups. I mean, especially with the onset of all the Froslass around, but also just a lot of Alolan Sandslash in this meta too. Still able to outbulk a lot of things. If you were to bring any flyer to a tournament, Butters, what would your flyer of choice be?
Yeah, I mean, my flyer of choice, I feel like I've been on the Pelipper bandwagon. You know what, actually? let's just get into this. We have an iPad here. If we can pull that iPad up, let's just go into our flyers of choice. I think we have Speediest Chiefs account on this iPad, so we're gonna go in. So right now, you know what? Let's build a team. You want to build a team together?
Let's do it.
Let's pick that flying Pokemon that we're gonna bring to a tournament. I mean, you've competed twice, and then let's try to build around it. So
yeah, I was using it was back in the Noctowl meta, so I used Noctowl, I think both or all 3 times that I competed. But Noctowl, not the strongest these days. I think Mana Buzz. I would go with either Mana Buzz or Pelipper. What are you feeling?
You know what? I think we're going to go with Pelipper because I've been a little underwhelmed with the Mandibuzz lately.
Yeah.
So let's actually build a team that could be good for the Championship Series because we're only build a team of 3 here.
Okay.
So good against the Championship Series meta, but the challenge is let's also make it good in GBL. So we have to balance it because in Go Battle League, which is Go Battle League day right now, so go ahead and queue up, maybe even use this team, but you have so many options to fight against in that blind format that you really need to build your team to be protected against most options. Obviously you can't do it against everything, but
I got a team for you, Butters.
Oh, you already got a team?
I already got it. I'm ready.
Okay, so are you thinking
we're leading Pelipper?
We're leading Pelipper.
We're leading Pelipper.
All right, I'm pretty positive that there'll be a Pelipper here. Yep, there it is, the Pelipper.
All right.
Okay.
And like you said, Grass is back.
Grass is back.
Shadow Venusaur is the second pick.
The Shadow Venusaur. Okay, so this is our backline Pokemon. So this is our Pokemon that will be in our back. We're not going to say swap in GBL Shadow Venusaur, are we? Are we going to say swap that?
I'll let you guess the third. What do you think I got in mind?
Okay, so you saying Grass is back. You have another Grass type in the back then. You're going to go Water, double Grass. So I mean, I'm going to have to think it's superior.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
So,
Shadow Venusaur on the safe swap, you bring in Alolan Sandslash, you get outpaced to that Frenzy Plant. You're going to CMP on that Frenzy Plant. If you swap right away, you land a hard-hitting Frenzy Plant. I mean, you could try to Powder Snow down, you could try to throw some Shadow Claws, but you eventually have to throw a move. You take out the Alolan Sandslash with Pelipper, one of the best flying Pokemon for Shadow Alolan Sandslash, or just non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash. You sweep for the superior.
Okay, so this would be our team in Go Battle League. But the challenge was, Caleb, to bring a team that could also work in the Championship Series. Would you bring double Grass to a Championship Series?
Rockhaven doesn't have any flying Pokemon. Most teams only have one, and obviously the Grass is pretty good into a lot of the flying Pokemon like Gligar, Pelipper, etc. But also, you know, if they don't bring the flying Pokemon and their Shadow Alolan Sandslash, if they have one, you're in a good spot.
You know, I will give you credit for one thing, is that the Superior and Shadow Venusaur are really strong against Medicham Lickitung, because those 2 Pokemon are one of the few Pokemon that can out-neutral Lickitung, and then they can also beat Medicham. You see when your back gets against the wall in these Day 2 scenarios, a lot of trainers will go back to Medicham Lickitung because they're such good Pokemon. They're so consistent. You can try to outmaneuver your opponent, but if you have both of these Pokemon out there, it's going to be tough to bring that core. But I don't know if you would bring double Grass to a Championship Series. So let's make one more team that also makes sense for a Championship Series, that you don't double up on Grass, but also you can play it in Go Battle League.
Okay, sounds good. Flying double Grass is not really suiting Butters' taste palette, of course, but if you're at home playing Go Battle weekends, hey, give it a shot. Give me a shout out if it worked for you, and if it didn't, you could give Butters a shout out because he's the one that said it wouldn't work. But okay, so we stick with the Pelipper, right?
Yes.
I'll let you pick the back line. Show me how it's done.
Do you think ever we could safe swap this Pelipper?
With the amount of Lantern around,
it's too risky in Championship Series because of Lantern.
Yeah.
But if you protected your team against that Lantern, so you really disincentivize your opponent from bringing that Lantern, you could say swap to Pelipper because Pelipper does thrive up energy. Also, Registeel has dropped down to number 8 in usage. So you're only really worried about Lantern in the top meta if you're safe swapping it, right?
Okay.
But you could be a little bit worried it'd Go Battle League against
there's
a
lot
Lantern.
of Bastion card picking around. But let's just put it that way.
Let's
All right, I'll hear you out. Well,
okay.
We're safe swapping the Pelipper.
Yeah, we're safe swapping the Pelipper. And then we're gonna bring my favorite Pokemon that I've seen today that also shares a weakness to Rock. Let's bring the Charjabug in the back.
Okay.
You could definitely bring this to Championship Series, as we saw All right, we're just gonna pretend this is 1500 CP.
Yeah, just power it up for speed.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah,
Stardust,
yeah, he's got a lot of Stardust.
Yeah.
We can power that up.
Yeah, you got 5 seconds for this last pick, Butters. What you got?
Okay, I got 5 seconds for my last pick. It's something that needs a hard beat Bastion, hard beat Carbink. I'm just gonna go with ABA against Grass. I'm gonna go Swampert in the lead.
I mean, that's actually not too bad, right?
Yeah.
Because Pelipper has some play with the wing attack.
Yeah.
And
Regular Swampert actually is the
regular
play
Swampert.
now.
Okay.
Regular
Regular
Swampert.
Swampert.
Let me lock
All
it in before you switch it.
Lock it in. Lock it in.
I locked it in. Okay,
All
that's
right.
the. Oh, there's two Swamperts.
Whoa, little species clause there.
Okay, we're locking it in.
Hey, if you're watching at home,
yeah,
maybe give my team
there
a
it is.
try. Give Butters' team a try. Let us know which one performed better for you, right?
Yeah. I will say that I think your team is a stronger Go Battle League team. But I don't think you would bring double Grass to the championship series. So yeah, we would love to hear. There's a lot of sets today. So if you want to try out either of these teams, or specifically try to build a team around Pelipper, and then on X, hashtag play Pokemon with your team with Pelipper, let us know, because we would love to see that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think the trainers are ready to get back to the action. So let's take it to the stage. And they are ready and trying to figure out this next battle. They can adjust their teams based on compared to what they previously brought, but they don't have to. So we might end up seeing the same team compositions. We're going to have to see, and it looks like it's going to be the Carbink in the lead again, but this time with a Metachamp.
So how do you deal with Say-Swap Superior? I was actually expecting maybe a Say-Swap Superior, but you could also just get the Protect Shield and let your Carbink go, right? And then get up Protect Shields with Superior in the back. So this isn't terrible for Rockhaven here.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think Pranav's going to have to shield the Moonblast. Moonblast is going to do a lot of super effective damage, and this is why Carbink, typically a rock type, is going to struggle against Metachamp, has the coverage for forcing the shield from Pranav. This is huge, because now Rockhaven is up a shield, and that backline, like you said, the Superior is actually pretty good into the team of Pranav. Pranav, though, ABA strong into that Carbink, has the Swampert still for the Carbink.
So the thing is, it's really hard for the Metachamp to take out that Carbink because it's so bulky. I would have actually rather preferred seeing you let the Carbink go down and then try to come in with the Superior, because look, yes, the Superior was up a shield. It already gave back its shield, and because Metachamp had energy, it's so low already. It's really strong against the back line, but you need to get this into Aerial Ace range. Rockhaven didn't think it was in Aerial Ace range yet, so no Protect Shield, and this is definitely enough to knock out Metachamp.
I like the play to throw the Friends Plant, because you're right, it was not enough to take out the Metachamp in that situation. Now, this is going to be interesting because Pranav no longer has the switch advantage, so is not guaranteed to get that Swampert right on the Carbink right away. And you see Rockhaven coming in with so much energy, back-to-back Frenzy Plants, and you don't want to match this Lickitung against your Sableye, so Rockhaven probably feeling pretty good and doing so much damage. And I think it's the non-Shadow Swampert, so the Sableye can actually handle the Hydro Cannon much better.
And doesn't look like he wanted to pivot. I thought if you pivoted, no, look at that. Pranav actually pivoted into Superior, trying to mudshot down, but did take one Vine Whip at least, and now he's kind of holding his head, not loving this option in the back, because the difference between the Hydro Cannons in Shadow and non-Shadow is significant, like you mentioned, but you're going to get outpaced in the end.
Yeah, and you see Rockhaven charging up a lot of energy. Pranav not throwing the energy either, so not trying to overfarm a little bit, but Rockhaven almost to back-to-back foul play. I think Pranav is going to throw before that's reached. Pranav is going to throw this Hydro Cannon. Rockhaven is closing in. I think Rockhaven might outpace. Swampert is, I think, 2 mudshots away. And looks like yes! And then the foul play is going to come through. And this is going to be tough for Pranav. Pranav is probably going to be knocked out from this foul play. The non-Shadow Swampert is not going to hit as hard with the Hydro Cannon, which allowed Rockhaven to survive there. And look at the health of this Lickitung.
You need to be able to double Power Whip, but look, you had to throw the Body Slam into this Sableye because you're so low on health, and even a Vine Whip might knock you out here. You need to be able to lick
look
down
at the health of this
the Vine Whip, but can you
no
knock
way.
it out? No, it's too healthy, even though it's super effective. Yes, most Pokemon super effective Power Whip's gonna do a lot. Not against the Carbink, and Carbink officially wins a game on stage this season in the championship series. Well done, little guy.
Yeah, well done. I mean, I think you called it though. It wasn't even really the Carbink. Carbink was crucial in grabbing that shield. And look, we're going to look at this replay, right? Rockhaven recognizing the instant swap from Rockhaven was huge because only was down by one fast move on the side of the Swampert, recognizing that he is able to outpace the Swampert and take it out. Once you get rid of the Swampert, you're in such a good position. You can even see Prav saying good games and Rockhaven responding to. Before the match was even over, Prav just knew there is way too much health on this Carbink left, but it was really the Superior that helped close it out. Getting that early shield advantage on Rockhaven's side, forcing the shield from Prav, throwing that Moonblast, not even baiting, and then doing so much damage with that Superior was the key to victory for Rockhaven.
It's so hard to deal with that Carbink Superior core for Prav. There really isn't anything to beat both of those Pokemon. Your best option is going to be something like a Lickitung or Medicham. But even Lickitung and Medicham technically do lose the Superior, and Lickitung probably will lose to a Carbink. I don't see why Rockhaven wouldn't keep bringing that core and just try to find either alignment or some situation to get Protect Shield advantage for that Superior. And this is an awesome lead for Rockhaven and into the Lickitung. But we know Lickitung can win the double Protect Shield situation if he doesn't get double baited though, because you will get to that Body Slam at the same time as the Ice Punch. Look at this, he's going for it.
Yeah, but the thing is, for Prav, he kind of needs shield advantage for that Charizard. Really bold to bring Charizard in a game where there is no, when there's the Carbink on the side of Rockhaven, but Rockhaven choosing not to bring it, and that's where the mind games come in. And you see Rockhaven throwing the Body Slam right away at this Medicham. I don't know if Rockhaven even shields at this point. You could probably maybe even Shadow Call down and get a huge energy advantage, but Prav, another Dynamic Punch user, is going to throw this first Dynamic Punch, and you get the shield from Rockhaven.
This is huge for Prav because he needs to get some way to get some momentum with his Shadow Charizard, shiny Shadow Charizard from the looks of it, and this Ice Punch is going to be coming through. This won't knock out the Lickitung, so the Lickitung will endure. Can it get to a Body Slam before it gets knocked out? It's already at more than a Body Slam here, so you can get to the double Body Slam, but I mean, you could just come in with your own Lickitung and probably just lick down this Lickitung and get some energy loaded.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting situation. I think you could probably lick down. I don't know if you want to come with Charizard because I think you get hit by one Body Slam. You can see Rockhaven spamming away for that Body Slam, and yeah, it is going to be Prav's own Lickitung matching in against the Lickitung. I think that's the right call. You don't want to have to spend that final shield or take too much damage on that Charizard. I wonder if Prav is wondering if it's the Carbink in the back, but it's actually going to be the Sableye.
Is he going to be scared to swap here? Because you need the swap. I think you need to bring in your Charizard here to start getting energy advantage against the Sableye. Are you scared of the Carbink, or do you unleash the shiny Shadow Charizard? Looks like he's a little scared of it, going for the double Body Slam, but I mean, if Carbink's in the back anyway, you're going to lose the game, so you might as well get in there with the, and you get the Protect Shield.
That's a huge shield.
This is the huge swing in the game for Prav. He can probably win this game. He even gets to the Body Slam.
Rockhaven getting too greedy here, and that Sableye has nowhere to go. I mean, Sableye against pretty much anything in the back for Prav. Up a shield is going to be disastrous for the Sableye. Sableye coming in, you see Prav nodding his head saying, yes, I found the win condition. It's not the Carbink, and going straight away for the Blast Burn because you know Rockhaven needs to get to back-to-back foul play, and Prav fighting back and evening up the score in the losers finals. Here comes the shiny Shadow Charizard blazing the fields and taking out the Sableye.
Wow, that is exactly what he needed. I think either way, that backline Charizard, you mentioned it, such a bold choice to bring it after Rockhaven chose Carbink for 2 straight games, but it was the exact choice that won him that battle, because as soon as he could get an energy advantage or Protect Shield advantage, it was kind of over with that Shadow Charizard in the back. Does he bring that to this game number 3 with the chance of day number 2 in Peoria on the line, or do you try to play it a little more consistently? It's so tough to beat that Carbink Superior core.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, I think Rockhaven might go back to that Carbink core. You know, Pranav was expecting the Superior, right? Because Superior was a huge pain for him in that first game. And Superior, honestly, especially as a safe swap, can pretty much beat or have play into everything except for that Charizard. So you have to have that Charizard, but the Carbink is there. So, and we can see the end game in this first game, the Charizard is going to outpace the Sableye to 2 foul plays, and Charizard is able to close it out. But can Pranav bring the Charizard again, or is he afraid of the Carbink making a resurgence in game number 3?
This is a pivotal moment for Carbink and its future success in the championship series, in my opinion, because it's either Carbink is so scary that it scares off the Charizard from Pranav, and then you don't even need to bring it. You can just bring another Pokemon, and then it becomes one of the best bench pressure Pokemon ever. So I think if you're Rockhaven, I think you lean on the fact that Carbink is such amazing bench pressure that Pranav is scared to bring that Shadow Charizard, and then you bring some of your other Pokemon that are a little bit more neutral, or like you mentioned, just heavily rely on the Superior because it's so neutrally strong against everything but Froslass and Charizard, but you know you probably won't see those 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, I don't know if you bring both, right? And so here's the thing, right? Is the Carbink too scary for Pranav, or is it too scary for Rockhaven to bring himself? And it looks like, no, we do have Carbink in this final game, number 3, and it's looking pretty good. But again, that Superior is looking even better. No Charizard or Froslass in sight, and it's going to be doing very well. And we see the Carbink throwing the rocks here, and you see, oh, trying to catch the Power Whip, but unfortunately not able to get to the swap there.
Yeah, and this is going to be super effective. We're going to see how little it does against Carbink there. It seems like you'll need 3 of these to knock out, and you want to go for the Moonblast. Moonblast is the better charge attack. It's no Protect Shield from Pranav here. Let's see how much damage it puts out. I mean, a decent amount of damage. I feel like in the 0 Protect Shield situation, it's Carbink's battle. Here comes the Superior Safe Swap. There's no answer, so had to bring in the Medicham. But look at the backline now.
This is so bad. This is a Dynamic Punch Medicham too. It's going to love the backline. And you can see maybe Pranav a little frustrated with himself, maybe realizing that this might be the baits to draw the Medicham and making the correct call to shield the Frenzy Plant. Frenzy Plant is going to be the harder hitting move, even though it's not super effective. It's only neutral damage, but you do need to land 1 Frenzy Plant to take out this Medicham. And you see Rockhaven is going to spend his first shield as well and pacing quickly to this next Frenzy Plant and going to throw again on Charge Priority. Really great timing from Rockhaven. And you see Pranav spending another shield.
But also, look at this Superior, this team in general is ABB weak to Shadow Charizard. So if there was a Shadow Charizard in the back, Superior would have baited it out, and then Carbink would have finished off the Shadow Charizard, and then Dynamic Punch Medicham would have been really strong against the backline. Here comes a super effective Ice Punch there. It's not enough.
And you
get
still
to
get to another Frenzy Plant. This is huge for Rockhaven. Rockhaven not only still has the Medicham in the back, there's no shields on the side of Pranav. The Dynamic Punch is going to start raining in, and here it's coming in and getting even more energy against Pranav's own Medicham. Pranav is going to throw a parting Dynamic Punch, but this is bad news for Pranav's Lickitung and Umbreon.
How do you even finish off the Carbink?
That's a whole
you have
different story.
Umbreon and a low health Lickitung in the back. There's nothing you can do. You're going to have to try to swap on Dynamic Punch. You don't get the swap on Dynamic Punch. This is going to be super effective. Rockhaven knows it. In his first regional tournament ever, he is inches away from the finish line to getting to day 2 in Peoria.
First regional ever, first potential Carbink in Top Cut, but it is not over yet. Pranav is going to fight to the nail, to the end. The neutral foul play will start adding up.
Oh, the swap!
But here comes the Carbink. Carbink coming in, and yes, the Lickitung does have energy, but yeah, and it's going to throw a body slam bait.
Shield.
I like the baits, but I think the rock slide is reached though, and once you reach this rock slide, it is over because
there it is.
Umbreon, you can see the GG from the mouth of Pranav. Umbreon has nowhere to go, and this is why Carbink is so oppressively strong in the right matchup. It is so tough to bring, but against the right situation, this is it.
I can't wait to see how little this last resort does. Let's see how much it does. Oh my goodness, that did nothing. These rock throws aren't doing anything either. Like you said, it's not over, but you can't even tickle this thing. I mean, technically not over yet. And the rock slide is going to come through, and the Carbink best Buddy is gonna make it to day number 2, making Pokemon Go Championship Series history.
Series history for the Carbink and the first ever tournament for Rockhaven, making top cut in his first ever appearance. A lot to be excited for in Peoria. What an incredible set. Man, Carbink, I don't know, but we were talking about tackle too, but Rockville Carbink also looking pretty good.
I mean, Carpink's superior core is just really hard to deal with. I mean, you can probably find the Pokemon that will core break it, but I don't know it off the top of my head. I mean, technically, things like Lickitung are pretty neutral, and this is the difference between the Shadow Swampert and the regular Swampert. His Swampert would have knocked out between all these mud shots and Hydro Cannon that he landed, but because he's running the normal Swampert, he just didn't have enough reach, and Sableye picked up that matchup, which was crucial.
Yeah, and you know, in the second game, you see Prav bring that Charizard. The one time Rockhaven did not bring the trusty Carbink, but Rockhaven bringing that Carbink in that final game, and it definitely paid dividends. And here you see the very end, that last resort from Prav. It was his last resort, but just not enough. And you can see Carbink closing out. Butters, we were making a team with Pelipper. Why weren't we making a team with Carbink and Superior? This seems to be the true way to win battles.
I don't know, but that last team, I think, would be really strong in Go Battle League. The one that he ran that was Carbink lead, Superior Say Swap. You even had Superior Say Swap on your Pelipper team, right? And then having
that... It was a Venusaur Say Swap.
Oh, Venusaur.
Yeah,
sorry.
Superior in the back.
Yeah, Venusaur Say Swap, Superior in the back, and then you have that Medicham in the back with the Dynamic Punch, because if you swap in that Superior and you bait out a Shadow Charizard, you're just rock throwing that thing down, and that was probably the best answer for Medicham on their team. And then Medicham can have a lot of fun, and Rockhaven must be having a lot of fun in his first ever regional. Congratulations to Rockhaven, and well played to Prav as well.
Yeah, the name is appropriate. Rock in his name and rock on his squad as well. So if you're in top 8 for Peoria, I'm sure these trainers are already looking, am I weak to Rock Throw Carbink, right? And I think a lot of them are, because its matchups are so polarizing, but that's what makes it so strong. Because even if it's not in the field of play, you have to worry about it. I think Prav actually made the right call to not bring Charizard the one in both games that Carbink did show up, but even then, it was not enough to avoid the losses to that bulky rock type.
Yeah, honestly, I thought Prav played great because that Carbink was specifically so strong against his team. And that game number 1, he had a really good chance of winning that game. So I thought he actually played fantastic versus this Carbink team. But in the end, Rockhaven does come out on top with that Carbink. We've never seen it before, and now we're going to see it in day number 2. And you know, the fact that you never see Carbink in day 2, I think a lot of these top trainers are not really preparing for Carbink. So how much will Carbink be a problem in that day number 2 top 8 bracket?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. Our first ever Carbink in Top Cut, and that does happen in Peoria. It is a complete monster in Go Battle League, but sometimes in the Bring 6, Pick 3 format, it is much harder to bring, but you know, Rockhaven making it work. And we have our final pair of battles here in Peoria on day number 1. And it is a star-studded matchup between Kimmy Sui, the champion of Fort Wayne, runner-up at Milwaukee, versus Hot Pocket.
Out of pocket. Out of pocket.
My bad. I'm out of pocket for saying that. But out of pocket for the former Peoria champion, the reigning Peoria champion, and trying to make it a 2P here in the city. But we'll have to beat Kimmy Sui, which is also a very formidable trainer. And actually, both of them originally in the seniors division both made world championships in that first year of the championship series. And then with season 2 coming around,
look at that,
I don't even know what's happening. Yeah,
I mean, Snorlax is probably a big fan of Carbink because he can take a little rest while really that Carbink matchup is going on. So he is feeling very enthusiastic. You could see it in his face that Carbink has moved on to day number 2. Glad that we could have Snorlax join the casting ranks with us.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, if you were watching that battle, you could definitely take a nap in part of it. But you have both Out of Pocket and Kimmy Sui qualifying for World Championships in season number 1 in the seniors division, and then when all divisionals combined into the masters division, both of them qualifying for World Championships last year too. Both really talented young trainers, and this is going to be a super interesting one. We've seen Kimmy Sui actually all day throughout the stream, at least 2 different times, maybe even 3 different times on stream. Did lose in the winners finals and drop down to this losers finals. I think Kimmy Sui lost to Conky, I believe, went 0-2 against Conky, I think, in that winners finals, and now Out of Pocket battling his way through that losers bracket is going to be making Kimmy Sui the final boss in this losers finals. And I'm very excited to see the team of Hot Pocket, because Hot Pocket was, I gotta say, Out of Pocket, my mistake. Out of Pocket is the trainer that really popularized Superior in that first regional of this season, which was Pittsburgh.
Right, and he kind of made a shift in his play style, starting with Hartford, the biggest North American regional at the time. He kind of went the Onion Frank style, kind of going with those teams more alignment based, and it placed him 3rd in Hartford. It placed him 3rd in Pittsburgh. But now he's kind of back to the original style that he did last season when he was the Peoria champion. He has more of a meta lineup, less alignment dependent, and then one of these trainers once again that brought the Froslass to be the core breaker. And Froslass is really strong against Shadow Dragonite, but you know Kimmy Sui is prepared for everything as we get into the last series of day number 1. Kimmy Sui versus Out of Pocket, Superior into Metacham for the lead.
And this is such a weird matchup too. I believe Superior wins this zero shield situation as long as you land that Frenzy Blend. We've seen Frenzy Blend being thrown quite a bit. You see Out of Pocket throwing this Ice Punch right away too, not wanting to take any additional damage, and Kimmy Sui is going to let this first Ice Punch go. The difference between Superior and Shadow Venusaur is really you can take that damage much better. And you see Kimmy Sui actually throwing the aerial ace first. Do we get a shield from Pocket here? Because a lot of trainers expecting the Frenzy Blade. No, a huge shield call actually, but this actually, Metacham looks like it's closing in on that aerial ace range.
Actually going for Dynamic Punch. I think Ice Punch would have been enough, but going for Dynamic Punch anyway.
Oh no, it's Power Punch.
Oh, Power Up. Oh, it's Power Up
yeah, I didn't even see that until now.
Yeah, but this guarantees alignment, and I think you need it if you're Pocket.
It depends if you shield or not.
If you protect shield, this guarantees alignment, because look at the back line. You have Superior. You can't match that up into that Shadow Dragonite in the back. You'll be in trouble here, but how much value do you actually get? I mean, you probably get a Protect Shield out of Dragonite, because if you get to that Ice Punch, you're absolutely getting the Protect Shield, but you're going to get a lot of work out of these power-up punch and counters before this Umbreon even gets to the foul play.
I like this play from Kimmy Sui, though, because you already saw the Ice Punch from Out of Pocket, so you know that there's no Psychic there. Oh, actually, even better, pivoting over aggressively, but this is the Spark Lantern, which is going to play much stronger into this Shadow Dragonite. Look at the Spark damage add up against Dragonite. It's already below half health just from fast moves alone before a single charge move is even thrown.
And Adventures Abound, the Spark damage was increased. The energy gain was decreased. Now you can win this matchup as Lantern going straight Surf. So this Dragon Claw will not be enough to knock out the Lantern. I expect Out of Pocket to go straight Surf. Do you get 2 Protect Shields with Surfs here? Here comes the first Surf. Do you Protect Shield? I mean, I feel like you want to keep this Dragonite around, yes, but now there's going to be back-to-back Surfs. The next Surf is available in 1 Spark. Here's the next Surf. Do you double down? Do you try to keep this Dragonite alive? And yes, you do. So the Dragonite is still available. So can you knock out the Superior just with Dragon Breath and Dragon Claw pressure? You have to hang on from double resisted Vine Whips. Can you do it?
Yeah, and this is going to do it. And Kimmy Sui going for the Super Power, a much harder hitting move. This is going to do a lot of damage. You can see Out of Pocket shaking his head a little bit because you have the bulky Umbreon in the back and you already reset your boosted damage from the Metacham.
Oh, look at the pause!
But unfortunately not able to catch the foul play, is going to throw a Power Punch. Now the real question is, can you put this in Frenzy Plant range? Because if not, Kimmy Sui's going to come out with almost 2 foul play, and I don't think it's going to be enough. And the Snarl down. This is huge for Kimmy Sui, and Kimmy Sui throwing the first foul play and has the other one loaded. 1 Frenzy Plant from Out of Pocket, I don't think is enough.
How about that pause from Kimmy Sui to avoid that swap into, here comes the the foul play that is going to knock out the back-to-back here from Kimmy Sui. Takes game number 1, but how about the timing, the patience? I think he paused for 2 turns there, just waiting for that Metacham to come through. There was no Snarl animation. He waited knowing Out of Pocket's only win condition right there was the swap on a foul play into the Medicham and then be able to Vine Whip and Frenzy Plant down. Kimmy Suet saw it the whole way, and even against a Froslass team, brought that Shadow Dragonite.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, because double weak to that Powder Snow. It is not like that Shadow Dragonair matchup we saw earlier. And here we see the replay, the foul play taking out the Superior in the end. Out of Pocket knowing that the Frenzy Plant is not enough, just one, so you have to get to potentially 2 or plus the aerial ace, but at that point, because Out of Pocket was not able to catch that foul play on the Medicham, it just was too far out of range at that point with so much energy on that Umbreon. And, you know, we talk about how strong that Shadow Dragonite was, but it was honestly really the Superior that set up Kimmy Sweep for that victory, because you were able to grab a shield from Out of Pocket's Medicham, going down a shield, and then hard pivoting over to that Dragonite to get a slight energy advantage, Dragon Breathing down, and then landing that huge superpower against Superior on Out of Pocket side.
And what a team read that was from Kimmy Sui. Not only that Froslass was not going to be on the team, but he pivoted into that Dragonite after the power-up punch. If Froslass was in the back there, even you're up 2 protections, you're going to take so much damage from that Powder Snow. So what a call from Kimmy Sui. I mean, Shadow Dragonite looks so strong against Out of Pocket's team besides the Froslass. Is Out of Pocket forced to bring that Froslass into game number 2, or does Kimmy Sui think, okay, I did what I needed to do, I'll sit the Shadow Dragonite now and I'll counter the Froslass?
I think you just bring the Dragonite, because even against the Froslass, you can still hit it with hard-hitting neutral damage, and if you have a slight energy lead, a shield advantage, etc., you can still do something with the Dragonite. That's the tough part if you don't bring a single Fairy or Steel type, which is exactly the situation Out of Pocket is in. And here we go into game number 2. Out of Pocket needs to win this to force a game 3, and is the Umbreon versus Superior yet again.
And can Superior win this neutral matchup? You have that Community Day Frenzy Plant. I feel like if any Pokemon could do it, I think it's going to be Superior, but you need at least double Frenzy Plant and maybe an Aerial Ace, but you need more than double Frenzy Plant to knock out this Umbreon.
Yeah, the tough part for Kimmy Sui is, though, that Froslass looks really good into the entire backline of Kimmy Sui's team.
Oh, yes.
And so Out of Pocket is well positioned if Kimmy Sui does not preserve any health on the Umbreon. I wonder if Kimmy Sui is going to expect it. Trying to get the Frenzy Plant and catches a resistant Frenzy Plant on his own Superior. What a play.
And does he bait out the Froslass here? Because you have to bring in the Froslass. You can't bring in the Lantern. You could stay and just go for Aerial Aces here. And now Out of Pocket just deciding to keep the Froslass, knowing he's so experienced in these tournaments. I think he identified instantly, this is the bait out. There is Shadow Dragonite in the back. I'm not going to fall for it. I'm just going to stay in with Superior here.
Yeah, but the thing is, this is going to be charged in priority at this specific situation, because I think both trainers are going to get to Aerial Ace at the same exact time. And you can't really Vine Whip down, or maybe you actually might be able to add the health here. And it looks like Kimmy Sui choosing not to even throw for charge priority, maybe recognizing that he probably is going to lose charge priority. Aggressive Vine Whip down would be huge for Kimmy Sui. Can he do it? He is trying to, and he gets so much energy. That's so much energy for this Superior. And here comes a Froslass. So not only do you reveal the Froslass, but you're going to have to tank a Frenzy Plant or spend a shield with the Umbreon lurking in the back. This is such a tough position. However, we saw earlier, Lator is going to be still pretty good. Kimmy Sui actually throwing the Aerial Ace, I think maybe could have got to that Frenzy Plant.
This is huge, actually. Yeah. This might be the thing that Out of Pocket needed, because that did so little damage here. How much energy does Umbreon have, actually? The Umbreon has a foul play swapped onto the foul play. Another big break for Out of Pocket here, trying to inch and claw his way back into this series against all odds. Here comes the Dragonite pivot, but we know how much damage this Spark does. I think you just reach for Surf instantly because you're afraid of getting knocked out by Superpower, but no, actually able to get to the Thunderbolt. Does Kimmy Sui try to call the, and he properly calls the Thunderbolt.
Huge call for Kimmy Sui. I think Kimmy Sui is just determined to Dragon Breath down this Lantern. Yes, Lantern's still, oh no, actually gonna throw. I like this play too, because this puts Out of Pocket in a really tough position. Shadow Dragonite is going to win charge from priority against this Froslass, so you have to shield.
But if you shield, you'll get knocked out by a foul play.
Exactly.
It's checkmate in this situation. You either shield this or shield the other thing.
Exactly, and I think this is the tough part. I don't know, maybe you even let that go so you powder snow down and shield the foul play. I don't know, I think the Dragon Claw would have been way too much. And here, Kimmy Sweet doesn't have the foul play.
Oh, he doesn't because of the swap. Because of the swap. This is going to be so close.
I think Out of Pocket might outpace the Avalanche. Either way, you're going to win charge right on Froslass. Can you get to the Avalanche?
The back.
No, the foul play is going to be reached right before the Avalanche. Kimmy Sweet coming out in the end here. Foul play going to connect and knock out of Pocket's Froslass. Kimmy Sweet makes it to day number 2 in Peoria to round out our top 8.
Wow. Was 4 turns away from that Avalanche to tie up the series 1-1, but Kimmy Sui was only 3 turns away, so it's barely outpaced to get to that foul play to knock out, and that was a tough situation. If you let the Dragon Claw go, you're probably just gonna get knocked out by Dragon Breaths or Snarls, and if you protect shield the Dragon Claw, that Umbreon's gonna get the foul play because it was out of Avalanche range, so the only way that you could have won that is get the double Avalanche, but Shadow Dragonite is so flimsy, it just goes down too quick. You can't even farm it down.
So quick, and we see Kimmy Sweet knocking out the reigning Peoria champion for Pokemon Go. So we will have a new champion of Peoria this season, and what incredible game number 2, even game number 1 as well, right? You can see the high caliber plays from both Kimmy Sweet and Out of Pocket, really showing how experienced they are as trainers, both making incredible catches, but that Shadow Dragonite just looked way too strong for Kimmy Sweet. No Seal type, no Fairy type to resist that Dragon Breath damage and Dragon Claw damage, and even against Froslass, forced to shield in that situation and just getting outpaced barely by the Umbreon.
Not an easy task to take down the Peoria Prowler, and Kimmy Sui is able to do it, and because of his play with the Umbreon, with the Shadow Dragonite, that is the core that was featured so strongly because that Umbreon is what protects the Shadow Dragonite from Froslass on Out of Pocket's team. And how about Superior? Superior for both trainers was just so strong here, and what a swap onto that Frenzy Plant. Maybe the little thing he needed to get ahead in this game number 2.
Yeah, and the aggressive farm down with the Vine Whip ensuing afterward. You can see just how barely close it is, and you can see Out of Pocket just barely. You can see it in his reaction too, but both trainers having great sportsmanship and laughing about it. And, Butters, it's that time of day. It's that time of day where I'm starting to lose my voice because the battles have been super hype, but it's just a preview for day number 2 because all these hype battlers that have made it this far are going to be playing again tomorrow.
I mean, it's a stacked tournament when Kimmy Sui and Out of Pocket are your last losers finals going into day number 2, because that is incredible. These two trainers are often on that winner's side of the bracket. So
Rise to Occasion as well.
Yeah, Rise to Occasion coming out on that loser side. I mean, a lot of these new trainers have done awesome to be on that winner's side of the bracket. Froslass has been so strong, actually failed twice here. Pranav and Out of Pocket just barely not making it to day number 2 with that Froslass. But what an incredible tournament. This meta, I've said it before, I truly believe it's the best meta ever in Pokemon Go Championship Series history.
Those are bold words, Butters, but I gotta say, I actually agree with you. Let's hear from Speediest Chief and DeFi though to see if they agree with us.
I think we definitely agree, Caleb. Thank you so much. This is the greatest, easily, meta that we have had here in the competitive circuit. And we are here to wrap up one of these tournaments here. We have a very exciting day 2 ahead of us, but let's recap a little bit of day 1.
Yeah.
We had 6 trainers who top cut Peoria last year, and none of them top cut this year. We just saw Out of Pocket end his tournament run here against Kimmy Sui. So we will have a brand new Peoria top cut tomorrow. Let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket to see which trainers top cut.
Yeah, a lot of surprises, a lot of question marks as well. King Alexander versus Nighttime Clasher. Nighttime Clasher is on a top cut run. He's been doing really well in these past regional championships. Excited to see that matchup there. We also have S. James P21 versus Teddy Bear XD. If you've kept an eye on the Go Battle League leaderboards, you will recognize S. James P21 from seasons past. Really awesome to see him make his way over to the championship series.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the loser side of the bracket. This is a much longer road. We have Kimmy Sui as well versus Uzuku, who had that phenomenal Froslass play earlier. Rock Haven rocking the car bank, as well as Rise to occasioned, a seasoned championship veteran here in Play Pokemon Championship tournaments. So very excited to see these trainers tomorrow. But let's take a look. Even if, let's say, these trainers who were knocked out of day one, they have so many more opportunities to continue winning championship points. We'll have Sacramento coming up next weekend. We'll also have Lille over in Europe, and then Toronto before we have November. We will be having the Latin America International Championships in Sao Paulo, Brazil, as well as a much longer road ahead.
Yeah, we see the dates down there on those graphics, but make sure to go to playpokemon.com and check out all of those events. We highly encourage you to attend a regional or international championship near you. As a competitor or a spectator, just have fun, be with your fellow trainers, and have a good time because, I don't know, it's always a fun time here at these regional championships. I never get tired of them.
Yes, and something that I am excited for, it's something I'm not certainly tired of, is getting tips for trainers. We have a really fun video to show you right now called Trainer Tips. Let's go ahead and kick it off.
If I had one tip for a new trainer to the game, I would say it's to build relationships. And you rely on others for tips and advice to become a better trainer and improve on yourself to become better at the game.
I'd say the main thing that really comes into it is like 3 important things. Having people that are like solid that you can practice with. Also, you know, being very disciplined when you practice, trying to really just improve the most you can. And the final tip, honestly, is just have fun. I feel like when you're enjoying yourself, it's a lot easier to just grow from your experiences and you get a lot more out of playing.
Play your own game and don't be discouraged by the results. If you stick with it and stay consistent, you will improve and really enjoy the game.
Look at resources for Pokemon Go PvP, whether that's content creators that can help you learn the basics and the fundamentals of the game, like your move timing, like your typings, and just having fun with it, not being too hard on yourself. Practice as much as you can so you know your team well going into a tournament, and in the end, just trust your instincts and trust your gut in making those decisions.
It would be applying a growth mindset, especially during your practice. Look back, analyze your games, think about what you could have done better. There's a lot of variables in Pokemon, and there's like a lot of what-if scenarios, so you have to go back and analyze your games, otherwise you might make the same mistake again.
You should take everything one step at a time. Don't think about top 8, don't think about winning. Think about the game ahead of you, set your goals realistically, and focus on your game. Don't focus on anyone else's, don't focus on anything else. Just play your game and have some fun.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for that video. If you are out there wanting to participate in a tournament, think about that roadmap. I hope to see you at the next one. But for now, let's go ahead and talk about those socials. Will, where can people find us? Where can they shout out what their predictions are for tomorrow?
Well, you can definitely watch /Pokemon on YouTube or Facebook, but make sure to get active on social, x.com/playpokemon. Use that hashtag playpokemon. We didn't get nearly enough tweets from the community today. I'm going to challenge everyone watching at home to send in those tweets. We'd love to feature your feedback and your opinions as we move into Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and talking about Championship Sunday, when should people tune in? They should be tuning in at 8, I believe it is 8:30 a.m. Central Time, 6:30 a.m. Pacific Time to get in on the action, starting off our top cut tomorrow for Championship Sunday. And then that is going to be a wrap here in Peoria for today. We are so excited to bring you the best battles in the Midwest tomorrow.
Have a great rest of your day, trainers, and we'll see you early tomorrow for Championship Sunday in Peoria. You don't want to miss it. See you then.
and for dogs fighting back.